Zhou Xingdou is the young master of the most powerful force in the Chuyuan Realm, but in his previous life he was obsessed with licking the protagonist's boots. In the end, he was used as a tool and died tragically at the hands of the protagonist. At the moment he was killed by the protagonist, Zhou Xingdou was reborn and returned to 20 years ago. When he opened his eyes again, the protagonist's junior brother was asking him to remove the cold poison for his mother. Zhou Xingdou also obtained the Zhutian Lucky System and discovered that the protagonist's beautiful mother was a lucky woman for her husband. His revenge plan also began with this lucky mother. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately striking the hometown of the son of destiny Lin Fan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, Manhwa New Seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the war slave, the mighty Tianlong Fahai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the best war slave, Rakshasa Iron Fan Princess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the best war slave, the mother of the master, Yun Jingi. Several years later, Zhou Xingdou discovered that the so-called Son of Destiny was no longer qualified to be his enemy, and his real opponent was the Way of Heaven, the Source of Destiny. Absolute Beginning Realm. Tianxian Holy State. Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. As the top force in the Absolute Beginning Dao domain, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect can be called a holy land, with fairy mountains floating in the sky, palaces erected brilliantly, precious lights surrounding it, and spiritual beasts flying together. The essence is filled like mist, and he looks like an immortal, attracting countless mortals to kneel down and worship him all the time. In a splendid palace in Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, a rich and handsome young man was sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly as if he was sleeping. His extremely black vertical long hair was scattered randomly, and his long and handsome eyebrows were actually wrinkled at this moment, making the delicate silver-white lines between his eyebrows become distorted. Suddenly, his closed eyes suddenly opened, and a treasure light flashed through, revealing a pair of deep eyes with extremely clear black and white. It seemed that there was lingering fear in his heart. His deep eyes were actually mixed with 3 parts of fear, and even his thin and lightly pursed lips were trembling at the moment. At the same time, dense cold sweat condensed on his plump heaven, and drops of sweat slipped from his angular face. Zhou Xingdou took 2 deep breaths, and the wisps of sandalwood floating in the room were inhaled into his body. The sandalwood seemed to have a soothing effect, immediately calming his shaking mind. Those deep eyes were a little clearer at this moment. He touched his warm body helplessly, with a little disbelief in his eyes. Am I not dead? At this time, there was a rapid knock on the door, and a slightly green male voice sounded. Eldest brother, open the door quickly, I am Lin Fan. Zhou Xingdou's consciousness was still in a daze, so he subconsciously got up and opened the door. Outside the door is a handsome-looking young man. Although his face is a little childish, his eyes reveal a perseverance that does not suit his age. But after Zhou Xingdou saw the person clearly, a surge of anger surged into his heart. His black and white eyes turned scarlet at this moment, and an extremely murderous intention suddenly shot up from him. Lin Fan outside the door felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, but he was not afraid. He just asked with some confusion. Elder brother, have you gone crazy? Zhou Xingdou came back to his senses immediately, took 2 deep breaths of turbid air, mixed the rioting breath evenly, suppressed his murderous intention, showed a calm look and smiled lightly. Something has gone wrong in my cultivation recently, junior brother, don't blame me. But the horror in his heart has reached its peak, because he has found that he seems to have returned to 20 years ago. And this is not the first time he has been reborn, to be precise, it is the second time. Because he originally came from a certain blue star and was reincarnated in this world after his death, and both his background and talent were at the top level. But with the knowledge from his previous life and the late appearance of Goldfinger, he understood that he was not one of those destined children. However, with his excellent talents and background, he can live comfortably in this world. Until he met Lin Fan, who was mediocre in talent but extremely perseverant, not good-looking but extremely delicate. The most important thing is that it is said that he once had a fiancée, and considering her mediocre talent, he chose to break off the engagement and made a 3-year contract. Moreover, after worshipping the Heavenly Dao sect,
Lin Fan was completely transformed.
Lin Fan practiced extremely fast, was able to fight across borders, and saved countless dead ends. Zhou Xingdou instantly understood that Lin Fan was the protagonist in the novel in his previous life, and he definitely did not run away. So he used his power to make Lin Fan, who was originally just an outer disciple, join his master and become a true disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. And he treated Lin Fan like his own son. He gave his little junior brother countless precious medicines and weapons. As long as Lin Fan asked for anything, he would answer it. I thought that when Lin Fan became enlightened, he would be able to ascend to heaven, but he never thought that 20 years later, Lin Fan would not only not repay his kindness, but also demand the core skills of his family. Zhou Xingdou naturally rejected Lin Fan in this matter, because it wasn't that he didn't want to, but because the Zhou family's core skills couldn't be written, and he really couldn't teach them to Lin Fan. But he didn't expect that Lin Fan would hate himself for this incident. A few days later, he would not only poison himself, but also lead himself into the Jedi, and set up countless formations in advance to trap him. He also scolded Zhou Xingdou for not giving him the skills, which would lead to death. He was poisoned first. Lin Fan was not only well prepared, but also had the help of formation and luck. Zhou Xingdou was defeated without any suspense. Before he died, Lin Fan laughed and said to himself, "Don't worry, senior brother, I will take good care of your senior sister and master for you." Zhou Xingdou regretted it so much at the time. He clearly had the talent and background to compete with his destiny, but he was blinded by his destiny and only wanted to please Lin Fan. Over the past 20 years, I have taken care of him as if I were a parent and child, but I didn't expect that I would end up like this after raising a three-dog protagonist. Zhou Xingdou looked at Lin Fan, who tilted his head in confusion, his heart burning with anger, and he secretly made a decision. I didn't expect that God would open his eyes and let me live again. In this life, I want to compete for the heart of God and fight against you sanctimonious beast protagonists. Because of his previous life, he cared too much about the so-called children of destiny and felt that only by being attached to them could he go further. Now he understands that only his own strength is the foundation, and relying on others can only be a chopping block, and he will eventually be slaughtered by others. Just when Zhou Xingdou was enlightened, a majestic and ancient voice, cold enough to freeze time and space, sounded like a low voice echoing in endless years. Ding! The Zhutian Lucky System has been successfully bound. The moment he heard this voice, Zhou Xingdou was stunned for a moment, and he felt a mixture of emotions in his heart. The system cheat he had been waiting for in his previous life finally arrived at this moment. Before Lin Fan could react, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Found the son of destiny, Lin Fan. Then a white light curtain appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Name, Lin Fan. G numbered 9999. Favorable, Toolman. Realm, late stage of Tongmai. Innate luck, son of destiny, 6 stars, turning danger into blessing, 5 stars, and the way to death, 4 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, a fool's blessing, 3 stars, a 3-year promise, 3 stars. System reminder, this child is protected by destiny. The host needs to clear its destiny before killing it. After killing it, you can get massive rewards from the system. Son of destiny, 6 stars, protected by heaven and favored by luck. Turn danger into blessing, 5 stars. Any danger you encounter may turn into an opportunity. The way to death, 4 stars. When you say the 4 words the way to death, you stand directly on the moral high ground and cannot be refuted. A fool brings blessings, 3 stars. The literal meaning is understood by the host himself. 3-year agreement, 3 stars. Make a 3-year agreement with the person you want to break off the engagement with, and if you win, your career will skyrocket. For others, this thing may be obscure and difficult to understand, but for Zhou Xingdou, a serious lover of novels in his previous life, it is as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. But the system still explained it like a tutorial, and it goes without saying much about the name and realm. G number is the other person's luck and destiny, good opinion is the other person's definition of Zhou Xingdou, innate luck is the luck brought by nature, and acquired luck is acquired the day after tomorrow. The higher the star rating of a luck entry, the better the luck is. Looking at Lin Fan's template, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed right. Lin Fan was really the son of destiny, with a chi number of 9999, and he had as many as 3 lucks in nature. But when he saw his acquired luck, his expression became a little strange. A fool was sending blessings, and the system allowed him to experience it himself. Unsurprisingly, the fool talking about this acquired luck was him, Zhou Xingdou. The word toolman was the least surprising thing to Zhou Xingdou in terms of his favorable impression. After all, he had already seen Lin Fan clearly after his rebirth. Then he saw the system reminder at the bottom, and Zhou Xingdou secretly thought to himself that indeed, this system was to guide him to kill the Son of Destiny to obtain rewards.
However, Xingdou was not surprised that he had to clear the air for several weeks before killing him.
After all, if the Son of Destiny could be killed at will, he would not be the Son of Destiny. Otherwise, with his current level and strength, Lin Fan, who is in the late stage of Tongmai, could be killed with just one palm of his hand. Lin Fan looked at the senior brother who was uncharacteristically standing there with an unpredictable expression. He felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. If he wasn't strong enough now, this senior brother would have had a way to die.
Elder brother, why are you standing there stupidly?
Zhou Xingdou also instantly drew his attention back to the system, but when Lin Fan interrupted him, an imperceptible killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. But he is no longer the young man he was before. His soul has spent many years, and his joy and anger have long been invisible. Zhou Xingdou showed a gentle smile, looked at Lin Fan and asked. I was distracted for a moment. I wonder why junior brother came to see senior brother. Only then did Lin Fan remember the important thing he came here for, and immediately said hurriedly. Eldest brother, my mother was infected with cold poison when she was out recently, and her life is in danger. I joined Joshwan Peak not long ago and cannot leave the sect. I am only familiar with the eldest brother in the peak. I also ask my senior brother to help treat my mother. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that this was indeed the case in his previous life, so he agreed without hesitation.
But Lin Fan didn't say it completely.
His mother was not poisoned by ordinary cold poison, but by the evil cold poison. In the end, Zhou Xingdou sent a king-grade elixir, which cured Lin Fan's mother. However, Zhou Xingdou did not intend to refuse this time, not because he wanted to please Lin Fan, but because the mother of this destined son was also a rare beauty. Zhou Xingdou pretended to be surprised, patted his chest casually and said,
Is this happening?
Junior brother, don't worry, I will leave this matter to my senior brother and your mother will never be harmed at all. Seeing Zhou Xingdou patting his chest and agreeing, Lin Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but still reminded.
Thank you very much, senior brother. However, my mother's condition is critical.
Senior brother, please send someone there now.
In his previous life, Zhou Xingdou did not go there in person, but asked his subordinates to go there.
After all, the cold poison was not worth it. But this time Zhou Xingdou did not plan to send anyone, but went there himself. Junior brother, don't worry.
I will go there in person now.
I will be fine. Good, take care of me. Zhou Xingdou deliberately pronounced the word take good care more seriously, but Lin Fan didn't feel anything unusual. Instead, he said with a moved expression, Then I'll leave it to you, senior brother's kindness will never be forgotten. But before Lin Fan could finish speaking, Zhou Xingdou interrupted him impatiently and said in a hurry,
No need to say more, senior brother is going.
Then Zhou Xingdou took up the escaping light and shot straight into the sky, disappearing within a few breaths. The moved look on Lin Fan's face disappeared in an instant and turned gloomy. His originally determined eyes were filled with jealousy.
He looked at the direction where Zhou Xingdou disappeared and said bitterly, Why are you pretending to be a good person? You are just a second-generation ancestor who relies on family background. Sooner or later, I will take away everything you have and let you be trampled under my feet like a dog.
Lin Fan's family and Xian Heavenly Dao sector both located in Tianxian Holy State, in Lingyin City, a small city in the east of Tianxian Saint State. Although they are in the same state, the land in this world is not as small as Zhou Xingdou's previous life.
This Tianxian Xingzhou alone may exceed the total land of Blue Star in his previous life.
Even with Zhou Xingdou's light escape speed, it took him a cup of tea to reach Lingyin City. Zhou Xingdou was also familiar with Lin Fan's family. After all, he had traveled a lot to Lin Fan's family in his previous life in order to befriend Lin Fan. Lin Fan's family was not extremely poor and had a large house. However, Lin Fan's father died young and he had no other relatives. Apart from Lin Fan and her son, there were only a few maids and housekeepers left in the Lin family's residence. Zhou Xingdou didn't show any politeness, and with a flash of light, he fell directly into the Lin family's house. Who dares to break into the Lin family without permission? How could such a big movement not alarm the people in the house? An old man suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, looking at Zhou Xingdou eagerly. "Butler Jin, I am the chief of Jiuxian Peak of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. I am here to save my mother at the request of junior brother Lin Fan." Zhou Xingdou slightly raised his eyes to look at the old man, and the old man suddenly felt a burst of pressure. After listening to Zhou Xingdou's words, his legs and feet suddenly softened and he knelt on the ground with a plop, and dense sweat condensed on his forehead. The little boy is reckless. I didn't know it was Lord Xian Heavenly Dao sect who came here. Please forgive me. Zhou Xingdou is not surprised. The name of Xian Heavenly Dao sect is not only the Tianqian holy state where it is located, but also the entire absolute beginning Dao domain. Otherwise, Zhou Xingdou would not be allowed to become his disciple. Looking at the fear on Butler Jin's face, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but think of his previous life, when he was very cautious when he first came to the Lin family. After all, they are all members of the Destiny Son's family. Even they are respectful to Butler Jin and give him a lot of gifts. However, Zhou Xingdou didn't want to take out his anger on a butler. After casually looking at Butler Jin, he just said lightly, "He who does not know is not guilty. Get up." At this moment, a weak cough sounded, and then a gentle and soft female voice said, "Cough cough, is it Chief Zhou Xingdou?" Zhou Xingdou looked in the direction of the sound and saw a stunning woman being helped out of the room by several pretty maids. This woman has a pair of slender red phoenix eyes, which seem to be a little happy, and her eyebrows are slightly raised. An oval face is slightly pale, with a small strand of black hair hanging down beside the cheek, revealing the charm of a good wife and mother. She was wearing pure white loose clothes, but even so she could faintly see that her figure was extremely plump. The most noticeable thing is the baby canteen on the chest, which makes even the loose clothes a little tight. His whole body exudes the charm of a ripe fruit. Even though it was not the first time he saw this girl, Zhou Xingdou swallowed and moved his index finger under his sleeve. This also made him curse secretly in his heart. Lin Fan is such a beast, he was treated so well when he was a child. But at this moment, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding found a lucky woman, Yun Jingi. Name, Yun Jingi. Chi number 6000. Favorable, unfamiliar. Realm, the middle stage of life. Innate luck, Tianfeng bloodline, 5 stars, good wife and prosperous husband, 5 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, cold tribulation nirvana, 3 stars. System reminder, this woman has a lot of luck to protect her. The host needs to clear her luck before she can be killed. After killing her, she will receive massive rewards from the system. Tianfeng bloodline, 5 stars bearing the ancient Tianfeng bloodline, nirvana, resurrection from the dead. Good wife and prosperous husband, 5 stars. The person who is combined with her will have a significant increase in chi and a source of blessing, and there will also be unexpected benefits. Cold tribulation nirvana, 3 star. The body is exposed to hundreds of evil cold poisons. After surviving it, Tianfeng bloodline will be initially awakened. Looking at the 2 5-star innate luck entries, Zhou Xingdou was quietly stunned. He also knew clearly that the mother of the destined son was definitely an ordinary person, but even if he was reborn, he never thought that Yun Jingi's luck would be so strong. The chi number is actually as high as 6000. There are 4 realms of the human body, 4 realms of universal truth, and 5 realms of divine treasure. The 4 physical realms are divided into nourishing blood, forging bones, refining muscles, and unblocking meridians. The 4 realms of universal truth are divided into enlightenment, condensing consciousness, Daohai, and Mingguan. The 5 realms of divine treasure are divided into perfected being, mighty, prince, true God, and divine king. Further up is the holy realm. The 4 realms of the physical body are already the pinnacle of ordinary monks, and the 4 realms of universal truth are already the guests of some small and medium-sized forces.
The 5 realms of divine treasure are the backbone even among big forces.
Zhou Xingdou has excellent talent, top-notch skills, and countless resources to help him. At this time, he has only reached the perfected being realm of the 5th realm of divine treasure. In his last life, he was still confused that Yun Jingi was only a one-term independent cultivator and lived in a small town with no family or sect, but he had a destiny-related cultivation level. You have to know that in a small city like Lingyin City, the city owner can only reach such a state of enlightenment and concentration even if he dies. Now looking at the words Tianfeng bloodline, Zhou Xingdou finally understood. With the bloodline of the ancient heavenly phoenix, even if you have never awakened, your cultivation level will gradually increase even if you never practice. Really? How could the relatives of the Son of Destiny be ordinary mortals? But what shocked him even more was Yun Jingi's second innate luck. A good wife and a prosperous husband. The same bloodline as Tianfeng, the entry is up to 5 stars. You must know that even Lin Fan's entry for Son of Destiny is only 6 stars, and he can understand that Tianfeng's bloodline reaches 5 stars. But just being a prosperous person can be evaluated as a 5-star luck by the system, and its effect is absolutely beyond imagination. As for the cold calamity Nirvana, Zhou Xingdou also had some expectations. In the previous life, Yun Jingi did make rapid progress after getting rid of all the evil cold poisons, but he didn't think much about it at the beginning. After looking at the words good wife and prosperous husband again, Zhou Xingdou returned his attention to Yun Jingi, and an extremely bold idea was brewing in his heart. Yun Jingi looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was staring at her body in a daze, feeling a little shy instinctively. She hadn't seen such a handsome man for a long time, and her cheeks couldn't help but feel a little hot with embarrassment. However, her face was pale due to the cold poison, which didn't look obvious. However, Yun Jingi was a little embarrassed to be stared at by a man about the same age as her son in public. She suppressed her shyness and coughed twice to remind her.
Cough cough, Master Zhou?
Only then did Zhou Xingdou react. Naturally, he knew that it was really not good for him to keep staring at other people's bodies.
He quickly lowered his gaze and lied. Miss Yun misunderstood.
Zhou didn't mean to offend. He was just observing the cold poison in the girl's body.
Young Master Zhou is too polite. I am already quite old and a mother. How can I bear to be called a girl?
When Yun Jingi heard Zhou Xingdou's words, she suddenly beamed with joy. Being called a girl was indeed a bit inappropriate for a woman like her, but she was equally happy. Of course, this also depends on the person's words.
If it is an ugly man of status, this statement will definitely be considered offensive.
But with Zhou Xingdou Fengxian's handsome appearance and his status as the chief disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, that was a compliment. At this time, Butler Jean, who was kneeling on the ground, felt that something was not right in the atmosphere. He immediately broke it and asked respectfully,
Master Zhou, do you have any idea about my mistress's cold poison?
Zhou Xingdou glanced at Butler Jean lightly, then suppressed his smile and said seriously. According to Zhou's observation, Miss Yun's body is not an ordinary cold poison, but the so-called tarsal maggot, an indelible cold poison of all evils. When he heard the words Baixie cold poison, Butler Jin's expression suddenly changed. For a moment, his tone was irreverent, and he said in shock.
How is it possible? Is Mr. Zhou wrong?
Even though Yun Jingi's beautiful eyes had some joy just now, they suddenly became much darker now. Baixie cold poison has a great reputation because this cold poison is extremely difficult to control.
Once it invades the body, it will penetrate deep into the bone marrow and continue to multiply.
As long as there is still a little bit left, it will grow back to its original state in a short period of time. The initial stage of the poison is no different from that of ordinary cold poison. Even the harm is much smaller, but once it breaks out, even if the Divine King takes action, the poisoned person cannot be saved.
Zhou Xingdou shook his head and affirmed. Zhou will not be mistaken.
Miss Yun's body is indeed filled with evil and cold poison. Speaking of this week, Xingdou paused and continued.
And with the current trend, the evil cold poison will break out in less than a day.
As soon as these words came out, Yun Jingi's pretty face suddenly turned ugly. In fact, she had already guessed that the cold poison might be unusual. After all, as a monk of the Ming Palace, I had tried many methods to treat him, but they all had no effect, but I didn't expect that the cold poison would be so serious. She did not doubt Zhou Xingdou's words. After all, Zhou Xingdou was the chief disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and he was also her son's senior brother. He could neither commit nor deceive herself.
Yun Jingi's reaction was pretty good.
The maids who were supporting her burst out crying, and Butler Jin's legs went limp and she knelt on the ground. After all, Yun Jingi was not an ordinary person, so she would not be easily intimidated. After comforting the maid next to her, she looked at Zhou Xingdou and asked,
"I wonder if Mr. Zhou can cure him?"
Butler Jin also reacted immediately, and immediately bowed to Zhou Xingdou, crying and shaking his head. "I beg Master Zhou, for the sake of the young master being from the same family, please save my mistress." Zhou Xingdou has also been observing Yun Jingi's expression, and he also understands that as a daughter of great luck, the mother of destiny is not so easily intimidated. But the emotional exaggeration at this time is enough. Women who face fear are the easiest to rely on others, let alone such a life and death crisis? Don't worry, since Zhou agreed to this matter, he will naturally not ignore it. Yun Jingi looked at Zhou Xingdou with a look of emotion, and Butler Jin and the maids also looked happy. But no one noticed that a malicious smile flashed across Zhou Xingdou's eyes. Zhou does have a way to get rid of these evil cold poisons, but it requires a quiet room where no one will disturb him, and this matter involves Zhou's secret.
No one else can be around except Zhou and Miss Yun.
Yun Jingi didn't feel anything unusual, and according to Zhou Xingdou's words, the evil cold poison would break out in less than a day, so she didn't care about anything else and just swallowed it.
It should be like this.
There is a formation protecting my bedroom.
I wanted to be quiet enough, so I bothered Mr. Zhou.
After saying that, Yun Jingi straightened her weak body and bowed to Zhou Xingdou to express her gratitude. It's a pity that her clothes, which were already a little bit tight, were tightened due to her bowing movements, revealing her extremely beautiful posture. This scene immediately made Zhou Xingdou swallow a big mouthful of saliva silently, and even said a little anxiously, "There's no telling when the evil cold poison will break out, and it needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. Without further ado, let's go to Miss Yun's bedroom now." Yun Jingi also nodded in agreement, and then Zhou Xingdou was taken into Yun Jingi's bedroom. As soon as he entered the house, Zhou Xingdou smelled a fresh fragrance and immediately looked at the bedroom.
This is a very ordinary room, without exquisite furnishings or extravagance. But it makes people feel extremely warm.
Every place is clean and the furniture and items are placed very neatly.
Yun Jingi's current body could not stand for a long time. After several maids helped her sit on the bed, she followed Zhou Xingdou's words and exited the room. But Butler Jin looked hesitant and refused to go out, as if he was hesitant to speak. Zhou Xingdou moved and turned his back to Yun Jingi, his body just blocking Butler Jin. There was a chill in his eyes, and he said with a hint of cold indifference in his tone, "Butler Jin, is there anything else?" Butler Jin, who originally looked hesitant to speak, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt a chill on his neck like a light in his throat. For a moment, his heart was filled with fear, and he hurriedly said, it's okay, little one, just go out now and don't disturb the adults' treatment." It's not that Zhou Xingdou likes to bully the weak, it's just that Butler Jin doesn't know how to praise him. Now that he is about to achieve great things, he can't have any accidents. I have already entered the first of the 5 realms of divine treasure, perfected being realm. To intimidate a housekeeper in the 4 physical realms can make him feel fear from the life level even if he doesn't show any aura. After Butler Jin finished speaking, he ran out of the bedroom without any hesitation, without looking back, and even carefully closed the door before leaving. But at this moment, Yun Jingi's weak but slightly lazy and charming voice came from behind. "Why do you need to scare him? He is timid to begin with. If he is scared to death, I will not be able to find such a loyal butler." Zhou Xingdou was not upset when he was seen through, he just raised his eyebrows and looked back at Yun Jingi, who was sitting on the bed. She was seen twirling the strand of black hair hanging next to her stunning face with one hand, leaning forward while holding the head of the bed with one hand, and looking at Zhou Xingdou with interest with her beautiful eyes. Zhou Xingdou smiled, looked at Yun Jingi with his hands behind his hands, and said, "You are a very loyal butler."
You are not even afraid of people from Xian Heavenly Dao sect.
You still need me to specifically intimidate you.
It's really not Zhou Xingdou's praise. Both the housekeeper Jean and the maids in this house are a little in awe of Zhou Xingdou's identity, but they are not very afraid, and even want to disobey Zhou Xingdou's words. If they were other people from Tianxian Holy State, even the masters of small and medium-sized forces would treat the disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect like their ancestors. Even if my own family members are also practicing Heavenly Dao sect, no one would dare to be so bold. There was a slight smile on Yun Jingi's pale face, but then she didn't know if the cold poison had intensified the attack. She coughed a few more times and said, "But I'm still a little stupid, otherwise it wouldn't be so obvious."
Zhou Xingdou walked slowly towards Yun Jingi and said with some profound meaning, "It seems like Miss Yun is a smart person."
Yun Jingi was still twirling the strand of black hair, but a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful eyes and said,
"You are my senior brother. According to your seniority, you should call me Aunt Shang Yun."
Even now, Zhou Xingdou had to admit that he had underestimated the mother of this destined son, Yun Jingi, the daughter of great fortune. In my previous life, I avoided suspicion and had no in-depth contact with Lin Fan's mother.
I only found her to be really attractive.
But come to think of it, an independent cultivator at such an age and in a critical state, who has been struggling in the monk world for so many years, how could such a person be such an innocent and ignorant woman?
The last two words, big-breasted and brainless, don't apply to her. However, these evil cold poisons are not fake.
Yun Jingi really has no way to get rid of them now.
She can only rely on herself now. Then Aunt Yun, do you still want me to help you get rid of the cold poison?
Otherwise, if it suddenly broke out and a beauty like Aunt Yun died, Zhou would really be reluctant to let her go.
Unexpectedly, Yun Jingi didn't answer, and said to himself, "Do you know how difficult it is for an independent cultivator to raise a child and give him the strength to worship the top power Xian Heavenly Dao sect?"
Zhou Xingdou did not say anything, but he also knew how difficult this matter was, even if Lin Fan only worshipped the outer gate of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. But even being an outer disciple is something that is beyond the reach of countless people in the entire absolute beginning domain, not to mention that Lin Fan's current qualifications are not amazing.
"I know you have done a lot for Fanner.
By sending him to the outer gate of Xian Heavenly Dao sect based on his qualifications, I have exhausted my late husband's inheritance and the resources I have accumulated over the years." Yun Jingi said it very plainly, but I am afraid that only she herself knows the hardships involved.
"Besides, Jiziamo Roomo, I still know Fanner's talent. It was you who forced him into the ranks of true disciples, right?" Zhou Xingdou didn't refute, and nodded lightly.
If he hadn't taken action, it would have been 3 years at worst for Lin Fan to be promoted to true successor. Seeing Zhou Xingdou nodding, Yun Jingi showed a smile on her face and stood up despite her cold body.
Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly.
To be honest, he found that he really couldn't see through the woman in front of him, but when he saw her standing up, he subconsciously wanted to help her. Unexpectedly, Yun Jingi raised the corner of her mouth and threw her plump body directly into Zhou Xingdou's arms. The nephrite jade in his arms made Zhou Xingdou's mind wander for a moment, and the unique fragrance of Yun Jingi entered his nose, making him salivate and unable to swallow. Yun Jingi was a little nervous for a while, and her breathing was a little fast. Leaning on Zhou Xingdou's hot chest, she actually felt that the cold poison in her body was relieved a lot. Then he gently opened his red lips and touched Zhou Xingdou's angular face with his jade hand, and whispered softly. The older a woman gets, the more she wants to find someone to rely on. "If you are good to Fanner, I will be good to you." The young master of the Zhou family of the Immortal family, the first disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect sword head Luoxia Sword Immortal, it is Aunt Yun who has favored you. After saying that, Yun Jingi raised her head, and her soft jade lips blocked the lips and teeth of Zhou Xingdou, who was still a little dazed. Zhou Xingdou also instantly understood at this moment that he no longer needed to say anything else, he just had to follow his heart. Boom! But at this moment, there were dark clouds and strong winds outside the house, heavy rain poured down in an instant, and thunder continued to rumble.
It seems that God is angry.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for accurately attacking the hometown of Lin Fan, the son of destiny. Ding! Deprive Lin Fan, the son of destiny, of 3,000 chi.
Ding! Deprive Yun Jingi of 1,000 chi.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, manhwa Slave Seal Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 4000. Ding! The host is deprived of chi for the first time and gets a system newbie gift package, Supreme Foundation, Holy Realm War Slave 1. Zhou Xingdou had just come back to his senses from the gentle land, when a series of system prompts resounded throughout his mind, making his head hurt. But when he heard these sounds clearly, he was so happy that he almost couldn't restrain his joy and laughed. But this is not the time for him to investigate and gain. There is a stunning beauty who has just become his woman right in front of him. Yun Jingi hugged Zhou Xingdou tightly at this moment, and her originally pale face had turned rosy. The weakness of the body has disappeared, leaving only a little sweat caused by overwork.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for detoxifying me.
Yun Jingi has beautiful eyes and affectionate eyes, and her voice is as soft as water. If you observe carefully, you can find that her skin has become more moist and smooth. The slight sadness between his eyebrows was now filled with happiness, and his whole person seemed to be glowing with a second spring. Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth and teased Yun Jingi with a smile.
Still called Mr. Zhou?
Yun Jingi's eyes were lowered, and 2 red clouds rose on her face. She still looked like a smart woman just now, and she shouted shyly like a little woman.
Lang Jun.
At the same time, Lin Fan, who was far away in Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, felt uneasy for a while, and suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of Lingyin City.
Why do you have a bad feeling?
At this moment, his body suddenly trembled, and he felt as if something was being taken away. However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing, which immediately made him extremely distressed. Zhou Xingdou has already placed Yun Jingi in place at this time, and has just eliminated all evil and cold poisons. Yun Jingi's body cannot be intact instantly and needs to be nursed back to health slowly. However, Yun Jingi, who was already overworked and had recovered from her cold poison and heart ailment, soon fell asleep, leaving Zhou Xingdou free to explore the harvest. With this thought, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Zhou Xingdou took a closer look and found that it was his own panel.
Host, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, 9 Heaven's Holy Body. Realm, Peak of Perfected Being Realm. Luck value, 4000. Person of Luck, Lin Fan, Yun Jingi. System Warehouse, Supreme Dao Foundation, to be extracted, Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Power, to be extracted, 10,000 Transformation Slave Seal, to be extracted, Holy Realm War Slave 1, to be extracted. Looking at his system panel, doubts arose in Zhou Xingdou's heart. His panel is completely different from Lin Fan's and Yun Jingi's panels.
It does not have a chi column, nor does it have entries for innate chi luck and acquired luck.
On the contrary, there are 2 completely different columns, talent and luck. And there are 2 translucent black characters after his name, odd number.
After Zhou Xingdou focused his attention on the word odd number, he immediately understood why. Odds, destiny is nothing, jumping out of the world, not within the 6 paths, having no luck, being separated from the long river of destiny, not being controlled by any heavenly way, not being manipulated by fate, no one can deduce its cause and effect, and there is no future, or it can be said to have infinite species.
Possible. After Zhou Xingdou understood the meaning of odd numbers, he also understood why. There is no luck in odd numbers, so naturally there is no luck entry. But yes, if you want to go against the Son of Destiny, you can't be affected by luck, otherwise you will be different from the usual villains, and you will eventually be led to death. Thinking that this week Xingdou would no longer worry about these things and focus on the system warehouse. Supreme Dao Foundation completes the foundation of the 4 realms of the host body and the 4 realms of universal truth, and deduce the 8 basic realms of nourishing blood, forging bones, refining muscles, unblocking meridians, opening one's orifices, condensing consciousness, sea of spirit, and the key to life to the limitless level. To the extreme. During extraction, abnormal phenomena will occur. Please ensure safety before extraction. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power. It is a technique that cannot be described in the creation of existence. It advocates that the human body is composed of countless particles of ultimate sumeru. If these countless particles of ultimate sumeru are cultivated into the power of a divine elephant, it can break the sky with a raised fist and turn back a palm. destroying the domain is a no-brainer. Even if it is placed in the entire heaven, it is the top skill. During extraction, abnormal phenomena will occur. Please ensure safety before extraction. The Universal Slave Mark Method. It is a slave mark that cannot be described in the creation of existence. It is different from ordinary slave marks. Once it is planted and goes straight into the true spirit, no matter how high or low the cultivation level is, it cannot be penetrated. Even if the soul is recast or the body is rebuilt, it cannot be escaped. And will subtly change the consciousness of the person being planted, becoming the host's most loyal slave dog. Not valid for people with great luck. Holy Realm War Slave. In the long river of destiny in all the worlds, randomly grab a person as the host war slave, and the initial realm of the war slave is limited to the Holy Realm. War slaves are absolutely loyal to their host by default. After seeing these 4 rewards for himself, even Zhou Xingdou, who was used to being rich and wealthy, took a breath of cold air. These 4 rewards can be said to be something that can be met but not sought. The Supreme Tao Foundation obtained in the novice gift package can directly make up for one's shortcomings in the 4 realms of the physical body and the 4 realms of universal truth. The Holy Realm War Slave even directly gave himself an absolutely loyal and super powerful bodyguard. Needless to say, the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power goes without saying. Even if the system didn't introduce it to him, who was a blue star person in his previous life, how could he not know the horror of this technique? However, the 10,000 transformation slave seal method is indeed less interesting than the previous 3. Although it cannot be planted on people with great luck, it is not weak. After all, ordinary slave seals can only restrict people's behavior and are easily discovered by great monks. The manhwa slave seal not only affects people's consciousness, but is also invisible to others and cannot be removed. It is also a rare technique. Both the Supreme Tao Foundation and the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power would cause strange phenomena. Although he was itching to watch the 2, he was not in the sect now, so it was not safe to extract them, so he had to give up. However, there seems to be no movement in the manhwa slave seal technique, so you can extract it and try it now. Thinking of this week, Xingdou silently muttered in his heart. System, extract the 10,000 transformation slave seal method. As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, the words manhwa slave seal method disappeared from the system panel. In an instant, a mysterious and ancient divine pattern appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind. At this moment, he seemed to have practiced the technique countless times, and the method of using the manhwa slave seal technique was engraved in his memory. He gently raised his hand, a light flashed in his palm, and an extremely exquisite rune floated in his palm. Weak. I have to say that this is an extremely smart and sensible woman, and she is absolutely stunning in both figure and appearance. But unfortunately, he and Lin Fan had no room for maneuver. All the evil and cold poisons in Yun Jingi's body were suppressed by Zhou Xingdou's Jiang Jigang holy body of the 9 heavens, and were directly reduced to nothing, but Zhou Xingdou was spared a king-grade elixir. Zhou Xingdou also clicked on Yun Jingi's panel again. Name, Yun Jingi. Chi number 5000. Favor, rely on. Realm, the middle stage of life. Innate luck, Tianfeng bloodline, 5 stars, good wife and prosperous husband, 5 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, Tianfeng nirvana, 4 stars. System reminder, this woman has a lot of luck to protect her. The host needs to clear her luck before she can be killed. After killing her, she will receive massive rewards from the system. Tianfeng Nirvana, for stars. The bloodline of Tianfeng is initially awakened, and the speed of practice increases dramatically. Seeing his favorability change from stranger to dependence, Zhou Xingdou was also a little weird. After all, this woman was so smart that he couldn't see through it, but he didn't think it would be so easy to rely on him. However, at this moment, he was still more concerned about the fate of a good wife and prosperous husband, so he asked the system in his heart. System, I am an anomaly and have no luck. Can the prosperous effect of the brocade cloud still work on me? The system's answer is simple. Odd numbers do not affect the source of happiness. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Zhou Xingdou looked at the piece of luck. Now that the cold poison has been eliminated, Yun Jingi's Tianfeng bloodline has begun to awaken. He remembered that in his previous life,
after the cold poison of Yun Jingi was eliminated, he directly entered the perfected being realm from the middle stage of the Life Palace within 1 month. At that time, he only thought it was due to the King Great Elixir. From now on, his attention was all on Lin Fan, and he didn't pay much attention to Yun Jingi's promotion speed. Yun Jingi also rarely showed up after Lin Fan's rise, so that he ignored her. Now it seems that awakening Yun Jingi, the bloodline of Tian Feng, will definitely be a big help to Lin Fan in the later stage. But it's a pity that this helper will belong to him in this life. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou walked out of the bedroom and found that the originally clear sky had turned into a starry sky with a full moon hanging high. But Butler Jean was still standing at the door. When he saw Zhou Xingdou walking out of Yun Jingi's bedroom, he immediately stepped forward nervously and asked, "Master Zhou, I wonder what happened to Mistress Cold Poison?" Yun Jingi's bedroom was covered with an isolation formation. Even if Butler Jean stood in front of the door, he could not hear the slightest sound. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Butler Jean lightly and said slowly, "Aunt Yun's cold poison has been eliminated, but her body is still a little tired and she has fallen asleep." Butler Jean also looked relieved, but he still wanted to go into the house to see Yun Jingi's condition, but Zhou Xingdou closed the door and stopped Butler Jean. He doesn't want people to see the mess in the house, and Yun Jingi is now considered his woman. He doesn't like other men to see his woman sleeping. "Steward Jean, I have something I want to talk to you about alone. Could you please take a moment to talk?" Zhou Xingdou's move immediately made Butler Jean look a little suspicious, but he was still a little afraid of Zhou Xingdou. And although he suspected that Zhou Xingdou had done nothing good, he also knew that as Lin Fan's senior brother, Zhou Xingdou could not kill Yun Jingi. But he didn't know that Zhou Xingdou had also lost the last bit of his patience? Zhou Xingdou looked at Butler Jean with a smile on his face, but there was an endless chill hidden in that smile. His palm suddenly reached out silently in a ghostly manner, and his slender fingers instantly grasped Butler Jean's throat. By the time Butler Jean felt the huge force coming from his throat, Zhou Xingdou had already taken him to a remote forest where Lingyin City was located. After making sure that there was no one around, Zhou Xingdou lifted up Butler Jean and slammed it on the ground. With a thud, a big hole was made in the ground, causing flying dust to fill the sky. Suddenly, a scream like a slaughtering pig resounded through the sky. When the flying dust dispersed, only Butler Jin's limbs were twisted in an extremely twisted shape, and his body was filled with blood. Fortunately, Zhou Xingdou didn't want to kill Butler Jean, otherwise just one hit would have smashed Butler Jean into a bloody mist. Zhou Xingdou's black and white eyes exuded a cold aura like an abyss. "You are an ant-like thing, do you really think that I dare not kill you?" He does not like bullying, but that doesn't mean he won't. Butler Jean couldn't believe it. Even though his young master was his junior brother, he didn't go too far. How could Zhou Xingdou treat himself like this? This also reminded him somewhat of the situation of his mistress Yun Jingi, and he suddenly became extremely desperate. He shouted desperately while gushing blood. "The young master is unkind to others and leads the wolf into the house. So loyal." Zhou Xingdou sneered, came to Butler Jean, and stepped on his twisted leg. Boom! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and Butler Jean let out a loud wail again. By the time Zhou Xingdou raised his foot, the place where he had stepped had been crushed into a pie by the huge force. Yun Jingi, who was sleeping at the moment, probably could not have imagined that the man who was having fun with her just now would be torturing her loyal housekeeper in the next moment. Then Zhou Xingdou gently raised his palm, and a manhwa slave seal condensed in his palm. He looked at the miserable Butler Jean indifferently, his voice was full of majesty and unquestionable. "Relax your mind, accept the slave mark and I will spare your life." Before Butler Jean could refute, a feeling of imminent death filled his body. In an instant, the words he was about to refuse suddenly became, "I don't want to die, I am willing to accept the slave mark." After that, Zhou Xingdou struck the manhwa slave seal into Butler Jin's head with a flick of his finger, and then took out a few healing pills and threw them on his face. "Eat it and come back." Death is just 2 words, but it can scare everyone in the world. People who have not experienced it cannot understand it. Unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou experienced 2 deaths, and these 2 deaths drove all his benevolence, justice and morality into endless nothingness. He didn't want to experience the feeling of death for a 3rd time.
No one understood the horror of death better than him. Rather than suffering yourself, let others suffer.
Zhou Xingdou no longer cares about Butler Jean. The manhwa slave seal has been planted, and he can sense all the thoughts and ideas of Butler Jean. That fragile life was beating at his fingertips. With just one thought, he could make Butler Jean feel unparalleled torture or death. Zhou Xingdou did not choose to return to Lin's house, but came to an empty place, and then said to the system in his heart,
"System, extract the Holy Realm war slaves."
In an instant, a light curtain appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou's eyes. This light curtain seemed to be connected with all the heavens and all the worlds, with incredible and terrifying figures constantly changing on it. Many of them were well-known figures in their previous lives, and there were also many characters that Zhou Xingdou was extremely familiar with. But at this moment, they were all appearing and disappearing on this screen of light. The figure on the light screen also slowly slowed down, and finally settled on a figure.
Seeing the figure on the light screen, Zhou Xingdou's eyes showed surprise. "How did you find him randomly? The realms of this world are extremely complex. The 4 realms of the physical body and the 4 realms of universal truth can only be regarded as laying the foundation for the path of spiritual practice. The real qualitative change occurs in the 5 realms of divine treasure. The difficulty of breaking through the perfected being realm is equivalent to the sum of the previous 8 realms. Not to mention the difficulty of the subsequent 4 realms of might, prince, true god, and divine king, which are as difficult as crossing a natural chasm and as difficult as ascending to the sky. The Holy Realm is an existence that transcends all these. The origin of life has changed qualitatively, and it can no longer even be said to be a simple human being. Even if there are 10,000 divine kings, in the eyes of the Holy Realm, they are just like chickens and tile dogs, and can be destroyed with just a flick of the hand. At this moment, the figure on the light screen had a greater impact on Zhou Xingdou than the Holy Realm itself. The light curtain also disappeared in an instant, and the figure on the light curtain had already appeared in front of Lin Mu. A monk with a heroic appearance, he has a very strong figure, a pair of sharp sword eyebrows with a meat bead in the middle, his cassock is half off, and there is a mysterious and majestic dragon tattooed on his right shoulder. The monk's whole body exudes a powerful aura that makes people unable to look directly at him. He is clearly holding a Buddhist ritual, but he looks murderous. Zhou Xingdou was even afraid that he would yell if he said something inappropriate. "I can tell at a glance that you are not human Dawei Tianlong. War slave, Fahai. Realm, early stage of sainthood. True body, 8 heavenly dragons Mahilaka."
That's right, the Holy Realm battle slave he randomly arrived at was the murderous Fahai from the Green Snake in his previous life.
But fortunately, it's Fahai.
After all, he is a Buddhist god, the reincarnation of the great Python god, one of the 8 classes of Tianlong. The Holy Realm is by no means his end. If it were Fahai in the legend of White Snake, even if he was forcibly promoted to the Saint Realm by the system, he might not be able to advance even an inch in the future, and his combat power would probably be stretched to the extreme. Fahai suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed through his eyes. He looked at Zhou Xingdou, lowered his head and bowed with his hands together, and uttered a few powerful words in his mouth. "Master, please give the poor monk your instructions." Zhou Xingdou looked at Fahai, who was full of murderous intentions and covered in tendons, and always felt that something was wrong with his words. But there is also a feeling of meeting an old friend in a foreign country, and it is rare to smile sincerely.
"But I didn't expect that it was the Archmage. I will ask the Archmage to protect me in the future." Fahai looked up at Zhou Xingdou, his eyes full of admiration and reverence.
Being able to protect the master's way is a blessing that Fahai will never be able to cultivate in 10 lifetimes. The war slave was absolutely loyal, and Zhou Xingdou was not worried about Fahai's betrayal. Even if he was a saint, he did not need to please him, so he ordered.
"From now on, you will hide around me.
You will only show up if you encounter the threat of life or death or if I take the initiative to call you."
Fahai nodded, put his hands together and said respectfully, "I will obey my master's decree." After saying that, Fahai's body turned into nothingness in an instant and disappeared into the void.
The saint can use the power of heaven and earth to control space. A thought can move thousands of miles in an instant, and a thought can escape into the void and hide between heaven and earth without being noticed. Now that Fahai is protecting the way, the fear deep in Zhou Xingdou's heart since his rebirth has gradually dissipated, which made him take 2 long breaths involuntarily.
But now is not the time to relax completely.
After all, before Lin Fan is eliminated, Zhou Xingdou may not even want to have peace in his heart. Thinking of Xingdou returning to Lin Zhai again this week, with his speed, the distance inside and outside the city is not much worse than the distance between one step. When he returned to Lin's house again, he appeared in front of a maid. This maid is not that old, with a slender figure and beautiful appearance. Although she is far from the stunning beauty of Yun Jingi, she is still somewhat pretty overall. This maid did not appear next to Yun Jingi today, but Zhou Xingdou never ignored her. Because this was the personal maid of his good junior brother Lin Fan, how could he forget this person? When the maid saw a large living person suddenly appearing in front of the empty place, she was frightened and took a few steps back. Zhou Xingdou looked at that familiar and beautiful face, his eyes were slightly focused, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised.
You must be Qiuyu.
Qiuyu recovered from the fright, looked at the handsome man in front of her, and asked tentatively,
Are you the young master who invited my mistress to treat her illness?
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, curious about Qiuyu's immediate guess of his identity.
Oh. I remember you haven't seen me yet.
After confirming Zhou Xingdou's identity, Qiuyu quickly lowered her body and replied respectfully. They all said that a peerless handsome man came to the house today. They said that the young master invited his mistress to treat the cold poison. The more Qiuyu spoke, the redder her face became, her voice became softer and softer, and she buried her head shyly. However, Zhou Xingdou felt a little disappointed at this moment. The system had not made any sound for a long time, which proved that Qiuyu was not a lucky person.
This Qiuyu will not be easy in the future.
As Lin Fan's personal maid, Lin Fan has a lot of affection for her. If I remember correctly, not long after Yun Jingi got rid of the cold poison in the previous life, Lin Fan brought this personal maid into the Xian Heavenly Dao sect to serve her. He has been serving Lin Fan for 20 years. Qiuyu helps take care of many of Lin Fan's things and is extremely trusted by Lin Fan. And with the support of Lin Fan, her cultivation reached the Divine King realm before her death in the previous life, which was only one step away from the Holy Realm. I was very familiar with her in my previous life, but she was not like now, her eyes were full of innocence and romance. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou is not a lucky person, so Zhou Xingdou's interest in her has dropped sharply. It's true that the people around the Son of Destiny are not necessarily lucky, or they may be influenced by the Son of Destiny. Of course, even if Qiuyu is not a lucky person, Zhou Xingdou has no intention of letting Qiuyu go. After all, the future is also Lin Fan's personal person. If used properly, it may be of great use. Looking at Qiuyu, who bowed his head shyly, secretly peeking at him, Zhou Xingdou condensed a manhwa slave seal in his hand. Qiuyu is not even a monk now, and cannot even nourish blood. As for universal truth, with Zhou Xingdou's strength, he doesn't need to let him take the initiative to relax like Butler Jean. For Qiuyu, he can directly break through his mind with his spiritual consciousness and plant the slave seal of all transformations. It's just that this process will be extremely painful, no less than suffering extreme torture. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou today doesn't show mercy to women. When Qiuyu lowered his head shyly, he held the manhwa slave seal in his hand and slapped Qiuyu on the forehead. Qiuyu never expected that the handsome man in front of her would suddenly attack a lowly maid like herself. She didn't even realize how she came to her senses when the intense pain in her head hit her. And just when she wanted to scream, 5 slender fingers locked her throat like iron pliers, directly suppressing her voice to the point where she could no longer breathe. She struggled desperately, and her slender calves kept kicking at this moment, leaving scratches on the ground. Her body was constantly twitching due to the severe pain and suffocation coming from her head, and foam even overflowed from Cherry's mouth. Unfortunately, all this is in vain. Zhou Xingdou's face was indifferent, and his whole body was shaken. The slave seal tore through Qiuyu's defense in an instant, and was firmly rooted in her soul. Seeing that the slave mark was successfully planted, Zhou Xingdou also released Qiuyu's throat and let it go. Feeling the relief in her throat, Qiuyu, who was about to suffocate to death, lay on the ground like a dog, breathing in the fresh air quickly and greedily. After taking a few big gulps of air, Qiuyu looked at Zhou Xingdou tremblingly, her eyes full of fear and doubt.
Why? Zhou Xingdou felt the slave mark in Qiuyu's body and sneered twice. Have you ever seen a master explain to a slave why she is a slave?
After saying that, Zhou Xing stepped on Qiuyu's delicate back and pushed the prostrate Qiuyu to the ground. Her fair and beautiful face hit the ground hard and was covered with dust. The pain made Qiuyu instinctively want to cry out, but the slave mark in her mind was like a shackle, preventing her from making any sound.
Have to say.
Seeing that Qiuyu had now become his slave and was trampled under his feet like a dog, Zhou Xingdou felt a strange joy in his heart. In his last life, he had done a lot to please Qiuyu because of Lin Fan, but later Qiuyu dared to use Lin Fan's pretext to extort his resources. She is obviously just a maid, enjoying the glory of the Son of Destiny, calling her here and there. Thinking of these things, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel a bit of anger in his heart, but this anger was not only directed at Qiuyu, but also against himself. He just wanted to please the Son of Destiny, but he was submissive to the maids around him. Sometimes when he thought about it, he really wanted to kill himself who was so miserable in his last life. But in this life, he will get it back thousands of times. Yun Jingi and Qiuyu, this is just the beginning. Before dawn, Zhou Xingdou did the same thing again, leaving 7 maids and 3 servants in the Lin residence, all of whom were imprinted with slave marks. Together with butler Jean and Qiuyu, Lin Fan's home has become Zhou Xingdou's backyard overnight. However, Zhou Xingdou didn't take Qiuyu's body, now is not the time, and although he is indeed lustful, he doesn't eat everything. Unless Yun Jingi is that stunning, he still has plenty of patience. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou is sitting in the main hall of Lin Mansion.
Butler Jean has recovered after taking the healing elixir.
Now he and Qiuyu and other 8 maids are kneeling down neatly under the seat. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were as deep as the abyss, looking down at everyone. His words were extremely indifferent yet majestic. In the future, if there is any disturbance in Lin House, you must report it to Butler Jean in time, and then Butler Jean will report it to me. Everyone was imprinted with the slave mark by Zhou Xingdou, so naturally it was impossible for them to object, so they all respectfully said in unison,
"Follow your master's orders."
After saying this, Zhou Xingdou took out a piece of jade carved with runes from his sleeve and threw it to Butler Jean.
If there is any emergency or abnormality, you can use this sound transmission jade to contact me. Butler Jean quickly caught the jade stone, then cowed out again and said respectfully, "I will definitely live up to my master's trust."
Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, then stood up from his seat and said to everyone again,
"From now on, behave as normal in front of others. Do not call me your master.
You will still be Lin Zhai's loyal slaves." Speaking of this week, Xingdou changed the topic and his voice was so cold that it made people shudder.
"If anyone shows his flaws, I will make his life worse than death."
As soon as these words were spoken, all the kneeling slaves shuddered, with fear in their eyes. Whether it was Butler Jean or the maids such as Qiuyu, they all suffered tremendous pain before being planted with the slave mark, and they already felt the same thing about the words life is worse than death.
Each one of them quickly made a guarantee.
"Master, don't worry, we will never expose our lies. Master, please forgive us for our sin of disrespect."
After giving all the instructions, Zhou Xingdou asked everyone to retreat and perform their duties. After all, it was about to dawn.
If Yun Jingi suddenly woke up and did not see these people, he would inevitably become suspicious. But only Qiuyu was left alone by Zhou Xingdou. After all, the others would not be of much use in the future, but Qiuyu was indeed an extremely important chess piece. Qiuyu was obviously tortured a lot by Zhou Xingdou, even though she was given the slave mark. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou left her alone at this moment, Qiuyu could not help but tremble. Zhou Xingdou looked at Qiuyu with great interest. Although Qiuyu's face was not stunning, her figure was indeed good. It was round where it should be and thin where it should be. However, Qiuyu was left alone not because of her figure, but because of Lin Fan. In a few days, Lin Fan will bring you into the Xian Heavenly Dao sect to serve him. You should know how to do it. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou showed no signs of revolt, Qiuyu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, don't worry, I will find an opportunity to report all the young master's situation to you." Snapped. As soon as Qiuyu finished speaking, she felt a huge force hit her face, and then she fell directly to the ground. There was a fiery red slap mark on her delicate and fair face.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the pitiful Chiuyu who fell to the ground.
There was no mercy in his eyes, and his black and white eyes were as cold as knives.
Young master?
It seems that you are still Lin Fan's loyal maid. Chiuyu was dizzy from the slap, but she still quickly adjusted her posture and knelt in front of Zhou Xingdou. Her head was pounding and she burst into tears.
Chiuyu was clumsy for a moment.
Chiuyu is the most loyal slave dog of his master. He has no qualms about asking his master to spare Chiuyu. Zhou Xingdou squatted down, pinched Chiuyu's smooth chin with his slender fingers, looked at Chiuyu who was sobbing with tears in his eyes, and showed an evil smile like a devil. You have to remember that from now on you only belong to me, and no one can save you, not even your young master. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou let go of Chiuyu's chin, stood up and left the main hall with a chuckle, leaving Chiuyu alone in the hall sobbing.
In fact, Zhou Xingdou knew that Chiuyu was just speaking smoothly. The more he used the manhwa slave seal, the more terrifying he became aware of the manhwa slave seal. The one who is planted will never have a heart of betrayal, and there are no loopholes in the rules to exploit. From the moment she is planted, she will live forever. Even if her soul is reincarnated, she will still be Zhou Xingdou's slave. His treatment of Chiuyu in this way is nothing more than revenge for his dissatisfaction from the previous life. Although this behavior is shameless, it is very satisfying. After experiencing his first death, he became as timid as a mouse. He only wanted to be protected by others and find a backer to support him. After experiencing his second death, Zhou Xingdou understood that relying on others was essentially sacrificing one's own strength for the sake of weakness, and only one's own strength was the right way to go. But at the same time, it also made Zhou Xingdou's heart grow cold. All compassion and justice are meaningless.
As long as he can become stronger and get revenge, he can throw away all morality.
Early morning.
The rising sun is rising in the east, and a golden ray of sunlight shines through the window on the beauty's face. Yun Jingi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and when she woke up from her sleep, her beautiful lips and teeth showed a smile without even opening her eyes. This was the best sleep she had had in years. Not only did she find a place to rely on, but also the emotions that had been accumulated for many years were completely released by Zhou Xingdou yesterday. This was the first time that she slept so deeply that she didn't even notice that Lin's house had been turned upside down and completely controlled by Zhou Xingdou.
Aunt Yun, are you awake?
Zhou Xingdou sat beside the bed, his handsome face showing infinite tenderness and smile, his warm and slender fingers gently caressing Yun Jingi's face, his eyes filled with deep love. Yun Jingi opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Xingdou's loving eyes. Her cheeks immediately turned red, showing a bit of shyness of a young woman, and her voice was soft and gentle with a hint of laziness. I would also like to thank Mr. Zhou for removing the cold poison from me. Even though she had just woken up and had not dressed up, Yun Jingi's stunning face was still stunning.
This made Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but lament that such a beautiful woman gave birth to an ordinary-looking child like Lin Fan. What a genetic mutation! In fact, Lin Fan is not ordinary. He is handsome, clean and comfortable, but compared with the handsome and noble Zhou Xingdou, he does seem ordinary. You still call me Mr. Zhou? I didn't call you Mr. Zhou happily yesterday.
Zhou Xingdou said jokingly, then he took Yun Jingi's plump jade body into his arms and caressed her soft and delicate jade legs. After being teased by Zhou Xingdou, Yun Jingi was no longer shy, her eyes were full of charm, and her words were seductive as she said,
Okay, Langjun, my good Zhou Lang. Zhou Xingdou was very satisfied after hearing this.
He immediately took out an elixir in his hand and placed it in front of Yun Jingi. Seeing Zhou Xingdou take out the elixir for no reason, Yun Jingi was slightly startled, and then looked at the elixir carefully. This is a pure white pill, the size of a finger, exuding the slightest medicinal fragrance, but there is nothing magical about it. After observing for a while, Yun Jingi asked Zhou Xingdou with some doubts.
What kind of elixir is this? I can't seem to tell the grade.
Zhou Xingdou pinched the pill and explained with a smile.
This elixir is of no quality and grade.
It is the elixir that my mother left to her future daughter-in-law. You may not think that this elixir is ordinary, but even if you look at the whole world, it is a unique treasure. Speaking of this week, Xingdou paused, with a look of reminiscence on his face, and said slowly.
Back then, my mother accidentally discovered an ancient phoenix nest outside the territory, which contained 10 ancient phoenixes.
My mother killed them all, and finally used the essence and blood of 100 of them to condense this elixir with boundless magical power. The person who takes it will be born with the blood of the ancient phoenix, with overwhelming fighting power and immortality for 100 calamities.
Regardless of what Zhou Xingdou said, it was actually all fabricated.
He had never seen his mother since the beginning of his life, so how could he have any pills left for his daughter-in-law?
This is just to transfer the credit for Yun Jingi's awakening of Tianfeng's bloodline to herself.
He was not afraid to expose it. This pure white pill was indeed rare. It was a pill specially made by the Zhou family to activate blood vessels and physique, and it had never been rumored. Zhou Xingdou used it as a meal when he was young, and even after many years, there is still a lot left in his hands. Yun Jingi took it, not only to fully activate her Tianfeng bloodline, but at least to activate most of it. Anyway, now that she has begun to awaken her bloodline as Tianfeng Nirvana, Zhou Xingdou doesn't mind following the trend and pretending to claim this bloodline. And he was certain that Yun Jingi didn't know that he had the blood of Tianfeng, otherwise he wouldn't have been an independent cultivator for so many years.
People with Tianfeng bloodline are extremely popular even among the top forces.
How could they reach this stage? No matter how smart Yun Jingi is, she never imagined that she would make a fuss about her bloodline.
You are the first woman in my life. Now I give it to you. I hope you will not let me down in the future.
Zhou Xingdou had a sincere look on his face, and the deep love in his eyes seemed to overflow from his eyes.
No one would be able to tell that this was a fake. This is sometimes the case.
When a man loves you deeply, he is always suspected of pretending, but when a man pretends to love you, you feel that he really loves you, and you can't see any flaws. What's more, Yun Jingi, who has just grown old and has a new life, is dating Zhou Xingdou, whose family background, good looks, talent and age make him the top class in the entire continent. Unsurprisingly, she chose to believe that if it were anyone else, she would indeed regard what she just heard as a joke, but the Zhou family, the most mysterious of the Changsheng family, did have such abilities. Yun Jingi's heart was suddenly aroused by the handsome young man in front of her, and there was even a hint of guilt in Zhou Xingdou's beautiful eyes. Needless to say, a passionate lip kiss was her response. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but put the elixir in his hand into Yun Jingi's mouth, and whispered in her ear very gently,
"I love you."
Without waiting for Yun Jingi to react, the elixir immediately melted in Yun Jingi's mouth, and the strong medicinal power spread out like a tide, instantly covering her limbs and bones. In an instant, a loud phoenix cry sounded from Yun Jingi, and then a terrifying figure of an ancient celestial phoenix appeared behind him. "Hi, cover up the movement here." Zhou Xingdou immediately stepped back a few meters and asked Hai to take action to cover up the movement.
Otherwise, Yun Jingi's vision of stimulating Tianfeng's bloodline would definitely attract countless powerful people.
Although Zhou Xingdou was not afraid, it would still be too troublesome after all.
Sumeru, the space behind Zhou Xingdou was distorted.
Hai stepped out of the void, golden light surged in his eyes and he shouted loudly,
"Hai will obey the law."
As Hai stepped forward, his figure appeared in the sky above Lin Mansion. The terrifying aura of the saint was no longer hidden at this moment, and the powerful aura suddenly covered thousands of miles around, making everyone tremble with fear. But he saw Hai holding the cassock with the Buddha's light shining on his body with one hand, tearing it off and throwing it out in an instant. His pair of heroic sword eyebrows gathered slightly, and he shouted,
"Kasaya subdues demons' divine ability."
As soon as Hai finished speaking, the fiery red cassock immediately extended outwards, swelling 100 times, and the Buddha's light emitted from it, making the entire Lingyin city bathed in the Buddha's light, as if it were a Buddhist kingdom. Hai held the Buddha's gift in his left hand, waved his strong right arm lightly, and the cassock, which had grown 100 times, wrapped the entire Linjai. He sat cross-legged on the cassock and moved the beads, letting out the light of enlightenment.
The treasure is solemn.
Zhou Xingdou originally thought that Hai was too showy and made such a big noise by covering up the vision. He thought it was Hai's first attack and wanted to show his strength in front of him. But what happened next to Yun Jingi made him know that it was not Hai Zhangyang. I saw that the spiritual energy of the entire Lin house surged countless times at this moment, and was as thick as water mist, blocking the naked eyesight. At this moment, the entire Lin residence was wrapped in Fa Hai's cassock, and the extremely rich spiritual energy could not escape. Instead, dozens of long rivers of spiritual energy condensed in the Lin residence. Lin Jai's aura was so rich at this time that it felt like it was difficult to walk. There was a hint of surprise in Zhou Xing's eyes. The spiritual energy here was no less intense than the palace he had in the Zhou family. But at this moment, there was another extremely loud phoenix cry, and even Zhou Xingdou from the perfected being realm world suddenly felt his head buzzing. If it weren't for the cover of Fa Hai's cassock, this phoenix cry would be enough to kill most of the creatures in Lingyin City. At this moment, the phantom of the Tianfeng behind Yun Jingi became more and more clear. The ferocious power of a supreme beast like the ancient Tianfeng was overflowing, making people marvel at it. Then an extremely hot fire, carrying Nirvana's true meaning, burst out from Yun Jingi's body, directly penetrated the roof and bombarded the cassock that covered the sky, causing the cassock to splash several ripples. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh at this moment. This momentum is not far from the power I had when I awakened the Nine Heavens' holy body. But what puzzled him even more was that Yun Jingi inspired Tianfeng bloodline with such great momentum, so why had he never heard of it in his previous life? But this is not the time to think about this. Now that Fa Hai is protecting him, and the spiritual energy here is extremely rich, Zhou Xingdou immediately extracted the supreme foundation that made him extremely itchy. System: extract the supreme foundation. In an instant, the aura of perfected being realm on Zhou Xingdou suddenly fell. Perfected being, destiny, spiritual sea, consciousness condensation, enlightenment, meridians, muscle refining. Suddenly, he fell into 8 realms, returning to the beginning of cultivation, the beginning of the 4 realms of the physical body, and the realm of nourishing blood. This also made Zhou Xingdou suddenly feel a sense of weakness. The powerful strength in his body dissipated in an instant. How could he not feel uncomfortable? However, this situation did not last long. After Zhou Xingdou's realm stagnated in the blood-nourishing realm for a while, an indescribably powerful energy burst out in him. For a moment, the rich aura of water around him faded away. The blood in his body began to boil at this moment, and he also found that his blood had become extremely thick, comparable to that of a young true dragon. And the state of stagnation suddenly rebounded at this moment. Under the physical environment, his whole body, limbs and bones were nourished by the strange energy. Every inch of his original white bones were as transparent as glass at this moment, glowing with precious light. The big tendons in his body seemed to break through the skin at this moment, emitting golden light and twisting like real dragons, making his whole body's strength flow through as one, and his strength was endless. The complex and rugged meridians in the body were violently washed away by the strange energy at this moment, torn apart and restored again, until the width of the meridians widened to an unimaginable level. Under the universal truth, all 360 acupoints all over Zhou Xingdou's body suddenly opened up, transforming into 360 greedy Taotai, vomiting spiritual energy crazily. It even caused 360 spiritual energy vortexes to appear all over Zhou Xingdou's body. The consciousness of the soul surges wildly, and the sea of consciousness surges outward at this moment. The calculation in one breath exceeds the original value 100 times, and the place covered by the consciousness of the soul is as clear as a particle of dust. The spiritual sea in Dantian seemed to have no end, and it seemed that it could never be filled up. Even the crazy influx of the 360 orifices could not satisfy him. At this moment, the barrier of life and death was once again blasted, a glorious divine bridge of heaven and earth was erected, a magnificent divine treasure hole was opened, and Zhou Xingdou returned to the perfected being realm world. Retraining the basic 8 realms one after another is complicated, and Zhou Xingdou also has endless insights, but in reality it only lasts a few breaths. But in just a few breaths of time, most of Lin Jai's original 10 streams of spiritual energy had been swallowed up by Zhou Xingdou. This was only caused by Zhou Xingdou's spontaneous swallowing after he regained consciousness. Fortunately, there is that strange power that basically does not require the help of spiritual energy. Otherwise, with the power consumed by Zhou Xingdou to complete the 8 basic realms, I am afraid that the spiritual energy in a radius of thousands of miles will be wiped out, and even countless precious medicines will be consumed. But even so, it is worth it. Although he is still in the perfected being realm, Zhou Xingdou can feel that his power has surpassed 10 times before.
Is this the supreme foundation?
Zhou Xingdou raised his hand and clenched his fist, and there was an air explosion. For a moment, the airflow poured backwards, causing even the space to ripple slightly.
Feeling the extreme terrifying power in his body, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. But I didn't expect that my foundation is so bad? This is simply not the same level as before.
No wonder Zhou Xingdou sighed. He was originally the holy body of the 9 heavens, and he had the best physique in the world, even stronger than Yun Jingi's Tianfeng bloodline. Although he didn't put much effort into his training and was just getting by, but with the blessing of his innate skills, his true strength could rank high among his peers. But now that he has achieved the supreme foundation, he realizes that his original self was like a chicken and a dog. If he were to compete with his current self, he would be confident to kill him with one punch. A good foundation means a good foundation, and this is the improvement of your own foundation.
Every step you take in the future will be stronger than before. The system's gift package for newbies is really extraordinary. Zhou Xingdou now has no loopholes in his realm, and his cultivation is perfect and flawless. Every step in every realm breaks through the extreme realm and reaches the ultimate peak.
In terms of this foundation, I am afraid that no one can surpass me. Even in the endless time, countless creatures in the heavens and worlds, those with great luck, and the children of destiny, they can only stand shoulder to shoulder with me and cannot surpass me. After adapting to his soaring strength, Zhou Xingdou set his sights on Yun Jingi. Now that the strange phenomenon on Yun Jingi's body has subsided, the remaining strong spiritual energy in Lin's house is actively gathering towards Yun Jingi at this moment. The powerful shadow of the ancient heavenly phoenix behind her has penetrated into her body at this moment, and the activation of her bloodline is nearing the end. But Zhou Xingdou could also see that Yun Jingi's level was skyrocketing, and her cultivation level, which was originally in the middle of the life barrier, had now reached the peak of the life barrier. There is only one step left to unlock the divine treasure and step into the perfected being realm. But at this moment, the outside world was not as peaceful as imagined. Fahai was sitting on the cassock, his eyes filled with golden light penetrated all the obstacles and remained on Zhou Xingdou's body. As expected of my master, even in my previous life, my foundation was still far behind my master. A look of joy appeared on Fahai's face. He was happier that Zhou Xingdou became stronger than himself, but he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I put up a cassock to cover him in advance, otherwise the master's movement might not be reliable by relying on holy power alone. But in an instant, Fahai's smile faded, the beads that were spinning in his hand stopped, and his expression became majestic. Fahai's eyes filled with golden light looked up at space, as if seeing everything through, and his loud voice resounded throughout the world like a drum at dusk and a bell at dawn.
Donor, you have gone too far. Buddhas and Taoists do not stay in the Buddhist realm, but come to my absolute beginning Taoist realm to show their holiness. It is you, monk, who have surpassed it. In the blink of an eye, the space in front of Fahai began to stir, and a middle-aged man with a decent face stepped out of the void. The holy power surged from his body, and rays of brilliance circulated. His powerful aura was competing with Fahai's Buddha's light chamber at this moment, and for a while it was faintly suppressed. The late saint. Fahai frowned slightly. He had just been summoned to this world by the system. His cultivation level was only in the early stage of a saint, and he was 2 small realms away from the man in front of him. When you reach the level of the saint realm, every small realm is a gap. Although the gap is not too big, it is indeed very easy for a saint to fight against the early stage and the later stage. But this does not mean that Fahai is afraid of him. As a member of the world of supreme gods and Buddhas, and his predecessor was the 8-part Buddhist celestial dragon and snake god, he had the confidence to fight with this man even in the early stage. Later, the saint looked at the cassock under Fahai, and a few gleams flashed in his eyes. What are you hiding under that cassock?
If it were in the past, Fahai might have started directly with the mighty Tianlong, but now he was ordered by Zhou Xingdou to cover up the movement here.
Moreover, his primary purpose is to protect his master.
If he fights with this saint in the later stage, he will definitely use all his strength and not be distracted. Then it will be difficult to take care of Zhou Xingdou.
Nothing to do with you.
The late saint also immediately guessed what kind of heavenly and earthly treasure was under the cassock, and even if it wasn't, this cassock was still a good treasure, and he immediately stepped forward. You Buddhists can't take away the things from my Tianqian holy state. Although Fa Hai is a member of the Buddhist sect, he does not have a good temper. He has a fierce look in his eyes and his Buddhist voice becomes extremely thick. You can try. For a moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Fa Hai squeezed the Buddha beads in his hand, and the Mahayana Buddha power gathered to its peak. The shoulder dragon on the right shoulder was trembling slightly at this moment, as if it was coming to life. The saint also had monstrous holy power. He took one step and raised his palm, and the powerful power of heaven and earth gathered at this moment. The two were at war with each other, and two completely different auras collided at this moment, causing the air to flow backwards, the space to distort, and they were about to take action in an instant. At this critical moment, Zhou Xingdou's clear yet infinitely powerful words resounded in the air through the sky-covering cassock. Yuan Tian, who gave you the courage to fight against my people? Zhou Xingdou couldn't care less about Yun Jingi at this time and stepped straight into the sky. Originally, with the protection of Fa Hai's cassock, no one would interfere, but if the two of them really started to take action, it would be hard to say. Moreover, he knew the saint in his later period. He not only knew him, he could also be said to be very familiar with him. The power of heaven and earth condensed in the hands of the saint in the later period dissipated the moment he heard Zhou Xingdou's words, and he said in shock, "Little Lord?" Zhou Xingdou walked through the air and looked at Yuan Tian with his deep eyes, because this man was the great elder of the Xinwu sect, a force affiliated with the Zhou family. The Xinwu sect also has a deep connection with the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and is one of the few forces that can establish a sect in the Tianqian Holy State, the core state of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. And he has also become a way for the Zhou family to talk to him. He will go to Xian Heavenly Dao sect every 2 months to persuade him to return to the Zhou family, but he has not succeeded once in many years. Yuan Tian was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly put away his powerful aura. For fear of hurting Zhou Xingdou at all, he quickly lowered his head and said respectfully, "I didn't expect that it was you, young master, and your subordinates disturbed the young master. Please punish me, young master." The Zhou family is different from other families. There are hundreds or even thousands of clan members at any time. The number of people in a generation of the Zhou family is no more than 5 fingers. Every descendant of the Zhou family is extremely noble. Not to mention Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family. Even if he is in the realm of a saint and is superior to countless monks, as the elder of a subordinate force of the Zhou family, he can only bow his head in front of Zhou Xingdou. Yuan Tian also looked up and observed Zhou Xingdou from time to time. For some reason, he always felt that Zhou Xingdou was a little different than before. Although he respected Zhou Xingdou in the past, he always felt that this kid could not become a great person. But when he saw Zhou Xingdou today, he felt a mysterious feeling. Moreover, he has a kind of majesty and killing power in him, which Zhou Xingdou did not have before, an aura that only the superiors can possess. But Yuan Tian didn't notice that there was a trace of imperceptible guilt in Zhou Xingdou's deep eyes. Because in the future, Yuan Tian will die in his hands, and the reason for his death is very simple. Yuan Tian's apprentice offended Lin Fan. That's right, Zhou Xingdou in his previous life killed the chief elder of his family's affiliated force in order to please Lin Fan. No matter how stupid a person is, they will not do such stupid things easily. But Zhou Xingdou did this in his previous life without any hesitation. From then on, his grandfather, the old head of the Zhou family, no longer urged him to return to the Zhou family. The entire Zhou family also hid in the world and disappeared. There is no trace of the Zhou family in this world. Even if Zhou Xingdou searched for it personally, he could not find it again. Thinking of this week, Xingdou's tone became a lot gentler. This person is my protector. Just now I have gained a little bit to rebuild the 8 basic realms, and he is so public to cover up the movement for me. Yuan Tian was relieved when he saw that Zhou Xingdou did not blame him. However, he looked at Fa Hai, who was staring at him closely, frowned and reminded Zhou Xingdou. "Young master, I think this person is a Buddhist cultivator, but there is a strong evil spirit between his eyebrows. I am afraid he is not a good person. You should be careful." Fa Hai was not used to him either. He sneered and said sarcastically,
The donor wants to take action in Lingyin City for the treasure. If he doesn't care about the life and death of all the people in the city, is he a good person? Yuan Tian stopped and was afraid of Zhou Xingdou, not Fahai. He immediately choked back. You are a mere monk and an early saint.
If the young master hadn't been here, I could have slapped you to death just now.
You can try. Fahai's eyes were full of fighting spirit.
He was new to this world and really wanted to meet the masters of this world. Zhou Xingdou was also upset by the quarrel between the two, and he immediately shouted angrily.
Shut up, everyone. This scene is very interesting.
Two saints who are superior to countless monks and are masters even if they look at the entire world, are angrily scolded by a perfected being who can crush them to death at will.
Moreover, Yuan Tian also fell silent for an instant, and the fighting spirit in Fahai's eyes dissipated directly at this moment.
He closed his eyes and chanted sutras, out of sight and out of mind. Seeing that the two of them were no longer noisy, Zhou Xingdou stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Yuan Tian again, and said in a deep voice. Yuan Tian, I won't hold you accountable today, so you can do whatever you need to do.
Yuan Tian also smiled awkwardly, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said slowly. What a coincidence.
I just wanted to go to Xian Heavenly Dao Sect to find you, the young master, so I passed by here. Zhou Xingdou then remembered that it seemed that Yuan Tian had indeed come to Xian Heavenly Dao Sect to send a message to him at the right time.
The Zhou family is an immortal family that stands at the top of the world.
In the endless years of the Chuyuan Realm, the Zhou family has been a giant. In every era, there are geniuses of the Zhou family, and they have never been insignificant.
However, such a family is sparsely populated.
Even when the population is at its most prosperous, there are only dozens of people with the original surname of the Zhou family. And in Zhou Xingdou's generation, he only gave birth to an only heir, Zhou Xingdou, who can be said to be the favorite of countless people. Zhou Xingdou did not have consciousness in the womb. He only awakened the memory of his past life when he was 3 years old, but he had no memory of anything before the age of 3. As for his parents, to be honest, he has never met him at all.
He can only learn some things from his grandfather and several other uncles.
Logically speaking, with Zhou Xingdou's family background and status as an only heir, he would sooner or later become a member of the pinnacle of this world. But Zhou Xingdou, who has memories of his past life, is extremely frightened. As a serious novel lover, coupled with the fear left by death in his previous life, he has a little fear of the Zhou family. This fear reached its peak 5 years ago when his grandfather made him the young master of the Zhou family. With no father or mother, his grandfather appointed him as the next young master, which immediately made the frightened Zhou Xingdou feel that something was wrong. The 4 uncles are in their prime, and all of them are powerful. None of them is ordinary, but the future head of the family falls on themselves. This reminded Zhou Xingdou of the scenes in the novels of his previous life where big families were fighting for power. Even though his 4 uncles loved him extremely, the sharp and intelligent young master Zhou still chose to run away. Of course, he didn't run away, but he met his current master, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Sword Head, Luoxia Sword Immortal Tianzhuo. That person was like celestial immortal, impeccable, powerful and perfect, and Zhou Xingdou immediately fell in love with him at first sight. Without even thinking about it, she chased after Tianzhuo to become her disciple. Tianzhuo also found it interesting, but Zhou Xingdou was a proud man with the holy body of 9 heavens, so she did not refuse and just said to Zhou Xingdou,
if you can get the family's consent, I will accept you as my disciple.
In the end, Zhou Xingdou begged his grandfather for several days and finally worshipped Tianzhuo as his teacher. Then he took away a treasure house from the Zhou family and entered the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. From then on, he was free to fly in the sky and never returned to the Zhou family again. The old man of the Zhou family needs to stay in his ancestral land, and the 4 uncles are very busy. It is difficult to go to the absolute beginning Dao domain to find him, so he has to ask Yuan Tian to send messages every few days. Then Zhou Xingdou met Lin Fan, became a toolman, and finally died in the hands of this destined son. Some people say that people grow up overnight, but Zhou Xingdou doesn't think so. He felt that people grow up in 1 second, and it only takes 1 moment to stand there in a daze for a moment, and then they can figure out countless things. After experiencing his second death and being reborn into the past, Zhou Xingdou finally understood. Thinking of your former self is like looking through the posts you made when you were young, and you want to strangle yourself to death.
Back on track.
At this time, Yuan Tian took out a jade stone and crushed it into pieces.
In an instant, the endless path appeared.
A feeling of blood connection in Zhou Xingdou's body echoed that of Dao, which suddenly turned into exquisite silver characters that only Zhou Xingdou could see.
Xingdou, my grandson.
Grandpa knows that you don't want to go home, but now you have been away from home for 5 years, and Grandpa needs to stay in the ancestral land and cannot go to the absolute beginning Dao realm.
When he is quiet, Grandpa often thinks about whether his grandson's treasure house is enough, whether he is bullied outside, and whether Tian Zhou'er is serious about teaching you. In the end, the more I thought about it, the more annoyed I became. Although I often heard people talking about your current situation, there were times when Grandpa really wanted to leave this ancestral land and go see you with his own eyes. This is the 47th letter that Grandpa has sent to you. I think you won't get a reply either. But fallen leaves always return to their roots.
If you have free time, please go home and take a look and spend some time with your grandfather. To be honest, if I had read this letter for the first time, I would have been extremely moved. After all, when I first saw this letter, the sharp and clever young Master Zhou almost returned home. But in the end, his clever IQ took over the high ground again, and he resisted the desire to return home. Now, Zhou Xingdou has read it too many times. Except for the age and number of letters, these words are exactly the same as the previous 46 letters. His grandfather just grabbed a template and used it to his death.
Yuan Tian couldn't see the content of the letter.
He only knew that the old man of the Zhou family wanted his grandson to go home, so he rubbed his hands and said, "Young master, please give me a reply so that I can have an explanation." In the past, he would still try to persuade him, but as time went by, he no longer cared. Anyway, Zhou Xingdou just didn't want to go back, so he just sent a letter and went through the motions. Zhou Xingdou waved his hand to disperse the letter formed by Daoze, and the Daoze instantly turned into a gentle force and merged into Zhou Xingdou's body, nourishing his flesh and blood, and immediately made his cultivation even further refined. Zhou Xingdou has become accustomed to this kind of situation, and these Tao are not too much or too little, which can make him a little more diligent, but will not destroy the balance of his cultivation. Although this incident has happened countless times in both lives, Zhou Xingdou still couldn't help but sigh at his grandfather's attentiveness. Then he looked at Yuan Tian with a rare tenderness in his eyes and said slowly, "Okay, tell Grandpa that I will go back soon after finishing the matters at hand."
"Okay, see you next time, young master." Yuan Tian immediately said hello and left.
But when he turned around, he seemed to suddenly react. He looked back at Zhou Xingdou with a shocked expression on his face and asked,
"Young master, you just said."
Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian lightly, but it was not Yuan Tian's fault.
After all, he had become accustomed to being rejected for a long time and did not react for a while. I had no choice but to speak again.
"Tell the old man that I will return to the Zhou family soon."
Yuan Tian still couldn't believe his ears and quickly asked, "Young master, aren't you joking?" "Yuan Tian, you talk too much." Zhou Xingdou was too lazy to talk to Yuan Tian.
It was indeed time for him to go back. Counting his rebirth, he had not been back for more than 20 years. But he will wait until Lin Fan is dealt with. After all, it is a sharp sword hanging over his head. If it is not removed, he will feel uneasy. Even though he was scolded by Zhou Xingdou at this moment, Yuan Tian couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He didn't dare to think about how much credit it was to persuade the young master who had run away from the Zhou family. Zhou Xingdou also ignored Yuan Tian and stepped out through the cassock again to return to Lin's house. But he didn't expect that in the short time he left, the remaining spiritual energy in the entire Lin house had been wiped out, and Yun Jingi's bedroom had become a ruin. And Yun Jingi was sitting in midair, with the red nirvana phoenix fire flowing around her body, like a fairy in flames. At this moment, she is no longer the same as before. Her cultivation level in the middle stage of fate has soared to the late stage of perfected being. The red fire of nirvana enveloped her, and her whole body was crystal clear, exuding bursts of precious light. On the originally white and smooth jade back, a fiery red sky phoenix pattern immediately appeared. The pattern flickered like lava, seemingly flowing.
The Tianfeng bloodline is indeed extraordinary.
Looking at Yun Jingi, whose jade body glowed with treasure and whose beauty was even more stunning, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but swallow his saliva and sigh. In just a few moments, Yun Jingi went from the middle stage of fate to the divine treasure to reach the perfected being or the late stage of perfected being, which is truly extraordinary. You must know that Zhou Xingdou swallowed up most of the spiritual energy.
If not, I am afraid that Yun Jingi would not be able to leap into the realm of almighty power.
Zhou Xingdou also opened Yun Jingi's panel at the right time.
Name, Yun Jingi. Chi number 5000. Good impression, deep love. Realm, perfected being late stage.
Innate luck, Tianfeng bloodline, 5 stars, good wife and prosperous husband, 5 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, Tianfeng nirvana, 4 stars.
System reminder, this woman has a lot of luck to protect her.
The host needs to clear her luck before she can be killed. After killing her, she will receive massive rewards from the system.
Tianfeng Nirvana, the Tianfeng bloodline is greatly stimulated, and the speed of practice and combat power are greatly increased.
Yun Jingi's panel changed little, but Zhou Xingdou focused on his favor this time. The good impression before was based on reliance, but now it has turned into deep love. From this point of view, it is worth all the effort to coax Yun Jingi. A smart woman like her can't bear loneliness the most. Her son is not around, and she has been a widow for many years with only maids and slaves to accompany her. She could feel Zhou Xingdou's evil intentions when he first came here, but she could not resist the temptation of such an outstanding, handsome, and talented young man. Even in Zhou Xingdou's opinion, he might not be a hunter, but Yun Jingi is the high-end hunter disguised as prey. But it's a pity that after all, he is more skilled. Yun Jingi is indeed smart, but he is still a lonely woman. Such a woman, as long as she is given a taste of the sweetness of love, will risk her life and become crazy. Even in the end, it is not impossible to kill her husband and abandon her son for love. After all, there are countless such examples in Zhou Xingdou's previous life. At this moment, Yun Jingi also completed the awakening of her bloodline. The precious light on her body dissipated, and she slowly fell from the air, her white and tender feet tapping lightly on the ground. At this moment, she opened her beautiful eyes that had been closed for a long time, and those slender red phoenix eyes were radiant, as if there were divine fire tumbling in them. The already plump body looked even more attractive at this moment, and the red lips were like fire but also revealed a moist luster. Yun Jingi, however, did not observe her condition at the first moment. She looked at Zhou Xingdou with her breathtakingly beautiful eyes and jumped into Zhou Xingdou's arms with her toes. Nephrite came into my arms, and there was another extremely soft and charming call.
Lang Jun.
Zhou Xingdou also took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but curse the monster several times in his heart. Looking at Yun Jingi's beautiful eyes full of sweet love, Zhou Xingdou hugged her with one hand and stroked her hair with the other and said softly, "After taking my elixir, you are mine, and only mine." The pupils in Yun Jingi's beautiful eyes almost turned into heart shapes, and her heart was extremely sweet. How could I have imagined that at my age, I would meet such a sincere man as Zhou Xingdou?
She could feel the strength of Tianfeng's bloodline.
With this bloodline alone, she could not make any concessions even compared to the saints of the Holy Land at this moment. Zhou Xingdou only met her for one night, so he gave him the precious elixir that his mother had given to his daughter-in-law. How could such a pure and sincere man not be tempted by her? She looked at Zhou Xingdou's equally astonishingly handsome face and said in a daze, "Jir swears to God that he will be Zhou Lang's man for the rest of his life. If he violates this, he will be punished by heaven and earth."
Boom!
As soon as Yun Jingi finished speaking, there was a thunderous sound in the clear sky, and suddenly the situation changed and dark clouds came over the city. But an invisible shackles of fate fell on Yun Jingi at this moment. Zhou Xingdou was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled from the bottom of his heart. Those who have reached the 5th realm of divine treasure are considered to be great monks. Different from the 4th realm of the physical body and the 4th realm of universal truth, the oath of the perfected being realm will be recognized by fate. Therefore, after you have reached the perfected being realm, you must be cautious in your words and deeds, and cannot swear as casually as before, otherwise there will be disasters. This is what countless ancestors have tried step by step with their lives, and no other proof is needed.
Therefore, in the Divine Treasure Realm world, even Taoist couples will not make vows easily. He would rather die than make an oath, because if he accidentally breaks his oath, he will have to pay a huge price and be controlled by others for the rest of his life. Looking at Yun Jingi, who was so smart at first that he couldn't see through it, but now she is leaning in his arms, looking like a little woman, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, love is the most foolish thing that makes women stupid. Now that Yun Jingi has taken this oath, she will never be able to escape from the palm of his hand, and can only be allowed to be rounded and flattened by herself. At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing Yun Jingi. Yun Jingi's life is cleared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking over the birth mother of Lin Fan, the son of destiny, and depriving Lin Fan of 2,000 lives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, physical sublimation 1. Ding! The host gains luck value, 7,000. Physique sublimation, let the host's physique transform and evolve into a more powerful physique. A series of system sounds made Zhou Xingdou no longer interested in teasing Yun Jingi in his arms. But he didn't expect that Yun Jingi could be completely subdued by him so easily, and that after subjugating her, he would directly wipe out her life. This also means that Zhou Xingdou can now kill Yun Jingi and receive what the system calls massive rewards. Thinking of this week, Xingdou subconsciously looked at the happy-looking Yun Jingi in his arms, his eyes flickering, and his thoughts were racing to the extreme at this moment. But in the end, he took a deep breath and eliminated the urge to kill Yun Jingi. Now that Yun Jingi really couldn't make waves and was subdued by herself, killing her or not would not have much impact, and the Tianfeng bloodline might also be a big help to him in the future. What's more important is that Yun Jingi is indeed his first woman. No matter how shameless *** he is, Zhou Xingdou still can't do anything to a woman who has had physical contact with her and has love in his eyes. He cannot be as cold-blooded as Venerable, a certain great love in his previous life, and he is still not a qualified villain. Lang Jun, what's wrong with you? Yun Jingi naturally noticed something was wrong with Zhou Xingdou, so she pushed herself into Zhou Xingdou's arms again, leaned against his chest and asked. Zhou Xingdou also came to his senses at this moment, tightened his arms around Yun Jingi, and lied softly. Nothing, I just thought of my father and my mother. If they were still here, they would probably like you very much. The disappearance of the eldest son and daughter-in-law of the old head of the Zhou family is not a secret, and Yun Jingi naturally knows it too. Unexpectedly, Yun Jingi looked distressed, her white jade hand caressed Zhou Xingdou's stern face, and her warm red lips lightly touched Zhou Xingdou's slightly cold lips. His eyes were full of love and affection, and he said tenderly, "With me in the future, you will never be alone." In midair outside Lingyin City, Zhou Xingdou stood in the air with his hands behind his hands, but his brows were furrowed. Yun Jingi's cold poison had been eliminated, her bloodline had awakened, and she was subdued by him. It was time for him to return to his sect. After being gentle with Yun Jingi, he said goodbye to her and left Lin's house. But in fact, he does not need to rush back to the sect. As the first disciple of Luoxia's Sword Immortal and the chief disciple of Zhoushuan Peak, no one can take care of him except his master and sect leader. But Zhou Xingdou still chose to get out as soon as possible because he sensed that something was wrong with him, and he actually developed some feelings for Yun Jingi. This is very fatal to him. It would be fine if it were anyone else, but Yun Jingi is Lin Fan's mother after all, and such feelings cannot be allowed. At least not yet. Thinking of Xingdou slapping himself hard this week, the pain also made him sober up, and scenes from his previous life appeared before his eyes. His eyes once again became deep and cold, suppressing the emotion. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared. At this moment, Lin Fan is not doing much better. For a while, he has been trying to break through the universal truth through Tongmai. But at every critical moment, he felt like he was losing something, and he could feel that something was extremely important to him, but he couldn't figure out what it was. This made him irritable and restless, and he failed to break through twice in one day. Now he was seriously injured by the backlash and was so weak that he couldn't even walk out of the door. However, he is not worried about his mother's cold poison. After all, although he hates the hypocritical second-generation ancestor brother, he has to admit that no matter how powerful the cold poison is, he cannot make waves in front of him. But he didn't expect that his hometown would be turned upside down.
After a while, Zhou Xingdou returned to Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. Xian Heavenly Dao Sect occupies a huge area and is located in the center of Tianxian Holy State.
It has abundant spiritual energy and excellent feng shui.
There are countless formations in the sect, and the first one to bear the brunt is the sect protecting formation, which is like an inverted sky curtain, covering the entire sect, exuding a faint fairy light, showing the immortal family's style.
There are many attics in the sect, which are divided into inner gate and outer gate.
The outer gate occupies the outer circle of the sect, and the inner gate is covered by a separate formation like a box, blocking the outer disciples and strictly grading them. The most eye-catching thing is the three majestic and huge fairy mountains floating in the sky. The fairy energy is curling up, overlooking all living beings from a high position. The three mountains correspond to Profound Heaven Peak, Zhoushuan Peak and Zhoutian Peak respectively. Among them, the Profound Heaven Peak is in the middle, slightly higher than the Zhoushuan and Zhoutian peaks. It is the core of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect and the place where Yun Jingi, the master of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect and a generation giant, lives. Zhoushuan Peak and Zhoutian Sect are where the true disciples and elders of the sect live. The Zhoushuan Peak where Zhou Xingdou is located is also the head of the Profound Heaven Sect. His master is the Luoxia Sword Immortal, Tian Zhou, who is second only to the sect master Yun Jingi. Zhou Xingdou passed through the layers of formations and landed directly on the top of Zhoushuan Peak, but his palace was not here. The only person who could live on the top of Zhoushuan Peak was Tian Zhou, the master of the peak. Even if Zhou Xingdou could reach the top of the mountain without being blocked, only 2 elders in Zhou Xingdou were eligible to enter the entire Zhoushuan Peak. At the top of the peak is a majestic black palace, not luxurious but not ordinary either. The plaque above the palace is engraved with 3 large characters in light blue, Zhoushuan Palace. The movements of these 3 words are neat and sharp. Each stroke is like a stunning sword, exuding the supreme and terrifying sword intent. Even if you just look at it, you will feel a sting in your eyes. However, Zhou Xingdou has seen this thing too many times and has long been immune to it.
Moreover, his swordsmanship talent is indeed not very good and he cannot understand anything.
But thinking of Tian Zhou, my heart that had just been silent for a while began to become restless again.
The feelings of a young man are always poetic.
It has indeed been a long time since he saw Tian Zhou. In his last life, he killed Queen Yuan Tian and helped Lin Fan eliminate many enemies of the sect. Among them were many people from Zhoushuan Peak, who eventually pushed Lin Fan to the position of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child.
After that, Tian Zhou seemed to be extremely disappointed.
He escaped into the Profound Heaven Peak and stayed in seclusion for many years.
He never saw Zhou Xingdou again. This also became Zhou Xingdou's regret in his previous life until his death.
This also suddenly reminded Zhou Xingdou of what Lin Fan said before his death in his previous life. "Don't worry, senior brother, I will take good care of you, senior sister and master, after you die." This immediately made Zhou Xingdou's fists creak, and a kind of anger surged into his heart. He wished he could kill Lin Fan right now. Because he didn't dare to think about what would happen if he didn't have the past at this moment, and if his fate in the previous life developed after his death.
"What are you angry about?"
At this moment, a fairy sound as cold as frost and snow echoed in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Zhou Xingdou's whole body suddenly trembled, and the fairy sound was like a cool spring water that extinguished the anger in his heart and brought him back to consciousness from the memory of his previous life. At this time, the originally closed palace door slowly opened.
Zhou Xingdou no longer thought about it, took 2 deep breaths and stepped into the palace.
The Zhoushuan Palace is not bright, there are no windows around, the walls are covered with ancient runes, and the white jade pillars emit a faint light to prevent the palace from being dark. But these were not enough to make Zhou Xingdou's gaze linger for a moment. Those deep and indifferent eyes caused countless waves after seeing a figure in the center of the hall. She was a fairy-like woman, with black hair like a waterfall, dressed in black, cold and noble, pure and pure. Ice skin and jade skin, every inch of the skin is flawless, even the best immortal jade cannot compare with it.
Her stunning face seemed to be God's perfect creation, impeccable, and any description of her body seemed bleak.
But it is not as charming as Yun Jingi, fairy-like and jade-colored, as bright as the autumn moon and cold, making people dare not have even the slightest evil thought. The fairy light on her body was ethereal, and the supreme and terrifying sword reached the sky. Her whole body stood like a supreme fairy sword, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Peerless and independent, cold and out of the world. Just like 9 heavens profound maiden descending into the mortal world, everything is worth mentioning in front of her. At this moment, it seems that she is the only one in the world. At this moment, this stunning beauty looked at Zhou Xingdou, her beautiful eyes as bright as the stars and the moon flickered slightly, and the cool and ethereal fairy voice sounded again. You are upset, why? It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to tell Tian Zhou'er that he was reborn 20 years ago. This was too unbelievable. He could only lower his eyes and smile. I thought of something I didn't want to happen. Zhou Xingdou didn't want to say more, so Tian Zhou'er stopped asking. But those bright and sharp eyes kept looking at Zhou Xingdou, making him a little frightened. He even felt like he was naked in front of Tian Zhou'er. Fortunately, Tian Zhou'er's cold and ethereal fairy voice sounded again. What are you doing here today? Zhou Xingdou stared intently at this moment, looking at the stunning master he admired in front of him, and uttered a few words in a deep voice. I want the position of Dao Child. Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't come here just to hang out. Although he wanted to see Tian Zhou'er, the more important thing was the position of Xian Tianli Dao Sect Dao Child. Xian Heavenly Dao Sect disciples are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, direct disciples, chief disciples, and Dao Child. The outer sect disciples and the inner sect disciples are all new disciples who join the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect every year through the sect. If the inner sect disciples want to be promoted to the true disciple, they must be selected by the elders in the peak to join Zhoushuan or Zhoutian's second peak, or you have to be talented to become one. The direct disciples must become close disciples of the elders, or disciples of the peak master, and then pass various tests before they can be promoted. The chief disciple is the head of the disciples of Yifeng, and there are only 2 people in the entire Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. One is Zhou Xingdou, and the other is the disciple of the master of Zhoutian Peak, Feng Tianyang, the ancient spirit body. The position of Dao Child is stronger than that of the chief. Although he is a disciple, his status and treatment are the same as those of a senior elder. He can gain the right to speak in the sect and receive strong support from the sect's resources. And becoming Dao Child also means that he is the future sect master and the face of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. Xian Heavenly Dao Sect nowadays, there are thousands of outer sects and hundreds of inner sects, but the total number of true descendants from the 2 peaks is only 20. The position of Dao Child has been vacant. Strange to say, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect is a giant, ranking among the top forces in the Chuyuan Realm, and has been passed down for countless generations. The sect leader Yun Jingi is the number 1 person in the absolute beginning Dao domain. But Zhou Xingdou's generation of geniuses is pitifully small, and even to the point of being somewhat disconnected. Tian Zhou'er once said in his previous life. Now there are only 2 people in Xian Heavenly Dao Sect who can be called geniuses. One is you Zhou Xingdou, the other half is your senior sister, and the other half is Feng Tianyang. And you hide your strength and have no intention of practicing, so now I, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, can't even show a perfect person. That's right, Zhou Xingdou in his previous life was well aware of what was said in the novels of his previous life: anything good in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yu Xian hid his cultivation during the Heavenly Dao Sect. After finding Lin Fan, the son of destiny, he practiced 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets, otherwise he would not still be in the perfected being realm. At this moment, except for the master, the sect only knows that his realm is just a matter of fate. And all of this is like God paving the way for Lin Fan, making him instantly become the focus of the sect when he rises, and the position of Dao Child seems to be prepared for him. Hearing Zhou Xingdou's words at this moment, Tian Zhou'er's bright and beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of interest. He looked at Zhou Xingdou and said slowly, "What? You don't want to hide your clumsiness anymore?" Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything. The perfect aura of cultivation on his body suddenly exploded. The airflow vibrated and made his sleeves snap. And Tian Zhou'er's deserted face, which once seemed to have remained unchanged for eternity, actually showed a hint of surprise at this moment, and there was even a little excitement in her tone. Supreme Dao Foundation, you have actually become the Supreme Dao Foundation. Zhou Xingdou was slightly confused, but he also estimated that the Supreme Tao Foundation mentioned by Tian Zhou and the Supreme Foundation given by the system were probably the same. After all, there was only one word difference between the two. But there was also a trace of arrogance in his eyes. He raised his right hand and gently grasped it, which immediately caused countless airflows. As time goes by, no one can surpass me in the foundation of the theory of all heavens and worlds. Tian Zhou did not deny it, nodded slowly and said with beautiful eyes. I thought you had no intention of practicing, but I didn't expect that your ambitions were far-reaching than I thought. Speaking of this day, Zhou's mouth curved slightly, as if she was smiling, and sighed.
It seems I underestimated you after all.
Listening to Tian Zhou's words, Zhou Xingdou also felt a little ashamed in his heart. After all, this Supreme Foundation is entirely the result of the system. If he hadn't been reborn, he would have insulted the vocabulary by calling him a waste of words in the previous life. After all, Tian Zhou was a swordsman of the generation, but after a moment he regained his calm expression, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said slowly, I will discuss this matter with the sect leader. However, as the young master of the Zhou family and now you want to take the position of child, other people in the sect will inevitably have opinions.
Zhou Xingdou shook his head at this moment and looked at Tian Zhou firmly. As long as you support me, I will talk to the sect leader about the rest. To be honest, he doesn't have much desire for the position of Dao child. After all, he has no shortage of resources. As for the position of the head of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, he will not be as fragrant as the head of the Zhou family. This move is to occupy the position of Dao child first. Once the position of Dao child is determined, it is impossible to replace it unless he dies or makes an extremely big mistake. This is also the reason why Xian Heavenly Dao sect has never decided on Dao child. As a result, Lin Fan's normal path to promotion will be cut off, and it will inevitably have an impact on him. And now he still has the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power and physical sublimation in his hands that have not yet been extracted. When this happens and he returns to retreat, he will be powerful to an unimaginable level. Who else could take the position of Dao child? Tian Zhou didn't know what he was thinking.
After being silent for a long time, he softly said,
From the moment I accepted you, you should know that I will always support you.
In my eyes, the position of Dao child should have been yours.
Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly. He naturally knew that Tian Zhou would support him unconditionally, and then spoke again. One more thing, if I kill Lin Fan, will you have any objections?
Tian Zhou's face remained as usual, not disturbed by Zhou Xingdou's words, and said slightly indifferently. If you hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have accepted him as a registered disciple. You brought him here, so you can take care of it yourself.
Okay, I get it.
After that, Zhou Xingdou said no more. He had said what needed to be said and had seen what needed to be seen. At this moment, he turned around and left. But just as he stepped forward, the cold fairy voice of the peerless fairy behind him suddenly sounded. You seem to have changed a lot overnight. The corners of Zhou Xingdou's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a somewhat unspeakable expression. Perhaps, people will grow up in a minute. Naturally, Tian Zhou didn't say anything more, and just before Zhou Xingdou stepped out of the palace door, he heard the last fairy voice.
The saint behind you can serve as an elder at Jiushuan Peak.
Then there was no more words, and the peerless and independent figure disappeared, as if it had never appeared. When Zhou Xingdou stepped out of Jiushuan Palace, even if he could lead Fahai through the layers of formations without being discovered, he still couldn't hide it from everyone, especially Tian Zhou.
Tianjier's move naturally gave Fahai an identity so that he would not be caught in the future. The guest elders of Jiushuan Peak enjoy the same treatment as the elders within the peak.
They are no longer outsiders and can freely enter and exit the sect except Profound Heaven Peak, which saves Zhou Xingdou a lot of trouble. But what is most important to Zhou Xingdou at this moment is what he has left in the system warehouse, the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power and physical sublimation. It is undoubtedly the safest to extract it at Jiushuan Peak. Even if the vision is monstrous, Zhixian Heavenly Dao sect will guard it, and Tianzhou will be by your side. At least in this world, no one dares to break through the gate of Xian Heavenly Dao sect and attack and kill the chief disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. And Zhou Xingdou also wanted to give Lin Fan a little shock.
Zhou Xingdou's residence is not far from the top of Jiushuan Peak. Even if you walk, you can reach it only 100 steps down the mountain. This is also the mountain peak next to the top of the mountain. Only the elders in the peak are qualified to live here. As the chief of Jiushuan Peak and the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Xingdou makes an exception to live here. Further down the mountainside is the residence of the true successor, and at the foot of the mountain is the residence of Lin Fan and other true successors. Zhou Xingdou's residence is a very small palace, covering an area of less than 100 meters, but it is full of splendor and splendor. There are also some precious lights shining on it, which looks really extraordinary. This is not a sect building, but a residence-type magic weapon in the Zhou family's treasury. It can be big or small and was refined by Zhou Xingdou. It is an extremely rare thing. Moreover, this palace is attached with 18 god-level formations including spirit gathering, attack, defense, hiding, etc. If Zhou Xingdou didn't want to do it that day, Lin Fan wouldn't even be able to find his palace. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou activated all 18 formation patterns, sat cross-legged in the quiet room with the most spiritual energy, and opened his system panel. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, 9 Heaven's Holy Body. Realm, Peak of Perfected Being Realm. Luck value, 11,000. Person of Luck, Lin Fan, Yun Jingi. System Warehouse, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power 1, to be extracted, Physique Sublimation 1, to be extracted. Seeing the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power in physical sublimation in the System Warehouse, Zhou Xingdou couldn't wait to say to the system. System, extract the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power. The power of the Divine Elephant to suppress the prison does not need to be described in detail. Its practice follows the concept that the human body is composed of 840 million particles and develops 840 million particles into giant elephant particles. Each particle has the power of a giant elephant. After all the particles are developed into Colossus particles, dragon elephant particles can be developed based on Colossus particles, and then Yuan Xiang, divine elephant, and finally the great accomplishment. In an instant, an ancient, thick and majestic voice resounded in Zhou Xingdou's mind. Use the essence to guide the spirit, use the spirit to transform the image, and use the palm of your hand to create supreme power. A human body is composed of 840 million particles. If its potential is awakened, each particle will be comparable to a giant elephant. All awakened, comparable to divine elephants, destroying the heaven and earth, roaring down the sky, holding the sun and moon in hand and picking up stars, all in one thought. The types of elephants change in countless ways. The giant elephant becomes a young elephant and turns into a dragon elephant. The dragon elephant turns into green and turns into a primitive elephant. The primitive elephant turns into a strong elephant and turns into a divine elephant. It's for great accomplishment. This voice seemed to have passed through time, coming from an unknown age. The rich and majestic voice made people understand. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou unknowingly followed the stalwart voice in his mind and spoke out the divine elephant's prison-suppressing formula. The 360 ultimate orifices in his body also exploded to the extreme at this moment, vomiting spiritual power crazily. In just one breath, the rich spiritual energy in the palace was instantly gone. The palace also flashed with countless rays of light, and the formations lit up one after another, absorbing the spiritual energy of the entire Jiushuan Peak. The demand for spiritual energy is so great that the fairy light of the entire Jiushuan Peak is dimmed. For a time, there were countless spiritual plants in the peak, and the spiritual energy created by the endless spiritual veins in the peak could not keep up with this violent absorption. The first thing to be affected was the peak with the thinnest spiritual energy, and the sad thing was that at this moment, Lin Fan was making his third breakthrough. Breaking through already requires a lot of spiritual energy, but Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that because Zhou Xingdou extracted the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power, he would directly drain the entire Jiushuan Peak's spiritual energy. Lin Fan was gulping down spiritual power, and the enlightenment state was right in front of him. He only needed to gather more spiritual power to impact, and Lin Fan could break through the enlightenment state. But at this critical moment, the spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain was instantly wiped out, and not a drop was left, comparable to the Jedi. Lin Fan felt as if his throat was suddenly strangled, and the spiritual power in his body collapsed instantly. A wave of backlash made his throat feel sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out.
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou, with the support of massive spiritual power, the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power was operating to the extreme. The vigorous blood energy in his body, which was comparable to that of a young true dragon, surged crazily, stimulating his limbs and bones.
Boom!
In an instant, Zhou Xingdou's whole body was shaken, and his blood energy suddenly calmed down. For a moment, it seemed as if some shackles were broken, and the 840 million particles in his body were extremely clear at this moment.
And among the 840 million, an inconspicuous particle vibrated abnormally at this moment, exploded and transformed. Moo!
A giant elephant roar that shook the heaven and earth sounded from Zhou Xingdou, penetrating the formation and reaching every part of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. A terrifying elephant shadow also condensed in the sky above Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The giant elephant looked up to the sky and roared, extremely huge. The endless ferocious beasts within a radius of thousands of miles felt great terror at this moment, and as if they felt their own king, they all knelt down to the giant elephant. At this moment, there is an immortal Taoist statue on profound heaven peak, surrounded by Taoism. The old man opens his eyes, and countless years seem to flash by in his radiant eyes.
He looked in the direction of Jiushuan Peak and murmured, "This is such a shocking divine ability. What on earth do you want to do, Zhou Xingdou?"
And Tianjor in Jiushuan Palace was also alarmed, and her bright eyes were indeed full of splendor.
"Is this your confidence? It seems that I still underestimated you."
At this moment, the awakening of the first giant elephant particle immediately caused a chain reaction, and countless particles began to become restless and exploded one after another. The second particle exploded, and then the third particle exploded, the fourth, fifth, sixth.
Zhou Xingdou's strength also suddenly skyrocketed at this moment.
One giant elephant particle gained 10,000 kilograms of strength. Zhou Xingdou in perfect being realm originally had tens of millions of kilograms of strength. At this moment, as the particles exploded, not only the strength, but also the physical strength increased rapidly at this moment as if there was no end. When the 30,000th giant elephant particle was formed, Zhou Xingdou's extreme speed increased and it slowly exploded. Zhou Xingdou also withdrew from practice at this moment. When he opened his extremely clear black and white eyes, there seemed to be a phantom of a dragon elephant passing by at high speed. It's worthy of the divine elephant's power to suppress prisons. Zhou Xingdou exclaimed in shock as he felt the terrifying power surge around him. At this moment, he can be said to be comparable to a humanoid ferocious beast, with 30,000 giant elephant particles in his body, 300 million kilograms of strength in his arms. His body is comparable to a magic weapon, and his blood is as heavy as a giant mountain. And his improvement has not stopped. Even if he does not actively practice, the particles in his body are constantly transforming into giant elephant particles. This also means that even if he lies down and does nothing, he is getting stronger all the time. Moreover, the dramatic improvement just now also allowed him to break through the second shackles of divine treasure and step into the realm of great power.
But Zhou Xingdou didn't intend to try this terrifying strength now.
At this moment, he still had not extracted the physical sublimation he gained after conquering Yun Jingi. He has the top physique in this world, the holy body of the 9 heavens. Born with thunder lines between the eyebrows, it controls the origin of thunder and lightning. It is extremely young and strong, invulnerable to all poisons, and difficult for evil and filth to enter. This is also the reason why Yun Jingi's evil cold poison was eliminated overnight. This also made Zhou Xingdou even more curious about what kind of physique the Zhoushiu holy body, which was originally the top holy body, could be sublimated and transformed into. Physique sublimation: let the host's physique transform and evolve into a more powerful physique. Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate and immediately said to the system, "System, extract and sublimate the physique." As soon as he finished speaking, an eternal and strange light point suddenly merged into his body and melted on his body almost instantly. In an instant, a majestic, ancient, and unknown terrifying aura burst out from Zhou Xingdou's body, rising into the sky like a beam of light. It is clearly daytime at this moment, but the stars in the sky are lighting up one by one, blooming with the most dazzling light in this life. Zhou Xingdou's treasure body shone brightly at this moment, and his body suddenly broke through the palace and rushed straight into the clouds. For a moment, the mysterious Tao light bloomed all over his body, and ancient runes containing the aura of the great Tao crossed his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For a moment, the endless laws screamed in unison, seeming to welcome the birth of a great being. At this moment, thousands of miles of spiritual energy were all gone, and the sea-like spirit energy was condensing and gathering, like a celestial river, rushing with endless water, rushing towards Zhou Xingdou's body. At this moment, the infinite laws of the stars in the sky are buzzing, and for a time, a truly supreme and terrifying force descends that suppresses the heavens and makes the world tremble. Above the sky, a terrifying eye covering the sky and earth appeared, containing endless will to destroy. Those eyes overlooked the entire world, with only endless destruction and ruthlessness in their eyes, making countless sentient beings in the Chuyuan Realm tremble. It also alarmed all the forces in the endless Tao Realm, Holy Land, Tao Sect, Buddha Land, Immortal Family, Forbidden Zone. A supreme being was awakened at this moment.
How could the Eye of Punishment suddenly appear in Chuyuan?
With such a vision, it is possible that there is a supreme physique coming to this world.
Who is there? Why can't I find any information?
Look at the direction, it's Xian Heavenly Tao Sect's person. But just as the supreme being was about to leave, an old and majestic voice resounded above all the great forces.
This is the awakening constitution of my young master of the Zhou family. If anyone dares to disturb it, destroy.
At this time, a terrifying sound was emitted from the restricted area.
To seize the spiritual power of heaven and earth for the people of the clan to awaken their physique, your Zhou family is too overbearing.
But as soon as he finished speaking, a fairy sword could not help but activate the supreme power, cut through the endless void, and transmigrate hundreds of millions of miles away to land in the restricted area. The fairy sword exudes the ultimate killing intent, and the tip of the sword, which gathers billions of fairy lights, points directly at the forbidden area supreme.
A cold fairy sound sounded. If you talk too much, you will be killed.
The restricted area supreme was about to get angry when he was immediately pressed down by another supreme being beside him.
If you don't want to live, you can go to Zhou's house to seek death. Don't implicate the entire restricted area.
At this moment, another gentle ancient voice sounded in the ears of all supreme beings.
Junior sister Xian is impulsive, please don't blame her.
After saying that, he changed the topic again. It's not only the young master of the Zhou family who caused the commotion, it's also me, Xian Heavenly Tao Sect Tao Child. Please give me some face and Xian will definitely pay me a visit in the future.
For a moment, the world was silent.
The old head of the Zhou family, the most mysterious immortal family, and the profound Yun Jingi, the head of the Heavenly Tao Sect. No matter who or what force in the Chuyuan Realm, they must weigh themselves in front of these two behemoths.
What's more, it's just a little baby awakening his physique.
Although such a phenomenon has never been seen in ancient times, in the eyes of these supreme beings, no matter how powerful the physique is, it needs to grow, and what grows is a threat.
After spending endless years, they have seen too many dazzling young supremes fall by the wayside. It's not worth offending the two major forces for this.
What's more, Zhuan Jizi's words also served as a stepping stone, so that the world would not feel that they were scared off by the Zhou family's orders, so they stopped saying anything. At this moment, at the top of the universe, the phantoms of the true spirits of pure-blooded beasts appeared, real dragons Kuanping golden crow's white tiger, and at this moment, they bowed their proud bodies in the direction of Zhou Xingdou. The eyes above the sky erupted with the vast great Tao law at this moment, surrounding Xingdou's body, constantly bursting out the original power. The silver thunder pattern between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows also flashed with thunder light at this moment, and there was actually a trace of the great Tao aura on it at this moment, so terrifying and extremely powerful. The sun and the moon are across the sky is bright, the laws and principles of heaven are intertwined at this moment, and the sound of the great Tao is resounding. Zhou Xingdou suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. The extremely clear black and white eyes were now rendered with silver, turning into a pair of silver pupils filled with aura of destruction and extremely indifferent. In his eyes, the endless thunder dragon elephant flashed very quickly. The supreme divine patterns in great Tao runes are densely covered in the eyes, the ultimate Tao Yun is filled in the eye sockets, and the power of heavenly punishment is rich as the sea surges in the eyes. At this moment, the eyes seemed to be replaced by the white and silver sun, with arcs of electricity beating around the silver pupils, and an ancient and majestic power of divine punishment flashed in the eyes. On the treasure body, the great Tao law surges, the divine brilliance blooms, the immortal muscles and bones are visible, and the golden blood can be faintly seen flowing through the body. The shadows of 3,000 giant elephants behind them roared in unison, with overwhelming momentum. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's precious body is radiating light, his black hair is flowing, his face is like an immortal Buddha, his body is like glass, his inside and outside are clear, and he is pure and flawless. Like a god sitting on a supreme throne, his sacred majesty is inviolable. He doesn't know about the imminent tensions hundreds of millions of miles away, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was still glad that he had not been impulsive and extracted the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power in physical sublimation outside. Otherwise, the consequences may be disastrous. But it was all worth it. Only now did he realize that he could no longer be treated by ordinary people. He didn't even know how far his power had reached. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, punishing heaven Tao body. Realm, early stage of noble realm. Luck value, 11,000. Person of luck, Lin Fan, Yun Jingi. System warehouse, none. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Xingdou realized that his 9 heavens holy body had evolved into the heaven punishing body. But he had never heard of this physique, even though he would collect countless information 20 years later. However, this physique is indeed much stronger than the Joshio holy physique. It can even be said that it is not on the same level. What surprised him even more was that his cultivation had reached the noble realm silently, jumping between 2 realms in one day. Zhou Xingdou did not feel any sense of vanity, but felt that his cultivation was extremely solid. Punishing heaven Tao body has brought him too many things. For example, his current pair of silver pupils can no longer be called ordinary eyes, but punishing heaven eyes. Zhou Xingdou looked at the giant 10,000-meter high mountain in the distance with a thought in his mind, and a thunderous light filled with destructive power suddenly shot out from his eyes. The lightning struck the 10,000-meter giant mountain in the blink of an eye. There was no loud noise or flying dust in the sky. In an instant, the 10,000-meter giant mountain ceased to exist. Not even a trace of dust was left behind, and it was completely annihilated by the power of destruction. So scary. But Zhou Xingdou's heart didn't stir up the slightest disturbance. It seemed like it should be like this. For some reason, at this moment, he no longer had the panic he felt when he was first reborn. Punishing heaven Tao body brought him not only power, but also endless self-confidence and a mentality of contempt for the common people. Zhou Xingdou even felt that in this life, he was more like and more suitable to be his destiny than Lin Fan. Zhou Xingdou also understood the meaning of the luck-seizing system. The way to defeat the Son of Destiny is to have more luck than him, get greater opportunities, and become more powerful. And in the Xian Heavenly Tao sect, a gentle voice also sounded. From today on, Zhou Xingdou will be the only Tao child of our Xian Heavenly Tao sect. He will be crowned during our sect's celebration in 3 months, the palace will be opened in profound heaven, and he will be equal to the peak master. Xian Heavenly Tao sect was suddenly in an uproar, but Zhou Xingdou's expression remained as usual. The vision of extracting the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power in physical sublimation by himself had eliminated the need for him to bargain with Xian Jizi. If he were not in the position of Tao child, it can only be said that Zhuan Jizi is ignorant. Jiaxuanfang also suddenly burst into laughter. After all, Zhou Xingdou, as the chief of Jiaxuanfang, is not bad at popularity. Everyone is sincerely happy for their chief. But there was one exception, and that was Lin Fan. After experiencing 3 failed breakthroughs, he was exhausted physically and mentally. Only now did he realize that the sudden interruption of his spiritual energy was caused by Zhou Xingdou draining all the spiritual energy from Jiushuan Peak. Looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was shining like a god in the sky, an unspeakable anger burst out in his heart. It was not only because of Zhou Xingdou that he failed to break through, but also because of his jealousy towards Zhou Xingdou. He felt that standing in the sky, shining brightly, he should be the one to become Tao child. Take away your own things, Zhou Xingdou has a way to die. Zhou Xingdou naturally noticed Lin Fan, and a murderous intention suddenly rose in his heart, and the aura of destruction surged in Xing Tianjin's pupils. He really wanted to try what would happen if he killed Lin Fan regardless of his fate. But at this moment, an old man with an immortal spirit appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, suppressing Zhou Xingdou's rising murderous intention. The old man looked indifferent and had a gentle smile on his lips, which made people feel close to him involuntarily. But the terrifying principles flowing on his body, just standing there, made the space around him freeze, the void screamed, and his breath became unfathomable. Zhou Xingdou bowed slightly as a disciple and respectfully said to the old man in front of him, "Xingdou pays homage to the sect master." "That's right, this person is the sect leader of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and he is also the strongest combat power of Xian Heavenly Dao sect in this era, Yun Jingi." It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to kill Lin Fan in front of Yun Jingi. He also understood that even if there was no Yun Jingi at this time, there might be wolfberry, raspberry, or something to stop him. After all, this was his destiny, which also made him give up his eagerness to kill Lin Fan. He needed to think about it in the long run. Yun Jingi raised his hand slightly and lifted Zhou Xingdou up. Looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was perfect and flawless, with a body like glass and full of vitality and blood, he stroked his long white beard and said with a warm smile, "No need to be polite. If junior sister Tian hadn't told me, I would have never thought that you have been hiding your stupidity until today." A wry smile appeared on Zhou Xingdou's handsome face. It was indeed a bit immature at the time. "Don't be surprised if I hid it from the sect master and asked the sect master." Of course Zhuan Jingi couldn't blame Zhou Xingdou, it was too late for him to be happy now. Ha ha ha, how could this sect master be so stingy? Speaking of this, Zhuan Jingi paused and continued. "It's a good thing to be cautious, but you still have to show off your edge, otherwise it won't make people think that I, Xian Heavenly Dao sect, can't protect my disciples." "I'm a little confused. I'm still the young master of the Zhou family. The sect master has designated me as Dao Child. Can others agree?" Zhou Xingdou looked at Yun Jingi. Although he was determined to win the position of Dao Child, he did not expect that in such a short period of time, Yun Jingi would designate himself as Dao Child. Although he had awakened the punishing Heaven Dao body and had unparalleled visions in the world, it was a little too fast after all. It seemed that Yun Jingi knew the entire sect without even conducting discussions. Hearing this, Zhuan Jingi smiled lightly and shook his head. "You think Xian Tianli Dao sect is too stingy, and you underestimate your own value too much. The reason why my Xian Heavenly Dao sect has gone through countless eras but still stands at the top of the first yuan is because I don't care about the origin of my disciples. Whether it is a mountain boy or a young master of a noble family, it makes no difference to Xian Heavenly Dao sect. As long as he is suitable, he can be elected as Dao Child." Speaking of this, Zhuan Jingi looked at Zhou Xingdou with a glint in his eyes. "There will never be a single Taoist body in eternity. If the ancestors know that I have rejected the Taoist body because of the sect, I, the sect master, will probably have reached his end." "Oh? The sect master knows the Taoist body? Can you tell what kind of Taoist body I am?" Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, and Yun Jingi saw at a glance that his physique was indeed something he didn't expect. If it weren't for the system panel, even he, who had the memory of 2 lifetimes, wouldn't know that he was the punishing Heaven Dao body. Zhuan Jingi shook his head and said meaningfully, "Only you know this. Each Tao body is unique. I only know that this is the Tao body, but I don't know what kind of Tao body it is." Seeing Yun Jingi, Zhou Xingdou stared slightly. It seems that he still needs to slowly explore the use of this punishing Heaven Dao body. After all, he can feel that punishing Heaven Dao body still has many functions, but he has not developed it. Now his Dao body is still like a newborn baby, and has not yet shown its complete posture. Before Zhou Xingdou could say anything, Yun Jingi continued. "Although the ceremony will not crown you until 3 months later, you are now a Dao Child and can move your residence to the profound Heaven Peak." Zhou Xingdou naturally would not agree. "No, it's good for the disciples to live in Jiushuan Peak. Although profound Heaven Peak has a more superior cultivation environment than Jiushuan Peak, it is also the core of the sect and is heavily guarded and safe." But Lin Fan was still at Jiushuan Peak, not to mention he didn't want to be too far away from his fairy master, so Jiushuan Peak was the most suitable for him. Yun Jingi seemed to know what Zhou Xingdou was thinking. He did not force Zhou Xingdou. He just raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "You are already a Dao Child, and it is against the rules to still live in Jiushuan Peak. Well, the Jiushuan Palace is empty, and it's really lonely for your master to live alone.
Just move in and accompany your master.
After saying that, Zhuangjizi gave Zhou Xingdou a knowing smile, which made Zhou Xingdou immediately feel that this old man was quite sensible. But at this moment, a sky-reaching sword intent burst out from Jiushuan Peak.
Call out.
The fairy sword that once hung high in the restricted area and suppressed supreme appeared in the sky above Xian heavenly Dao sect at some unknown time, alarming the passing void, carrying infinite power and terrifying sword energy, and rushed straight towards Yun Jingi.
Zhuangjizi's eyelids suddenly twitched and he muttered something bad, and then left a sentence.
Boy, this is what my sect leader has said.
The rest is up to you.
Then, before Zhou Xingdou could react, he suddenly disappeared without leaving any trace. After Yun Jingi disappeared, he was replaced by Tianzhou, who was extremely graceful and charming. Tianzhou's face was slightly cold, looking at the place where Zhuangjizi disappeared. His empty and cold voice was slightly angry. Old guy, if you still plot against junior sister at your age, I will cut you into 8 pieces sooner or later. Zhou Xingdou looked at his stunning master, and rarely called him master.
Master, I think the sect master's move is extremely thoughtful.
Zhou Xingdou joined Xian Tianli Dao sect for Tianzhou. This can be said to be known to everyone among the senior leaders of the sect. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yun Jingi deliberately arranged the match. Tianzhou's pair of dazzling beautiful eyes gave Zhou Xingdou a hard look and cursed angrily. Don't act like a good boy just because you get the advantage. I'll settle the score with you later. After saying that, he threw a black token to Zhou Xingdou and rushed towards Profound Heaven Peak with a murderous look on his face. Zhou Xingdou grabbed the token with one hand and looked at it intently.
This token was neither iron nor gold nor jade.
Ancient divine patterns were attached to it, and 3 large characters were engraved on it.
9 mysterious orders.
Zhou Xingdou immediately smiled. This is the Jiushuan Peak control token, which can control all formations of Jiushuan Peak, including Jiushuan Palace. It seems that his master is also being outspoken. He said that he would come back to settle the score with him, but he gave all the keys to his house to him.
But Zhou Xingdou is not busy moving at the moment.
Now that I have awakened my Dao body and become Dao child, I naturally want to go back to Jiushuan Peak to talk to my good junior brother Lin Fan about life. But he didn't expect that as soon as he stepped into Jiushuan Peak, he would be stopped by a beautiful figure. This is a beauty, with purple hair tied up with a very long jade hairpin, a pair of charming eyes that are charming, and thick makeup that has a unique charm. She was wearing a purple dress, but the clothing was like gauze, and the skirt was almost transparent, and her 2 round and white thighs could be seen. The posture is extremely enchanting, and the slender waist is constantly twisting with the steps, which makes people feel itchy to see. I saw her delicate fingers gently lifting the corners of her mouth, and her charming voice sounded. Congratulations to Chief Zhou for not only awakening the supreme physique, but also becoming Dao child in one fell swoop. An imperceptible killing intent flashed through Zhou Xingdou's pair of deep and indifferent silver pupils. This person is one of the 2 elders of Jiushuan Peak, named Yuji.
This woman is not a simple woman.
Zhou Xingdou had dealt with her a lot in his previous life. She was also Lin Fan's first investor after him. This woman was very scheming, and it was her idea to trap and kill Yuan Tian. Later, she also provided the advice for Lin Fan to eliminate dissidents many times. When he died in his last life, she was also there. She might have been the one who gave Lin Fan advice on how to kill him. But he didn't expect that in this life, he didn't look for her first, but she came to him. It is true that there is a way to heaven that cannot be taken, and there is no way to break into hell. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my ears. The person who discovered luck, Yuji. Name, Yuji. Chi number in 1999. Favorable, appreciate. Realm, Peak of Saint. Innate luck, the best cauldron, 3.5 stars, the charming nature, 3 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, insightful eyes, 2.5 stars. System reminder, the host's luck value reaches 10,000, and the initial luck value is less than 2,000. You can do whatever you want without being affected by your destiny. The best cauldron, this furnace is extremely suitable as a cauldron. It can be used to clarify one's mind and nature, double one's understanding, increase one's spiritual power, and nourish one's body.
It is recommended that the host be taken as a cauldron.
Naturally charming. People who are naturally charming and not in a strong state of mind will be charmed and controlled by this person. A person with a keen eye and a discerning eye, one who is very sensitive to luck and can keenly detect the luck and destiny of the atmosphere.
This shocked Zhou Xingdou.
Although he knew that Yuji would fall in love with Lin Fan, the son of destiny, he never expected that Yuji would be a person of destiny. After all, even Lin Fan's personal maid and future butler Chuyuan is not considered a lucky person by the system. However, the prompts for her are indeed different. When the system discovered Yun Jingi, the prompt was to find a girl with great luck, while Yuji was just a person with great luck. When Zhou Xingdou saw that Yuji's destiny was only 1999, Zhou Xingdou understood that the system also divided the names of people with good fortune into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Then Zhou Xingdou carefully observed Yuji's panel. It's not surprising that Zhou Xingdou admires her so much. After all, he is now 18 years old in Noble Realm, and he has just awakened his Tao body and created such a huge momentum. It is normal for Yuji to appreciate him. Zhou Xingdou also knows that this is the peak of the Saint Realm, and she has been in this realm for a long time before she will break through. But when he saw Annate's luck, Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up.
The ultimate cauldron. Use it to double your understanding, increase your spiritual power, and nourish your body. Zhou Xingdou didn't care about the latter two effects, but the doubling of his understanding made him extremely excited.
You must know that understanding is different from enhancing spiritual power and physical body.
There are countless medicines that can do it. Even the talent root bone can be enhanced day by day. Comprehension is basically extremely difficult to increase and improve. Even the Bodhi root, the supreme immortal root in the early Yuan realm, can only increase a person's understanding by twice.
But this thing is hard to come by. There are only 2 or 3 in the world, and they are all treasures of the Jin sect and Jin clan.
No one else can even see them, not to mention using them. What Zhou Xingdou lacks the most is understanding.
Now he has root bone talent, and with the blessing of the Supreme Tao Foundation and punishing Heaven Tao body, he has reached an immeasurable level.
But understanding is not improved much.
Fortunately, he became proficient in the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power directly after extracting it, so Zhou Xingdou did not need to comprehend it on his own, otherwise he would not have mastered this supreme skill so quickly. But his other skills were not acquired through the system. There was no way like the system could do, without the need for enlightenment, to directly reach full proficiency and just practice according to instinct. Now his main training method is the Thunder Emperor Sutra of Zhou family. Now he has practiced it for more than 20 years and can only be regarded as a beginner, and has not yet reached basic accomplishment. Fortunately, by blessing the memory of the previous life, Zhou Xingdou's technique can quickly achieve basic accomplishment, but the state of great accomplishment was not reached even in his previous life. And when Tian Zhou'er taught him the Luoxia sword code, he was terrible at practicing it. If his understanding of other techniques was average, his understanding of sword techniques was shit. As a disciple of Luoxia sword immortal, his most powerful weapon is his fist, which indeed made him ridiculed by the world a lot in his last life. When he saw the system prompting that Yuji's life was less than 2000 and could not affect him, Zhou Xingdou had a bold idea in his mind. Yuji looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was looking at her in a daze in front of her, thinking that it was her beauty that attracted Zhou Xingdou. This suddenly gave her a sense of pride, and she couldn't help but straighten out the proud peaks on her chest, making her figure even more graceful. She cleared her throat again, her voice became more charming, and she sneered. "Zhou Dao child, it's very rude for you to look at others like this." Only then did Zhou Xingdou come back to his senses from the system panel. An extreme greed arose in his heart. He looked at Yuji's graceful figure, but his face remained as usual and he said, "Elder, you misunderstood. Just now Zhou was distracted when he thought of some past events. Please forgive me, Elder Yu." Yuji naturally didn't believe it, but it was impossible to expose Zhou Xingdou. She just twisted her body and came within easy reach of Zhou Xingdou, and said coquettishly, "I naturally believe in Zhou Dao Child's character, sister. However, when Zhou Dao Child becomes the sect leader, we must not forget about sister. Zhou Xingdou naturally knew that this woman was tempting him, but he also knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. The top-grade cauldron, with a naturally charming body, has never lost her virginity for many years. Even before her death in her last life, the son of destiny, Lin Fan, had never taken her body.
It can be imagined that this woman is not low-handed.
All this was just a disguise in fishing. If she took the bait, she might not be able to catch even one fish, and she would have to lose a lot of money. So Zhou Xingdou doesn't want to get entangled with her for the time being. He has memories of the next 20 years and has many ways to deal with her, but he will definitely not be to please her, Yuji. However, he was bound to win this cauldron, but he couldn't do it as gently as he did to Yun Jingi. After all, he still has a lot of hatred and wants to retaliate with fire. Zhou Xingdou turned sideways, with a pair of magical silver eyes without any emotion, and said calmly, "Elder Yu, I still have something to do. If there is nothing else, Zhou will take the first step." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou avoided Yuji's charming body and walked straight to the foot of Jiushuan Peak. It's not that Zhou Xingdou's awakened punishing heaven Dao body is not lewd. If Yuji notices the index finger under Zhou Xingdou's sleeve, she will find that the index finger is constantly trembling and moving greatly. It's just that at Jiushuan Peak, every move he makes is under Tian Zhouer's nose. He doesn't want to lose Tian Zhouer because of this momentary advantage. Zhou Xingdou still knows how to distinguish between love and lust. Moreover, the darker the wine, the more fragrant it is. Although waiting is uncomfortable, it will make you happier when you get it, which is not a loss. Yuji was not angry because of Zhou Xingdou's dodge. At this moment, when he looked at Zhou Xingdou's back, he felt more and more interesting. The little man is quite capable of pretending, but I always feel that he doesn't have as much luck as Lin Fan. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in this Dao child position for long. Yuji said this with great confidence, because it was with this pair of eyes that she reached her current status. Although she was curious about how Lin Fan could match Zhou Xingdou's strength and background, she didn't think she would make a mistake because she knew her fate was determined and no one could change it.
But she probably never imagined that Zhou Xingdou was an anomaly.
No one could see through his luck. He had no fate or destiny. If he had, he would definitely burst her charming eyes. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xingdou has arrived at the residence of the true disciples.
There are independent, exquisite courtyards here. Although they are not as glorious and luxurious as the palace, they are not bad either.
Zhou Xingdou also met several true successors. He was very popular in the peak, and almost all of them, whether they were true successors or personal successors, received favors from him. These true disciples all congratulated themselves with happy faces, and Zhou Xingdou also smiled and nodded in response. However, he didn't care too much, because these people would be of little use in the future, and they would have no sense of existence even in the next 20 years. He is not a lucky person, nor is he a good-looking woman, so Zhou Xingdou naturally does not want to waste his time on them. But now he was holding the Jiushuan token, directly ignoring the formations in Lin Fan's courtyard and entering Lin Fan's residence. Now, Lin Fan had exhausted all the elixirs on hand before suppressing the backlash. After raising his aura to its peak, he once again hit the realm of awakening. At this moment, it was the fourth time that he came to this checkpoint that leads to the realm of enlightenment. It must be said that after experiencing it several times, he has become extremely proficient in breaking through this checkpoint. In just this short time, he has reached the most critical final level of first layer again. He only needs to rush over and he will become a qualified monk. Now that Zhou Xingdou has completed his awakening, Jiushuan Peak will never lose its spiritual energy again, and it will never fail this time. But just when his spiritual power was about to break through the barrier and Lin Fan smiled, the door to his room suddenly opened, and countless airflow poured in. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a powerful and terrifying aura. This aura rushed towards him like a rampage. The feeling of perfection in it made him feel inferior to his cultivation at this moment. And in this trance, the barrier that was about to be broken through suddenly closed. His spiritual power was also insufficient at this moment, and it suddenly retreated like a tide. Lin Fan wanted to laugh very much at this moment, but fortunately he had adapted to the backlash several times, and this time it didn't make him vomit blood, but only made him feel empty due to excessive use of spiritual power. Junior brother, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Zhou Xingdou looked at Lin Fan, whose aura suddenly changed from strong to weak, and felt a sense of joy in his heart.
With his state, how could he not feel that Lin Fan was making a breakthrough?
It was certainly not a coincidence that he entered at this time. Lin Fan was worthy of being the son of destiny. He did not show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, he stood up and greeted him with a happy expression. Elder brother is here at the right time, please take a seat quickly. Although Zhou Xingdou did it on purpose, he still wanted to act, and he immediately beat his feet and chest with a look of shame on his face. Senior brother, I am so happy today, but I never thought that junior brother, you were at the moment of breakthrough, and in a moment of impulsiveness, you broke junior brother's opportunity. Originally it was okay that Zhou Xingdou didn't mention it, but this mention made Lin Fan's suppressed anger almost explode. After a few hateful twitches at the corners of his mouth, he revealed an extremely ugly smile.
It's okay, junior brother, I'm used to it.
Senior brother's move just made me discover some shortcomings and consolidate my cultivation.
It's not too late for me to thank you.
You don't need to thank me, junior brother.
I should be the one thanking you.
Aunt Yun's cold poison has been completely eliminated, so you can rest assured. Zhou Xingdou took advantage of the slope and went down, with a look of amusement in his eyes. He, his junior brother, probably didn't know yet that the daughter-in-law of his family had fallen into his trap, and even adopted his personal maid as a dog. Lin Fan was also in a daze for a moment, not knowing why Zhou Xingdou thanked him, but when he heard that his mother had eliminated the cold poison, he still smiled from the bottom of his heart.
Senior brother, what do you want to thank me for? I should be the one thanking you, senior brother.
It's just that I don't have much, so I have nothing to thank you for, senior brother.
Zhou Xingdou looked at Lin Fan, who was confused, and said that it was impossible to say he was unhappy.
He wanted to tell Lin Fan that Yun Jingi had thanked him very much, but he also knew that these words would definitely arouse suspicion, so he could only continue to stimulate Lin Fan.
If you make progress, I'll be able to talk to you.
You're right, my senior brother really doesn't like your stuff.
These words immediately made Lin Fan even more angry.
He held his hands in his sleeves so tightly that his nails even pierced into his flesh, causing gurgling blood to flow out. Zhou Xingdou also gave up at the moment. After all, it was not the time to fall out with Lin Fan yet.
After all, after falling out with Lin Fan, how could he deprive him of his destiny?
The drama of brother, virtuous and brother Qian will continue to play out for a while, even if Zhou Xingdou wants to cut Lin Fan into pieces immediately. But the child of destiny is not ordinary, and long-term planning is needed. Thinking of this week, Xingdou flipped his right hand, and a black elixir filled with medicinal fragrance appeared in his hand.
Okay, no more joking with you, junior brother. Senior brother is here to give you the elixir.
Lin Fan suddenly saw the black treasure medicine and immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. Smelling the fragrance of the medicine, he felt that his body had become stronger.
This is the tiger bone and leopard tendon pill.
It is a precious medicine that is of great benefit to the physical body realm. I will use it as an apology gift for my senior brother. All spiritual elixirs in the world are divided into grades, and the most commonly used elixirs are first grade to ninth grade elixirs. Then it is divided into precious medicine, king grade precious medicine, divine medicine, holy medicine, supreme medicine, and immortal medicine. Although the treasure medicine is not ranked high in the grade, it is difficult for ordinary people to obtain one plant at a time. It is already a chance for a monk at the basic 8th level to obtain a 9th grade elixir. Once the precious medicine comes out, even the perfect being's powerful heart will be moved. Lin Fan was also a wonderful person.
He immediately took the elixir and showed an extremely sincere and moved look on his face.
Thank you, senior brother. Lin Fan feels so guilty that he can't repay you for receiving so much kindness from him. The words were so refreshing that Zhou Xingdou lamented that the fact that he was deceived in his previous life was not all because of waste.
No one would be able to spot the flaws in Lin Fan's exquisite acting skills. But unfortunately, this was Zhou Xingdou after his rebirth.
Not only was he calm in his heart, he was even a little disgusted. Looking at Lin Fan's bleeding hand, Zhou Xingdou showed a trace of amusement in his eyes and asked knowingly,
"Junior brother, why is your hand injured?"
Lin Fan quickly retracted his hands into his sleeves and said with a simple and honest look on his face. Senior brother gave me such a valuable treasure. I was so moved that I accidentally cut my palm with my fingernail. Hearing such an answer, even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but admire in his heart. Damn, genius. After receiving Zhou Xingdou's tiger bone leopard tendon pill, Lin Fan became obviously more enthusiastic. Now he is serving tea and pouring water. Where is the ugly smile just now? His face is already sincere. It was the same in the last life. In fact, Lin Fan showed a lot of respect for himself at first, but it wasn't until his realm was close to his that he showed some fangs. The title also changed from senior brother to Xingdou, and he began to take the initiative to ask for it from Zhou Xingdou. Sometimes he would not come forward, and Xiao Yu would come directly to ask for it. After Lin Fan served Zhou Xingdou tea, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said suddenly, "Oh, by the way, senior brother, I want to bring my maid into the sect to help with the housework. I don't know if it's in compliance with the rules." Zhou Xingdou took a sip of the tea in front of him and said calmly, "Each true disciple has 2 followers. You can use them as you wish. The treatment is the same as that of the inner disciples." Zhou Xingdou had already expected that Lin Fan would ask about this matter, but in this life Lin Fan did it a few days in advance. I wonder if it was the butterfly effect caused by his own changes. Lin Fan was immediately happy when he heard this and quickly continued to ask. Don't know how to follow the rules? He has just been admitted to Zhoushuan Peak and is still in the assessment period. He cannot leave the peak within a month, so naturally he does not know how to bring Qiuyu in. Zhou Xingdou gave Lin Fan a thoughtful look and said with a hint of a smile, "Elder, you will be here soon after I leave. Just leave this matter to her." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou looked out the door. In his last life, he learned at the last time that Yu Ji had already been in contact with Lin Fan on the first day when Lin Fan worshipped at Zhoushuan Peak. And just now Fahai told him that there was a saint hiding in the void outside the door, and it was Yu Ji who Zhou Xingdou bumped into just now. Lin Fan's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. After all, he was promoted to Zhoushuan Peak by Zhou Xingdou. Now Lin Fan had secretly contacted Yu Ji and did not inform Zhou Xingdou. This was not a very honest matter. Yu Ji naturally stopped hiding when she was discovered. Her charming and colorful body immediately appeared outside the door. She lightly covered her red lips with her jade hands and laughed like a silver bell. Zhou Dao child is indeed a young hero. I didn't expect that he could easily see where my sister was hiding. My sister is really ashamed of herself. Lin Fan also hurriedly explained. Senior brother, I didn't know that Elder Yu was hiding outside the door. Elder Yu and I only met by chance. Zhou Xingdou stood up, chuckled and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. It's the elder's duty to help the younger ones. Now that the elixir has been delivered, senior brother, I won't disturb the younger brother. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stepped out of the door. When passing by Yu Ji, he said again with a little meaning. Elder Yu still needs to watch for some time. If he stays overnight with the disciples, I won't expect our child to be so talkative when Elder Ning comes back. Hearing the words Elder Ning, Yu Ji's smiling face suddenly darkened. Zhou Xingdou also sneered when he saw this, and then he stepped into the air and disappeared. Unlike Zhoushuan Peak, which has dozens of elders, there are only 2 elders in total, one is Yu Ji and the other is Ning Yueza. Moreover, these 2 elders are both women. Ning Yu is upright, while Yu Ji is uninhibited and unruly, and they are naturally difficult to deal with. Although they are both elders, their status is very different. Tianzhou ignores trivial matters, and the affairs of Zhoushuan Peak are usually left to Ning Yueza. Moreover, Ning Yu is powerful, and her family members have been members of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect for generations, so she is convinced by everyone both in terms of status and strength. Yu Ji was also a disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, but she did get the position of elder of Zhoushuan Peak by chance. Tianjie didn't bother to care about her because she was a woman. Otherwise, with Yu Ji's character and strength, she would not be qualified to serve as the elder of Zhoushuan Peak. This also caused her to be extremely dissatisfied with the public, and most of the true successors did not take him seriously. This was also the reason why she chose to invest in Lin Fan, because if she continued like this, she would not only continue to climb up the ladder, but even her position as an elder would one day be taken away by Ning Yueze. After Zhou Xingdou disappeared, Lin Fan's face that was originally filled with a sincere smile suddenly turned cold. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's leftover teacup, he immediately threw it to the ground and smashed it into pieces. "The fourth time, you broke my 4 breakthroughs. One day I will make you pay back 100-fold. Although Lin Fan didn't know the reason for the first 2 attempts, the failure of the last 2 breakthroughs was all because of Zhou Xingdou. Lin Fan naturally put all the blame on Zhou Xingdou.
But there's nothing wrong with it.
After all, those 2 times were also caused by Zhou Xingdou's deprivation of luck, which caused a chain reaction. Yu Ji also raised her eyebrows slightly and thought to herself. But I didn't expect that the good old man in the past would have such deep intentions.
Could it be that he was just pretending all along?
Thinking of this, Yu Ji quickly comforted Lin Fan and said with a sweet smile, "Don't worry, brother, you have the same destiny and destiny. No matter how powerful Xingdou is this week, it will only be a stumbling block for your future." After Zhou Xingdou left Lin Fan's residence, he returned to his palace. He really didn't care how Yu Ji and Lin Fan would insult him.
He only knew that Yu Ji couldn't go too far.
Zhou Xingdou stepped into the palace, activated the formation and confirmed it was correct, then asked behind him, "Hi, if Yu Ji is about to break through, are you sure you can capture her?" The formations in his palace are not connected with Jiushuan Peak, and are based on the independent operation of the palace.
Unless his palace is destroyed, even Tian Zhou'er cannot directly explore the situation inside.
Fa Hai stepped out from the void behind him, bowed respectfully to Zhou Xingdou and said, "I'm 90% sure if I kill her, but it would be difficult to capture her alive, unless she is a demon."
Zhou Xingdou shook his head. Yu Ji is naturally not a demon.
If the demon worships the Xian Heavenly Dao sect and becomes an elder, the Xian Heavenly Dao sect will become a joke in the entire Chuyuan world. Moreover, he coveted the effects of the best cauldron, so it would be a pity to kill Yu Ji. Yu Ji will feel the opportunity to break through the barrier 10 days later, and the breakthrough will not be in the sect, but in a deep valley in the Tianhuang Holy State. This was also the place where the breakthrough was revealed only after Yu Ji made a breakthrough in the previous life. Before that, almost no one knew about it. The breakthrough of the Holy Realm will not be carried out in the sect, because it will trigger the Thunder Tribulation to temper the body.
This Thunder Tribulation is of great benefit. If the sect breaks through, the sect protecting formation will block the Thunder Tribulation.
Moreover, it will disturb the disciples and other high-level cultivators, so they usually look for breakthroughs elsewhere. And in this Tianxian Shengzhou, no one is bold enough to disturb the elders of Xian Heavenly Dao sect's breakthrough, and generally there are no accidents. Fa Hai alone could not capture Yu Ji alive, which really gave Zhou Xingdou a headache. After all, this was the best opportunity to deal with Yu Ji. If he missed the opportunity and tried to touch her again in the future, it would be as difficult as going to heaven.
And you can't just ask anyone to help you, you have to find someone you can trust.
After all, if the elder who plotted to kill his own sect accidentally slipped out of his unsecured Dao child position, he probably wouldn't have to sit in it. After having a headache for a while, Zhou Xingdou suddenly remembered someone.
Yuan Tian.
This person can serve as a messenger between the Zhou family and himself, and his loyalty to his family goes without saying.
Moreover, when he trapped and killed Yuan Tian never took action against him.
He kept catching Lin Fan and beating him up, and even scolded Lin Fan for bewitching the young master. You must know that Zhou Xingdou and Lin Fan were already in the realm of saints at that time, and their fighting prowess was not weak. Yuan Tian was able to fight 1 against 2 and almost escaped with his life.
One can imagine their strength.
Zhou Xingdou also asked Fa Hai.
Fa Hai, what do you think of Yuan Tian's strength last time?
Fa Hai thought of the scene that day, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes.
He's not weak. If he didn't use law weapon, I might not be able to fight him.
Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly and continued to ask. If you let him help you, can you capture the breakthrough Yu Ji alive? The beads in Fa Hai's hand slowly turned, and a black Buddha bowl with a deep breath appeared in his hand. If he restrains Yu Ji, with the Wu Wu Buddha bead and demon subduing bowl in my hand, Yuji will definitely fall into the trap if nothing unexpected happens. Listening to Fahai's confident words, Zhou Xingdou had no doubt that Fahai was now equipped with a holy weapon, and the system not only pulled his people over, but also brought his 9 law weapons. I don't know if it's due to the system, but all these 9 law weapons have become saint weapons. You must know that the holy weapon is different from other treasures.
Its power is almost the same as that of a saint. In other words, if Fahai has enough mana to control the 9 saint weapons on his body, he is equivalent to 9 saints, not to mention that Fahai's own combat power is not weak. Zhou Xingdou looked at the majestic and heroic Fahai and said with some interest.
On the other hand, Yuji has never noticed your existence.
There was a hint of disdain on Fahai's face. Even if she makes another breakthrough, she won't find any trace of me. Zhou Xingdou smiled knowingly. Fahai, as a mythical figure in his previous life, was indeed extraordinary. You can continue to hide for now.
I'll call you if anything happens.
Fahai responded, bowed respectfully and then escaped into the void again.
Zhou Xingdou took out a sound transmission stone at this moment, and a name appeared on the sound transmission stone, Yuan Tian. This object has the same function as Zhou Xingdou's phone in his previous life, but even the most advanced sound transmission stone can only transmit sound within a certain area. If it is ordinary, it can only be used within one state. However, the information of the sound transmission stone is easily captured by those with great divine ability, and if the distance is too far, it is difficult to ensure the integrity of the information. This sound transmission stone was given to him by Yuan Tian for communication. He had only used it once in his previous life, when he trapped and killed Yuan Tian. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou felt a lot when he picked up this sound transmitting stone. The last time he used it was the end of Yuan Tian's life, and this time it will be the starting point of Yuan Tian's great Tao.
Come and see me in 3 days. We have something important to discuss.
After a sound transmission came out, Zhou Xingdou returned the sound transmission stone to the storage ring regardless of whether he responded or not, because he knew that Yuan Tian would definitely come. Just like how he trapped and killed him in his previous life, he came as promised. After finishing everything, Zhou Xingdou stepped out of the palace.
Naturally, he couldn't live here anymore.
No matter how comfortable the palace was, it didn't have the fragrance of Jiushuan Palace. Zhou Xingdou gently raised his palm, and the palace trembled for an instant, suddenly rose up from the ground and shrank 10,000 times and came to Zhou Xingdou's palm. This palace actually has a name, called the Qingxing Palace. It is a sacred magic weapon second only to the holy weapon. It can be big or small, indestructible, and it is extremely easy to hit people. It's a pity that in Zhou Xingdou's place, he can only be used as a residence. After all, he took away a treasure house from the Zhou family, so he really has no shortage of treasures. For example, the tiger bone and leopard tendon elixir given to Lin Fan is the lowest level item in his hand. The minimum amount in his storage ring is measured in tens of thousands, and this is the amount he has given away many times over the years. At that time, the things given to Lin Fan were naturally not that simple. The tiger bone leopard tendon pills were indeed of great benefit to the 4 realms of the body, but few people knew about its side effects. In fact, it is not a side effect. The stronger the body, the more difficult it is to open the orifices. The effect of tiger bone leopard tendon pill on strengthening the body is indeed not small, but it strengthens more of the orifices. Therefore, it is taken after opening all 360 acupoints all over the body. But Lin Fan, a poor guy, knows nothing. Even Yuji wouldn't understand, because these things are used by big forces for their own children and rarely leak out. It is estimated that Lin Fan's tiger pussy can't wait to eat it now. Just as Zhou Xingdou thought, Lin Fan was about to swallow the tiger bone and leopard tendon pill at this moment, but he still kept an eye on it and gave the pill to Yuji for inspection. Yuji picked up the tiger bone and leopard tendon pill and observed it for a moment before saying, "This medicine has no toxins and is a genuine treasure." Speaking of this, Yuji couldn't help but sigh. This weak Xingdou is really generous. Only the disciples of powerful people are willing to take the tiger bone and leopard tendon pills. The cost of this one alone is enough to match several ordinary pills, and even I have never taken it. Lin Fan felt relieved after hearing this, swallowed the tiger bone and leopard tendon pill in one gulp, and said in a cold voice, My good senior brother would never have imagined that every benefit given to me today would turn into a weapon falling on him. After a while, Zhou Xingdou came to Jiuquan Hall and stepped into the hall with great swagger. Jiuquan Hall is a huge space. The vast front hall only takes up 1/3 of the space of Jiuquan Hall. After that is an open courtyard where countless precious medicines and spiritual plants are planted. In the center of the courtyard, there is a clear spring pool. The pool is not an ordinary spring water, but the water of the heavenly spirit. One drop can be worth a top-grade spiritual crystal, which is extremely extraordinary. It is precisely because of this spring of heavenly spirits that the spiritual plants and medicinal herbs in this courtyard are extremely dense. Zhou Xingdou naturally would not covet these mundane things, so he walked through the courtyard in an instant and came to the back hall, where Tian Zhou'er lived. To be honest, after being a disciple for so long, this was the first time he stepped into Tian Zhou'er's residence, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As he pushed open the back hall door, a chilling aura rushed towards his face, followed by sharp sword intent. Zhou Xingdou was stunned for a long time when he saw the scene inside the door. This place did not have the fragrance like Yun Jingi's bedroom. It should be said that it does not look like a residence at all, because there are not even beds in it. A Taoist platform is erected in the center of the room, surrounded by powerful and vicious swords, shining with a dazzling cold light. This isn't a woman's boudoir, it's just a sword tomb. The terrifying sword intent emitted by hundreds of fierce swords is enough to make any swordsman break the sword's core and lose his sword skills. But Zhou Xingdou doesn't know how to do it, because he has no sword heart and can't use the sword well. Apart from marveling at how extraordinary these swords were, he had almost no feeling and no understanding of the art of swordsmanship. Looking at the scene in the room, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly and couldn't help but sigh. Not like a human habitation. But as soon as these words were spoken, a cold and ethereal fairy voice came from behind. Are you scolding me? Zhou Xingdou turned his head to look, and then he discovered that Tian Zhou'er's unique and independent figure had appeared behind him at some point, and then he chuckled. Master is a fairy in heaven, so naturally he is not a human being. After Tian Zhou'er glanced at Zhou Xingdou, he walked straight into the hall and sat on the Taoist platform without answering. Zhou Xingdou didn't take it seriously either, and followed closely into the boudoir that was like a sword tomb. Looking at the fierce swords stuck on the ground, Zhou Xingdou realized that although these swords were very powerful, their spirituality had been destroyed and they could no longer be called magic weapons. Zhou Xingdou casually pulled out a fierce sword, but saw blood on the sword. Obtained from killing the Red Sword Master in Demon Realm. After reading this, Zhou Xingdou pulled out another one, and the sword also had blood inscriptions on it. Obtained by killing the Buddha in the Buddha realm with the Sword of Wisdom. Zhou Xingdou then drew several more swords, each of which also had blood records. The owner of each sword was a respected person. Honorable, only people from the Supreme Realm are qualified to be honored, and there may be dozens of them in this palace. Didn't Zhou'er kill dozens of Supremes that day? Supreme is no big deal. He killed dozens of Supremes. With such terrifying strength, even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but look shocked at this moment. These are the swords of the people you killed? Tian Zhou'er looked cold and said indifferently. Otherwise, why do you think my master is called the Sword Immortal instead of the Sword Master? Speaking of this day, Zhou'er paused for a moment, then looked at Zhou Xingdou and continued. As the young master of the Zhou family, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child, and my disciple, you should understand one thing. The water in the Chuyuan Realm is very deep. Supreme isn't worth anything. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's eyes twitched a few times. Supreme is not worth it? Only Tian Zhou'er probably dared to say this. When you reach the realm of a saint, you are almost above all living beings and can become the overlord of a place. After the saint, there will be the Supreme Saint and the Great Saint. The power of the Great Sage, except for the immortal forces, the Great Sage is already the top combat power among the major forces. One Great Sage can sweep all enemies. In the Supreme Realm world, there are all figures that are respected as ancestors. They are like trump cards like nuclear bombs, and they will never appear at all. Even Yuji, the elder of Jiuquan Peak, is only at the peak of a saint and is about to break through to the Holy Realm. But Zhou Xingdou didn't refute,
because if you don't reach a certain level, you really won't have Tianzhou's mentality.
Even though he had already stepped into the great sage in his previous life and was only one step away from supreme, it was not enough for him to have this kind of mentality.
Are you going to stay here all day? Zhou Xingdou naturally did not want to waste the topic here.
Facing the fairy who had been in love with him since he was young, he did not intend to remain passive in this life. Tianzhou seemed to have heard the implication of Zhou Xingdou's words. At this moment, he was sitting on the platform and closed his eyes, saying very calmly,
"If you don't like it, you can move out." How could Zhou Xingdou move out?
A smile appeared on his lips and he said softly,
"It's not easy to be with you.
I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I move out." These words were rarely spoken from the bottom of his heart.
They were not acting.
Every word came from his heart. In the last life, I was not mature enough and did a lot of wrong things.
In the end, I wronged myself and maybe Tianzhou.
After experiencing 2 deaths, Zhou Xingdou has opened his eyes to many things.
To be honest, he and Tianzhou are both indifferent people. If he doesn't take the initiative, there may be no results in this life.
Teenagers are brave, but they are also cowardly. They are afraid of losing, afraid of gaining, and even more afraid of expressing their feelings. They indulge in the arrival of the precious thing, watching her walk towards you in the empty world, but when you muster up the courage to speak, she has already left silently. You are like floating sand floating in the endless void. You see that the time has come and want to go ashore, but you find that it is already too late. In this life, Zhou Xingdou didn't want to be like floating sand in the endless void, let alone allow the person he cherished to leave. Lin Fan wants to kill Master, he wants to kill him too.
Tianzhou heard this, but was not angry.
His newly closed bright eyes slowly opened and looked at Zhou Xingdou's head tilted slightly.
How did you know you would regret it for the rest of your life?
Zhou Xingdou caressed the fierce sword in his hand. He knew that Tianzhou at this moment should be very beautiful, overwhelming the country, but he did not dare to look up and said stubbornly in a clear voice,
"I know, I just know.
I don't need others to tell me, and I don't need time to tell me.
I know it right now."
When Tianzhou saw this, he let out a chuckle. The laughter was like a silver bell, making people intoxicated. He, your ambition is not small, now your thoughts are on your teacher. Hearing this extremely pleasant chuckle, Zhou Xingdou raised his head and looked at Tianzhou, and was stunned for a while. At this moment, Tianzhou's cold and peerless face melted like an iceberg, and bloomed like the most beautiful fairy flower in the world, surpassing the sum of all beautiful things.
This is the second time Zhou Xingdou has seen Tianzhou smile like this.
The first time was when he begged her to accept him.
That smiling face has always been engraved in his heart and will never be forgotten.
Seeing Zhou Xingdou's once deep and cold silver eyes again at this moment, he actually shed a few tears. 20 years, exactly 20 years later, he finally sought his love again. 1,000 years ago, it was even more like that year under the Zhou family tree. The peerless swordsman looked at the stubborn boy in front of him and chuckled. "Then you will be my apprentice from now on."
At this moment, a jade hand that transcended all ordinary things gently caressed the tears on Zhou Xingdou's cheek.
Don't cry, Master is here." Zhou Xingdou came to his senses in a daze at this moment, and immediately stopped his tears. It was enough to shed tears once, and he didn't want to keep them a second time. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, his eyes were firm and serious, and he said,
"I just want to ask you if it is possible between you and me."
Tianzhou raised his eyebrows with a smile, and said with a hint of arrogance,
"Let's wait until you surpass me."
Zhou Xingdou disagreed and said solemnly,
"Then I've surpassed you."
Tianzhou suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly, not understanding what Zhou Xingdou meant by this.
"At least my love for you surpasses your love for me,"
Zhou Xingdou said extremely seriously.
Anyway, he didn't say that his cultivation level was transcendent.
Tianzhou smiled sweetly, not angry at all, but her tone was a little cold.
"But I don't think so."
Immediately, Zhou Xingdou felt as if he had been hit hard on the head. Even though his body was comparable to law weapon, the pain was now unbearable. "You should be beaten for teasing Master." By the time Zhou Xingdou recovered from the pain, Tianzhou'er was already sitting on the Taoist platform again, closing his eyes and practicing without caring about anything else.
Zhou Xingdou also raised his eyebrows.
He had gotten the answer he wanted, and naturally he no longer behaved like a monster. He also understands that the two of them are unlikely to be together now. Just like Tianzhou'er said, the moment he surpasses him or approaches him is the moment when he blows the horn of charge.
Zhou Xingdou is still very confident about this matter.
He is no longer the useless person in his previous life who only knew how to rely on others and was as stupid as a pig. In this life, he will kill the destiny, seize luck, rise above the 9 heavens, and stand on the highest heaven. Of course, this does not prevent him from murmuring happily in order to avenge the previous blow.
Sooner or later I will marry you home and give me 100 children.
Then there was another groan of pain in the Zhoushuan palace.
A night of silence.
When you reach this state, you no longer need sleep, and you usually use cultivation instead. After a night of practice, Zhou Xingdou's originally developed 30,000 giant elephant particles had reached 35,000. In just one night, he had added 5,000 giant elephant particles, which was equivalent to 50 million kilograms of strength. This is also the result of Zhou Xingdou's awakening of the punishing Heaven Dao body yesterday and breaking through the noble realm. Zhou Xingdou estimated that such a development speed would slow down when there are 100,000 giant elephant particles. That is to say, 1 billion kilograms of strength. 100 million kilograms of strength is equivalent to the power of 1 dragon, which is the power of 10 dragons.
But this is still far from the 840 million particles in the body.
Not to mention that there are dragon elephants, yuan elephants, and divine elephant particles waiting for him to develop.
He still has a long way to go.
Thinking that this week, Xingdou opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and looked at Tianzhou'er, who was still practicing on the Tao platform with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but shake his head. Unlike Tianzhou'er, he was able to endure the training and sit still for several years without moving. Now, one night of training was regarded as the longest continuous training time in his career.
However, he did not disturb Tianzhou'er. After getting up from the floor, he silently walked to the door. Just as he was about to leave, the cold and ethereal fairy voice behind him sounded in a trance. "Come back earlier."
Zhou Xingdou curled his lips, pushed open the palace door and said softly, "Nu." Immediately after walking through the courtyard to the front hall, Fahai also walked out of the void, held the Buddha and bowed. "Young master, I was blocked in the front hall and could not follow you into the palace for protection. Please forgive me, young master." Zhou Xingdou naturally knew about this, and Tianzhou'er already knew about Fa Hai's existence. Although he gave Fa Hai the title of Elder Kaching, it did not mean that he could follow him into Tianzhou'er's residence.
"Nothing, I don't blame you for this.
From now on, when I come here, you can practice in the front hall." Fa Hai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and said respectfully, "I will obey my master's decree." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou seemed to remember something and reminded him again. "Also, if there is anything you shouldn't see in the future, just stay outside the house and don't spy on me." Although Zhoushuan Palace can block Fahai, it is not necessarily the case in other places. Although Fahai is absolutely loyal to him, some things are private after all, and Zhou Xingdou does not have a habit of being watched.
Fahai also immediately understood what Zhou Xingdou meant and quickly explained.
"Master, don't worry, Fahai is a member of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally knows the importance." Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly when he heard this, and then set up his escape light and rushed towards the sky. When he came out today, he certainly wasn't just wandering around. Otherwise, even though he couldn't sit still, he would still concentrate on practicing for a few days. But he suddenly remembered that Lin Fan's 3-year contract seemed to be coming soon, and there should only be more than a month left. This is also the reason why Lin Fan has been eager to break through recently. After all, Lin Fan's opponent is not bad in talent, and is 2 years older than him. It seems that he should be in the realm of condensed consciousness now. However, I didn't pay too much attention to this in my previous life. After all, I was forcibly carrying Lin Fan into the true legend from the outer door. Originally, during the rest of the month, I had given Lin Fan countless treasures of heaven and earth, allowing him to make rapid progress and step into the realm of the spiritual sea.
However, he still remembered the girl's name, which seemed to be Lu Yanran. She is the daughter of the Lu family of Lingyin City, a big city near Lingyin City. The engagement between the two was made by Lin Fan's missing father and Lu Yanran's father. However, later Lin Fan's father and Lu Yanran's father disappeared together, and the two families never interacted with each other. It was also 3 years ago that Lu Yanran was attracted by the independent cultivator saint and accepted her as a disciple. The Lu family happened to remember this marriage and went to Lingyin City to cancel the engagement. The subsequent plot is just like the novel Zhou Xingdou read in his previous life. After Lin Fan told a lot of nonsense, he made a 3-year contract with Lu Yanran. As for who is right and who is wrong, it is difficult for Zhou Xingdou to tell. What he wants now is Lin Fan's life. One of his destiny is to make a 3-year agreement. 3-year agreement, 3 stars. Make a 3-year agreement with the person you want to break off the engagement with, and if you win, your career will skyrocket. Based on this alone, Zhou Xingdou would definitely not be able to let Lin Fan defeat Lu Yanran, and if he really allowed Lu Yanran to succeed, he would definitely be able to deprive Lin Fan of his destiny and receive system rewards. He had no reason not to help the divorced heroine, Lu Yanran. Lingwang City is not far from Lingyin City, so Zhou Xingdou naturally has to go to Linzhai first. After all, it was impossible not to feel aggrieved last night when facing Tianjur, the fairy who could be watched from a distance but not played with. Although love is beautiful, we still cannot ignore the existence of desire. If a person cultivates one thought in one lifetime, but he is still frustrated in this life, what is the difference from the previous life? Whether it's love or other beautiful things in this life, he chooses to want them all. The main palace must have, and concubines are also indispensable, otherwise how can one be a qualified man? Zhou Xingdou has now stepped into the noble realm, awakened the punishing heaven Dao body, and cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing power. His speed at this moment has completely changed. In just a few dozen breaths, he was almost reaching Lingyin City, and this was not even due to his extreme speed, which allowed him to transform into a thunder, and in just a few dozen breaths, he could arrive at Lingyin City from the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. But at this moment, Fa Hai's message came from behind Zhou Xingdou. Master, it seemed that Yu Ji was in the city yesterday. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, he immediately held up his escaping light. In an instant, a cassock appeared, covering his figure, and his aura disappeared between heaven and earth in an instant. Yuji, who was in Lin's house at this moment, seemed to feel something. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Zhou Xingdou, but in the end she didn't find anything and could only murmur. It seemed to be Zhou Dao Child's breath just now. Is it an illusion? Only then did Zhou Xingdou remember that Yuji should have come to take Zhou Yu into the Xian Heavenly Dao sect for Lin Fan today. Her pair of magical and profound silver eyes penetrated many obstacles and penetrated into Lin's house. Sure enough, Yuji was having a lively chat with Yun Jingi, a charming woman who was exuding a charming charm with all her movements. A dignified and virtuous lady, with a mature charm in every frown and smile, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if she is in front of a charming saint, she is still ahead of her. Even Zhou Yu, who was originally pretty, now became eclipsed in front of the two of them, looking extremely ordinary and inconspicuous. This also made Zhou Xingdou understand why Zhou Yu was not a lucky person, because she was not good-looking enough. The two people in Lin's house had already said the same thing. Yuji was not a leisurely person, so she said to Yun Jingi. Mother Yun had a great conversation today, so I took that Zhou Yu away. Yun Jingi smiled gently and said, It's her blessing that Zhou Yu can step into the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. It's a big thank you to Elder Yu for going there personally for Fanner's matter. Yuji waved her hands repeatedly. No hard work, no hard work. I treat Lin Fan as a younger brother, and this little thing should be done too. For Yuji, Lin Fan will definitely be a person who reaches the top in the future, a person with great luck. Now this little thing is just a little effort, how can he claim credit in front of Lin Fan's mother? However, her dress today was indeed more conservative. She had already changed out of her purple gauze and was wearing a splendid purple robe, which was wrapped very tightly. She just wanted to leave a good impression in front of Yun Jingi. After Yuji exchanged polite greetings with Yun Jingi, she slowly took Zhou Yu away. After Yuji left,
Yun Jingi's pretty face, which had just been smiling, suddenly became a little colder, and she snorted and cursed secretly.
"Who Maisie, why are you pretending to be innocent?"
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's clear and gentle voice sounded in Yun Jingi's ears.
"Aunt Yun seems to be very unhappy with her?"
Yun Jin's cold face suddenly broke into a smile again, and he turned to look at the angular and handsome face, and his beautiful eyes were full of surprises.
"Zhou Lang, why are you here?"
After saying that, the dignity in front of others disappeared in an instant, and he plunged into Zhou Xingdou's arms. Zhou Xingdou felt the soft warmth on his body, and hugged Yun Jingi tightly, his voice as gentle as the spring breeze.
"Of course I miss Aunt Yun."
Yun Jingi's eyes were full of happiness. She didn't expect a genius like Zhou Xingdou to accompany him every day, but she didn't expect that Zhou Xingdou would appear in front of her again before they were together. This feeling of being cared about made her heart extremely sweet. At this moment, she also answered Zhou Xingdou's initial question. The actions of Elder Yu are full of debauchery, and his whole body is full of charm, but he pretends to be reserved when talking to me.
"How can I not see that as a woman?"
Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly at this moment.
"Sure enough, beautiful women are always hostile when facing the same kind."
He also observed Yuji just now. Although he couldn't say that his behavior was extremely correct, it was still considered correct. However, her charming look was indeed natural. She could not conceal it and was directly preoccupied by Yun Jingi. The image she deliberately created had the opposite effect. Speaking of this, Yun Jingi also showed a little worry. I don't know how Fan are hooked up with this person.
Zhou Xingdou was also used to lying in front of Yun Jingi, and said leisurely, "Don't worry, Yuji is here for me.
Lin Fan is valued by me, that's why he is like this." Yun Jingi suddenly realized that she didn't know Lin Fan's future. After all, Lin Fan still hadn't shown his talent. But this also aroused Yun Jingi's suspicion, and he immediately asked extremely seriously, "Then did you hook up with her?" Zhou Xingdou smiled gently and said slowly,
"How can I have time to care about her? Otherwise, why would she go to please Lin Fan?
She took time out of her busy schedule to come find you today." Yun Jingi then snorted, leaned on Zhou Xingdou's chest again and said,
"That's pretty much it. This woman doesn't look like a good person. You'd better stay away from her. But there is one thing to say, Elder Yu is indeed a beauty." Zhou Xingdou didn't lie either. He had a lot of hatred for Yuji in his heart, but he couldn't deny that this woman was very delicious. Yun Jingi did not get angry, but instead slipped her soft body into Zhou Xingdou's arms. A pair of slender red phoenix eyes were full of affection, and from the moist red lips, she made an extremely soft and coquettish voice. "Compared with me, which one is more beautiful?"
Zhou Xingdou secretly cursed a monster, and it turned out that women were the most popular in comparison. There is no need to say more at this moment. Fahai has consciously left here and came to the sky above Lingjai to guard. But there was also a hint of cyan figure in his heart, which caused a wave of ripples in his heroic eyes, and he couldn't help but murmur,
"Are women really that good?"
But he seemed to have some answers in his heart. He kept turning the woo-woo Buddha beads in his hand and silently recited the Qingxin mantra, as if he wanted to calm his throbbing heart. At the same time, Xiuyu has arrived at Jiushuan Peak and is being handled by Yuji. She no longer needs to go through the cumbersome procedures in the inner door chore hall and has become Lin Fan's follower. Lin Fan also showed joy when he saw Xiuyu, and immediately stepped forward to hold Xiuyu's hand, but he did not see a trace of disgust flashing in Xiuyu's eyes.
"Sister Xiuyu, you can stay with me in Xian Heavenly Dao Sect from now on."
Seeing the personal maid who had been away for a long time, Lin Fan's depression in the past few days immediately disappeared. He and Xiuyu grew up together. Xiuyu was his playmate when he was young and has long been regarded as a relative by Lin Fan. Xiuyu didn't know why, but the young master she missed day and night now looked disgusting in her eyes. But thinking of Zhou Xingdou's order, Xiuyu suddenly became moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Xiuyu can accompany the young master in this life, which is a blessing that has been cultivated for 10 generations. Lin Fan was extremely relieved to see this situation. From now on, in this mysterious heavenly Dao sect, he finally has someone he can completely trust.
Little did he know that Qiuyu was thinking of Zhou Xingdou at this moment and secretly said, "You don't know if you don't compare." Compared with the master's temperament, the young master's temperament is really far behind. What a piece of shit. By the time Zhou Xingdou walked out of Lin's house, 3 or 4 hours had passed, and the rising sun had turned into a blazing sun. This experience completely vented his frustration in front of Tian Zhou'er yesterday, making him feel light all over and let out a long breath. He also immediately understood the horror of women competing for favor. Fortunately, he was better at coaxing Yun Jingi, otherwise he would not be able to leave Lin's house at this moment. Yun Jingi has left the maids who were enslaved by him to take care of her, so there is no need to worry. The mess on the ground will be cleaned up by someone. But he must not forget the most important purpose. Lu Yanran. He also promised Tian Zhou'er to go back early, but he didn't expect to spend most of the day just in Linjai. He was really greedy for pleasure and fell into the gentle land. Lingguang City is different from small cities like Lingyin City. It is one of the 36 large cities in Tianxian Holy State. One large city is in charge of dozens of small cities and belongs to the center of one party. The city lords of the big cities in Tianxian Holy State are generally Xian Heavenly Dao sect people. Almost all of them are disciples who have passed the age. If they are not suitable to be disciples and do not have much future, they will be arranged by Xian Heavenly Dao sect for external affairs. The city lords of these big cities are just good jobs in foreign affairs. As the center of one party, there are huge amounts of trade transactions every day. You can imagine how rich they are. Of course, it is not easy to be the city lord of a big city. The last step in cultivation is to set foot in the divine treasure realm. At the same time, you must at least contribute to the sect before you can be assigned to the position. After all, there are many aristocratic families in every big city, and there are many disputes on weekdays. Although Xian Heavenly Dao sect is the backstage, he will still be constrained by many constraints due to his lack of strength. Zhou Xingdou, the city lord of Lingguang City, was a little impressed. After all, although he didn't care about Lin Fan's 3-year appointment in his previous life, he couldn't ignore it completely, so he had someone give instructions to the city lord of Lingguang City. I vaguely remember that this person seemed to be in the realm of a true god. Lin Fan was better than Lu Yan. Then he wanted to take credit for himself and rewarded him with this treasure. A big city is different from a small city. There are more dignitaries and dignitaries in it, and it has greater requirements for public security. You need to verify your identity when entering and exiting, to prevent evil cultivator demons from sneaking in and causing chaos. It was impossible for Zhou Xingdou to verify it at that time. He now has a special status. As Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child, he will attract countless eyes wherever he goes. It's not that I'm afraid of anything, the main thing is to be cautious. After all, the Lin Fan I have to deal with is the son of destiny. If I can be careful to avoid any trouble. With the distance between Lingyin City and Lingguang City, Zhou Xingdou was in the air outside the city in just a few breaths while strolling in the courtyard. Large cities generally have large defensive formations, which are also set up by Xian Heavenly Dao sect. However, the level is not high, and they can only stop people, but they have no means of attack. Zhou Xingdou took out the Zhoushuan order in mid-air. The formation set up by Fanxian Heavenly Dao sect could not stop his family. In an instant, an invisible hole opened in the city protection formation, and Zhou Xingdou got in instantly. The Lu family is not difficult to find. Although it is not the top family in the city, it is not weak either. Zhou Xingdou casually spread his consciousness and learned the location of the Lu family from others. He immediately locked the location of Lu Yanran and the Lu family and appeared in an exquisite courtyard of the Lu family in an instant. There was a girl in the courtyard who looked to be no more than 18 years old and was similar to Zhou Xingdou. But I have to say that this girl is very good, her appearance has grown, but she is still a little immature. A pair of apricot eyes are full of agility, the green hair is soft, and the pretty face is fair and translucent, making people want to pinch it. Wearing a tight-fitting martial arts training uniform and holding a cyan thin sword, she was extremely skilled at performing complicated sword techniques, and it seemed that she was about to gather her sword power. If nothing else, her swordsmanship understanding should be much better than Zhou Xingdou's. You are Lu Yenran.
A cold and deep voice sounded beside her, and Lu Yenran was shocked, but then the sword turned slightly, and the sharp sword tip stabbed in the direction of the sound. Because she knew that this voice definitely belonged to anyone she knew well. Zhou Xingdou looked at the thin sword that was stabbing him, without any shock in his heart. In his opinion, the sword was as slow as a snail and as weak as an ant. It even made him unable to think about it. Clang! A crisp sound sounded, and Lu Yenran was happy because she felt as if she had stabbed the person.
But this smile didn't last long before it disappeared immediately.
Because her face didn't feel like a sharp weapon was piercing her body, but instead it felt like it was being pierced by an indestructible piece of black iron that could not penetrate even an inch. She turned her head hurriedly, only to hear a click, and then realized that the green rapier in her hand had suddenly broken into several pieces, and fell to the ground with several clanking sounds.
9th grade weapon, it's a pity. Even a king grade weapon cannot leave any trace on my body.
At this time, Lu Yenran looked at the owner of the voice in panic, but she suddenly lost her mind. Only then did she realize that the owner of the voice was an extremely handsome young man. A pair of silver eyes revealed loneliness and coldness, and his handsome face was as sharp and angular as a creation of heaven. There is a silver line between the eyebrows, which makes people feel cold, arrogant and aloof, but also powerful. Wearing a black robe with dark patterns, he has a slender figure but not thin. Standing there alone, he exudes majesty and strength overlooking everything. God's residence is nothing more than this.
Lu Yenran, who is in the realm of condensed consciousness, is honestly worse than an ant in Zhou Xingdou's eyes.
Just like the 9th grade spirit sword in her hand, she doesn't even need to do it herself. She can just shake it quietly and shatter it into pieces. He can break even treasures with his bare hands. With his current terrifying physical strength, except for the divine weapon, which can leave some traces, the others are not even as deterrent as a bath towel. Lu Yenran also reacted at this time and quickly took a few steps back in shock.
Who are you? Why do you appear in my Lu family?
Zhou Xingdou took out a formation disc and said calmly.
Has the message transmission been completed?
How could the small movements of Lu Yenran's hands be hidden from him? But at the moment he didn't care. He moved the formation plate in his hand at will, and suddenly divine patterns burst out from the formation plate. The divine pattern rushed up to the sky and turned into an invisible canopy covering the entire Lu family, but the outside world did not notice anything. Of course Zhou Xingdou doesn't know how to use formations, but he is rich and has many such disposable formations. This formation is a divine-level trapping formation, covering areas that can be entered but not exited, and covering all movement.
Unless the Holy Realm takes action, it cannot be broken.
Zhou Xingdou has already asked Fa Hai, and it seems that Lu Yenran's sage master is not here, and the strongest person in the Lu family is only in the first stage of the true god, and will not be able to do anything about this formation for a while. As far as Zhou Xingdou was concerned, since he wanted Lu Yenran to beat Lin Fan within the 3-year contract, a lot of resources would naturally need to be invested.
Even if he does not lack resources, using resources to do good deeds in vain does not fit with his current personality. It is better to directly control the entire Lu family.
The resources invested in this way are left to the right, which is not a loss. Who dares to act so recklessly in my Lu family?
A loud shout sounded, and dozens of auras suddenly burst out in the Lu family. In an instant, there were more than a dozen figures in the originally empty courtyard. In an instant, the Lu family's children were standing outside the courtyard, completely surrounding Lu Yenran's residence.
Humph, you are too courageous to break into Lu's house without permission.
Lu Yenran snorted, and no longer looked panicked.
Her eyes looking at Zhou Xingdou became playful, as if Zhou Xingdou was already a turtle in the urn at this moment. Zhou Xingdou looked at the more than 10 elders of the Lu family in front of him, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. 5 of them were noble realms, and 7 were of the mighty realm. Not to mention now, even if he had not practiced the divine elephant to suppress the prison and had not become the heaven-punishing Tao body, this lineup could not do anything to him. But the Lu family were not all stupid people, and they were not in a hurry to take action. The leading prince looked at Zhou Xingdou, frowned slightly and said, "Boy, I see you have an extraordinary temperament. Which family are you from?" Zhou Xingdou's appearance and temperament really don't look like ordinary people, and they have nothing to do with the flower-picking thief evil cultivator. At first glance, he looks like a young man from a famous family. This is because Zhou Xingdou has always kept a low profile. Not many people in Tianxian Holy State have seen him, otherwise the Lu family would have recognized him immediately. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were as indifferent as water, and his tone was slightly chilly.
You don't deserve to know. The clay figurine is still angry, let alone this prince of the Lu family?
That's such a strong tone, so today I will educate you on behalf of your master. After saying that, the prince suddenly raised his hand, and the majesty of the prince rose up from his body. A powerful spiritual power condensed, causing gusts of wind to roar. The reason why a prince is because his spiritual power is so strong that he can be called a king, and he can command the spiritual energy in all directions to riot with his movements. The rioting spiritual energy gathered in the palm of the prince of the Lu family, and a palm print suddenly shot out, carrying the power of breaking mountains and breaking seas, and struck Zhou Xingdou directly. But in the face of the powerful palm print, Zhou Xingdou didn't even raise his eyelids. However, although the blow could not damage him at all, he was not in the habit of standing while being beaten. In a trance, 35,000 giant elephant particles exploded in Zhou Xingdou's body at this moment. A shadow of a giant elephant that shocked the world appeared behind him, and an elephant roar resounded throughout the world. Moo! The powerful palm print that hid Zhou Xingdou turned into nothingness at the moment when the elephant roared, and the prince of the Lu family was instantly knocked back several meters. During the great accomplishment of Divine Elephant, a roar can make stars fall. Of course Zhou Xingdou couldn't do it, but it was more than enough to injure a prince. The four surrounding princes were also shocked. Seeing that the situation was not going well, they stopped watching. They released their momentum one by one, and the runes gathered like a tide. They each used their divine ability and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou sneered, and gently raised his palm to make a fist. Suddenly, the entire Lu family was filled with flying sand and rocks, and the airflow was pouring back. The supreme power actually caused the space around Zhou Xingdou to distort. The strength of the arm hair is 350 million kilograms. Even the true god who specializes in physical training does not have such strength.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the four attacking princes.
His clenched fists were now fierce and powerful, and the terrifying power gathered in an instant. With one punch, the terrifying power triggered an endless violent wind, causing the buildings to topple and the trees to fly. The children of the Lu family outside the courtyard were blown to pieces at this moment, and screams were heard one after another. As for the four princes who faced Zhou Xingdou's terrifying power, the divine ability filled with runes was destroyed. The four princes exploded instantly under the violent and terrifying power, turning into rain of blood. Zhou Xingdou remained motionless, looking at his fist with slight confusion. Because he remembered that he had withdrawn his strength at the last moment, but he did not think that these four princes were too weak and could not even take half of his punch. This also made him feel even more boring. It seemed that unless he met the Divine King, he would not be able to use it at all.
In the same realm, even the peerless genius is definitely not his enemy. The same realm is not only invincible, but also an instant kill.
The blood rain composed of the four princes fell, dyeing the ground blood red, and the towers collapsed and the walls shattered. This place was like a purgatory on earth.
Drops of blood containing the aura of a prince fell on Lu Yanran's face.
Her pupils were shocked as she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Extreme fear spread in her heart, so much so that she didn't even have the strength to stand at this moment. Her legs and feet went weak and she fell to the ground. These people were not only strong men from the Lu family, but also her uncles, and they were all from the noble realm.
They died in front of her in an instant.
This kind of shock and fear left her speechless, and she couldn't even scream.
Out.
The prince, who was injured by the roar of Zhou Xingdou's giant elephant, was looking at all this in a daze, feeling not only panic but also a hint of joy in his heart.
The remaining 7 powerful men also reacted instantly. How dare they take action against Zhou Xingdou? At this moment, any family ties disappeared in an instant. There is only one word in my heart. Escape. But unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou had already set up a trap. No matter where they flew and how they bombarded them, the invisible sky was like a wall of abyss that cut off hope, blocking them in a place of despair. Zhou Xingdou looked at the panicked Lu family and felt a little funny for a moment. He has never been a kind person.
Except for a few people who were extremely important to him in his previous life, he regarded these people as ants. No one would feel guilty for trampling a few ants to death, but Zhou Xingdou did feel a bit regretful. After all, he had no intention of killing these 4 people. In his eyes, the Lu family is already his own property.
The death of 4 princes is like breaking his own little toy.
Although it has no value, it is a pity to damage his own things.
Thinking of Zhou Xingdou walking slowly towards Lu Yanran with a faint smile, but at this moment, in Lu Yanran's eyes, the originally handsome young man now looked like a devil, and the faint smile on his face was like a reminder of death.
Lu Yanran couldn't help but tremble all over. Her smart almond eyes were filled with fear at this moment, tears fell like a fountain, and she cried hoarsely.
"Ugh, don't come here."
While crying, Lu Yanran retreated crazily, but she was so frightened that she couldn't lift up any strength, so she could only move her paralyzed body back with her hands. The originally tight martial arts training uniform was now soaked in blood and mixed with dust and looked extremely dirty, but it could not block the girl's budding figure. But Zhou Xingdou was not in such a mood. When he came to Lu Yanran, his silver white eyes showed no trace of waves, and his clear voice revealed the majesty and coldness that could not be rejected. "Let go of the sea of consciousness and serve me as your master, or you will die." But at this moment, a powerful aura burst out from under the Lu family. The aura was extremely strong, and divine will and Wang Wei collided, soaring straight into the sky. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Lu Yanran's desperate eyes, and she cried, "Mother!" This breath, Divine King.
Zhou Xingdou frowned.
According to Fahai, the Lu family clearly only has one true god who is in seclusion.
How could a divine king suddenly appear? At this moment, a cold, stern and angry female voice sounded.
"You thief, how dare you insult my daughter?" In an instant, a pillar of light rose in the courtyard. The blood that splashed in the sky was dispersed by this pillar of light. It was like a dawn breaking through the darkness, and the desperate Lu family members breathed a sigh of relief. The prince who was shouted down by Zhou Xingdou burst out laughing at this moment. "Ah! Congratulations to the wife of the family for breaking through to the realm of true gods and becoming divine king." Listening to the words of the prince, Zhou Xingdou realized that it was not Fahai who made a mistake in judgment, but that the true god of the Lu family had just made a breakthrough. I have to say that this coincidence left Zhou Xingdou speechless. The light beam dispersed, revealing a graceful figure.
This is a woman.
Although the age of the cultivator is difficult to estimate, she looks like she is in her early 30s, which is when she is extremely charming. However, this woman is not as dignified as Yun Jingi, and she is dressed very gorgeously. She was dressed coolly, her shoulders were half exposed, her waist was not covered by clothing, and there were only 3 or 2 pieces of clothing under her legs. A pair of voluptuous thighs were not covered at all and were exposed. But the look between her eyebrows made people feel uncomfortable and very mean, which reminded Zhou Xingdou of a word from his previous life, auntie with a bad face. But even with such a stinky face, he still couldn't hide the charming look between his eyebrows. The power of the combination of divine power and Wang Wei made her the focus of the moment, and even Zhou Xingdou was attracted to her.
But what attracts Zhou Xingdou is not his realm, but the man's instinctive reaction. He looked at the wife of the house owner who was in the realm of the divine king. Apart from being aroused, his heart did not fluctuate much. Instead, he said with a little contempt in his eyes, "Oh? Is this your last resort? Thief, you beast killed 4 princes and countless descendants of my Lu family, and also insulted my daughter. I, Li Xiuru, will kill you today." Li Xiuru looked at the ruined Lu family and her daughter who was lying on the ground covered in blood and dirt. Her beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent. She turned her jade hand and a sword with a cold light emerged from her hand. This sword exudes a shimmering cold light, its sharp edge is fierce and mixed with a trace of indelible divine power. It is a rare magic weapon. Zhou Xingdou also stared slightly. He had no intention of letting Fahai take action.
Just now, he didn't use any force, and the 4 princes were shattered.
Now there is another meatbag showing up to let him try this brute force. How can he let it go so easily?
What's more, Li Xiuru's appearance is good, and more importantly, such a foul-faced and Zhou Xingdou also arouses the desire to conquer. If Fahai, that big boss, used too much force and killed Li Xiaoru with one move of the mighty Tianlong, it would be a waste of natural resources. Li Xiaoru was furious at this moment. After her husband disappeared, the Lu family and their daughter were her only thoughts. But now he is so confused by the person in front of him. She only has one thought in her mind at the moment. Use your sword to kill people. The huge divine power of the Divine King realm spurted out at this moment, and violent sword light flashed past. In an instant, an extremely brilliant sword energy, mixed with great killing intent, struck Zhou Xingdou with the will to cut off everything. Divine King, the endpoint of the 5 realms of divine treasure, no saint can compete with him until he leaves. Among the 5 realms of divine treasure, the gap between each realm is huge, but there is still a gap between these 5 realms. That is the true God. There was a supreme being who proposed to separate the 5 realms of divine treasure. The perfected being, the great power, and the princes were unified into one, while the true God Divine King was called the Divine Realm. Because the gap between princes and true gods is huge, big enough to crush them. The Divine King realm is already the endpoint for most qualified monks, and the next step is the complete sublimation of life. It is also the Divine Treasure realm great accomplishment, which exerts all-round suppression on the following realms. Even a true god who is a genius cannot say how long he can survive in the hands of a Divine King. But unfortunately, all common sense does not work well in front of Zhou Xingdou. Divine King not only did not make Zhou Xingdou feel any fear, but also gave him a sense of fighting spirit. In an instant, the dragon-like blood energy all over his body exploded, and the 35,000 giant elephant particles in his body began to riot. Extremely hot energy and blood steamed through his body. He clasped his right fist, and the supreme and terrifying brute force condensed on it, making the surrounding space tremble. In a trance, a shadow of a giant elephant trampling on the ground and roaring in the sky flashed in his eyes, and he punched out, as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down in the sky. For a moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and everyone was shocked. Boom! The sword energy collided with the fist seal, and the pure terrifying brute force and the gorgeous sword energy surged in all directions like a tide. Under the power of the divine treasure that was fatal to touch, if Li Xiaoru had not been willing to protect her, Lu Yanran would have been shocked to death by the aftershock. Zhou Xingdou was also in the collision and was knocked back several steps, but he showed no fear. He just used the brute force of his body to hit Li Xiaoru with only his physical body. At this moment, he also understood that the Divine King was extraordinary. His arm strength was 350 million kilograms, but it did not mean that his fists were only that strong. When he punched with all his strength just now, the punch was probably as powerful as 5 dragons, but even so, it was defeated by Li Xiaoru's sword. One can imagine the horror of Divine King. Li Xiaoru's face didn't look good either. At this moment, her tiger's mouth had been numbed by Zhou Xingdou's punch just now. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her had such terrifying brute strength. Moreover, she just stepped into the Divine King realm and broke out. She didn't even have time to stabilize the realm. She couldn't exert the full power of the Divine King realm at this moment. I have to say that this hard work really made Li Xiaoru calm down a lot. Looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was still unharmed with a faint smile on his face, he asked coldly, "What realm are you in?" No wonder she was doubtful. She could feel the princely aura emanating from Zhou Xingdou, but she didn't believe that a prince could have such strength. Even though her realm is not stable, the Divine King is still the Divine King after all, and it is impossible to be on an equal footing with the noble realm. The first realm of princes. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou curled his lips slightly, and after saying that, the power of noble realm rose, and the 365 orifices around his body exploded, causing the Lu family's aura to fade away in an instant. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in his magical silver eyes, and his energy and blood surged here. The sea-like blood directly turned into a long dragon, and the veins on his arms were as ferocious as a dragon. I saw Zhou Xingdou clenching his fist fiercely, and the space in front of him was deformed by the terrifying agitation, causing ripples. All the strength and spiritual energy in his body was flowing through him at this moment. He stepped out of the ground and trembled. He rushed towards Li Xiaoru in an instant, and punched her like the sky was falling.
This punch was almost the sum total of Zhou Xingdou's cultivation and physical body. It was also the first time he took up fighting seriously since his rebirth. Seeing the terrifying fist mark that was about to fall, Li Xiuru also became ferocious. A mouthful of blood spurted onto the sword, and the sword suddenly erupted with momentum that pierced the void. "Thief, I will fight with you. Thief, I will fight with you." Li Xiuru's face was ferocious, and her divine power was at its peak. She had never thought that a prince could force her into such a situation. She understood the power of the punch in front of her, and she couldn't sustain it with a pervert like Zhou Xingdou in her current state. At this moment, there is no one moved to determine the outcome of Zhou Xingdou. In an instant, the sword turned red due to the blood, and the divine lines suddenly lit up. The blood-red sword was like a meteorite streaking across the valley. At this moment, the space seemed to freeze, and fierce power gathered crazily on the sword body. The scarlet sword light suddenly lit up, its killing power overwhelming. This time, the power on the sword was several times greater than before. Boom! The fist seal collided with the bloody sword light, immediately distorting the surrounding space to the extreme. Even in the eyes of others, the figures of Zhou Xingdou and Li Xiuru merged at this moment. The confrontation between the two powerful forces caused countless turbulent waves. If the Lu family was not covered by the formation at this moment, this terrifying power would not only destroy the entire Lu family, but also bring disaster to Lingguang City. Zhou Xingdou's punch was so powerful, and its back force was endless, seemingly bottomless, and the ferocious power inspired by Li Xiuru's mouthful of blood had been completely disintegrated at this moment. Suddenly, Li Xiuru's figure burst out of the churning space, and the building behind her was penetrated by her. Like a kite with a broken string, she finally hit the formation and stopped her retreat. The people of the Lu family who had originally raised their hopes could no longer say anything at this moment, and just looked at everything blankly. Zhou Xingdou was still standing in the same place at this moment, not moving even half a minute, but he was not unscathed. He looked at the blood mark on his fist and couldn't help but chuckle. "You're very good. Although I didn't use the divine ability technique for this punch, I used my full strength." As soon as these words came out, Li Xiuru, who had been injured in the first place, looked even more ugly. The move just now was her last resort, but even so, Zhou Xingdou was not able to use up all his power, which made her wonder whether the handsome young man in front of her was actually human. "Who are you?" This made Li Xiuru even feel a little fear in her heart, and her voice became a little trembling. After fighting, Zhou Xingdou also had some estimate of his current strength, and there was no need to hide his identity anymore. I saw Zhou Xingdou standing with his hands behind his back, his mysterious silver-white eyes glowing with divine light, and his heavenly voice echoed in the Lu family. "I am Zhou Xingdou." At this moment, the only living prince of the Lu family suddenly changed his expression when he heard this name, and said tremblingly, "Are you the chief disciple of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect Zhoushuan Peak, the first disciple of Luoxia Sword Immortal, and now the new Dao child?" As a family from the Tianqian Holy State, they may not know about the Zhou family, an immortal family, but it is absolutely impossible not to know about the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Zhou Xingdou glanced at the prince and nodded slightly without refuting. He also didn't expect that this person knew a lot. The position of Dao child was just decided yesterday, and he knew it today. But Zhou Xingdou didn't know that such a big event as Xian Heavenly Dao sect and Dao child was not only sweeping the entire Chuyuan Realm in one day, at least in this absolute beginning Dao domain, no one knew about it. But he didn't expect that after Zhou Xingdou approved it, the prince burst into tears. "Heaven is going to destroy our Lu family." For a moment, it wasn't just him. The moment he learned Zhou Xingdou's identity, the entire Lu family was filled with despair. Different from other forces, Xian Heavenly Dao sect is a heaven-like existence in Tianqian Holy State and even in the absolute beginning Dao domain. If it were anyone else, they would still have a glimmer of hope. The Dao child of Xian Heavenly Dao sect was going to destroy their little Lu family. No one could stop him, and no one would care. Lu Yanran felt despair for a moment. Even if her mother failed, she still had the saintly master to rely on. But now that Zhou Xingdou revealed his identity, she no longer had any hope in her heart. She was like an ant beneath the saint. But a saint is also an ant in front of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. She also remembered something in an instant. with a wry smile on her face and said, "You came to destroy my Lu family for Lin Fan, right?" Zhou Xingdou quietly raised his sharp eyebrows. "When did I say that I would destroy your Lu family?"
As soon as she said this, Li Xiuru dragged her injured body over.
Anyway, the result was like this. How could she be polite? She immediately sneered.
"You suddenly appeared in my Lu family, killed 4 princes without opening a word, and set up a trap.
Didn't you come to exterminate the clan, or did you come to give gifts?"
But her originally cool clothes were torn in the fight with Zhou Xingdou, and a large piece of snow was exposed. Zhou Xingdou found her words and gestures a bit interesting. Zhou Xingdou unabashedly used his silver-white eyes to scan Li Xiuru's delicate body domineeringly, and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth,
"Mrs. Li is really smart. This Dao child is really here to give gifts."
But then Zhou Xingdou's expression turned indifferent.
He looked at everyone in the Lu family, and his voice was like the power of heaven, echoing in the ears of everyone in the Lu family. "You have 2 choices. One is to surrender to me and accept the slave seal. I can make your Lu family rise to the top. As for the second one, if you don't agree, then today is indeed the day when the Lu family will be exterminated."
After Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, everyone in the Lu family was stunned for a moment. One of them looked at each other, and a strong sense of confusion appeared on their faces. Even Li Xiuru's pretty and slightly mean face showed an indescribable expression at this moment. The only remaining prince of the Lu family looked extremely helpless at this moment, but he was still a little afraid of Zhou Xingdou and said timidly, "Is there a possibility that if you had revealed your identity earlier, sir, we would have been willing to surrender?" Everyone in the Lu family also nodded in recognition at this moment. They are not a big clan, and they are not even the strongest family in Lingguang City. There is no family glory or anything like that. I would rather die than die. If your strength is not far apart, it is naturally impossible for you to make me surrender. But with someone like Zhou Xingdou coming to conquer a small family like theirs, this was not an insult. It was clearly an opportunity that the family could not snatch away. It's like a prince of a country going to a remote mountain village and saying that he wants the family of the 2 idiots at the head of the village to mix with him. Is this an insult to the family of the second idiot in the village? Is it necessary to rather die than surrender? I just slid the shovel into my head and bowed. Zhou Xingdou also realized at this moment that he usually held a high position and the last force he came into contact with was the overlord of a state. For a moment, he forgot about this level of interests. He originally thought about trying his skills to give the Lu family a showdown, but at this moment he realized that it didn't have to be so complicated at all. But that doesn't mean Zhou Xingdou needs to explain anything. His palm print immediately produced a million-changing slave mark, and in an instant, the slave mark turned into thousands of streams of light, falling in front of everyone in the Lu family. You can live if you accept the mark of slavery. In these few breaths, except for Li Xiuru and Lu Yanran, the people of the Lu family could not wait to integrate the slave mark in front of them into the sea of consciousness as if they had seen a peerless treasure, even trying to grab it, for fear of being half a minute slower than others. In an instant, except for the 4 princes who were killed, Li Xiuru and Lu Yanran, the Lu family's 83 members, 1 prince, 7 powerful men, 9 perfect beings and the remaining disciples all became Zhou Xingdou's slave dog. Zhou Xingdou first looked at Li Xiuru at this time. As the strongest person in the Lu family and a foul-faced ant in the Divine King realm, it was reasonable for her to hesitate. But unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou would not take pity on this, and his voice was as cold as 10,000 years of black ice. You want to die? Li Xiuru looked a little struggling, and after hesitating for a while, she said, I hope that after integrating into the slave seal, I will be in charge of the Lu family. When the prince of the Lu family heard what Li Xiuru said, his expression suddenly changed. You must know that although Li Xiuru is the wife of the family head, her realm is stronger than him. But her surname was not Lu after all. After the head of the Lu family disappeared along with Lin Fan's father, although the Lu family did not change its head, it was basically controlled by him. Now that Li Xiuru has said this, the threat to her is naturally the greatest. You are very greedy, but that's not okay. Zhou Xingdou showed an interesting expression. This woman did not forget to fight for power at this moment. She was indeed greedy.
Naturally, he didn't have any objections. The small Lu family was not worth taking care of personally. He had to choose a steward anyway. As long as the slave mark was planted, it didn't matter to Zhou Xingdou who the steward was. Seeing Zhou Xingdou agreeing, Li Xiaoru no longer hesitated, but the figure of the head of the Lu family still flashed in her mind, but it only stayed for a moment, and in the end it did not stop her from accepting the manhwa slave seal. Li Xiaoru had accepted the slave mark, so Lu Yanran was the only one left. Zhou Xingdou also turned his attention to Lu Yanran. She was still covered in blood, but her beautiful young face showed a stubborn look. Lu Yanran looked at everyone in the Lu family who had all accepted the slave mark, and her expressions were a little uglier, but she still did not accept the manhwa slave mark in front of her, and the girl's rebellious mood gradually emerged. If I were asked to be Lin Fan's dog, I would rather die. Li Xiaoru's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly came to Lu Yanran and scolded. Yanran, don't talk nonsense. You and Lin Fan don't have much hatred, so why are you so stubborn? The people of the Lu family around him also tried to persuade him, and the good guy calmed down the storm, and he and others accepted the slave seal. If Zhou Xingdou was angered by Lu Yanran and killed them all in a fit of anger, it would really be a disaster of genocide. However, they also felt that Zhou Xingdou's visit to the Lu family was probably related to Lin Fan, and everyone tried to persuade Lu Yanran to put down her stubbornness and accept Lin Fan. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were slightly focused at this moment. To be honest, he was here just for Lu Yanran, and he really couldn't kill her. It was not a crime to torture Lu Yanran, so she didn't think much of it, so she sneered and said, "When did I say that I have a relationship with Lin Fan?" Lu Yanran was also stunned for a moment, but still stubbornly said, "If you weren't for him, Tang Tangshuan Heavenly Dao Sec Dao Child, how could you go to such great lengths for the little Lu family?" Weak. This Dao Child does do it for him, but I might as well tell you that I have a blood feud with Lin Fan, but I can't kill him for the time being, but I don't want him to have an easy time now. And you have a 3-year contract with him, and I don't want him to win. That's why I come here to find you. Lu Yanran immediately calmed down after hearing this, but there was still a bit of suspicion on her face. How do you prove it? Zhou Xingdou's face turned cold and he said in a deep voice. Believe it or not, that's your business. It doesn't matter to me. But if you are useless, the Lu family will be useless. When the time comes, I will ask your mother and your clan to accompany you down. Zhou Xingdou was a little irritable at the moment. What he said was not false. If Lu Yanran disagreed life and death, then the Lu family would really be of no use. At worst, they would all be killed. Anyway, Lu Yanran's path was not the only one. He had gained the upper hand after being reborn, and with the help of the system, he didn't believe that he would not be able to defeat Lin Fan even if he passed this level. Lu Yanran was shaken when she heard Zhou Xingdou's words. She looked at her mother beside her and finally gritted her teeth and accepted the manhwa slave seal. After the slave seal entered her sea of consciousness, Lu Yanran suddenly felt a sense of wonder. Her resentment towards Zhou Xingdou disappeared at this moment. Even looking at Zhou Xingdou's handsome face, she felt a little flutter in her heart. Zhou Xingdou raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The Lu family was now in full control, but at this moment he also thought of Lu Yanran's sage master. Master Lu Yanran has indeed forgotten what happened next. There were too many chores in the previous life, and it was impossible for him to think of them all at once. He only remembered that Lu Yanran's future was not good. She seemed to be trapped by Lin Fan and suffered a lot of torture. The Lu family was not exterminated, but their vitality was severely damaged, and it was not long before they were eaten by other families in Lingguang City. But now that he has conquered the Lu family, he naturally doesn't want to let go of this saint. After all, the saint is much more powerful than the divine king and will be of great use to Zhou Xingdou. Thinking of this week, Xingdou asked Lu Yanran, who had just accepted the slave seal. Where is your master now? At this moment, Lu Yanran still had the stubborn look before. 2 red clouds rose up on her beautiful young face, and her tone became much gentler and more tender. Master is not usually in Tianxian holy state, and I don't know where he is, but he should appear during my 3-year appointment with Lin Fan. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, but he was not in a hurry at the moment. He would wait until after 9 days to capture Yu Ji and make a 3-year appointment. Thinking of Xingdou speaking to Lu Yanran again this week. Are you majoring in swordsmanship? Lu Yanran had already stood up and nodded with an awkward posture.
Seeing Lu Yanran nodding, Zhou Xingdou immediately took out a book of exercises from the storage ring.
This is the Ji Feng Sword Manual, which contains the divine ability and skills of swordsmanship. If you have the great accomplishment, you can dominate the Holy Realm.
After saying that, he threw the sword code in his hand to Lu Yanran. In order to deal with Lin Fan, the techniques Zhou Xingdou used were naturally not mediocre, but techniques from the Zhou family's treasury. Even if this sword manual is placed among ordinary major sects, it is a rare method. What matters is one word: quick. The ultimate fast sword. But it is useless to keep it in Zhou Xingdou's hands. After all, he doesn't understand swords at all. Now that he has passed it on to Lu Yanran, the entire Lu family can practice it. It is better than leaving it in a storage ring to gather dust. Zhou Xingdou then took out 10 tiger bone leopard tendon pills, 10 treasure pills for increasing cultivation, and 10 pills for opening up the spiritual sea, and threw them all to Lu Yanran. Then he stopped caring about Lu Yanran and turned to look at Li Xiuru, who was attracted by the Ji Feng sword code in Lu Yanran's hand. Now that he could observe Li Xiuru closely, Zhou Xingdou discovered that there was a faint black mole on the corner of Li Xiuru's mouth. After taking another look at Li Xiuru's plump body, Zhou Xingdou swallowed secretly and said to Li Xiuru, "Put your hair up and follow me into the house." Li Xiuru was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed across her mean brows, but she understood something instantly, tied up her hair and said respectfully to Zhou Xingdou, "Master, come with me." In the blink of an eye, the two of them were strutting in front of everyone in the Lu family, heading towards the courtyard that symbolized the authority of the family head. Lu Yanran didn't understand that she couldn't be happy even though she had obtained a peerless sword manual and dozens of precious medicines. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's back, she actually felt jealous of Li Xiuru at this moment. She was no longer in the mood to practice. She looked at the blood all over her body and ignored the Lu family and left alone. The prince and several powerful officials of the Lu family also looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. In less than an hour, the Lu family lost 4 princes, as well as an unknown number of children, and even became the slaves of others. But even though they saw their close relatives being killed by Zhou Xingdou, the 83 members of the Lu family did not feel any hatred or anger, or even sadness. In my heart, I only have respect for Zhou Xingdou, the master, and I am glad to be the slave of such an existence. Although Zhou Xingdou went to rest, they could not be idle and began to clean up the ruined battlefield, collecting the bodies of their relatives and repairing the damaged buildings. But in their hearts, it's all worth it. It's just family and home. Nothing compares to the joy and happiness of being a master's slave. Not as smooth as Zhou Xingdou's, Lin Fan, who has been practicing diligently in Jiushuan Peak of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, has yet to use his energy. At this moment, Lin Fan's face was full of gloom. Since taking the tiger bone and leopard tendon pills, his physical body has indeed strengthened a lot, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it has doubled. The spiritual power has been consolidated and become thicker, which can be said to be several times better than before. But instead of making him happy, it made him angry. Because his spiritual power was strengthened, but his cultivation level dropped directly from the peak of Tongmai to the early stage of Tongmai. In fact, this book is not a bad thing. It can make the foundation stronger. I believe no monk can refuse it. But Lin Fan is not like that. He still has more than a month to go to the 3-year appointment. As far as he knows, Lu Yanran has already realized that if he realizes it and uses his trump card to win, it will be a draw in the end. But let alone enlightenment at this moment, he is extremely lucky to be able to return to the peak of Tongmai in the rest of the month. Physical body realm versus universal truth realm, or the second realm of universal truth condensation. In this situation, even if he uses all his cards, he will almost be defeated. If this continues, he will have absolutely no chance of winning in the 3-year appointment. At this time, Xiuyu came over with tea, smiled softly and comforted. "Master, don't worry. You are so lucky that you will be able to beat Lu Yanran by then." Lin Fan took the tea and was comforted by Xiuyu, who was like a sister. The gloom on his face also dissipated a lot, but the haze in his heart still remained.
He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. Now I can only pray to God for blessings and don't let me lose too miserably."
But as soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, his chest suddenly lit up with a dazzling light and made a buzzing sound.
"Who is speaking?"
Lin Fan was shocked and looked around cautiously, but found nothing. Xiaoyu was also extremely confused by Lin Fan's sudden behavior, but she also saw the light on Lin Fan's chest. She was about to ask a question, but she didn't expect that Lin Fan was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said to Xiaoyu,
"Sister Xiaoyu, please go out for a while. I will explain the reason to you later."
After Lin Fan spoke, Xiaoyu naturally did not dare to ask any more questions and quickly left the room. A monk's ears are different from ordinary people's, and Xiaoyu also understands that with her current level of cultivation, Lin Fan will definitely notice if she secretly eavesdrops.
Following Zhou Xingdou's instructions, she naturally would not do anything to arouse Lin Fan's suspicion.
She just walked out of Lin Fan's courtyard quickly, found a remote place, and took out a sound transmission stone. The sun and moon are changing rapidly. By the time Zhou Xingdou steps out of gentle country, the silver moon is already high and countless stars are shining in the sky. The trap formation above the Lu family has been taken back by Zhou Xingdou. The ruins turned into by the battle have been intact for only a few hours. There is no trace of the fact that a great battle has just occurred here. As for Li Xiaoru, in the Divine King realm, she had gone through 2 battles and had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Zhou Xingdou didn't have the habit of cleaning the battlefield, so he naturally wouldn't care about the mess in the house. At this moment, he has finished what he should do, and the elixirs and techniques left to Lu Yanran were enough for Lu Yanran to open up the spiritual sea 3 years ago, and she has good combat power. With the restraints of the tiger bone leopard tendon pill, Lin Fan may not be able to break through the universal truth during this period. According to the estimation of Lin Fan from his memory in his previous life, Lin Fan has no chance of winning in the 3-year contract.
It can be said that it has been stabilized. Now we only need to take down Yuji, and everything will be ready. It's just a matter of time to catch the turtle in the urn. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he captured Yun Jingi, everything went smoothly for him as if he had God's help, and everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. All I can say is that she is truly a good wife and prosperous husband. But not long after Zhou Xingdou stepped out of the room, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Yanran changed out of her tight-fitting martial arts training clothes and wore an exquisite and cool white dress.
Her young and tender body was full of youthful beauty, her face was painted with exquisite makeup, and she walked towards Zhou Xingdou. She bowed to Zhou Xingdou with a hint of reserve and shyness.
"Oh nar."
Zhou Xingdou glanced at Lu Yanran indifferently, his eyes were not too startled, and he said somewhat coldly,
"Do you have anything else?" Lu Yanran pretended to smile gently.
The original girl's agility and brilliance were gone at this moment, but she was a little charming. Yanran doesn't understand something about the sword manual given by the master, and she would like some advice from the master. Only then did Zhou Xingdou discover that Lu Yanran's originally flawless chin had a fake mole dotted with paint at this moment. This makes the appearance that she inherited from Li Xiaoru actually look 70% similar now, just like the youth version of Li Xiaoru. However, Zhou Xingdou was not moved at all, his mysterious silver eyes were full of indifference.
"If you don't understand, just practice more. I don't have time to teach you."
How could he not know what Lu Yanran was thinking, even though she was very similar to Li Xiaoru, just like the youthful version of Li Xiaoru? But that figure is also a youth version. Zhou Xingdou is not interested in this kind of little girl movie yet. He still likes women like Yun Jingi and Li Xiaoru.
Lu Yanran was frightened by Zhou Xingdou's cold silver eyes, and she was speechless.
But he didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to come to him at this moment, and his slender fingers lifted her white and tender chin. Lu Yanran suddenly felt happy, thinking that Zhou Xingdou had changed his mind. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were like a pool of spring water, staring straight at Zhou Xingdou.
Zhou Xingdou smiled charmingly and said leisurely, "If you can defeat Lin Fan, I don't recommend giving you the same treatment as Li Xiaoru."
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou released Lu Yanran's chin, chuckled a few times, then set up the escape light and left the room. When Lu Yanran saw Zhou Xingdou disappear, she felt an unspeakable loss in her heart. However, because of Zhou Xingdou's words, a strong motivation arose in her heart in an instant.
I will definitely defeat Lin Fan.
Lu Yanran's eyes ignited with fire, and she had a look of determination on her face. In order to get Zhou Xingdou's reward, she would do anything to get it. Zhou Xingdou, who was leaving Lu's house at this moment, suddenly noticed something. His speeding escape suddenly stopped and he took out a sound transmission stone from his sleeve. But after he checked the information in the sound transmission stone, his good mood suddenly disappeared at this time. The message in the sound transmission stone was naturally transmitted by Choyu, and it described in detail Lin Fan's abnormal behavior, such as Lin Fan's chest suddenly blooming with light.
For example, Lin Fan asked the heir who was talking and other abnormalities.
Choyu described that Lin Fan had a jade pendant on his chest when he was a child.
The light that bloomed on Lin Fan's chest just now was not much different from the position of the jade pendant.
Even Zhou Xingdou didn't know this information in his previous life, and now the effect of enslaving Choyu is reflected. Based on the above, Zhou Xingdou also immediately deduced that Lin Fan's grandfather had probably woken up. However, this sign of recovery seems a bit early. In the previous life, Lin Fan had to wait at least after the 3-year contract ended before he soared into the sky and became extremely mysterious.
He even suddenly learned many mysterious skills, divine ability.
However, Lin Fan didn't have anything like a ring on his hand. In his previous life, Zhou Xingdou didn't have a naked conversation with Lin Fan, so he didn't know that he had a jade pendant on his chest. I just vaguely felt that Lin Fan had powerful guidance behind his back. However, rather than making aimless calculations, Zhou Xingdou chose to open Lin Fan's panel in the system. As soon as his mind moved, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou.
Name, Lin Fan. Chi number, 7999, due to the weather luck after triggering, it is picked up. Favorability, hatred, toolman. Realm, early stage of channeling.
Innate luck, Son of Destiny, 6 stars, turning danger into blessing, 5 stars, and the way to death, 4 stars.
Luck of the day after tomorrow, the nobleman in jade, 4.5 stars, the 3-year promise, 3 stars. System reminder, this child is protected by destiny. The host needs to clear its destiny before killing it. After killing it, you can get massive rewards from the system. Son of Destiny, 6 stars protected by heaven and favored by luck. Turn danger into blessing, 5 stars. Any danger you encounter may turn into an opportunity.
The way to death, 4 stars. When you say the 4 words the way to death, you stand directly on the moral high ground and cannot be refuted. The nobleman in jade, 4.5 stars. There is a peerless being hidden in the jade pendant he has worn since he was a child. Now that Lin Fan has been revived in advance due to his crisis, he will grow rapidly. 3-year agreement, 3 stars. Make a 3-year agreement with the person you want to break off the engagement with, and if you win, your career will skyrocket. Seeing Lin Fan's new luck, Zhou Xingdou fell into deep thought and his face became a little ugly. Just as he had guessed, Lin Fan did indeed wake up with his grandfather, but the entries under the system also made Zhou Xingdou frown. Lin Fan resuscitated early due to his crisis, which means that he did not wake up at this time in the first place, but resuscitated early due to some reasons. Zhou Xingdou guessed that this reason might have something to do with him, and then looked at the entry about turning danger into blessing. He had ruined Lin Fan's breakthrough and used the tiger bone leopard tendon pill to plot against him. Now that the 3-year appointment was approaching, it was indeed a crisis for Lin Fan. I'm afraid it was this that triggered his ability to turn danger into blessing, and then caused the nobleman in jade to wake up early. Zhou Xingdou looked at Lin Fan's chi count again. Originally, Lin Fan's chi count was 9,999. After stealing his home, he deprived Lin Fan of 3,000 chi. Then he subdued Yun Jingi and deprived Lin Fan of 2,000 chi again. Originally, there should only be 4,999 left, but now, unexpectedly, the noble lady in the jade awakened, and Lin Fan suddenly gained another 3,000 chi. The energy level can still rise, so what is this but roguery? At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also understood how difficult it was to deal with the Son of Destiny, and Lin Fan's uncertainty was too great. Originally, he estimated that once he got rid of Yu Ji and allowed Lu Yanran to win the 3-year contract, Lin Fan would not have much energy left.
But I didn't expect that there would be a move to improve my energy. It seems that my rebirth has made the future different in this life. This is the butterfly effect. I'm afraid that because of my own reasons, the plot of this life will no longer be the same, and the memories of my previous life will gradually become useless. Thinking of this week, Xingdou also hurriedly called out Yu Ji's panel. Name, Yu Ji. Chi number in 1999. Good impression, appreciated very much. Realm, Peak of Saint, must break through within 3 days. Innate luck, the best cauldron, 3.5 stars, the charming nature, 3 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, insightful eyes, 2.5 stars. System reminder, the host's luck value reaches 10,000, and the initial luck value is less than 2,000. You can do whatever you want without being affected by your destiny. Looking at the realm on Yuji's panel, Zhou Xingdou secretly thought, sure enough, we will definitely break through within 3 days. He clearly remembered that in the previous life, Yuji only accidentally sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough 9 days later, and rushed to the valley to break through at the last moment. Now it was several days ahead of schedule, which made Zhou Xingdou immediately give up the idea of returning to the sect and immediately changed his route to the valley. Although he promised Tian Zhou'er to go back early, time waits for no one at this moment. If a big change occurs, Yu Ji will go to the valley in advance to break through. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou only hoped that Yu Ji would not change the breakthrough location, otherwise he would not have such a good opportunity to deal with her in the future. This also made Zhou Xingdou feel a sense of crisis in his heart. The Son of Destiny, Destiny's love for destiny, was indeed not just talk. If he hadn't been careful to take control of the entire Lin residence and take Choyu as a slave, he might not have known that such a change had occurred. It's even less likely that he would think of checking Yu Ji's panel. If we really have to wait until 9 days to go to the valley, I'm afraid the daylilies will be cold. Zhou Xingdou also quickly took out the sound transmission stone to contact Yuan Tian, quickly passed the location of the valley to Yuan Tian, and asked him to come quickly. This valley is located at the southern border of Tianxian Holy State. It is not a prosperous place. Instead, it is very desolate, with almost no human habitation. As its name suggests, the valley is dark and extremely quiet, surrounded by mountains, with an entrance on one side. The 2 walls guarded it at an angle, leaving only a few gaps in the sky. It was dark inside like a black hole, and no light could illuminate it. Zhou Xingdou came to the sky above the valley at this moment, used his spiritual consciousness to scan it, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There is no aura of life in the valley at this moment. Yu Ji has not come here yet, and he still has time to arrange it. At this moment, a voice came from behind Zhou Xingdou. Young master, Yuan has been waiting for a long time. Zhou Xingdou turned around and saw Yuan Tian's figure emerging from the void. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time and bowed respectfully to Zhou Xingdou. Yuan Tian pays homage to the young master. You came too soon. Zhou Xingdou was not surprised. After all, the Holy Realm could use the teleportation method, and the speed was unmatched by him. Yuan Tian's face was filled with joy. He rubbed his hands, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said flatteringly, "Young master asked me to come quickly, how dare I delay?" Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised when he saw the flattering look on Yuan Tian's face. Although this old boy was quite respectful to him, he was not flattering before. But at this moment, Fa Hai took the initiative to step out of the void behind Zhou Xingdou, looked at Yuan Tian with a happy face, his heroic eyebrows furrowed in a rare way, and said in a deep voice, "Did you break through?" After being reminded by Fa Hai, Zhou Xingdou realized that Yuan Tian's aura seemed to be indeed much stronger, but he had been restraining his power in front of him, which was why Zhou Xingdou did not notice it at the first time. Yuan Tian raised his eyebrows at the sudden appearance of Fa Hai. For some reason, he always felt a little displeased with this monk. But he was Zhou Xingdou's person after all. Although he was unhappy, he couldn't say it clearly, but he looked at Zhou Xingdou and smiled more respectfully. Thanks to young master, when Mr. Zhou heard that you were going home, he rewarded the Shenwu sect with many treasures. Yuan also got lucky and broke through to the Holy Realm. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly when he heard this. Although it was not because of Yuan Tian that he wanted to return to the Zhou family, Yuan Tian would definitely polish it up and tell the Zhou family.
With his grandfather's wealthy temper, I'm afraid the reward will never be small, and Yuan Tian has been lingering at the peak of a saint for a long time, so it is reasonable for him to make a breakthrough now.
No wonder Yuan Tian was so flattering to Zhou Xingdou today.
After all, he had benefited a lot from the Zhou family, so how could he be disrespectful at this moment?
Fa Hai's eyes looked a little disappointed at this moment.
To be honest, he really wanted to fight Yuan Tian. Originally, if Yuan Tian was still in the realm of Saint, he would still have a chance to fight with him. Now that Yuan Tian has broken through to the realm of Saint, he has no chance of winning. However, Zhou Xingdou was in a good mood at the moment. If Yuan Tian broke through to the Holy Realm, the success rate of capturing Yu Ji would naturally be higher. Then he said to Yuan Tian,
I asked you to come here today because I want you to help me capture a saint alive.
When Yuan Tian heard that he had just captured a saint alive, he immediately laughed twice and said,
Young master, why do you need to say help? Your subordinates will do whatever you say.
There was a smile in Zhou Xingdou's eyes and his voice lengthened.
Oh? Why don't you ask who asked you to capture him alive? Yuan Tian's face showed sincerity, but he flattered him.
The direction of the young master's finger is the battlefield for his subordinates.
As long as the young master gives an order, his subordinates will go through fire and water without hesitation. Even if the young master asked me to capture my wife alive, my subordinates would never blink an eye.
The smile in Zhou Xingdou's eyes did not diminish.
He felt that the person who created Yuan Tian must be a genius, and then he joked. Then it will be up to you, Elder Yuan, to capture Yu Ji alive. Yu Ji? Hearing this, Yuan Tian's eyelids jumped immediately.
After being stunned for a while, he asked Zhou Xingdou in a shrunken voice.
Is it the Yu Ji I know?
Zhou Xingdou nodded, and Yuan Tian's breath suddenly stagnated. Where was the pride from before? And he asked cautiously.
Young master, isn't she the elder of your Zhoushuan Peak? Why did you arrest her? It's not surprising that Yuan Tian looks like this. The elder of Xian Heavenly Dao sect is not a rootless mayfly outside.
This is not a trivial matter. Xian Heavenly Dao sect is truly the supreme power. If his capture of Yu Ji is exposed, even if Shenwu sect has a good relationship with Xian Heavenly Dao sect, he, the great elder, cannot be saved.
Moreover, Xian Tianli Dao sect is so close to Shenwu sect.
1 second the matter is exposed, and the next second his head will be hung at the door of Xian Tianli Dao sect.
Before Zhou Xingdou could speak, Fa Hai had already sneered. You coward!
Just now you said you would go through fire and water for your master, but now you are scared. A waste like this is worthy of calling yourself his master's subordinate.
It has to be said that Fa Hai's sarcasm was very effective, and Yuan Tian suddenly became furious. I'm afraid? Damn you, Yuan is thinking about the young master. He is not as stupid as a monk like you. With your little strength, I'm afraid even Yuji can't beat you. When had Fa Hai been so directly insulted?
If Zhou Xingdou hadn't been here, he would have passed away long ago.
For a moment, he became angry and cursed loudly. What a piece of shit you are.
If you were a demon, let alone the one who broke through the holy sage, even if you were the great sage, I would have demoted you.
Yuan Tian also laughed angrily.
He no longer had the grace of a saint. He directly stretched his head in front of Fa Hai, pointed at his head and shouted. Come on the good-for-nothing monk, come and surrender to me. You can hurt Yuan Mao in any way and Yuan Mao will recognize you as his father. Zhou Xingdou looked at the two people who looked like street gangsters and did not stop them. With him here, the two of them would not be able to fight. He also saw that Yuan Tian and Fa Hai really did not want to deal with them, so he just let the two of them make trouble. And Zhou Xingdou also wanted to see how strong this mythical figure in his previous life was.
Don't you dare to treat me like me?
Yuan Tian's head was stretched out in front of him, and Fa Hai was not frightened. His bad temper was already there, and his eyes suddenly turned red. In an instant, a Zen staff holding the sky appeared in his hand. The Heavenshing Zen staff was carefully crafted from 10,000 years of black iron. It was originally the law weapon of Jinshan Temple. The Qingtian Zen staff has been nurtured by Buddhist teachings and worshipped with incense all year round.
It came to this world and became a sacred instrument. The moment it appeared, the Buddha's light spread all over the sky, and its power was as bright as the sea and pressed in all directions. Seeing the power of the Zen staff, Yuan Tian's expression suddenly changed, but before he could react, Fahai had already raised the Zen staff. Normally he would probably use the mighty Tianlong, but how could he hit someone on the head without using a heavy weapon? In an instant, countless powers condensed on Fahai, and the four directions of the space suddenly twisted and deformed, and Buddhist inscriptions wrapped around Fahai's body. At this moment, the Zen staff was like a huge hammer, carrying immeasurable power, hitting Yuan Tian's head with the power to shatter the heaven and the earth. But at this moment, a charming and heart-wrenching laughter came from the distance. What a coincidence! Why are Zhou Dao Child and Elder Yuan here? The holding Zen staff in Fahai's hand paused for an instant. Yuan Tian also reacted and quickly raised his head. At this moment, 2 drops of cold sweat fell from his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that the space in all directions seemed to be locked at that moment, and the sound of countless chants enveloped him, making him a little distracted for a moment. But these things are not important at this moment. The most important thing is that an uninvited guest is coming, and it is no longer time for them to mess around. Yuan Tian looked at Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou was also slightly startled at this moment and looked towards where the sound came from. I saw Yu Ji emerging from the void with her sleeves dancing. Her face was like a peach blossom, her face was like jade, and her body was like the green waves of spring water. Zhou Xingdou's heart sank. He originally thought that he could arrange some measures if he came earlier, but now it seems that it is too late. He really didn't expect Yu Ji to arrive so quickly. Not long after he arrived, Yu Ji came right behind him. But Zhou Xingdou's expression remained as usual. Instead, he chuckled and said to Yu Ji, "Elder Yu is really a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet here." Yu Ji didn't feel anything was wrong. She moved lightly in front of Zhou Xingdou. Her gauze-like purple clothes were almost transparent in the moonlight. And his skin, which was like white jade ice crystals, reflected the moonlight and showed its tenderness. Coupled with her graceful body and charming demeanor, I can only say that it is extremely charming. Let Fahai's heroic tiger eyes be solemn and he chants Buddhist scriptures. Yuan Tian's eyelids twitched and he quickly turned his gaze away, not daring to look any further. Only Zhou Xingdou still had a faint smile, without any wavering. It's not that Zhou Xingdou is resistant to beauty, or that he is in a flawless mood. Just because he has a dirty heart and has that kind of thoughts, how can he be afraid of being seduced by others? It's like something you're ready to eat, whether it charms you or not, you have to eat it. Yu Ji lightly covered her red lips with her slender jade fingers, looked at Zhou Xingdou and smiled softly. "Sister, I was just passing by. I saw a treasure light rising into the sky from a distance. I thought it was some kind of treasure, so I came here to have a look, but I didn't think it was you, Dao Child." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. It had to be said that Yu Ji knew how to speak. These words flattered Zhou Xingdou, but they were not so offensive. Compared with Yuan Tian's low-level flattery methods, I don't know how high it is. However, Zhou Xingdou also knew that what Yu Ji said was not true, but such a breakthrough was indeed a private matter, so how could Yu Ji confess it to outsiders? And since Yu Ji said this, in this situation, Yu Ji may not choose this valley as a breakthrough location again. Just when Zhou Xingdou was having a headache, the sky-holding Zen staff in Fahai's hand suddenly moved in the space between Sumeru. The Zen staff had already revived, and when it was swung, it was powerful and heavy, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Carrying infinite power, wherever it passed, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the space was shattered. It was like the sweeping force of the Tianju of Buzhou Mountain, and it hit the charming Yu Ji. Yu Ji focused her attention on Zhou Xingdou at the moment. She didn't know that Fahai would suddenly take action behind her. The Qingtian Zen staff was not blocked at all, and hit Yu Ji's thin willow waist. It made a loud noise, and Yu Ji was sent flying out before she could scream. Yuan Tian also made a sudden move in this gap, and the holy power stirred up in his body, causing chaos in the surrounding space, making it impossible for people to move. With one hand, he separated Zhou Xingdou and protected him behind him, and with the other hand, he exploded with powerful holy power. In an instant, a powerful seal appeared on Yu Ji's head. The seal is composed of countless terrifying divine patterns,
and waves of suppressive power burst out on the ground, causing the world to change color. The spiritual energy here is gone, and the seals are like the ancient divine mountain coming to the world, and the five elements mountain descending from the sky to suppress it. Before Yuji could recover from Fahai's attack, she was knocked down again by a seal falling from the sky. A mouthful of blood spurted out and she was knocked to the ground. At this moment, she didn't have time to think too much, and wanted to use the movement method, but found that the surrounding space was disturbed and could not be used, so she had to look at the ground, preparing to escape when the sealing method drove her into the ground. But at this moment, there was a zen-like holy cassock under the sky, with 5 colors of precious light, shattering her hopes.
That holy cassock is Fahai's law weapon.
Its defensive power is astonishing, but at this moment, it is only serving as a backing for Yuji.
Yuan Tian's palm suddenly exerted force at this moment, and the extremely powerful seal glowed brightly, and the suppressive power became even stronger, directly suppressing Yuji into the holy robe. Yuji suffered such a heavy blow, and the holy blood spurted out of her mouth as if it was free, and she let out a shrill scream.
Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian and then at Fahai. The tacit cooperation just now would not have been possible without a long period of running in. But the two of them have been able to cooperate so cleanly and neatly in these few breaths. Even if they just communicated in private, it would be difficult for them to do so. The power that covered the sky dissipated, leaving Yuji without any image, suppressed by Yuan Tian's seal on the holy robe. Her eyes were scarlet at the moment, and her face was full of ferocious color, but her breath was weak, as if she had been seriously injured. Yuan Tian also turned his head at this moment, and said with a smile to Zhou Xingdou, half flattering and half asking for credit. "Young master, with my seal, she will be absolutely alive and unable to escape or resist." Zhou Xingdou looked at Yuji, who was suppressed by Tathagata Buddha on Wuzishan Mountain, and he couldn't help but feel countless sighs in his heart. In the last life, Yuji plotted to trap and kill Yuan Tian, but in this life, the attack and defense changed, and Yuan Tian suppressed Yuji.
All I can say is that it's really unpleasant retribution.
Yuji was extremely angry, staring at Yuan Tian with her eyes fixed on her, without even the slightest bit of flattery.
"Yuan Tian, how dare you touch me?"
She never expected that Yuan Tian and the monk would dare to suddenly attack her. This was basically impossible in her opinion. Yuan Tian was a little frightened by Yuji's vicious eyes, but he yelled a little unfairly.
"Damn it, that smelly monk hit you too, why are you just staring at me?"
"Beast Qian Heavenly Dao sect will never let you go. Your Shinwu sect will pay the price for this, and your entire clan will die because of you." Yuji was also knocked unconscious at this moment, and she caught Yuan Tian and threatened and cursed him so hard that even Fahai couldn't help but block his sense of sound. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart when he looked at Yuji, who had lost her mind. In the previous life, Yuji had always maintained absolute rationality, but she was also a person with great wisdom and deep scheming. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had seen such a crazy and ferocious Yuji. No matter how good-tempered Yuan Tian is, he can no longer bear it at this moment. "Damn it, you, a saint, dare to scold me, the most holy person." Speaking of this, Yuan Tian turned to the side, revealing Zhou Xingdou's figure.
"This one is even more important, your heavenly Dao sect's Dao child, why don't you scold him?"
Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian, who was playing tricks on him, and didn't bother to pay attention to him, and slowly walked towards Yuji, who was suppressed by the big seal. When Yuji saw Zhou Xingdou's figure, she was slightly stunned. After a moment of calmness, how could she still not guess the reason with her wisdom? "Zhou Xingdou, as a Dao child, you join forces with outsiders to murder the elders of your sect.
Aren't you afraid of losing your position as a Dao child?"
Yuji looked at Zhou Xingdou and gritted her teeth, but she was no longer as crazy as she was when she faced Yuan Tian. She might be able to scare Yuan Tian, but facing Zhou Xingdou, she honestly couldn't say anything threatening.
"I'm afraid no one in the entire Chuyuan Realm would dare to say that Zhou Xingdou's entire clan would be destroyed."
"Even if Zhou Xingdou kills himself, Xian Heavenly Dao sect will not kill Zhou Xingdou." Zhou Xingdou looked at Yuji, who was gritting his teeth, and squatted down to look at her playfully.
"The best cauldron, you hide it very deep. The best cauldron, elder, you hides it deeply. How did you know?"
When Yuji heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She had a top-notch cauldron physique, and Yuji herself knew it. But she never revealed anything and always hid this physique, otherwise it would definitely bring her a lot of trouble.
Fortunately, the best cauldron is not like ordinary people.
As long as she is still a virgin, even if she carefully hides it, even countless powerful people can only see that she is naturally charming with their eyesight, but cannot see the foundation of the best cauldron. This also allowed her to grow up without being poisoned by evil cultivator or robbed by powerful men. Later, she became the elder of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. She also got rid of the days of fear, but she never thought that Zhou Xingdou would know about it. Zhou Xingdou pinched Yuji's tender and white chin and gently raised her head, with the flames of revenge surging in his eyes. If she hadn't come up with the plan in the previous life, Lin Fan would have poisoned him and laid a trap to ambush him due to his incompetence and IQ. But speaking of it, he also wanted to thank Yuji. If he hadn't died and been reborn with repentance, he would still be being demanded by Lin Fan like a tool. But this does not mean that Zhou Xingdou does not hate her. Thinking of this, he looked at Yuan Tian and Fa Hai and said, "Have her cultivation level sealed, and I will teach her well." Fa Hai just wanted to step forward to take action, but was stopped by Yuan Tian. "Leave it to me. She is the pinnacle of a saint. It may not be safe to seal her with your magic power." After saying this, Yuan Tian pinched a string of seals in his hand and shouted, "Go!" The seal that suppressed Yuji suddenly started to shake again. Yuji was still immersed in the fear of Zhou Xingdou seeing through the secret. She was shocked by the seal and immediately spurted out another mouthful of holy blood. In an instant, the breath dropped sharply, and the charming face became as pale as paper, and the breath was dying as if it would pass in the next moment. The seal also shrank sharply at this moment, shrinking to the size of a palm in an instant, and instantly blasted into Yuji's dantian. The moment the seal method entered the dantian, a blocking force spread all over Yuji's body. At this moment, all the power of the body's sea of consciousness and dantian was blocked. Yuji's aura of peak saintness also slowly disappeared at this moment, and she was finally no different from a mortal. She also fainted at this moment. After doing all this, Yuan Tian had sweat breaking out on his forehead, and his face looked slightly tired as he said, "Young master, there is no problem. This seal is the first seal of our Shenwu sect. No one can break this seal unless I use it, unless the great sage takes action. Thanks for your hard work." Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly. Yuan Tian was a bit timid when speaking, but he was unambiguous when it came to taking action. Fortunately, Yuan Tian broke through to the holy saint, otherwise Yuji would have been in full strength and concentrated. Although she could not defeat the two saints, she would never have been captured alive so easily. Although she didn't wait until she broke through, she still managed to capture her alive, which was not a loss. However, Zhou Xingdou felt that this should also be related to the fact that his luck value reached 10,000, but he could ignore the fate of less than 2,000. Otherwise, no matter what, Yuan Tian and Fa Hai cannot capture Yuji, a person of destiny who is deeply involved with the Destiny Child. Looking at Yuji, who passed out like a mortal, Zhou Xingdou showed a sneer on his face. With a slight movement of his fingers, a bright light came out of his sleeves, and the ground turned into a palace. This is naturally the Qingxin Palace that he put away. Now that he has moved into the Zhoushuan Palace, he thought that this palace was useless. Now it seems that taking a big house with him is the right choice. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at Fa Hai and Yuan Tian and said with a slight smile, "You guys stay outside while Elder Yu and I talk carefully." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stopped caring about the two of them, grabbed Yuji's purple hair, and dragged Yuji's delicate jade body into Qingxin Palace like a dead dog. Stepping into the palace, Zhou Xingdou threw Yuji to the ground and closed the heavy palace door with a wave of his hand. 18 god-level formations opened in an instant, blocking all movement. Looking at the unconscious beauty, Zhou Xingdou showed an evil smile. Even his mysterious silver eyes looked a little dark at this moment. In an instant, Zhou Xingdou moved his fingers slightly, and a stream of water condensed in the palace. The biting cold water suddenly poured on Yuji, causing her to wake up immediately. This water was not ordinary water at that time, it could also be regarded as a kind of spiritual water, which was beneficial to Yuji's injury. Otherwise, she would not have been able to wake up from her coma just because of a bucket of ice water. Of course, this is not Zhou Xingdou's pity for her, he is not that kind, and he has a lot of hatred for Yu Ji in his heart. Although the system suggested that he subdue her, he was speechless, but before that, he still needed to avenge his previous life. The moment Yu Ji woke up, she was still a little confused. She was in a daze for a while before she remembered what had just happened. But at this moment she was unusually calm. She looked up at Zhou Xingdou, who was a little weak, but said sarcastically, "Zhou Dao child is really thoughtful, but he never imagined that a well-known good man would actually do such a thing." Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry. He stood with his hands behind his hands and looked down at Yu Ji, who was curled up on the ground. There was a slight smile on his face, but there was ice in the smile.
"Oh? Elder, you understand what's going on?"
Yu Ji looked at Zhou Xingdou with hatred in her eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's not a coincidence that you appear here today, you are just waiting for me to appear." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, applauded Yu Ji, and said teasingly, "Guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward." But Yu Ji still had doubts and asked bitterly,
"Not many people know about my breakthrough place. How did you know about it?"
It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to say that he was reborn, but he also wanted to see what Yu Ji would think, so he asked,
"How does Elder you think I know?"
Yu Ji also entered the role at this moment. Her thoughts turned to the extreme, and in the end she only thought of one person, but she couldn't believe it.
"Did Lin Fan tell you?"
Zhou Xingdou saw that Yu Ji thought it was Lin Fan, so he naturally borrowed the donkey from Paxia and praised. "People say that Elder Yu is very resourceful, and now it seems that he is indeed well-deserved." Yu Ji was a little disbelieving, but she couldn't think of anyone else, because this place was the breakthrough place she had just decided on today, and only Lin Fan knew about it. This made her feel unspeakable pain. She really liked Lin Fan, her little brother, but she didn't expect to be betrayed. This was a bit hard for her to accept.
"Why, I obviously treat him as a younger brother, why would he treat me like this?"
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was also involved in the drama. His eyes became red and fierce. He sneered and said in a deep voice, "I carried him into the true legend, personally cured his mother of the cold poison, and gave him the precious medicine."
"Didn't he also want to kill me?"
Then he looked at Yu Ji as if he were a clown and laughed. "I just gave him 3 precious medicines, and he sold you for everything.
He even asked me to leave your body to him.
He also wanted to kiss your fragrance." Listening to Zhou Xingdou's words, Yu Ji felt her head buzzing. Yes, even Zhou Xingdou, who promoted Lin Fan to the position of true successor, Lin Fan said in front of him more than once that he wanted to kill him.
"What's more, what about yourself?"
Zhou Xingdou looked at the stunned Yu Ji and wanted to laugh in his heart. He even felt that he had a halo of wisdom in this life. Yu Ji, who was so scheming in her previous life, actually thought that Lin Fan had betrayed him because of her few words.
In fact, it's not Yu Ji's fault.
She indeed only informed Lin Fan about this matter. No one would have thought that Zhou Xingdou was reborn and knew about her breakthrough earlier than Yu Ji. But after all, Yu Ji had been struggling in cultivation for many years. She suppressed her emotions in an instant. At this moment, she stared at Zhou Xingdou and said very seriously, "Let me go, I can join forces with you to deal with Lin Fan, and I can also tell you Lin Fan's roots." Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou almost laughed out loud. His handsome face looked a little ferocious, and he kicked Yu Ji on the body without any warning.
Zhou Xingdou's brute strength is so great that the power contained in even a random kick cannot be underestimated.
But Yu Ji was blocked by Yuan Tian at this moment. Even if the source of life in the Holy Realm has been sublimated, she cannot withstand such brute force. Hearing Yu Ji let out a painful groan, she was shaken several meters away by the force and hit the wall firmly, causing the palace formation attached to the wall to splash with ripples like water. Before Yu Ji could calm down, she felt a sense of pressure coming from her head. After she calmed down, she realized that Zhou Xingdou had stepped on her head. Zhou Xingdou's pair of magical silver-white eyes were flickering in and out at this moment, making it impossible to see any emotion at all. He looked down at Yu Ji from a high position, showing contempt as if he were looking at an ant. You deserve it. If it weren't for the blessing of luck, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of me." Zhou Xingdou, who said this, was filled with a sense of arrogance and strength, and was overwhelming. What he said was indeed true. The so-called previous life was affected by the memory of the previous life. As the young master of the Zhou family, Yuji and Lin Fan were not even qualified to stand in front of him.
He's just a child of destiny. Zhou Xingdou sneered twice.
Even in his previous life, he found out that Lin Fan was the son of destiny earlier than Yuji, so she needed to tell him some secret.
Yuji no longer had the calmness she had just now. Even if she was placed at Zhou Xingdou's feet, she immediately panicked and said, "You actually know."
She never thought that Zhou Xingdou knew about this. She had a sharp eye and could vaguely detect whether others were lucky. This was the basis for her to reach this point.
But he didn't expect that Zhou Xingdou had already known about it.
Suddenly Yuji also understood why Zhou Xingdou promoted Lin Fan to be the true successor and gave him so many resources before. She thought about it for a long time, and finally realized that she didn't seem to have the ability or value to let Zhou Xingdou let her go, except for the top level of the cauldron. This immediately made her panic. A majestic saint had no other value except his body at this moment. For a moment, she felt a sense of despair that she had not seen for a long time. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou lifted up the face that he had stepped on Yuji's face, and said in a gentle voice, "Stand up." When Yuji heard Zhou Xingdou's gentle voice, she was a little dazed, thinking that Zhou Xingdou had changed his mind and wanted to let her go. "I just stood up with my extremely weak body, but I haven't had time to be happy yet."
Snapped. A crisp slap sounded.
Yuji's fair and delicate face suddenly had a fiery red palm print, and the burning pain on her face made her a little at a loss.
"Bitch." Zhou Xingdou cursed angrily. How could the hatred from the previous life be so easily resolved? If it were so easy, how could he use any means to deal with Lin Fan?
The hatred for Lin Fan has become his inner demon, making him dare not be reborn until now, and he has never dared to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, the scene before his death in his previous life would appear before his eyes, and the sense of impending death would fill his body. This kind of hatred is not only directed against Lin Fan, but also against every accomplice around him. Even if Yuji is a woman, she is still a very beautiful woman, but it is difficult for him to soften his heart. Because she was also a direct participant in his own death, he would not be willing to let her go so easily. Zhou Xingdou also said more. A ray of light flashed, and a wicker appeared in his hand. This wicker was shaped like a whip and was 7 feet long. The willow leaves stood upside down on the willow branches, and there was a terrifying ominous power permeating them. The holy light flashed and illuminated the entire palace.
It was definitely not an ordinary thing.
This wicker was originally a branch with the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. It was later picked by a peerless expert and sacrificed into a divine weapon.
Later, due to some reasons, it became the inventory in the Zhou family's treasury. The usage of this wicker magic weapon is very different from that of a whip.
They are both used to whip people. But it is different from ordinary whips, because it is made from the spiritual roots of heaven and earth, and has some strange features. That is, beating people on the body will not break the skin and flesh, but will repair the personal injuries and make people clear-headed. But later this thing was sacrificed and refined again in the Zhou family, and it gained the first layer function. That is, at the moment of whipping, the body's senses are enhanced countless times, and even a small pain is enough to be comparable to being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts.
Moreover, the pain directly strikes the depths of the soul, regardless of physical strength, and is simply unbearable for ordinary people.
It can be said that it is a magic weapon necessary for interrogation and torture. In his previous life, Zhou Xingdou used this weapon to beat a strong-willed and tough-tongued great sage, making him beg for mercy repeatedly. One can imagine how powerful it is.
"Please let me go.
You and I are both from Jiushuan Peak after all. For the sake of Master Tianfeng, please let me go." Yuji looked at Zhou Xingdou in horror. Such moody people are the most terrifying.
You never know what he will do next.
Looking at the pitiful Yuji, Zhou Xingdou couldn't feel any pity in his heart. He gently stroked the wicker in his hand with his slender hand, and showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "I have let you go, but unfortunately you have never let me go. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's heart was completely cold, and he had no emotion at all. The wicker in his hand was like a spiritual snake and a sharp blade, and he drew it towards Yuji. Tear. The gauze purple dress on Yuji's body was torn by the wicker, revealing her snow-white skin. Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded, echoing in every space of the palace. Even without feeling it personally, just the scream can make people shudder. Yuji fell to the ground in pain and kept twisting on the floor. At this moment, she understood what real pain was. At this moment, every inch of skin and every pore on her body seemed to be stabbed by countless sharp knives. Her soul seemed to be gnawed by fire ants, burning and stinging, making her feel as if she had experienced 10,000 years of pain in this second. This pain directly caused Yuji to collapse, crying and begging for mercy. "I was wrong, please let me go, I can do anything you ask me to do." Zhou Xingdou looked at Yuji indifferently, who was twisted in pain, and turned a deaf ear to her begging for mercy. He didn't wait for Yuji to swing the wicker in her hand again. Yuji's shrill screams resounded instantly again, her internal organs kept spasming in extreme pain, and her whole body was twitching like a cramp. The horrific pain made her voice no longer pleasant, and even became a bit harsh, but even so, Yuji still kept begging for mercy. "I was wrong. I am willing to be Dao Child's cauldron. Please Dao Child, please stop torturing me." But this doesn't make Zhou Xingdou soft-hearted, all he gets in exchange is wickers falling like raindrops. At this time, there was great terror in the palace, but the atmosphere between Fa Hai and Yuan Tian outside the palace was much more harmonious. Fa Hai looked at Yuan Tian, who was still breathing heavily and looking tired, and his heroic tiger eyes were a little gentle at this moment. "I wrongly blamed the donor. Please don't blame the donor." For Fa Hai, Zhou Xingdou is his god, and Yuan Tian's efforts towards Zhou Xingdou immediately made him have a good impression. Yuan Tian chuckled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. "However, I also felt that this monk was a little pleasing to my eyes, so I casually mentioned. As subordinates, we need to be loyal, but we must also know how to serve our superiors." Fa Hai asked with doubt in his eyes. "The way to go?" Yuan Tian raised his thick and straight eyebrows, and said slowly. "For those of us who are subordinates, we can be embarrassed when the adults ask us to do things, but we can't hesitate at all when we do things. We must be neat and tidy. Embarrassment can make adults feel that things are not easy to do. Only in this way can we highlight our loyalty and value when we finish the matter neatly." Fa Hai frowned upon hearing this. Yuan Tian's thoughts were contrary to his absolute loyalty to Zhou Xingdou, so he couldn't help but retort. "Being a servant and a subordinate, obeying orders is the kingly way. Even if my master asks me to die, I will never hesitate. What you are doing is obviously deception, which is not the way to be a servant." Yuan Tian was not angry when Fa Hai rebutted him, but instead smiled calmly and said, "Let me ask you, as a young master, will you be short of subordinates and slaves in the future?" Fa Hai glanced at Yuan Tian and said angrily, "As a master, I will naturally not be lacking in the future." Yuan Tian Yu asked, "Then there will always be subordinates who are stronger and more talented than us in the future, so why should we let the young master always remember to appoint and promote them?" Fa Hai was speechless. He understood Zhou Xingdou's power better than Fa Hai, and he had no doubt that Zhou Xingdou would become a more powerful slave in the future. It may even be interesting that even the Western Heaven Buddha will sit down with Zhou Xingdou. Then will Zhou Xingdou still remember his Fa Hai? He is absolutely loyal, but it is precisely because of his absolute loyalty that he does not want to be forgotten by his master, and he cannot even squeeze in beside his master. Yuan Tian looked at the sea and was speechless, so he mentioned something again. "I'm not asking you to learn from me. If we subordinates don't want to be forgotten, we must have characteristics. This characteristic can be stupid or cowardly, but it cannot be disloyal or unlovable." Fa Hai looked at Yuan Tian talking eloquently, and suddenly felt that there was some truth in it, so he asked, "Then what do I do?" Yuan Tian rubbed his chin and said old-fashionedly, "Either you become stronger, or you have more characteristics. I am me and you are you. Only you can figure out what you should do." Being able to be designated by the Zhou family as the person who delivers messages to Zhou Xingdou, Yuan Tian naturally has his own expertise. He shouldn't have said these words to Fa Hai. But now that they are attacking Yuji, the two of them are like ants on the same rope. They are on Zhou Xingdou's ship, and Yuan Tian also has to think about the future. Everyone has selfish motives. Even those who are absolutely loyal to you will want to value you more. This is inevitable. Even if these words were heard by Zhou Xingdou would not take them seriously and would look at Yuan Tian in a different light. At this moment, Yuji in the palace has been slapped by the wicker countless times. Such inhuman torture will never make people adapt to it. Each time the pain is greater than before. This kind of pain seems to have no end, and it lasts for 10,000 years in one moment. It not only tortures the body, but also tortures the soul. The cold sweat caused by the pain had soaked through her rag-like clothes. If she could commit suicide, she would probably have committed suicide long ago. Zhou Xingdou also stopped holding the wicker in his hand at this moment. He looked at Yuji, whose eyes were white and her face was twitching and deformed, but he did not feel the pleasure of revenge as he imagined. The stop of the wicker also gave Yuji a chance to breathe. Even if it was just a quiet breath, for her now, it was the best moment in her life. With this hard-won stability, she was even more afraid of the painful moment just now. At this moment, she couldn't care less about resting, and hurriedly got up and threw herself on Zhou Xingdou's lap. He hurriedly used her smooth and tender body to rub Zhou Xingdou's trouser legs. At this moment, there was a little fanaticism in her eyes, and she said humbly with an extremely flattering look on her face. "Dao child, you are my god, please stop hitting me. I can do anything you ask me to do, even if you kill me, please, please." Looking at Yuji, who was lying low and low like a dog at his feet, Zhou Xingdou wanted to laugh but couldn't. In the last life, Yuji, who had the pearl of wisdom in her hands, made suggestions for Lin Fan and stirred up troubles, was in stark contrast to her at this moment. But this was an unexpected surprise. An interesting idea suddenly came to Zhou Xingdou's mind. He swung the wicker in his hand again and slapped Yuji hard on her jade back. Yuji suddenly let out a scream, but this scream was even more tragic than before. "Call me master." Zhou Xingdou shouted coldly and kicked Yuji away from his thigh. Yuji was already in extreme pain, and when she was subjected to such a huge force, she immediately rolled dozens of meters on the ground and hit the wall. But Yuji, who had been abused to this point, immediately recovered from being hit on the ground, and quickly crawled towards Zhou Xingdou like a dog on all fours. Yuji crawled to Zhou Xingdou's legs in embarrassment, hugged her again and shouted humbly and flatteringly. "Master, I know I was wrong, please spare me." Zhou Xingdou's voice was as cold as ice and he said to Yuji at his feet, "Open the sea of consciousness." When Yuji heard this, her expression was slightly startled, but in an instant Zhou Xingdou lifted the wicker and pulled it down again. This time, Yuji no longer hesitated and took the initiative to let go of the sea of consciousness. Zhou Xingdou suddenly condensed a manhwa slave seal in his hand. To be honest, he didn't know whether the manhwa slave seal would work. After all, when the system was first introduced, this item was ineffective against people with great luck, but Yuji was not a person with great luck, but a person with luck. Guessing is ultimately useless, practice leads to true knowledge. The manhwa slave seal instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Yuji's forehead. The manhwa new seal stayed on Yuji's forehead for a while, and finally penetrated into Yuji's sea of consciousness smoothly, which immediately made Zhou Xingdou breathe a sigh of relief. If he couldn't use the 10,000 transformation slave seal on Yuji, it would be really difficult to control her, so he could only use the wicker in his hand to teach her 7 days and 7 nights, and teach her to be completely enslaved. But now that the manhwa slave seal has been successfully planted, I have saved a lot of effort. After Yuji was given the slave mark, not only did she not feel dissatisfied, she even had a look of relief on her face. For a moment, he lay weakly on the ground, breathed a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xingdou had never been struck by the wicker in his hand, so naturally he would not understand the feeling. It was a torture more terrifying than death. No one wants to go through it a second time. Yuji thought very simply, as long as she could not bear the pain, it didn't matter if she died, let alone being a slave. Even if she is a saint, no matter how deep her thoughts are, she is still a woman with delicate skin and tender flesh. She has never experienced such torture. This is the best outcome for her. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears.
Ding, congratulations to the host for enslaving Yuji. Yuji's chi has been cleared.
Ding, congratulations to the host for taking the important help from the Son of Destiny in the future and depriving Lin Fan of 1000 chi. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Thunder Emperor's treasure.
Ding, the host gains luck value, 29.99.
Thunder Emperor's treasure, the complete inherited treasure of Thunder Emperor, one of the 10 evils. It is the supreme secret of thunder. Zhou Xingdou was slightly disappointed when he heard that Lin Fan had only been deprived of 1000 chi. After all, compared to Lin Fan's 3000 chi, this 1000 was too little. But when he heard the reward announced by the system, he couldn't help but smile a little. The Thunder Emperor's treasure.
How could Zhou Xingdou not know how powerful this treasure technique is?
In a certain extremely powerful world that I knew in my previous life, the Thunder Emperor was one of the 10 most ferocious beasts in ancient times. He controls the thunder pool and is in charge of killing. He controls the thunder and is known as law enforcement for heaven, embodying the will of God. In the immortal ancient era of that world, the Thunder Emperor was known as the most promising rising powerhouse and the youngest among the 10 evil men of that generation. It is because he is so stunning and dazzling that even though he is one of the top 10 ferocious beasts, he is called the Thunder Emperor. Controlling the thunder tribulation of all worlds, he is known as the one who punishes the world on behalf of heaven. Considering his background, it can be said that he is the will of God. Born to be extraordinary, he will succeed sooner or later, and he will be the one who calls the shots and has constant pressure for the rest of his life. Then, because he was too dazzling, he was ambushed and killed by a foreign land not long after. He was so stunning that he was the first to die in the ancient battle. However, this just proves how powerful he is, making his enemies extremely fearful. And this Thunder Emperor's treasure skill just fits his own attributes. His heaven-punishing Tao body was born out of the Joshio holy body, which can control the thunder and punishment of heaven and earth, and control the origin of thousands of thunders.
It's like it's tailor-made for you.
Regardless of its strength or weakness, the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique is definitely the divine ability treasure technique that is most suitable for me today, perhaps no other. However, it is not the time to extract it yet. After all, the demand for the divine ability magic is not great right now, and there is no rush at this time. In his eyes, what he wants more now is the most charming cauldron in front of him.
His understanding doubled.
He had been coveting this thing for too long, not to mention that Yuji herself was a peerless monster. Looking at Yuji, who was lying on the ground in tatters, Zhou Xingdou moved his index finger and threw a pill onto Yuji's delicate face. Yuji hurriedly took it. She immediately felt much better. She quickly knelt on the ground and thanked her. "Thank you, Master, for the medicine." "Thank you, Master, for the medicine." Zhou Xingdou nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that Yuji became more obedient after being tortured, which also made Zhou Xingdou put away the magic weapon wicker. Now I'm afraid it will take a long time for Yuji to recover if she doesn't plant the slave mark, and she won't dare to go against herself. What's more, now that the slave mark is planted, Yuji will be his slave dog in this life, even if she dies and is reincarnated. Zhou Xingdou walked up to Yuji and lifted her face up with his feet. At this moment, Yuji's face was already a little rosy. Seeing Zhou Xingdou looking at her at this moment, Yuji suddenly showed her charming look that once captured people's hearts. Her arms were gathered together at this moment, and her posture was twisted, adding color to her already graceful and plump body. Zhou Xingdou swallowed secretly and said softly, "Follow me into the house." Yuji suddenly blushed. There was no need to say anything at this moment. She would also show her best attitude to please Zhou Xingdou. Not only because of the slave mark, but also the fear of the endless pain that had caused me. Lin Fan, who was at the Ninxian peak of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. Then he felt that sense of detachment again, which made him extremely irritable and shouted angrily, "Who is it, who took away my things?" But there was a sound coming from Lin Fan's chest. It's broken just now. You have broken your power and damaged the source of your life. The voice was ethereal, a little urgent, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It was extremely mysterious. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression suddenly turned ugly, and he said, "The source of life? What is that?" That voice sounded from Lin Fan's chest again. The root of your life is the root of your life, and the true dragon body casting method you just practiced is the most critical moment. The roots of your life are being reshaped to prepare you for building your physique. However, you suddenly failed, causing a direct backlash and directly damaging the source of your life. Now you don't need more than a month to break the universal truth. Even if you repair the source of your life and then build a dragon body, this time is not enough. As soon as these words came out, Lin Fan was immediately furious. He trusted what this voice said. This voice was also the nobleman who had awakened in his jade pendant. He is also the ancestor of his Lin family countless years ago. Just now, he was directly taught a method for cultivating acquired physique. As long as the physique is born, the acquired body casting method is extremely precious and rare in the world, and every sect is a secret that is not passed down to the big family. It was this method that gave him confidence and gave him hope to break through universal truth before the 3-year appointment. But he didn't expect that all of this was destroyed at this moment. Not only did he fail to build his physique, but he also lost the source of his life. It can be said that I lost my army at the expense of my mother. The most important thing is that he has no idea why this is happening. Just like the previous 2 breakthroughs failed, every time he is in the most critical moment, he always feels that something very important is being pulled out of his body. Lin Fan informed Ancestor Yu Zhong about this and wanted him to check for him to see what had been removed. Yu Zhong was silent for a while after hearing Lin Fan's description, and then said, "I checked your body and soul. Apart from the damage to the root of your life just now, there is nothing abnormal. Maybe you are overthinking it. It's no wonder that the existence in the jade can't be noticed. Luck is mysterious, and the number of chi seems to be nothing. Even if it is alive, it may not be clear, not to mention that there is only a residual soul left. The sun, moon, and stars move around, and in the blink of an eye, the dazzling sun has risen. The golden sunlight pierces the darkness, and all living things revive in an instant. But in a deserted place on the border of Tianxian Holy State, there stood an exquisite palace. In front of the palace gate stood a monk and a Taoist. The monk looked heroic, with his strong arms half exposed in his cassock. On his shoulder was a lifelike and fierce dragon-shouldered dragon tattooed on his shoulder. It suddenly looked like it had come to life, which was extremely eye-catching. The Taoist had a square appearance and seemed to have some sense of integrity, but his eyes seemed to be looking around in a sly manner. Both of them exuded a frighteningly powerful aura, so that even the monks passing by did not dare to stay for a moment, let alone wonder why a palace appeared in this wilderness. At this moment, the palace door slowly opened, and a handsome young man stepped out. His black hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were a rare silvery white. He was full of energy, but made people feel extremely cold. But at this moment, there was a smile on his lips, and he felt refreshed between his brows, as if he had just woken up from a night of worries. Seeing Zhou Xingdou appear, Yuan Tian quickly made a surprised look and started flattering. "Young master is truly a god. He has been fighting fiercely for so long. I really admire him from all my subordinates. He is simply the god of war among men." Zhou Xingdou stretched lazily, and then glanced at Yuan Tian. This Yuan Tian was not very flattering, but he still insisted on forcibly filming, which was a headache. However, in view of his performance yesterday, Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything, and a whisk appeared in front of Yuan Tian with a flick of his finger. This whisk looks ordinary, no different from ordinary Taoist temples, but it exudes terrifying holy power, and the entire whisk exudes a rich Taoist charm. Yuan Tian looked at the whisk in front of him, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a look of shock. "This a whisk at the level of a holy soldier?" It's not that Yuan Tian is short-sighted. Holy weapons are like holy realms. They are a huge dividing line and extremely difficult to practice. There are very few holy weapon refiners who can refine holy weapons, and refining them is not guaranteed to be successful, and there is a high failure rate. Moreover, even the most common holy weapon consumes a huge amount of divine iron, spiritual materials, and resources. Coupled with the difficulty of refining holy weapons and the high failure rate, many saints, and even those in the most holy realm, may still use divine weapons. For example, Yuji, the peak saint realm, is about to break through to the holy saint. Xian Heavenly Dao sect and other supreme power elders have only obtained one holy weapon. What's more, Zhou Xingdou took out the whisk holy weapon. Such an unpopular holy weapon is extremely rare, and there are very few weapon refiners who can refine this kind of weapon. The Xinwu sect that Yuan Tian belongs to is a Taoist and martial arts practitioner, so he has good seal skills. For him, the whisk holy weapon is far better than other weapons.
Yuan Tian's eyes widened when he looked at Fu Chen, and he said with great excitement,
"This is too valuable.
How dare I accept it without making much contribution?"
Although he said this, his hands were already holding the whisk holy soldier in his arms, as if he was afraid that others would snatch him away. When Zhou Xingdou saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly.
He was really speechless about Yuan Tian's behavior. Meeting Yuan Tian really made him feel bad. Yuan Tian also thanked him at the right time. "Young master, dare not refuse this gift. My subordinates really have no repayment for your great kindness.
From now on, my subordinates will fight to the death on behalf of the young master.
If the young master asks me to go east, I will never go west.
If the young master asks me to chase away dogs, I will never steal chickens. My admiration for the young master is like a torrential river, which is endless, and like the yellow river that overflows and becomes out of control. Listening to the young master's words is better than 10 years of reading in a cold window. Looking at the famous figures of ancient and modern times is better than the young master. It is truly my lifelong honor to be able to follow you, young master. When I go home, I must burn incense to worship my ancestors and thank my ancestors for their kindness." Yuan Tian's mouth was like a machine gun, and he had countless flattering words. Fa Hai was amazed when he heard this, and secretly wrote down these words for future use. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian faintly. Although the flattering words didn't seem to make any sense, it was still a bit interesting to have someone say them in front of you with an extremely sincere tone. But for him, these things became a bit noisy if he talked about them too much, so he said in a cold voice, "You can shut up." Yuan Tian's machine gun-like words suddenly stopped, leaving only a look of sincere admiration on his face, staring straight at Zhou Xingdou. After Zhou Xingdou glared at Yuan Tian, he ignored him and then looked at Fa Hai, but he was a little embarrassed.
Fa Hai had 9 magic weapons in his body and was not short of weapons at all. As for the skills, Fa Hai's Mahayana Buddhism must be the most suitable for him, and it is impossible for Zhou Xingdou to produce Buddhist skills that are more powerful than Mahayana Buddhism. Although he said that he did not reward Fa Hai with anything, Fa Hai would not have any objections, let alone be dissatisfied. But clear rewards and punishments are king. Zhou Xingdou doesn't want to not reward others for their merits just because they are absolutely loyal to him.
In the end, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to take out a holy medicine. Although it was not as valuable as a holy weapon, it could at least enhance Fa Hai's cultivation, which was better than nothing. Zhou Xingdou handed the holy medicine to Fa Hai and said slowly, "This is the Holy Dragon Transformation Lotus, a holy medicine that can increase your cultivation." Fa Hai looked at the golden lotus in front of him, and found that there was a faint dragon's power surging on it. The dragon tattoo on his shoulder was attracted by the dragon's power, and it swam slowly at this moment. Fa Hai's face suddenly showed joy. He took the Holy Dragon Transformation Lotus and bowed respectfully to Zhou Xingdou. "Thank you, Master, for the medicine.
With this medicine, my mighty Tianlong will reach a new level. Just use them together."
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. This was an unexpected surprise. He took out the dragon-transforming Holy Lotus without thinking too much about anything else, but he never imagined that it would be of such benefit to Fa Hai. On the other hand, Yuji walked out of the palace trembling a little at this moment.
Now she has changed her clothes and is no longer wearing the gauzy purple dress.
It wasn't because the purple clothes were damaged, there were dozens of the same clothes in her storage ring, it was just Zhou Xingdou's possessiveness that was at play.
Zhou Xingdou doesn't like his woman to show off in front of others. He warned Yuji and asked her to dress more securely. At this moment, Yuji was wearing a snowy white dress, tightly wrapped up and down.
Except for her face and palms, not an inch of skin could be seen. But even so, the naturally charming Yuji is still beautiful and moving. The charming face combined with the graceful figure adds an indescribable charm to the pure white clothes. It's just that the way he walks is a little awkward, and I don't know if it's because of the injury last night.
Oh no.
When Yuji saw Zhou Xingdou, there was both fear and an unexplainable attachment in her eyes. After calling the owner tremblingly, he stood in front of the door blankly. Zhou Xingdou saw Yuji's outfit and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, remember, be more peaceful in the future. I don't know if Zhou Xingdou's words were too serious, but Yuji was so frightened that she almost collapsed on the ground with her legs and feet, and she said in a panic, "Master, don't worry, I will never be like before again." Seeing Yuji's attitude, Zhou Xingdou no longer scared her and said calmly, "Lin Fan, you should know what to do." At this moment, Yuji looked like a young girl who had made a mistake, looking extremely pitiful and said, "I will pretend that nothing has happened and lurk next to him waiting for the master's instructions." Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, and then looked to the side, facing Yuan Tian who couldn't let go of the Whisk Saint soldier.
Take back the seal in her body. Yuan Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked at Zhou Xingdou and then at the poor Yuji. He showed a look of shock and quickly tried to persuade Zhou Xingdou. "Young master, you have to be on guard against disasters caused by beauty. You can't trust a woman's words. If you let her go and leak this matter, Yuan will be in danger." Zhou Xingdou's face turned cold, and there was a coldness in his eyes. "I don't want to say it a third time, break the seal." Zhou Xingdou knew that Yuan Tian meant the reminder well, but as a superior, he could sometimes indulge his subordinates, but his orders could not be refuted. Yuan Tian looked at the coldness in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, and the majestic saint actually showed some timidity. He immediately did not dare to persuade him anymore, and quickly pressed the seal to release the seal in Yuji's body. The moment the seal was released, Yuji's aura rose like a tide, and a strong holy power surged through her body. Boom! The sky, which was originally clear and clear, suddenly darkened at this moment, a thunder flashed, and dark clouds fell over the city in an instant. Yuan Tian's expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "No, she's about to break through." After saying that, he quickly grabbed Zhou Xingdou and evacuated with Fahai. The Holy Thunder Tribulation is absolutely extraordinary. Even if it has great benefits to the body, it must be able to withstand it. There is no problem between him and Fahai, but Zhou Xingdou is only in the noble realm now. Even the most evil genius cannot withstand the Holy Thunder Tribulation. What's more, the two of them are a saint and a saint. If they are still by Yuji's side when the Thunder Tribulation condenses, the Thunder Tribulation will definitely become more powerful. Yuji also didn't expect that her Thunder Tribulation would not come for 2 days, so she came here yesterday to make arrangements in advance. Moreover, it stands to reason that since his body was broken and the essence of the cauldron was taken away by Zhou Xingdou, his cultivation level should be declining at this moment. But she didn't expect that not only did she not fall down at this moment, but she also felt stronger than before. This was very unreasonable. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Zhou Xingdou who was taken away by Yuan Tian from a distance. As a top-grade cauldron, she naturally has a lot of research on the cauldron. There is only one situation where the cultivation level of the cauldron will not decrease but increase when the cauldron is taken away. The opponent is a more advanced cauldron than herself. But Yuji couldn't let her think too much at this moment. Suddenly, the thunder clouds had already condensed. At this moment, black clouds were billowing in the sky, and the airflow poured in for a while, causing the howling wind, blowing dust on this desolate road, turning into tornadoes, with terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of thunder, and every sound of thunder caused the heaven and earth to tremble, and the thick thunderclouds completely covered the sun. Without the light, the world was once again covered with a layer of black gauze, and it was all gray, making people feel extremely depressed and even suffocated. The power of God is so mighty that ordinary people will inevitably feel panicked and frightened. But Yuji showed no fear. Because she has already seen something more terrifying.
Compared with the wicker in Zhou Xingdou's hand, Thunder Tribulation is not only no longer scary, but also makes Yuji feel much more at ease. After all, it at least proved that he was out of torture and was not dreaming in pain.
Rumble.
A thunderous sound shook the sky, and from the black thunderclouds, an extremely terrifying silver-white thunder column suddenly shot out, shooting straight down from the sky.
There are 18 holy thunder tribulations in total, and each thunder tribulation is comparable to the strongest thunder tribulation in the holy tribulation. Moreover, each of the 18 thunder tribulation powers is more powerful than the previous one.
The further the thunder tribulation goes, the more terrifying the power will be. Like a pillar of thunder, it fell from the sky and struck directly at Yuji's head.
Boom!
Yuji's holy power was stirred up to the extreme, and she took the terrifying thunder tribulation with her own body. Her whole body was wrapped in electric arcs, but her expression remained as usual, never wavering in the slightest.
This pain is like scratching an itch for her now.
Zhou Xingdou, who was watching from a distance at this moment, seemed to feel something in his heart when he saw the terrifying thunder tribulation all over the sky, and the silver vertical lines in his heart shone brightly at this moment. A restlessness arose in his heart, making him want to rush into thunder tribulation at this moment. This was a kind of impulse and greed that came from the source.
Thunder tribulation food.
Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed and he said to Fa Hai,
"Send me to the sky above Yuji."
Fa Hai didn't hesitate at all. Before Yuan Tian could react, he pushed Zhou Xingdou's back and instantly sent him into thunder tribulation. Yuan Tian's expression changed at this moment, and he cursed Fa Hai for being sick, and then went to the Thunder Tribulation Center to rescue Zhou Xingdou.
The Holy Thunder Tribulation is no joke. If someone accidentally kills Zhou Xingdou, he won't have to live anymore.
At this time, Fa Hai grabbed Yuan Tian and said calmly,
"This is Master's opportunity, don't interrupt."
When Zhou Xingdou arrived at the center of Thunder Tribulation, the second Thunder Tribulation that had been brewing in the thunderclouds crashed down.
This Thunder Tribulation is more powerful than the first one.
Even the thunder snakes raging around the thunder pillar can kill the Divine King. Yuji below was also startled, and immediately wanted to come up to rescue her, but was stunned by Zhou Xingdou's look and was frozen in place. Looking at the falling thunder pillar, Zhou Xingdou was not only not afraid, but also had a hint of excitement on his face.
That was enough to seriously injure the saint and destroy him. The Divine King Thunder Tribulation slammed into Zhou Xingdou, and endless thunder snakes surged up.
The thunder light enveloped him completely and swallowed his body.
At this moment, Yuan Tian couldn't sit still anymore.
The worry in his eyes was extremely strong. He threw away Fa Hai's blockage, squeezed the Shenwu seal in his hand and stepped forward. At this moment, a clear laughter sounded in the thunder.
"Ha ha ha ha, so cool."
Suddenly, the raging endless thunder snake and thunder light were absorbed by Zhou Xingdou crazily and swallowed into his body in an instant. Zhou Xingdou's figure also reappeared, his whole body glowing with treasure, an aura of destruction surged through his body.
Not only did he not receive any damage, but he emitted a terrifying aura.
His heaven punishment Dao body controls the sources of thunder in the heavens.
Even if it is a tribulation, it is still thunder tribulation. Thunder is under his control. This is the tyranny of the Taoist body.
Even though he is only in the noble realm now, the holy thunder tribulation still cannot hurt him in the slightest, and even benefits him greatly. At this moment, the shadow of the giant elephant behind him suddenly appeared, roaring across the sky and the earth to show its supreme ferocious power. At this moment, in Zhou Xingdou's body, countless particles were restlessly transforming, and giant elephant particles emerged one after another, countless.
This holy thunder tribulation is simply a rare and great supplement for Zhou Xingdou.
The thunder and lightning just now doubled his strength, and the giant elephant particles increased by 30,000, which is the power of 3 dragons. Moreover, his spiritual power has also increased rapidly here, and in a short period of time, he has reached the middle stage of a prince. Suddenly, the thunder clouds in the sky let out a thunderous roar, as if they were angry that Zhou Xingdou had swallowed his thunder tribulation. For a time, the thunder tribulation condensed again, and the majesty of the sky reverberated thousands of miles away. The third thunder tribulation, like a stunning divine sword, carrying boundless divine power, suddenly fell down and pierced Zhou Xingdou Tianlingai. When Yuan Tian saw this, he immediately exclaimed,
Young master, this is the form of thunder tribulation. Don't be careless.
Not everyone can encounter the thunder tribulation transformation, and it is usually only the most extraordinary monsters who can cause such a catastrophe. Zhou Xingdou absorbed Yuji's thunder tribulation, which naturally angered the autonomously operating heavenly tribulation, doubling the intensity of the thunder tribulation.
But Zhou Xingdou didn't care.
He looked at the falling thunder divine sword and directly faced it with his physical body. Just like last time, even the thunder tribulation, which turned into the thunder divine sword, was swallowed into Zhou Xingdou's body in an instant, causing his giant elephant particles to surge again. At this time, Zhou Xingdou remembered the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique he had obtained yesterday, and extracted it without any hesitation. An ancient and complicated information suddenly appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind. At this moment, in the vertical lines in his heart, endless thunder patterns flowed and burst out at this moment, and then suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a supreme and majestic voice from heaven sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Punish the sky, punish the sky, punish the sky. Only then did Zhou Xingdou realize that the 10 evil treasure techniques were more powerful than he had imagined and were more suitable for his physique. The Thunder Emperor's treasure technique was pointed directly at the Great Tao, which attracted Zhou Xing for a moment. He felt like he was in the Great Tao of Thunder at this moment, so the thunder sources in the sky allowed him to observe and learn, and condensed the supreme thunder energy in one thought. The majestic power of heaven made Zhou Xingdou realize the vastness of heaven and earth. Endless runes like a tide were engraved in his mind and imprinted in his memory.
Each rune contains a different kind of thunder.
The thunder and lightning from the heavens evolve on him, and the secrets of the Great Tao are all revealed in front of Zhou Xingdou. Among the 10 evil treasures, if we talk about the balance of yin and yang and the speed of heaven and earth, it should be the Kunping treasure. When it comes to the strength of the physical body, the power is unparalleled, and there are countless people who can use the magic of the skyhorned ant to rival it. However, if we want to talk about the most majestic power, the one closest to heaven, the closest to the taboo power of heaven, then there is only the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. Thunder tribulation, divine punishment, and the true meaning of God filled Zhou Xingdou's heart, making him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. When Zhou Xingdou was attracted by the Thunder Emperor's magic, 8 of the 18 holy thunder tribulations above his head had already fallen. But no matter how tyrannical the thunder tribulation is, when it falls on Zhou Xingdou, it is like a mud cow sinking into the sea, unable to withstand the slightest wave. On the contrary, it boosted Zhou Xingdou's momentum and power. Whether it is Yuan Tian or Yuji, they can no longer be said to be shocked by Zhou Xingdou's behavior, but are extremely shocked.
Holy thunder tribulation, Yuan Tian was cautious when transcending tribulation.
Even after the 6th thunder tribulation, his physical body was unable to withstand the thunder tribulation.
In the end, he only used the holy soldier to survive the 18th thunder tribulation. But Zhou Xingdou didn't even look at the calamity. He sat in the void, closed his eyes and had an epiphany. A series of 7th-layer thunder tribulation did not let it waver even a little bit. Yuan Tiandu couldn't help but curse loudly. Is this horse still a human being? Yuji was even more helpless. It was obviously her thunder tribulation, but she only got through the first one, and the rest seemed to be nothing of her own. The tribulation didn't care about her, waiting for Zhou Xingdou to take a beating. But looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was as handsome as Fengshen and looked like a god in thunder, she felt a surge of love. Thinking of her exhaustion last night, she didn't know if it was due to the manhwa slave seal, but she actually became somewhat obsessed with the man who tortured and enslaved her. Among the three, only Fahai is the calmest. It's not that he knows that thunder tribulation will not cause harm to Zhou Xingdou, but that in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou is the only true god. He believed in Zhou Xingdou because there was nothing God could not do. But at this moment, a flash of purple appeared in the dark thunder tribulation cloud, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the place. Suddenly, the 9th thunder tribulation fell, but the strange thing is that this time the thunder tribulation is no longer rigid, and it is extremely thick, probably 10 feet. This sky-reaching thunder pillar is like a giant python, twisting and circling in Baolong. Even Yuan Tian, who is far away from the scope of the heavenly tribulation, feels an extremely strong pressure. How is that possible? This ninth thunder tribulation is already comparable to my last thunder tribulation. Yuan Tian exclaimed. I really don't blame him for making such a fuss. The noble realm resisted the holy thunder tribulation and was unscathed. Who would believe this?
And this ninth thunder tribulation was comparable to the last thunder tribulation he had experienced, and it immediately made him feel a little hurt in his self-esteem.
Zhou Xingdou also suddenly woke up from his epiphany at this moment. Endless brilliance flashed across his body.
His magical silver eyes suddenly opened, and the Thunder Emperor's shadow and endless runes flashed in them.
A power that was unparalleled in the world rose up in his body.
He looked at the approaching Thunder Python, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and when he raised his hand, endless thunder patterns surrounded his body.
Come!
Zhou Xingdou shouted coldly, his voice as bright as the power of God. The Thunder Python transformed by Thunder Tribulation paused for an instant, and then the overwhelming power of destruction disappeared. As if being controlled, he turned around, compressed himself as much as possible, plunged into Zhou Xingdou's palm, and turned into a ball of extremely gentle thunder. Zhou Xingdou looked at the thunder source in his palm and showed a smile. If his punishing Heaven Dao body is a huge treasure house, then the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique is the key to unlocking this treasure house. In the past, whether it was the Nine Heavens Holy Body or the current punishing Heaven Dao body, Zhou Xingdou rarely used its power, mainly using it as a trump card. Because although his physique can release extremely powerful thunder power, it is difficult to fully control this power because the thunder and lightning are too powerful and he has neglected to practice.
It is an indiscriminate attack as soon as you take action. You cannot do whatever you want. It is easy to lose 1,000 to the enemy and 800 to yourself.
But now that he has mastered the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, it is like developing the use of punishing Heaven Dao body and opening up the physical treasure. At this moment, his ability to control thousands of thunders has been revealed. Even Thunder Tribulation must obey him obediently in front of him. But the Thunder Tribulation did not stop, and continued to strike, each time more fierce and more powerful.
The 10th lane, the 11th lane.
Thunder and lightning poured down crazily, but in the end there was no use.
Zhou Xingdou turned them into lightning sources and swallowed them in one gulp. It was a joy to eat. Finally, the 17th Thunder Tribulation turned into a docile thunder source and was swallowed by Zhou Xingdou once again. Thunder clouds rolled, and the rumble of thunder resounded throughout the world. Finally, at this moment, God is angry. Endless purple energy was gushing out in the dark clouds of calamity.
Suddenly, the 18th Thunder Tribulation fell, and it was no longer a silver-white thunder, but mixed with a faint purple. The purple thunder pillar may be hundreds of feet long, and the Thunder Tribulation seems to come to life at this moment, turning into a thunder dragon of punishment. The heavenly punishment thunder dragon hovers in the sky, exuding the terrifying power of Thunder Tribulation, as if it wants to destroy the world and purify everything. Even Yuan Tian, who was far away from the scope of the heavenly tribulation, felt an extremely strong pressure, and a hint of despair arose in his heart as he was infected by the power of heaven. He can feel the terror of this thunder dragon. If the heavenly punishment thunder dragon falls this day, it may affect tens of thousands of living beings and annihilate everything.
This is no longer thunder tribulation, but the real punishment from heaven. Zhou Xingdou now looked at the punishing thunder dragon with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. This 18th thunder tribulation has exceeded the sum of the previous 17 thunder tribulations. This thunder dragon was so terrifying that even he himself didn't know whether his heaven-punishing Dao body and Thunder Emperor treasure technique could control and absorb such a powerful thunder tribulation. After all, he is only in the noble realm world, even if he climbed from the early stage to the top after 17 thunder tribulations. Even though the power of the 17 thunder tribulations just increased was outrageous, they did not exceed the scope of the holy thunder tribulation. But facing this thunder dragon that stirred the sky and exuded the aura of heavenly punishment, which could no longer be described as thunder tribulation, a trace of solemnity inevitably rose in his heart. However, at this moment, the heavenly punishment thunder dragon in the sky kept circling, and let out a thunder that shook the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, directly towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou did not dare to be as casual as before.
At this moment, he used the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique and the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power to the extreme, and the giant elephant particles were crazy and restless at this moment. For a moment, the thunder was like the sea, and the blood was everywhere. Now he simply does not have the power to break through the holy thunder tribulation, and he relies on the power of the punishing heaven Tao body.
Even if he has good means, defeating the Divine King is already the ultimate task. How can he cross the Holy Realm again and attack the Thunder Dragon that is even more terrifying than the Holy Thunder Tribulation?
Therefore, he could only carry this Thunder Dragon with his body. If he could bear it, he would break through the true God, and his cultivation strength would greatly increase.
As for being unable to resist, Zhou Xingdou never thought about it.
Since he got the good fortune of the system in Yun Jingi, he has had a smooth journey. Even Lin Fan, the son of destiny, is now treated like a supporting role by himself.
He doesn't believe that the heavenly punishment Thunder Dragon can do anything to him.
In the blink of an eye, the heavenly punishment Thunder Dragon bombarded Zhou Xingdou.
Boom! Crack!
Almost instantly, Zhou Xingdou's clothes, which were comparable to magic weapons, turned into ashes at this moment.
The violence of Thunder Tribulation made Zhou Xingdou tremble all over.
In the purple sea of thunder transformed by the Thunder Dragon, his big muscles and bones, like a dragon, were shaking crazily at this moment. But at this moment, the silver vertical lines between his eyebrows twisted and rotated its endless light in an instant, turning into a silver vortex between his eyebrows. Zhou Xingdou's silver eyes suddenly lit up, because he found that he seemed to be feeling fine and did not feel particularly painful due to the Thunder Dragon punishment. But his heaven punishment Tao body is indeed not completely immune to the damage caused by Thunder Tribulation like it was before. Although it wasn't too uncomfortable, the level was beyond Zhou Xingdou's imagination. Sure enough, the Tao body, which is superior to the endless physique, is still a bug-like existence even if it is still like a child without great accomplishment.
Boom!
Suddenly, the purple thunder pool transformed by the Thunder Dragon in the thunder cloud seemed to be attracted, and the sea of thunder poured into the whirlpool between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows like a tide. But at the same time, the thunder clouds in the sky surged with purple energy again, and extremely destructive thunder punishments emerged from the thunder pool, which struck Zhou Xingdou's body.
There is another tremor between heaven and earth. This is no longer Yuji's Thunder Tribulation, but Zhou Xingdou's battle with heavenly punishment. Obviously, heavenly punishment did not admit defeat, and the thunder pool was once again strengthened several times, with terrifying power that made even Yuan Tian and Yuji tremble. This time, even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but let out a muffled groan.
The originally pure and flawless treasure body was now slightly scorched, and a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body.
God's punishment is never a gentle thing, it is always the most violent force. This kind of pain is no less than countless divine swords, piercing every pore of his body. Countless purple thunders were as boundless as sea water, seemingly endless.
Even if the thunder lines between his eyebrows were wildly spitting out, he was still submerged by this endless sea of thunder. But at the same time, the giant elephant particles around Zhou Xingdou were also increasing at an incredible speed. At this moment, his realm was suddenly loosened. In the last life, he had stepped into the realm of the great sage. In this life, the gap between the princes and the true gods was bridged by him as if it did not exist. For a moment, Zhou Xingdou's overwhelming spiritual power burst out with divinity, and the fourth supreme divine treasure in his dantian suddenly condensed. A stream of divine consciousness also burst out in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, the divine consciousness was no longer ethereal, but solidified to the extreme. Millions of thoughts were running in one thought, and the power of calculation reached its limit. Zhou Xingdou's understanding has doubled at this moment, which is no longer the same as the sudden increase in thoughts. Countless spells have gained a lot more insights at this moment. The astonishing divine ability contained in the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, and the changes in the current supreme power method, also appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind at this moment. Although Zhou Xingdou is in extreme pain now, his physical body, cultivation base, and sea of consciousness are also soaring at the same time.
He didn't even rely on system extraction. In the current environment, he took the initiative to forget all the environment, pain, and thunder tribulation.
With 5 hearts facing the sky, he sat cross-legged in the sea of thunder, with the light of enlightenment emitting from his whole body, and he entered a state of enlightenment. Outside the thunder tribulation, Yuan Tian looked at Fa Hai at this moment and saw that he still did not show any nervousness, and he no longer shouted impulsively and moved forward. Zhou Xingdou had given him enough shock today, which made him feel a little tired. At this moment, Yuan Tian's heart was completely calm, and he even wanted to laugh a little, so he teased Fa Hai and said, "Maybe in a few days, the young master will surpass you and me." Fa Hai did not refute, but nodded in agreement, but the desire for power also rose in his heart. It had only been a few days since he was summoned by Zhou Xingdou, but now he felt that his strength was not enough. If he could not improve, he might be forgotten by Zhou Xingdou like Yuan Tian said. As for Yuji, who was under the thunder pond of heavenly punishment, she didn't know if Tianjie remembered that she was the protagonist. Occasionally, a bolt of thunder would overflow from the thunder pond and hit Yuji. However, the power of one person is far from the thunder punishment suffered by Zhou Xingdou in the thunder pool. It may be said that there is no comparison at all. But this was enough for her to have no time to achieve the Holy Saint, and not become the first incomplete Holy Saint to achieve a breakthrough after only crossing one thunder tribulation. It can be said that she did not suffer a loss because thunder tribulation was taken away by Zhou Xingdou, but now that she is controlled by the Wanhua slave seal, Yuji will not have such thoughts. For her now, even if she has not survived the catastrophe, all thunder tribulation has been swallowed up by Zhou Xingdou, leaving no trace behind. Let her become the most holy person despite all her flaws. She would only feel honored and would not feel any resentment. She even wanted to give birth to a monkey for Zhou Xingdou. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Such movement, even though this area is completely deserted, still attracted many monks after all. However, with the two saints Yuan Tai and Yuji here and the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, the monks who came to check were eventually dispersed. After all, in this 3-acre land, even people from other major sects, including the independent cultivator Holy Realm, dare not touch the bad luck of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. What's more, it was just a breakthrough and nothing happened to the treasure, so it didn't cause any trouble. And above the sky, the seemingly endless heavenly punishment thunder pool finally slowly shrank. The power of heaven and earth has its own rules. It is impossible to increase the intensity of thunder punishment endlessly. The wrath of heaven will eventually come to an end. The holy thunder tribulation has been raised to its current level, which is probably the limit of the rules of heaven and earth. Heaven will eventually leave a glimmer of hope for living beings. The wrath of heaven is just a metaphor, not the real anger of heaven. At most, it violates the law of thunder tribulation. Zhou Xingdou, who was at the center of the heavenly punishment thunder pond, was at the end of his breakthrough. The endless spiritual consciousness accumulated in the sea of consciousness has condensed and merged into one, turning into a villain that looks like Zhou Xingdou, and this is the basis for this realm to be called a true god. Soul. This is also the reason why there is a huge gap between the true divine realm and its lower realms. By condensing the divine soul, the power of divine consciousness changes from invisible to tangible. The power of the divine soul can be used to attack and defend, and it can activate the power of gods and ghosts in unpredictable ways. It's not just about cultivation. Zhou Xingdou, who has entered a state of enlightenment, has now clearly understood the most powerful attack method of divine ability in divine elephant prison suppression power. The current supreme power method changes, the first layer changes. Spear of Hades. Now the giant elephant particles in his body have increased countless times, and a rough estimate may be as many as 10 million. 10,000 giant elephant particles are the power of one dragon, which also represents a force of 100 million kilograms. But now, Zhou Xingdou can wield the power of 1,000 dragons with a flick of his arms, and his physical strength has reached the extreme. I am afraid that no one can be his opponent unless the saint takes action now. At this time, Zhou Xingdou woke up from his epiphany, his eyes suddenly opened, and endless lightning flashed in his eyes. The originally mysterious silver-white eyes were now covered with a layer of purple energy, adding a sense of mystery and nobility to them. Waves of brilliant divine power overflowed from his body, as if he was the master of this world at this moment. This thunder tribulation not only did not damage him at all, but now it has also achieved his heaven punishment body. Zhou Xingdou could clearly feel that his Tian punishing Dao body was growing, and his understanding of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique was also improving. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou raised his flawless palm and squeezed it gently. Countless thunderbolts and the heavenly punishment thunder pawn suddenly paused, as if the pause button was pressed. All life was prohibited. In these 3 days, he realized that Zhou Xingdou's ability to control thunder was no longer the same as before. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou raised his mysterious and noble eyes, with a chill in them, looking at the roiling clouds of purple energy in the sky. The punishing Heaven Dao body and the Thunder Emperor treasure technique have already made him understand the reason for the sudden increase in thunder tribulation. It was this Jieyun's temporarily generated autonomous consciousness that was at work. Zhou Xingdou's behavior made Jieyun feel provoked. So Jieyun used the thunder tribulation rules to punish himself. But this calamity cloud is ultimately the product of a thunder source of heavenly punishment, and is still essentially thunder. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't had the epiphany, he might not have been able to do anything about it. Now that he has understood something, he can take charge of the thunder. In an instant, Zhou Xingdou took action again. He raised his palm and pointed it at the calamity cloud. Then he opened his 5 fingers and slightly bent them, as if he wanted to grab the boundless calamity cloud. I saw Zhou Xingdou's lips and teeth slightly parted, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Come!" The sound wave shook in all directions, with an unquestionable tone, just like the order of the emperor in power to his ministers. The calamity clouds covering thousands of miles were shrinking at this moment, and the billowing black clouds of purple gas were pulled down from the sky. Like billowing smoke, the calamity cloud fell from the sky into the human world at an extremely fast speed, enveloping the entire thunder pool. The oppressive grayness of this world finally dissipated, and the blocked sun emerged again. Rays of golden sunlight shone on the earth, announcing the arrival of light to all things. In the palm of Zhou Xingdou's hand, a purple energy thunder source surging with the aura of tribulation and punishment and containing infinite destructive power also appeared. At this moment, the source of the heavenly punishment thunder that produced consciousness was constantly struggling in Zhou Xingdou's palm, trying to break free, but it was in vain. Looking at the culprit in his palm, Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned cold and he said to Lei Yuan in a cold voice, "A thunder source generates self-consciousness. Even if I don't destroy you, when this thunder tribulation ends, you will be erased by the thunder tribulation law." Heaven punishment Lei Yuan only had a simple consciousness, but he still understood Zhou Xingdou's words. He stopped struggling and started to tremble with fear. There is nothing more fearful than erasing something that has just given birth to consciousness. Seeing that Lei Yuan understood what he meant, Zhou Xingdou continued, "You should understand that except for me, no one in this world can let you avoid the erasure of the law." Tianpu Lei Yuan seemed to understand Zhou Xingdou's meaning at this moment, and no longer trembled but instead flickered with joy. He even approached Zhou Xingdou's palm gently and rubbed it gently, as if to show his goodwill to Zhou Xingdou. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Xingdou's lips. The source of the heavenly punishment thunder is not a mortal thing. If he can be taken in, he will use not only thunder, but also thunder tribulation. But after making himself suffer so much, he naturally would not let go of the heavenly punishment thunder source easily, and then stared at the heavenly punishment thunder source and said, "I can consider taking you in, but you ruined my clothes, and I need to compensate you for this." Then Zhou Xingdou looked at the raging thunder pool and the calamity clouds filled with purple energy, almost indicating that the sky was thundering. Lei Yuan did not disappoint Zhou Xingdou, and he immediately understood. In an instant, the thunder pool and the calamity clouds suddenly merged and intertwined, and continued to compress and become smaller. Still in thunder tribulation today, the heavenly punishment thunder source's control over tribulation cloud and thunder tribulation is like its own arm, and with the help of thunder tribulation rules, it has transcended the ordinary. That is to say, Zhou Xingdou would only catch him when he encountered the unreasonable punishing Heaven Dao body. If it were anyone else, not to mention handling it, even trying to spy on its existence would be absolutely impossible. But now, it uses the authority of heaven to compensate Zhou Xingdou for using thunder tribulation and tribulation cloud. This is something that is unique even if we look at it in all eternity. The thunder pool and the calamity cloud are continuously compressed and fused, shrinking to the size of a person. When the thunder light dissipated, a pair of purple armor appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Although it is purple, it does not look cliché, but has a sense of unattainable dignity.
Above the purple tone, there are black cloud patterns and thunder patterns. This armor seems both virtual and real. It seems to be as still as substance for a moment, and then surges like clouds in a trance, which is extremely mysterious. The terrifying power of heavenly punishment rises above it, and it contains a surge of supreme aura, so majestic. Zhou Xingdou looked at the armor in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, and then named it, Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor. I was too lazy to combine the first two words of his physique and treasure technique. The Punishing Thunder Emperor armor instantly recognized its master and covered Zhou Xingdou's body, but it was as light as nothing and even released the power of thunder to nourish his body. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but admire. Good baby. At this moment, the heavenly punishment thunder source in Zhou Xingdou's hand was beating wildly. Now that the tribulation cloud and the heavenly punishment thunder pool have been fused into armor, the thunder tribulation is finally over. It won't be long before the thunder tribulation law will wipe out this thunder source of heavenly punishment that gives birth to will. Zhou Xingdou didn't hesitate, and directly shot the source of the heavenly punishment thunder into the vortex between his eyebrows. It immediately turned into a pure source of sister lei, which was completely absorbed by Zhou Xingdou. By absorbing the source of thunder tribulation, he also gained some rights to use thunder tribulation. Although it is now impossible to use the holy thunder tribulation or such a shocking thunder dragon, with his true god realm, there is still no problem in using ordinary thunder tribulation. As for the consciousness of the heavenly punishment thunder source? Zhou Xingdou doesn't know, he doesn't know. Anyway, the source of the heavenly punishment thunder is gone. As for whether consciousness can exist without the main body being absorbed, it is not something Zhou Xingdou should consider. He had no intention of keeping this heavenly punishment thunder source. He would not absorb the good things, and he would not be able to produce cubs if he kept them. Moreover, Zhou Xingdou only said that he could consider accepting it. This punishing Thunder Emperor armor was originally compensation for his clothes, but he did not say that he would definitely accept it after receiving compensation. What's more, absorption can be regarded as a kind of acceptance, and he did not deceive heaven to punish Lei Yuan. Furthermore, even if Zhou Xingdou's heaven punishment Dao body can exempt the heaven punishment thunder source from being obliterated by the thunder tribulation rules, there is no benefit in doing so. Because in this way, in order to avoid the thunder tribulation rules, it is impossible for the source of thunder to appear on this day, and it is impossible for Zhou Xingdou to kill the enemy and attack the penalty. The thunder tribulation is over, and it has lost the authority of the heavenly mandate. It is impossible to use such a huge heavenly punishment without energy. It's useless to keep such a source of heaven's punishment thunder, so it's better to absorb it directly. As for credit? Are there any real benefits? If he doesn't tell anyone, who can know what's going on here? After absorbing the heavenly punishment thunder source, the vortex between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows suddenly stopped and turned into a vertical streak again. It's just that this vertical pattern is no longer what it used to be. Now the vertical pattern is wrapped in silver and purple, with faint arcs flashing, making it look even more magical and powerful. The thunder tribulation completely dissipated. Zhou Xingdou slowly fell from the sky, but even if he fell gently, the ground could not bear the terrifying force under his 2 feet. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook for 100 miles, and the ground sank hundreds of feet, leaving Zhou Xingdou helpless to fly again. His strength amplification is too great. From the power of 3 dragons to the power of 1,000 dragons now, his strength has increased more than 300 times. It does take some time to adapt. While the dust was flying, Fa Hai, Yuan Tian, and Yu Ji had already arrived in front of Zhou Xingdou. Fa Hai and Yuan Tian looked at each other at this moment, feeling a strange feeling in their hearts. This strange feeling even overpowered the curiosity and shock in their hearts, leaving them speechless. Yu Ji, who was originally extremely afraid of Zhou Xingdou, suddenly turned red when looking at Zhou Xingdou. Her eyes were full of obsession, and she actually looked shy. Without him, today's Zhou Xingdou's appearance and temperament have completely changed. It turned out that it was a gloomy yet overwhelming arrogance. Now, he is dressed in a dreamlike armor with purple clouds and thunder patterns, which highlights his nobility and prowess to the extreme. Those faces that were already extremely handsome, rich and handsome, are now even more luxurious and majestic. Those silver-white eyes are now covered with a layer of purple aura,
showing a slightly psychedelic feeling. It only takes one glance to make people fall into it and be unable to extricate themselves. His aura is as powerful as the sky, brilliant and unapproachable. It exudes a supreme charm that makes people's muscles and bones soft and irresistible. Fahai and Yuan Tian were speechless precisely because they felt a little moved when they looked directly at Zhou Xingdou. This weirdness made them almost want to run away for fear of being affected by Zhou Xingdou. If Zhou Xingdou was a celestial being who fell into the world at the beginning, then at this moment he would be like the thunderous immortal of that time, confusing the world, making people dare not approach but can't help but approach. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou didn't feel anything unusual, he just looked at Yuan Tian and said calmly, "Yuan Tian, will you walk with me from now on, or will you go back to Shen Wuzong and wait for orders?" Yuan Tian also came to his senses at this moment and said respectfully, "My subordinates will naturally follow the young master and stay by the young master's side to protect your safety." For Yuan Tian, if he could follow Zhou Xingdou and get back the Shenwu sect, he had worked hard in the Shenwu sect for so many years and he had obtained an ordinary holy weapon. This time I captured Yu Ji alive for Lin Mu, but a rare holy weapon like Fu Chen was not much better than in the Shenwu sect. Not to mention him, the great elder, even the head of the Shenwu sect would probably rush to be Zhou Xingdou's dog if he found out. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly. Yuan Tian was quite easy to use, not to mention that this guy was loyal, so it was good to have him by his side. However, it is also possible that it was a trace of guilt for killing him in his previous life that allowed Yuan Tian to gain Zhou Xingdou's trust and appreciation. Otherwise, even Yuan Tian's holy strength may not be able to penetrate Zhou Xingdou's eyes at this moment. For Zhou Xingdou, the holy realm is just a matter of course. With the experience of the previous life, at least before the great holy realm, no realm can hold him back. This is also the reason why he jumped from the perfected being realm to 3 realms in a few days and entered the realm of true God. If it were anyone else, even if they had such an opportunity, they would still be blocked by their realm. I am afraid they are still comprehending the realm of almighty power. However, Zhou Xingdou's progress is indeed too fast now, and some realms even stay in some realms for only a few hours before suddenly breaking through again. That is to say, he was cast into the Supreme Tao Foundation by the system, otherwise, I am afraid that his realm would be extremely illusory at this moment. But even so, now that he has come to the true God, he has to slowly adapt to the skyrocketing power, and he can no longer make breakthroughs like this. Otherwise, one day, even if the 8 basic levels are as stable as a mountain, the middle level will be frivolous and the tall building will collapse. So these days, he is also preparing to return to the sect to practice hard and sort out his violent power and what he has gained in this period. As for Lin Fan, Zhou Xingdou felt that there was no need to rush now. The Son of Destiny was indeed difficult to deal with. Turning danger into blessing and being able to recover his chi were too buggy. With his current progress, even if Lin Fan's talents were fully displayed in his previous life, he would never be able to compare with him. I have plenty of time to think it over. What's more, now Yu Ji and Xiaoyu have been enslaved by him, and even Yun Jingi has become his woman. Lin Fan's every move cannot escape his control. He can wait for the 3-year appointment and make plans. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at Yu Ji, who looked infatuated, and reminded him again. After returning to the sect, don't let Lin Fan take advantage of you, and don't show your flaws, otherwise you know what will happen. Yu Ji nodded shyly. Next to Zhou Xingdou, not only was she no longer afraid, but she felt numb all over, forgetting the pain. Zhou Xingdou suddenly remembered something at this time and said to Yu Ji again. "Oh, by the way, you have a keen eye and can discern pearls. Please pay more attention to your luck in the future and tell me immediately if you find anything." Naturally, there was a reason why he conquered Yu Ji because he was a top-notch cauldron, but her discerning eyes caught Zhou Xingdou's fancy even more. The system will only remind you to include templates for the lucky people you see and notice, and will not automatically detect them. It is impossible for Zhou Xingdou to search aimlessly all day long, but he needs lucky people to obtain system rewards. Yu Ji naturally became the best candidate to find someone with good luck for herself. Yu Ji nodded at this moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up and she said hurriedly. In addition to Lin Fan, there is another person with profound luck in our Jiushuan Peak. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's deep and mysterious eyes condensed slightly at this moment, and asked in a deep voice. Who?
In his impression, except for Lin Fan, no other disciples of Zhou Peak in the previous life had much ability. Almost all of them were unknown, and even Zhou Xingdou could not remember these people later. So he was very curious about who Yu Ji was talking about. It's the master's senior sister, Luo Hani. Hearing this name, Zhou Xingdou's eyes trembled, and for a moment he looked shocked and murmured, "How could it be her?" Luo Hani is a direct disciple of Zhou Peak and an orphan adopted by Luoxia sword immortal Tianjie. He grew up in Xian Heavenly Dao sect since he was a child. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't worshipped Tianjie, she should have been the chief of Zhou Peak and the first disciple of Luoxia sword immortal. But as an orphan adopted by Tianjie, although there is no formal apprenticeship ceremony, in fact, there is already a master-disciple relationship. Because she is 2 years older than Zhou Xingdou, although Zhou Xingdou is called senior brother, Luo Hani is still Zhou Xingdou's senior sister. She is also the only person in Xian Heavenly Dao sect who makes him feel important to Zhou Xingdou. Even Zhou Xingdou's devilish brain in his previous life did not harm Luo Hani, but even kept Luo Hani away from him. Because Zhou Xingdou also understands the horror of the protagonist. Even if he is stupid, he can't do such a wasteful thing as giving away his daughter. But Luo Hani did not have any outstanding deeds or opportunities in the next 20 years, and they rarely even appeared. He was not like a person with great luck. This was what confused Zhou Xingdou, and even made him suspect that Yu Ji was lying. Zhou Xingdou looked at Yu Ji's beautiful eyes, with a hint of chill in his eyes, and asked solemnly, "You sure?" Yu Ji also suddenly recovered from her infatuation. She was frightened by the coldness in Zhou Xingdou's eyes and hurriedly explained, "My slave never tells any lies, and Luo Hani's luck is second only to Lin Fan." Zhou Xingdou also understood that Yu Ji, who had been planted with the slave mark, would never lie to him, and then waved his hand to Yu Ji with a solemn expression. "I understand, you should go back to the sect first." Yu Ji also felt like she had been granted amnesty. After thanking Zhou Xingdou, she used the teleportation method, causing ripples in the space and disappeared in place. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou asked Yu Ji to return to the clan, Yuan Tian asked curiously, "Young master, shall we return to Xian Heavenly Dao sect?" Zhou Xingdou looked in the direction of Xian Heavenly Dao sect and said softly, "Go back, but go back separately from Yu Ji." Naturally, he wanted to return to the sect, but he just returned to the sect with Yu Ji, fearing that Lin Fan would find out and become suspicious of Yu Ji. "I am also afraid that Tianjie will notice something, and then my innocent image will be polluted." And whether it was the information Yu Ji gave just now or the promise to Tianjie to go back early, Zhou Xingdou would eventually return to Zhou Peak. Whether Luo Hani is a lucky person or not, it will all be clear when the time comes in person, so there is no need to make random guesses here. Counting today, Elder Ning should have completed his training with his senior sister, and should have returned to Zhou Peak at this moment. Zhou Xingdou naturally wanted to go back and take a look. During these days, Zhou Xingdou also opened his own dashboard for the first time in a long time. He has made rapid progress in the past few days, and he also wanted to see any changes in his dashboard. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, punishing heaven Dao body. Realm, late stage of true god realm. Luck value, 13999. Gongfa Baozhu, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra Part 1, Basic Accomplishment, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power, Introductory, Lei Di Baoshu, Introductory, Luoxia Sword Code, Not Yet Started. Rare Objects and Magical Weapons, Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor, Rare Objects of Heaven and Earth, Suppressing Prison, Great Holy Weapon, Qingxin Palace, Magical Weapon. Person of Luck, Lin Fan, Yun Jingi, Yuji. System Warehouse, None. Wonderful Objects of Heaven and Earth, no grade, but with infinite potential, which can be continuously enhanced as the host cultivates and refines them. This time, my panel is no longer empty, and there are 2 categories: Kung Fu, Magical Weapons, and Rare Objects, Magical Weapons. Looking at the skills and treasures, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but touch his chin. At a glance, they were all beginners, and the Luoxia Sword Code was not even an entry-level one. He understands the basics of Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power. After all, he has only condensed 10 million giant elephant particles now, which is still far from the 840 million in his body. What's more, there are also dragon elephant, yuan elephant, and divine elephant particles after that. I'm afraid that even if the 840 million giant elephant particles are condensed, it may not be considered basic accomplishment. The Thunder Emperor's treasure was beyond Zhou Xingdou's expectation. After all, his understanding of the Thunder Emperor's treasure had improved a lot in the past 3 days, but he did not want to still learn it. As for the Luoxia sword code, let's not talk about it. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that after doubling his understanding of the way of the sword would be enhanced, but in the end he was wrong. All I can say is that I don't understand it at all. Whoever wants to practice can practice it. As for the first place on the list, the Ziwei Taihuang Sutra, which is already basic accomplishment, is the technique that Zhou Xingdou has been practicing since he was a child. It is also the core skill of the Zhou family, an immortal family, and a secret that is not passed down. It was also the root cause of Zhou Xingdou's death caused by Lin Fan's begging in his previous life. But now, Zhou Xingdou learned that the 2 small characters after the Ziwei Taihuang Sutra on the system panel were incomplete. That's just the first part. This undoubtedly shocked Zhou Xingdou. He had already experienced the power of Ziwei Taihuang Sutra in his previous life, and even compared to the core techniques of the major supreme forces, it was not even half a point worse. In the last life, relying solely on the Ziwei Taihuang Sutra, I was on par with the grown-up Lin Fan, and even slightly higher in the same realm. Otherwise, how could Lin Fan have poisoned, ambushed, and used all kinds of tricks to kill himself in the previous life? This was exactly the reason why Lin Fan asked himself for the technique. But now he discovered that the Ziwei Taihuang Sutra he had refined was only the first chapter. How could this not frighten Zhou Xingdou? The first part alone is so powerful. If it were a complete version, wouldn't it be comparable to the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power? Thinking of this week, Xingdou felt a little itchy. It seems that he really has to find time to go back to the Zhou family this week. After calming down, Zhou Xingdou also discovered that the Kung Fu treasures only recorded that he mainly used cultivation methods, and other divine abilities that he had practiced casually did not appear in it. I don't know if the system looks down on those things. Not only that, spells such as manhwa slave seal and escape technique are not displayed by the system. However, this is not harmful, but it saves Zhou Xingdou's eyesight. After all, if everything is recorded on the panel, he really can't scan it at a glance. The same is true for rare objects and magic weapons. Only a few objects that I recognize as my own are recorded. But when Zhou Xingdou saw the 4 small characters behind the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, he couldn't help but be curious about the wonders of heaven and earth. I'm afraid this is related to the fact that this object is not forged, and the power of heaven, the gentle calamity clouds and the thunder and punishment are condensed. It is not a forged object, but is equivalent to a natural wonder. However, Zhou Xingdou was also stunned by this effect. Worldly weapons law weapons are divided into 9th grade spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, king grade treasure weapons, divine weapon, holy weapons, and supreme weapons. According to the holy realm of cultivation, the holy weapons are further subdivided into saint weapons, supreme saint weapons, and great saint weapons. His armor of punishing Thunder Emperor, according to his inspection, now has the strength of the holy soldier. This is already rare, and now it can be enhanced through continuous cultivation and sacrifice, which means that you have a magic weapon that can improve with your own cultivation. I have to say that during the Chinese New Year, Zhou Xingdou really wanted to burn some incense for Thunder Tribulation. After all, he gave him rare objects from heaven and earth, as well as the Thunder Tribulation method. He was really a good guy who sacrificed himself for others. As for the subsequent use of the Great Holy Soldier to suppress the prison, it was Zhou Xingdou's trump card, which he had always cultivated in his divine treasure. He is not good at using weapons. In his previous life, even at the level of a great sage, he relied solely on his fists to fight in all directions. It's usually fine, but if you encounter someone using a sharp weapon, your body will definitely suffer. That's why there is a great holy weapon in the divine treasure. This prison-suppressing weapon is not a sword, a knife, or a gun, nor is it any kind of weapon or any kind of implement in the world. It is a mountain. That's right, it's a divine mountain peak. Zhou Xingdou cannot use weapons, but his method of suppressing the prison is more direct than fists, which is to smash. No matter how you change, I will smash them all.
But after all, it is the great holy weapon. Zhou Xingdou has basically not used it in this life. It is impossible for him to use his full power at his level, so he keeps it in the divine treasure for continuous cultivation. Only when it is sacrificed can more power be restored. The same principle applies to Qingxin Palace. It is not because Zhou Xingdou recognizes him as the palace, but because Qingxin Palace is very easy to hit people with. It is the reason why it is recognized as the master. However, this panel of rare objects and magic weapons only lists the objects that Zhou Xingdou recognizes as his master. It does not mean that these are all he has. He has all the magic weapons in the Zhou family's treasury, and if he were to count them all, he would not be able to see them all in an hour just by looking at them. There were no other changes, but just this one skill column revealed enough explosive news to me. This also made him feel that his system was not in complete shape, and was slowly improving as he deprived himself of energy. Maybe one day, when you deprive yourself of enough energy, it will activate its unexpected functions. This idea did not even come to Zhou Xingdou's own mind, but suddenly burst into his mind, more like the guidance of the system. Thinking that Xingdou had closed his panel this week, he realized that he seemed to have been standing here in a daze for a while. Fortunately, Yuan Tian from Fahai was guarding him, otherwise if he was attacked by someone in this state, he would not be able to recover for a while. Zhou Xingdou calmed down the surprise caused by the panel just now and said calmly to Fahai and Yuan Tian, "It's almost time, let's go back to the clan." Zhou Xingdou naturally did not rush on his own this time. With Yuan Tian, the holy saint, he could directly take him to the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Even if he is extremely fast now, it won't take long to return to Xian Heavenly Dao sect, but after all, it is not as easy as moving through space.
Yuan Tian also understood immediately, and with a slight movement of his fingers, Zhou Xingdou's eyes suddenly went dark, accompanied by a burst of dizziness.
When he opened his eyes again, he was already above the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Zhou Xingdou suddenly groaned at this moment and frowned slightly. "It's not that I suffered any injuries, it's just that I'm still not used to jumping in space. After all, I can't control it myself, so I feel somewhat physically uncomfortable."
The monk's nerves are more sensitive.
Not only can they not resist the nausea, but they are even more uncomfortable than ordinary people. Zhou Xingdou also immediately summoned up his supernatural power to suppress the nausea. He had suffered from motion sickness in his previous life and space jumping in this life.
He was indeed unlucky enough. Fahai and Yuan Tian naturally felt Zhou Xingdou's abnormality, but neither said anything.
Fahai knew that Zhou Xingdou was just uncomfortable and not hurt, so he didn't care much about it.
Yuan Tianzi was the culprit.
He had just arrived at the Holy Sage, and he accidentally moved people around, which was why Zhou Xingdou suffered space turbulence. Naturally, he would not get into trouble with Zhou Xing at this time. Zhou Xingdou also returned to his original state after taking 2 breaths to relax, leading Yuan Tian and Fahai through the first layer formation and into Jiushuan Peak. But the moment Zhou Xingdou entered Jiushuan Peak, a figure stopped him. This is a beautiful woman, wearing a blue martial arts shirt, with a round figure, but still has a heroic appearance. But there was a sense of majesty and seriousness between her eyebrows, and she looked like that upright female hero. This woman has elegant eyebrows and short hair. Her jade hands are clasped on the sword at her waist, and she says with a solemn expression, "Xingdou, the 2 people behind you don't seem to be from our sect." Zhou Xingdou felt a headache when he saw the woman in front of him. She was one of the 2 elders of Jiushuan Peak. Elder Ning takes care of the affairs of Jiushuan Peak on behalf of Tianjie. It is better to break than to bend, Ning Yuze. She is also Yuji's nemesis, the woman most feared by all Jiushuan Peak disciples. Zhou Xingdou suffered a lot from her because he was upright and would rather bend than bend. She was the one who was the most opposed to Lin Fan joining Jiushuan Peak, so she really couldn't arrange for Lin Fan to join Jiushuan Peak after taking out Tianjie herself. But she is by no means a villain. As long as she doesn't touch her inner laws, Ningyu treats her well and loves her, otherwise she wouldn't call Xingdou directly. He is a representative figure with a cold face and a warm heart. She was also the main force that stopped Zhou Xingdou and Lin Fan in the previous life. She helped Lin Fan eliminate dissidents several times, but was almost destroyed by her hands. Later, Lin Fan also wanted to get rid of Ning Yueze, but Ning Yueze later closed the door of death together with Tian Zhou'er, and no longer appeared, and was finally exempted from Lin Fan's eradication plan. However, the headache was a headache. Seeing Ning Yueze again, Zhou Xingdou was still a little happy, so he explained with a chuckle.
Elder Ning, Fa Hai has been appointed as Elder Kachin of Zhoushuan Peak by my master, and he is one of our own. As for Yuan Tian, you don't know him. He has also been approved to enter Zhoushuan Peak.
Ning Yu listened to what Zhou Xingdou said and looked at Fa Hai behind Zhou Xingdou. Although it was a little strange why Tian Zhou'er asked a monk to be his guest, he also knew this kind of thing, and Zhou Xingdou would not lie to himself about this kind of thing. Then he gave a very generous salute to Fa Hai.
It's my duty, fellow Taoist, please forgive me. Fa Hai also returned with Buddha's salute. Ba, the donor is too polite.
However, Ning Yu did not have such a good attitude towards Yuan Tian. She looked at him lightly, with a trace of disgust in her eyes, and then stopped caring about Yuan Tian.
Ning Yuze didn't like Yuan Tian for a day or two.
The main reason was that Yuan Tian bribed Ning Yuze and wanted Ning Yuze to help persuade Zhou Xingdou. Naturally, the result was that Ning Yuze's sword slashed out of Zhoushuan Peak. When he came next time, Yuan Tian's sword wounds were not healed.
Yuan Tian also shook his head indifferently.
It was better to ignore him than to hit him with a sword. Since there was nothing wrong, Ning Yu naturally stopped pursuing it. She looked at Zhou Xingdou with her slightly heroic eyes, showing a bit of a smile. I didn't expect that. I just went out to practice for a month with Chill, and the changes were so great that I almost didn't recognize it. Zhou Xingdou had a gentle smile on his face and said slowly.
People always have to grow. You have become a Dao child.
Elder Yang next door is so angry that he summoned Fong Tianyang back to the sect a few days ago to compete with you. Speaking of this, Ning Yu patted Zhou Xingdou's shoulder and laughed heartily. She was talking about the Zhoutian Peak next door, and Elder Yang was also a great steward like Ning Yueze.
The two of them could be said to be responsible.
Rush. The other party was furious, but Ning Yu was naturally happy.
When Zhou Xingdou heard this, there was an interesting look in his eyes and he sneered. Fong Tianyang?
He is actually willing to return to the clan. As the chief of Zhoutian Peak, he can be compared with the former Zhou Xingdou and was called half a genius by Tian Zhou'er. Naturally, he is not a chicken or a dog. He is 3 years older than Zhou Xingdou, has an ancient spiritual body on his shoulders, and has powerful magical power that stretches as long as a river.
The current Fong Tianyang should be in the true God realm, the same as the current Zhou Xingdou.
However, since he stepped through the true God level, he left the sect for training. It has been 5 years since he left. When Zhou Xingdou saw him in his last life, Fong Tianyang was already in the semi-sate realm. Unfortunately, during the Dao Child battle with Lin Fan, he was defeated by Lin Fan, who was in the Divine King realm. Since then, he has been disheartened and has never appeared again. Ning Yu seemed to be worried about Zhou Xingdou, so she said, "Don't worry, if he comes to trouble you, I will ask him to suppress his realm and fight in the same realm as you, or let Hani fight for you. If a chicken or a dog dares to come, kill him with one punch." Zhou Xingdou sneered, and the brilliant power of heaven burst out from his body, and a wave of true God's aura rose up and surged in all directions. Ning Yu originally thought that Zhou Xingdou was talking big words, but when she felt the realm revealed by Zhou Xingdou, her beautiful eyes were shocked and she murmured,
"How is it possible? Real God realm."
Ning Yu looked at Zhou Xingdou in disbelief, even feeling like she was dreaming at the moment. He had only been away for a month, but Zhou Xingdou caused a monstrous vision and was made a Dao child. It was magical enough, but now he has jumped from the perfected being realm to a true God, which is incredible. However, she was staring closely at Zhou Xingdou at the moment, and was also attracted by Zhou Xingdou's mysterious and noble eyes. Looking at Zhou Xingdou, who was wearing a dreamlike thunder pattern flowing like clouds, handsome and independent, he felt a slight throbbing in his heart that had been built for countless years. A slight blush also appeared on her cheeks, which immediately made this heroic female hero show a bit of charm. Zhou Xingdou looked at the stunned Ning Yueze, coughed twice, and said in a voice like a warm spring breeze, "Elder Ning, there is no need to be surprised. Recently, there has been some chance, which is why we have reached this level. Ningyu also came to her senses immediately, feeling a little ashamed, but Zhou Xingdou's gentle words made her ears tingle.
As long as you have confidence, Hani is at Jianxian Cliff, you can go and see her. I won't accompany you if I have something else to do.
Ningyu pretended to be calm, and after speaking quickly, she disappeared in an instant, as if she was afraid of losing her composure again. How could Zhou Xingdou not see the look on Ning Yueza's face just now, the corner of his mouth curled up with a hint of evil behind Ning Yueza?
No one understands his current state better than him. Even Fahai, a holy monk, almost fell into the trap, let alone a woman?
Even if Yuji is naturally charming, she is still one step behind her. After all, he is the most powerful person tempered by the thunder tribulation, and he has an irresistible attraction to any living being. This is not a charm at all, and the instinctive dependence and need of living beings on the sky is just like living beings need the sun.
However, Zhou Xingdou didn't think much about it.
After all, Ningyu treated him like a strict teacher and had no intention of teasing her.
It's just that I'm not hazy.
Ningyu, on the other hand, mentioned Luo Hani, which made Zhou Xingdou's heart tremble, and then he remembered what Yuji said, he would naturally go to Sword Immortal Cliff. But before that, he had to place the 2 light bulbs behind him. Thinking that this week Xingdou came to the place where he originally lived again, and casually left Qingxin Palace behind. Qingxin Palace expanded in an instant and stood exactly where it once was.
Zhou Xingdou looked at the 2 of them and slowly ordered.
You can practice here first, you don't have to follow me.
Fahai and Yuan Tian nodded in agreement, then bowed to Zhou Xingdou and stepped into the palace. Sword Immortal Cliff is located in the middle of Jiushuan Peak. It is a steep cliff.
It is said that it is the place where Tian Zhou'er once learned the sword, so it is named Jianxian Cliff. And here is one of the few places in Jiushuan Peak where you can overlook the entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and the scenery is pretty good. Zhou Xingdou walked lightly into it and saw a beautiful figure standing on the edge of the cliff looking out. At the same time, a cold yet somewhat light voice sounded at this moment.
Coming.
Zhou Xingdou did not stop, he came to the edge of the cliff, looked at the sky in the distance, and sighed softly. And next to him, there is a very beautiful woman, with a soft heart and weak bones, a delicate body, fragrant skin, jade bones, and ice-cold skin. Dressed in a zai-hanqing shirt, her green silk hair fell like a waterfall to her waist, and her delicate melon-seed face looked like frost condensation, revealing the ultimate coldness. A pair of auspicious phoenix eyes look a bit sharp, making people afraid to look directly at them. The slender yet plump figure is extremely tall and straight, like a sword with an edge, so sharp that people dare not approach. But her coldness is not like Tianjier's coldness, which does not eat fireworks and hangs high in the sky. And there is a kind of indifference and ruthlessness that can cut off everything with the coldness of a weapon. She is like a divine sword in 10,000 years of ice, extremely cold and extremely sharp. And at this moment, Zhou Xingdou's ears also heard the voice that he least wanted to hear at this moment.
Ding, found the destined heroine, Luo Hani. Name, Luo Hani. Chi number, 7000. Good impression, admiration. Realm, middle stage of true god.
Innate luck, destined heroine, 5.5 stars, seniority, 5 stars, and natural sword heart, 4 stars.
Luck tomorrow, none. System reminder, this woman has destiny to protect her.
The host needs to clear her energy before killing her. After killing her, she can get massive rewards from the system. Destiny heroine, 5.5 stars. The destined woman for Lin Fan, the son of destiny. Qualifications increase with age, 5 stars. Qualifications will slowly increase with age, and cultivation will progress faster and faster. Innate sword heart, for stars 1 sword, the killing power is doubled. Practicing swordsmanship is like looking at the pattern with the palm of your hand. Hearing the sound of the system, Zhou Xingdou's heart suddenly thumped, and he was stunned for a moment, feeling a little at a loss.
Luo Hani is the heroine of destiny.
Even though he had been a human being for 2 lifetimes and lived through 3 lifetimes, Zhou Xingdou could not help but feel a stab of pain in his heart. Obviously, Lin Fan and Luo Hani didn't have much interaction in the previous life because of his own intention. They never even saw you alone until his death. How could Luo Hani be the heroine of destiny? This immediately reminded Zhou Xingdou of the scene before his death in his previous life. Lin Fan was full of energy, pointing his sword at himself who was seriously injured and dying. His face was full of amusement, and he sneered at himself. "Don't worry, senior brother, I will take good care of you, senior sister and master, after you die." Then he struck Zhou Xingdou's head with a sword, ending Zhou Xingdou's life. Zhou Xingdou has always wanted to think about what would happen after his death in his previous life. Because he knew what would happen with Lin Fan's cunning and insidious status as the son of destiny. But now he doesn't need to think about it. Zhou Xingdou, the heroine of destiny, has already seen the future after death. This made him unable to even think about the light curtain in front of him. I suddenly felt a palpitation in my heart, as if magma was expanding in my heart veins, and a burning sensation of extreme boiling burst out in my blood veins. The overwhelming hatred hidden in his heart could not be controlled at this moment, causing his pair of magical eyes to flash with scarlet violence. If he had not experienced 2 deaths, Zhou Xingdou might not have the destiny energy to kill Lin Fan at this moment. But at this time, Zhou Xingdou was no longer the young man he was back then, having spent so much time clearing Lin Fan's energy. If these were destroyed due to his anger at this moment, and Lin Fan escaped, the consequences would be even more serious for Zhou Xingdou. Now, no matter what Lin Fan does, he is still under his nose, not to mention that he has already arranged so many things. He cannot let the situation worsen just for the sake of temporary pleasure. Zhou Xingdou stood on the edge of the cliff, calmed down for a long time, and after adjusting his breath, a trace of killing intent flashed across his cold cheeks. How come Luo Hani couldn't feel Zhou Xingdou's emotions? His cold voice seemed a little confused. "Why are you so angry?" Zhou Xingdou turned to face Luo Hani, looked directly into Luo Hani's sharp auspicious eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Because I'm afraid." Luo Hani, who was looked at directly by Zhou Xingdou with a cold look, actually avoided looking at him in a panic and said, "What are you afraid of?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingdou came to Luo Hani and took her cold and soft body into his arms. Luo Hani was shocked by the sudden hug. She froze on the spot and didn't know what to say for a moment, letting the strong arms hug her tightly. Zhou Xingdou felt the cold softness on his body, and there were some tears in his eyes, and he said to himself with a little trembling, "I'm afraid of death, I'm afraid no one will care about me, I'm afraid others will say I'm afraid." As he spoke, he hugged Luo Hani tighter, wishing to integrate her whole body into his body. His voice was also filled with anger at this moment. "I'm even more afraid that you are not mine." Zhou Xingdou always knew that Luo Hani liked him, but because of Tian Zhouer's existence, he never responded to this relationship, and he didn't know whether he really liked Luo Hani. But today, after seeing the Destiny heroine on Luo Hani's system panel, Zhou Xingdou finally understood that he also loved Luo Hani. The sting and anger in his heart were undeniable. He couldn't think about Luo Hani becoming someone else's woman. She can only be hers, no one can touch her. At this moment, Luo Hani's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, looking at the man in front of him, with the everlasting frost in his eyes. He smiled suddenly, and tears poured out like a spring. The jade hands that had only held the cold blade of the sword let go of the hilt of the sword, which they regarded as life-threatening, and hugged Zhou Xingdou's body. She had thought many times whether she and her junior brother would have a future, but the answer she got every time was no. But the love thread is long, even if her sword heart is clear, she can't cut off this love thread, but she didn't expect to get a response today. Luo Hani looked at Zhou Xingdou's face, feeling a mixture of sweetness and bitterness in his heart. "Why should you be afraid? My heart has always been with you." After saying that, Luo Hani closed his eyes, and his soft jade-like red lips blocked Zhou Xingdou's words. On the edge of a high cliff in a dangerous place, a sweet kiss from an infatuated person was enough to heal everything, and it also gave Zhou Xingdou's heart a moment of peace. After a long time, until the moon splashed across the stars, the two of them reluctantly separated their lips and teeth. Luo Hani said nothing, his face was as hot as red clouds, and he seemed shy. He lowered his head slightly and did not dare to look into Zhou Xingdou's eyes. But the jade hand surrounding Zhou Xingdou was still locked extremely tightly, and he refused to let go even a little bit, as if he was afraid that if he let go, Zhou Xingdou would disappear. Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hani touched their foreheads, their thin lips were still moist from the long kiss just now, and they said with full affection, "I love you, senior sister." "Me too." Luo Hani also raised his head at this moment, and his cold and charming face became more and more beautiful under the moonlight.
Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but kiss the smooth cheek, and then said with all seriousness, "You are my woman now, and you cannot have *X with other men." The blush on Luo Hani's face suddenly became thicker, and he whispered softly, "You are the first man to touch me, and you will be the last." She grew up in Xian Heavenly Dao sect since she was a child. She was obsessed with swordsmanship. Apart from practicing, she practiced swordsmanship and never interacted with others. It was precisely because of this that Tian Zhou'er brought Zhou Xingdou into Zhoushuan Peak 5 years ago, and the first man broke into her world. Naturally, Tian Zhou'er didn't have time to take care of Zhou Xingdou, who had just started, so this task fell on Luo Hani. Accompanying each other day and night, pulling each other every day, they are no different from childhood sweethearts. Zhou Xingdou looked at Luo Hani in his arms, but then thought of Luo Hani's innate luck, his eyes froze, and he said in a deep voice, "If you leave me, I will kill you." Luo Hani was not angry at Zhou Xingdou's radical words. Instead, he held up one hand, placed it on Zhou Xingdou's angular face, and said softly, "Then I will hand my life over to you now." With that said, Luo Hani kissed Zhou Xingdou's lips and teeth again, and Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a warm current from his mouth invade his heart, and finally fell into his dantian. The system prompts also suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the heart of the Destiny heroine and voluntarily giving her a natural sword heart. Ding! Luo Hani lost his natural sword heart, his life was controlled by the host, and he was deprived of his chi, 3000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Luo Hani's ultimate favor, unswerving. Ding! The fate of Luo Hani, the heroine of Destiny, was shaken by the host, and Lin Fan, the son of Destiny, was interfered with and deprived of his chi, 3000. Ding! Due to the host's emotional influence, the system will reward changes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, innate luck stripping 1. Innate luck stripping, the host's emotions moved the system, and the system was willing to spend the accumulated resources to deprive the host of Luo Hani's innate luck. A series of noisy system sounds made Zhou Xingdou's mind buzz. This sword heart was born to me. All the life-cultivating machines I have cultivated in my life are in it. It is the most important thing I have ever had. At this moment, Luo Hani's lips and teeth were about to separate, and his auspicious eyes were full of tenderness, but his aura suddenly dropped, his whole body became weak, and his complexion became pale. Those jade hands were still gently caressing Zhou Xingdou's face. At this moment, the most beautiful smile bloomed on the pretty face that was cold and said, "Giving this to you, I hope you will not let it down." Zhou Xingdou looked at the woman in front of him, tears flashing in his eyes, and a teardrop fell. Fool! Luo Hani's behavior had completely taken over Zhou Xingdou's heart. The natural sword heart is the foundation of Luo Hani's swordsmanship, and it is also where she has cultivated her life. Just because of Zhou Xingdou's words, she handed over the most important sword heart to Zhou Xingdou without hesitation. Zhou Xingdou couldn't do such a thing himself, but Luo Hani did it, not because of profit, nor because of being planted with a slave mark. How could Zhou Xingdou not be moved by reaching this level just because of love? As tears flashed, the silver-purple vertical lines between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows shone like lightning at this moment. His slender palms lifted Luo Hani's head, and the vertical lines between his eyebrows were pressed against Luo Hani's. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, Luo Hani's originally declining aura quickly rebounded, and endless thunder patterns entangled around the two of them, causing a series of strange phenomena. When Zhou Xingdou let go, a vertical line that was the same as his eyebrows appeared on Luo Hani's originally fair and flawless eyebrows. At this moment, Luo Hani's whole body was shaking, and an extremely high heavenly power traveled around her body, allowing her to break through 2 small realms in a row and reach the peak of true God. Zhou Xingdou stroked the fine sweat on his head, looked at Luo Hani who looked astonished in front of him, and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although it's not as good as your natural sword heart, my half of the natural lightning source is not bad either. No one can be ruthless, even though Zhou Xingdou is not very nice to outsiders, he is still despicable even to those women who have had lust for him. But lovers are different. There can be many women in a person's life, but few true lovers. Zhou Xingdou can distinguish this. Luo Hani could give up even the most important sword heart to him, how could he be stingy with Luo Hani?
His natal thunder source was the foundation of the original Joshio holy body. Although it has evolved into the punishing Heaven Dao body, it does not need this natal thunder source.
But this natal thunder source is still extraordinary.
For controlling thunder and lightning, practicing the thunder method still has countless help, not to mention the integration of the source of heavenly punishment thunder, which is now almost half the effect of a nine heavens holy body. Luo Hani, who had half of Zhou Xingdou's natal thunder source, was almost equivalent to possessing the nine heavens holy body. As long as the power is enough, the thunder source can be activated to unleash thunder without limit, and even control thunder and lightning to a certain extent. In terms of the degree of preciousness, it is not inferior to the natural sword heart, but in terms of intention, it is indeed inferior by more than one level. After all, even if Luo Hani couldn't control Zhou Xingdou's life with his thunder source, it wouldn't be a big deal if he lost half of his life thunder source.
Not like Luo Hani, who almost fell into the realm and almost collapsed in his swordsmanship.
The first thing Luo Hani did when he came back to his senses was not to be happy, but to reprimand Zhou Xingdou slightly angrily. "You are crazy, this is your natural source of lightning." Zhou Xingdou didn't care, he buried his head sweetly on Luo Hani's chest and said indifferently like a child.
"I have planted thunder patterns on you, and you are my wife. No one from my old Zhou family can take her away."
Luo Hani was very shy when he said this, but he still said stubbornly,
"When did I say I wanted to be your wife?"
Zhou Xingdou reluctantly raised his head and asked with a smile in his eyes,
"Are you sure it's inappropriate?" Luo Hani was hesitant and speechless. She still looked like a swordsman.
At this moment, she was no different from an ordinary girl who had just started to fall in love.
But he still snorted coldly and said firmly,
"Humph, think about how to explain to master first." These words were like a basin of cold water, cooling down Zhou Xingdou's fiery mood. Only then did he remember that at this moment, he was in Jiushuan Peak and no movement could be hidden from Tianzhou. He only made an emotional confession a few days ago, and now he and his senior sister have made a lifelong commitment here.
What would Tianzhou think? But all this was forgotten by Zhou Xingdou.
He first stabilized the senior sister and daughter-in-law in front of him before running away.
If he hesitated at this moment and lost everything, wouldn't it be a big loss?
Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou held Luo Hani's shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said seriously,
"When I finish my work, I will take you back to Zhou's house to meet my grandfather." After all, Luo Hani is not as deep-minded as Yuji.
Although his temperament is a little colder, his mind is still simple and clear. When he heard that Zhou Xingdou was going to take her back to Zhou's house, he immediately blushed. He was a little nervous for a moment, and he even said coyly,
When will you finish your work?" Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but be amused by Luo Hani's posture.
Whether it was in the past or in the future of the previous life, when had I ever seen my cold senior sister look like this?
He couldn't help but tighten Luo Hani in his arms lovingly, and said with a chuckle, "Don't worry, it will be soon."
After saying that, Zhou Xingdou looked in the direction of Lin Fan's residence, with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. He could hardly suppress the hatred in his heart. It would not be long before he killed Lin Fan. Lin Fan suddenly felt a chill at this moment, and trembled as he sat cross-legged in his residence, but he no longer traced the origin of this as before. Even though he felt something being pulled away just now, he was already used to it and didn't even let him raise his eyelids. Now that the root of his life has been damaged, it is no longer possible to step into the universal truth realm step by step before the 3-year appointment. But fortunately, Yu Zhong's ancestors provided him with a technique that allowed him to quickly improve his cultivation level in a short period of time, but the cost was his lifespan. But at this moment, Lin Fan couldn't care about anything else. He had a feeling that there was no room for failure in the 3-year agreement and he must win. Otherwise, the consequences may be more cruel than he imagined. On the Sword Immortal Cliff, Luo Hani was sitting on the edge of the cliff, her 2 perfect calves swaying in the air, and Zhou Xingdou's head was resting on her slender and perfect jade legs.
At this moment, Luo Hani had regained his former coolness and looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was resting on his lap.
A trace of love flashed through those sharp and cold eyes of Ruifeng, but he said helplessly, "I haven't seen you for a month, and I see that your whole body's aura and appearance have changed a lot. Why do you feel like the childish spirit you had when we first met you?" Zhou Xingdou rested his pillow on his soft and tender thighs, and the faint fragrance of luo honey enveloped him, making him feel relaxed and happy, and said lazily,
"What? Wife, didn't you like me then?" Luo honey shook his head slightly, seeming to remember the past, and slowly smiled and said, "I like it. I thought at that time, it would be great if you never grew up and just followed me."
As he spoke, Luo honey's beautiful hands stroked Zhou Xingdou's black hair lovingly, and tried to relax his legs so as not to make Zhou Xingdou feel noisy. Zhou Xingdou leaned in and said with a faint smile,
"Only you can see this side.
I am still superior to others, Dao child, and the young master of the Zhou family."
He didn't lie.
Even in front of other women, he would not show such a weak look. His heart was so cold that he never showed any compassion when he tortured Yu Ji. At the same time, his heart was also very warm, and he even had eyes for Luo honey and Tian Zhou. His rebirth was not only for revenge, but also to make up for the regrets of his previous life and love the people he loved. Of course, there is still a small goal to achieve, which is to taste the beauties in the world.
This is one of Zhou Xingdou's few hobbies. Idle Chow Mengda, you will understand later.
Luo honey smiled, looked at the starry sky, and said no more. For her, this was already the most beautiful moment in her life. She even wants time to stay at this moment. The bright moon and starry sky, you and me, never change. At this time, Zhou Xingdou also remembered the system's rewards. He closed his eyes and examined the rewards he had received. To be honest, compared to the previous supreme methods and supreme treasures, the rewards this time are not as valuable to Zhou Xingdou now. Because this was exactly what he needed at the moment. After understanding the separation of innate's luck, he sincerely thanked the system in his heart.
Because in the system prompt, the original reward cannot be this thing. The system thought it needed it before and changed the reward.
To be honest, this aspect is 100 times stronger than those systems in previous lives that were extremely rigid and would hurt and obliterate the host at every turn. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also opened his eyes again. He could not tolerate for a moment the words Destiny Heroine hanging on Luo honey's panel. Then Zhou Xingdou raised his hand, covered Luo honey's forehead with his slender arms, and then said extremely seriously,
"Next, I will perform a method on you. Don't resist or be afraid. Just relax." Luo honey was stunned for a moment.
When he came to his senses, he didn't ask Zhou Xingdou what kind of technique he had used.
He said softly and said no more.
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou even felt that Luo honey had let go of his sea of consciousness, and the soul within him appeared in front of him without any defense.
Zhou Xingdou can turn Luo honey into an idiot and even plant a slave mark with just a little force.
But it is impossible for him to do this. In his eyes, Luo honey is a lover and a relative, but he is by no means a tool. He would not treat her like a plaything, but he would just say to the system in his heart at this moment,
"System, launch innate luck deprivation on Luo honey, depriving him of innate luck, Destiny Heroine."
At the moment when innate's luck deprivation was activated, the color of the world did not change as Zhou Xingdou imagined, and there were countless visions that shocked the world. He covered Luo honey's hand, and after a brilliant flash of light, everything returned to calm. Even Luo honey didn't feel the slightest abnormality and thought Zhou Xingdou hadn't started to use it.
But in an instant, the system's voice sounded again.
"Ding, Luo honey's innate luck has been stripped away, Destiny Heroine. The stripped innate luck will be stored in the system warehouse. Please the host as soon as possible release the innate luck to other people to avoid the heavenly being aware of it." The system's sound was no longer as coherent as before, and even made Zhou Xingdou feel a little tinny. The sound continued to pause for a longer time.
It took several minutes to finish the few sentences one after another.
Zhou Xingdou also roughly understood that this kind of function should consume too much of the system, which would lead to such a situation, and he once again sincerely thanked the system in his heart. However, Zhou Xingdou did not expect that the stripped innate luck would be stored and not dissipated. Moreover, he seemed to be able to release it on others. Originally, he wanted to try if he could release it on himself, but when he remembered his strange identity, he suppressed the idea. But at this moment, he still wanted to open Luo honey's panel and take a look.
Name, Luo honey. Chi number, 4000. Good impression, unswerving. Realm, peak of true God.
Innate luck, years of growth, 5 stars, natural sword heart, 4 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, Lei Yuan is added, 4.5 stars. System reminder, this woman has reached the highest level of affection and the system recommends the host to marry her and have 100 children. Thunder Source Edition, obtain the natal thunder source that is fused with the host 9 heavens holy body and the heavenly punishment thunder source, gain a qualitative change in qualifications in combat power, and possess some functions of the 9 heavens holy body.
Seeing Luo Hani Innate's destined heroine disappear, Zhou Xingdou felt relieved. No one wants their true lover to have the label of someone else's future wife hanging on their head.
Not to mention Zhou Xingdou now, even if he was a demon in his previous life, he couldn't stand such a thing.
Zhou Xingdou has double standards.
He can do this to others, but he will never allow himself to have any color on his head. Even Yun Jingi, Yuji, and Li Xiuru cannot be touched by anyone except themselves. I would rather teach me to betray the world than teach the world to betray me. In this life, Zhou Xingdou completely understood the Wei Martial Emperor in his previous life, and his thoughts were also developing toward Wei Martial Emperor. Then he saw that Luo Hani's acquired luck had an extra source of thunder. The level of 4.5 stars is indeed not low, half a step higher than the natural sword heart. It is estimated that in the future, Luo Hani will no longer be half of the praiseworthy genius in Tian Zhouer's mouth, because although she has lost the sword heart now, she has taken a step further because of this thunder source. And losing the sword heart does not mean that her knowledge of the sword will no longer exist. She will still be a stunningly talented swordsman. Now that Zhou Xingdou has obtained the sword heart, it is equivalent to obtaining Luo Hani's sword skills. His extremely low sword knowledge will finally allow him to perform sword skills. Although both of them had lost at this moment, what they gained exceeded what they lost. Not only did they not lose money, but they both made a lot of money. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at the system reminder that he usually didn't pay much attention to. Only then did I realize that the original unified reminder had been changed. Looking at the new reminder, Zhou Xingdou's mouth twitched slightly. It was hard for him to believe that such a mysterious existence as the system would say such things. However, judging from the behavior of the system today, it seems that my system is not a rigid thing, it should have some consciousness or emotion. It's a pity that this system doesn't seem to want to communicate with itself, or it's not perfect enough. But this is not what should be considered now. How can the beautiful woman live up to the beautiful scenery in front of her? Zhou Xingdou came back to his senses and put down the palm covering Luo Hani's forehead. Luo Hani showed a little doubt. All right? It's not surprising that she was confused. After all, from the beginning to the end of Innate's luck stripping, she didn't feel the slightest movement. Zhou Xingdou rested his legs on his pillow, half-hugged Luo Hani's slender willow waist, and joked. Okay, I just cast a spell on you, and you will still only love me. Luo Hani was also amused by Zhou Xingdou for a moment, and he let out a clear laughter like a silver bell, which was as sweet as fairy music. She laughed and tapped Zhou Xingdou on the head. He always talks nonsense and never does anything right. Zhou Xingdou was fascinated by this prosperous smile. He slowly sat up and got close to Luo Hani. He swallowed and said with a look of lust, "Daughter-in-law, do you think it's time for us to go to bed together?" Unexpectedly, Luo Hani heard this and said righteously, "No." Zhou Xingdou shook Luo Hani's arm a few times and said like a child coquettishly, "Why not?" Luo Hani was not bewitched by Zhou Xingdou's appearance and said seriously, "You and I are not married yet, how can we sleep together?" But looking at Zhou Xingdou's pitiful expression, his face was also slightly red, and he whispered softly, "No matter what, we have to wait until we meet the parents. It's too hasty now." Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a headache, but he couldn't force Luo Hani. After all, he still obeys other people's opinions and never forces anything. After Luo Hani said these words, he seemed to feel a little sorry for Zhou Xingdou. He didn't know what to say for a while, but he became wary of Zhou Xingdou's small movements on his hands. In the end, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to give up, and after lingering with Luo Hani for a while, he parted ways with Luo Hani. It's not that Zhou Xingdou wanted to break up, he was still leaning away, but I don't know who Luo Hani heard it from. Women should keep some distance from men, otherwise men will soon get tired of it and feel annoyed. If Zhou Xingdou knew who taught his precious senior sister these things, he would have to smash her mouth into pieces. But Ning Yueze, who was at home at this moment, suddenly sneezed and didn't know why for a while. However, Ning Yueze suddenly remembered the scene during the day, her cheeks turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Ning Yueze, at such an old age, how can you be moved by the child you watched grow up?
It's so shameless.
Compared to Ning Yueze, who was sprouting new buds from the old tree, Zhou Xingdou was not optimistic at the moment. Now that he had nothing to do, and it was already late at night, he naturally wanted to go back to Jiushuan Palace. But when he remembered that his relationship with Luo Hani just now was watched by Yu Tianjie, who was sitting upright, he felt a headache. However, there are some things that cannot be avoided after all, so Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to bite the bullet and go in. Zhou Xingdou opened the door of the apse slightly uneasily, and saw Tianjie, who was as peerless and independent as 9 heavens profound maiden, still sitting on the Taoist platform as when he left that day. At the moment when the door was pushed open, an ethereal voice as cold as frost and snow sounded.
Came back.
Zhou Xingdou stepped lightly into the palace and said slowly,
"Well, I'm back."
But then there was no sound again, and Tianjie's slightly closed eyes never opened.
Zhou Xingdou was a little at a loss for a moment.
He couldn't figure out what Tianjie was feeling, so he had to explain with a somewhat clumsy expression.
"Master, don't worry, you will always be the right one in my heart."
Tianjie's eyelashes trembled slightly at this moment, and he slowly opened his fairy eyes and glanced at Zhou Xingdou lightly, which made Zhou Xingdou's scalp tingle. Then there was a hint of smile in his words. "I haven't seen you step into the true God for a few days.
I can't blame you for your bad tone. It's just a coincidence."
Zhou Xingdou also let out a long sigh of relief, and talking to him at least proved that Tianjie was not angry, otherwise he might have ignored him and even left to find a place to retreat. Tianjie's beautiful face was extremely cold. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's ethereal voice sounded again.
"Now that you have obtained Hani Sword Heart, you are qualified to hold a sword. It is my duty as a master to give you a sword."
After hearing this, Zhou Xingdou secretly thought that indeed, Tianjie knew every move he and Luo Hani made at Sword Immortal Cliff, and even knew that Luo Hani gave him the heart of the sword. However, if Tianjie didn't mention the matter in detail, it would be impossible for him to take the initiative to tell it.
He just shook his head and refused.
"Forget it, I still have some holy sword weapons."
He really doesn't lack weapons. What he lacks is the talent for using weapons.
Now that he has Luo Hani's sword heart, it doesn't mean that his love for swords has increased. It's just that he does have the capital not to face the enemy empty-handed, so that he won't be able to play poorly with a sword and make people laugh.
But Tianjie seemed to ignore Zhou Xingdou's refusal. With a flick of his finger, a tall black shadow appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou.
Zhou Xingdou was startled by the sudden appearance of the black shadow and took 2 steps back, and then he saw the full face of the object. This is a giant sword, exuding a heavy and powerful power. The sword body is extremely dark, but there are several fiery red lines like lava, which makes the red light swim around the sword body, making it look less ugly. This sword is 3 feet wide and 7 feet long, even taller than Zhou Xingdou. And the sword's familiar aura of suppressing heaven and earth reminded Zhou Xingdou of the prison-suppressing character in his divine treasure.
Zhou Xingdou looked at Tianjie and said with surprise, "Could this sword be?" Tianjie nodded slightly and said calmly,
"That's right, this sword is the same set as your prison-suppressing Dao Venerable. It is the famous magic weapon of prison-suppressing Dao Venerable.
Its name is Prison-Suppressing Sword Peak Dang Jojo."
Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly and complained after a long silence.
"The name is too long and not pleasant to hear." Tianjie glanced at Zhou Xingdou and didn't bother to care about him.
Then he looked at the giant sword and said slowly, "On the day when I became a master, I tested the 9 realms sword master in a sword test, and all the swords I lost destroyed my spirit and turned into scrap metal. Only the prison-suppressing sword Dao Venerable remains intact. The prison in your body is also the gift I gave to your mother when you were born." After hearing what Tianjie said, Zhou Xingdou immediately grasped the key point. "You only gave me half of the set. You didn't already plan to accept me as your disciple when I was born." The more Zhou Xingdou thought about it, the more likely it became that the Zhou family had a lot of great holy weapons, and the fact that he could lead the prisoner was not just about killing people, but that this great holy weapon was really suitable for him. But Tianzhou only gave away half of it, and the reason for causing trouble was to deceive him, the young master of the Zhou family, in the future. As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, he felt as if he had been hit hard on the head. The blow penetrated his strong body and made his body, which was comparable to a treasure, feel unbearable pain. Zhou Xingdou groaned in pain. However, Tianzhou glared at him and then explained. That's because the sword has no demonic properties and looks better, but this sword has extremely demonic properties and is too dark and big like a coffin board, so it is not suitable for giving away on a big day.
After listening to Tianzhou's explanation, Zhou Xingdou clicked his tongue. Then you are stingy enough. You only gave me a great holy weapon on the day I was born. I blame my grandfather for not wanting me to become your disciple. He probably thought you were too naughty. After saying this, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt that something was wrong. It would be strange if Tianzhou didn't get angry when he said these words. But Zhou Xingdou really didn't mean it. Just now, when he was tired of Luo Hani, he unintentionally got through a certain nerve in him, which made him a little unable to deal with it at the moment. Sure enough, Tianzhou's beautiful and cold face suddenly showed a hint of anger, and the countless fierce swords in the palace all trembled at this moment, making bursts of sword sounds. When Zhou Xingdou came to his senses, the infinite vicious sword rushed toward him, drowning him in an instant. The entire Jiuquan Hall also sounded the sound of groans of pain. At the same time, a gust of wind blew up in Lin Fan's residence, a loud rumbling sound sounded on his body, and his whole body exuded a violent scarlet light. In an instant, the cultivation level in the initial stage of opening up the meridian skyrocketed at this moment. The middle stage of Tongmai, the late stage of Tongmai, and the peak of Tongmai. And at the universal truth checkpoint that blocked him, he finally did not fail. When the vigorous spiritual power surged in his body, the checkpoint was passed through like a thin layer of paper. The rate of increase in cultivation did not stop at this moment. His acupoints were opened one after another, and the sounds of openings came and went. Finally, after all the 360 major orifices in the body were opened, the skyrocketing cultivation level improved and stayed at the peak of orifice opening. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air at this moment and opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer as resolute as before and were full of negative emotions, which made people very uncomfortable. He felt the surging power in his body and couldn't help laughing twice. So what if the breakthrough fails? What if the cultivation level is reduced, and the origin is damaged? He, Lin Fan, had still passed through the universal truth level and entered this state of enlightenment. He couldn't help but shout boldly. I broke through one big realm and 8 small realms in one day. Who in the world can do what I do? After drinking out the depression in his heart, Lin Fan smiled even more, with arrogance in his eyes, and snorted coldly. Even Zhou Xingdou, the second-generation ancestor who relies on family background, is useless compared to me. The second-generation ancestor Zhou Xingdou, who was called useless by Lin Fan, was really not feeling well at the moment, even though he had crossed 3 major realms in a few days and his cultivation was extremely solid. But facing Tianzhou, he was still manipulated, rounded, flattened, and done whatever he wanted. For a whole cup of tea, he was struck by countless vicious swords. In the end, I don't know if Tianzhou calmed down or something, but those vicious swords returned to their original positions on their own initiative. Zhou Xingdou twisted his body a few times and felt labor pains. Looking at the punishing Thunder Emperor armor covering his body, he suddenly felt that it was a strange thing in the world, but it had no effect at all. Tianzhou's fairy voice sounded again, but with a touch of sadness. Originally, I wanted to give this sword to your mother privately in the future, but unfortunately I didn't expect that the couple would never return. Where did they go? Zhou Xingdou can't say he doesn't know anything about his parents, he can only say he doesn't know half of them. He didn't even know whether the two were dead or alive. The Zhou family never mentioned this matter, and he didn't care too much. He values himself more than his parents who disappeared without a trace. When he was 5 years old, he solved the mystery of his womb and awakened his past life memories. Although the memory of the past is very vague, with the mind of an adult, it is not like a child crying and screaming without a father and a mother.
In his previous life, he was an orphan and was used to living without a father and a mother. Zhou Xingdou was already very satisfied with all this because he had a grandfather who was kind to him. But now that Tianzhou mentioned it, it was impossible for him not to be curious. This question also made Tianzhou silent for a moment, looking at Zhou Xingdou's beautiful eyes with some complicated emotions. Although I don't want to say such cliché words, with your current strength, you really are not qualified to know this.
Zhou Xingdou didn't ask further questions and said indifferently. Can't say? Then forget it.
He had seen this kind of story too much in his previous life, and even if he asked, he would not tell it. When he needed to know, he would naturally know it.
Tianzhou couldn't stop Zhou Xingdou's behavior.
She had already thought about the excuse she would use to refuse Zhou Xingdou's questioning, but she didn't think it would be used.
He could only sigh and said, "You are open-minded."
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, then turned to look at the giant sword standing in front of him and said,
"But you said that this sword is extremely demonic, but you don't know how powerful it is?"
After saying that, without waiting for Tianzhou's answer, Zhou Xingdou placed his palm on the body of the black giant sword. Suddenly, an extremely violent force poured into Zhou Xingdou's body, and a flash of blood suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. When he looked up, he found that he was in a sea of blood, with countless broken flesh and corpses at his feet, and countless white bones piled up like mountains. There were dead trees that seemed to be made of accumulated flesh and blood, and internal organs dripping with pus and blood hung on the branches.
Endless scenes of purgatory emerged throughout the space, just like being in hell.
The soul that cannot be reincarnated makes a terrifying howl, and sometimes it is noisy with the cry of children and the thin laughter of women. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou felt that there was an invisible big hand in the sea of consciousness, stirring up his emotions, as if to make him angry and afraid. If it were an ordinary person, he might have been frightened to the point of weakening his legs at this moment, and he might have been pushed to collapse by that invisible force. But what does Zhou Xingdou do? Perform punishments on behalf of heaven and control the thunder. He has already condensed his yang, strength, and supreme strength. Others may be afraid of such evil scenes. But compared to Zhou Xingdou, it was the other person who should be afraid. After all, thunder can restrain all evil spirits. Suddenly, Zhou Xingdou's body shook, and the silver-purple vertical lines between his eyebrows shone brightly. In an instant, a brilliant divine power rose up from Zhou Xingdou's body. Boom! A sound of thunder shook the world, causing huge waves to rise in the sea of blood, and causing the endless flesh and dead trees to shatter and disintegrate. What followed was thousands of azure thunders carrying the aura of destruction, blasting in all directions. The thunder spreads in all directions, purifying everything it passes and annihilating all dirt. Click, click, click. The bloody space suddenly let out a shrill howl, and then the entire space began to crack like a mirror, shattering one after another, revealing the original appearance of the back hall of Jiushuan Hall. And the giant sword was buzzing at this moment, and the red lines flowing like magma were glowing with scarlet blood at this moment. In the space between Sumeru, where the space is broken, a huge sword hangs in the air, the tip of the sword points directly, an extremely terrifying force bursts out, carrying the supreme power to suppress the world. Suddenly rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. Facing the giant sword that suddenly came towards him, Zhou Xingdou stood motionless on the spot, not even trying to resist the giant sword that came straight towards his dantian. Because Zhou Xingdou could feel that the prison restraint contained in his divine treasure seemed to be inspired by the aura of the same origin on the giant sword at this moment. Zhou Xingdou's divine treasure is restless, like a calling. As Zhou Xingdou did, the giant sword did not cause any harm to him after it stabbed his dantian. Instead, it penetrated straight into the divine treasure where the prison was located. For a moment, there was a sense of connection between the giant sword and Zhou Xingdou, and then this sense of connection merged with Jinyu and became one. The prison-suppressing giant sword and the prison-suppressing mountain peak surrounded each other in Zhou Xingdou's divine treasure, and a supreme power that surpassed the great holy soldier suddenly burst out between them. And from the hilt of the prison-suppressing giant sword, a black chain suddenly appeared. This chain stretched to the top of the prison-suppressing mountain, and there was a gap in it, exactly. Zhou Xingdou felt the changes in his dantian, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, "This prison-suppressing sword peak travels across Jiuzhou, which is quite interesting." Tianzhou tilted his head slightly, and in his beautiful eyes that were as bright as the stars and the moon, the stars flickered slightly and said, "I thought it would take some time for you to pass its master recognition test, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. This thing doesn't look evil at all, so why is it so evil to be tested by its master?" Zhou Xingdou asked curiously. "That bloody space is not demonic, but evil. But this prison-suppressing sword peak is so powerful that it spans all over the world. It doesn't look like an evil thing. Moreover, if it were an evil thing, Tianzhou wouldn't be able to give it to him. I'm afraid it would be destroyed on the day he gets it." Tianzhou slowly explained. "It is indeed not an evil object, it can even be said to be a holy object, but if you use it, you will need to face such evil scenes in the future. Therefore, only those who have endured the trial can truly control it." Facing evil spirits? Could this thing be causing disaster? Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of evil spirits, but the scene was still quite disgusting and a bit off-putting. Tianzhou seemed to agree with Zhou Xingdou's words and nodded slightly. Prison-suppressing sword peak Dang Zhouzhou is not its full name, and these two pieces are not complete. His full name is: the prison-suppressing sword peak swings across Zhouzhou, and the magic jade seal seals evil spirits. It can also be seen from the sentence that the remaining piece is the demon-sealing jade seal, in which one of the evil demons, Sovereign, is imprisoned. The prison-suppressing sword and the prison-suppressing peak in your hand are the keys. This magic jade seal is now in the hands of the demon Sovereign's subordinates, and as long as the prison-suppressing sword peak is composed of Zhouzhou, it will be sensed by them. Zhou Xingdou's face twitched when he heard this. "On my birthday, you gave me such a gift. Why didn't my mother beat you out?" This time, Tianzhou was not angry, but said slightly playfully, "I told you this, and your mother agreed very much. She also said that when you are old enough, I will send you the prison-suppressing giant sword so that you can practice it." Zhou Xingdou was a little speechless. Although he didn't have the slightest impression of his parents, he felt that these words really sounded like what his own mother said. Before Zhou Xingdou could say anything, Tianzhou added another sentence. "And don't worry, the evil spirits will not care about your background and family background. They are enemies of the entire Yuan dynasty and will not be intimidated by your identity and life experience." Zhou Xingdou's mouth suddenly twitched. He suspected that Tianzhou had some revenge in giving him the prison-suppressing sword at this time. Now he not only has to deal with the Son of Destiny, but also with evil spirits. Just thinking about it gives Zhou Xingdou a headache. The evil known in the primitive world is not evil cultivator and demonic cultivator, but an extraterrestrial creature. They survive by invading other worlds and seizing the origin of the world, which is a great threat to every world. Fortunately, the Chuyuan Realm is a large realm with powerful strength and countless supreme beings. There have not been a large number of evil spirits invading this realm, and some are only scattered weak ones. And those weak evil spirits will be hunted down by the whole world once they are discovered, so as long as they are doing well within the realm, there will not be too much pressure on them. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. The Chuyuan Realm is even more vast. Who knows where there is a high-level evil demon that has not been discovered yet? It was impossible for Zhou Xingdou not to be annoyed. He looked at Tianzhou slightly angrily and said, "You want to remain a widow, don't you?" Tianzhou's dazzling starry eyes flickered, a smile that made everything eclipse bloomed on her flawless face, and her fairy voice said with a hint of provocation, "Don't you want me to be your main palace? If you can keep the prison in Zhouzhou and get the demon-sealing jade seal, I won't mind Luohani's matter." Although Zhou Xingdou had a vague feeling that his fairy master should be somewhat interested in him. But I didn't expect that Tianzhou would say such words directly. Really? 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 After confirming twice in a row, Zhou Xingdou suddenly closed his palms, fearing that Tianzhou would regret it, and said quickly, "It's a deal, double happiness comes to your door." Originally, he planned to move the prison-suppressing sword peak across Zhouzhou and throw it directly to the profound heaven peak, and then use it as a great saint soldier. But Tianzhou's conditions were so tempting to Zhou Xingdou that it was impossible for him to refuse. It is actually not difficult to defend Zhouzhou. Zhou Xingdou has two saints, Fa Hai and Yuan Tian, by his side. He also has some trump cards. Demons who are not at the same level as the great sage may not be able to do anything to him. As for snatching the demon sealing jade seal, it may be difficult to put it on someone else. After all, the demon sealing jade seal is most likely to be outside the territory. But after all, he was the young master of the Zhou family. When Lin Fan was in trouble, he returned to the Zhou family and led people directly to the outside world to snatch the magic jade seal. Then you can go directly to your master and marry your senior sister. Tian Zhou'er looked at the excited Zhou Xingdou, and a few meaningful rays of light flashed in his bright Xingyue eyes. She didn't know Zhou Xingdou's little thoughts, but she didn't take the initiative to point them out because she didn't explain all the difficulties. The prison-suppressing Dao Venerable back then was also a peerless venerable, but because of the prison-suppressing sword peak, he almost died outside the territory. The dangers can be imagined, and it is not as simple as Zhou Xingdou imagined. Otherwise, how could Tianjier offer such conditions? But she didn't know why Zhou Xingdou couldn't see the evil in it even if he wasn't stupid. But there is only one chance like this. Once Tian Zhou'er is settled, Luo Hani will have a lot to talk about. In order to be in the same bed with his master and senior sister, he would never miss any opportunity. Even if the road is long and long, he dares to take away his destiny in this life, and he is responsible for the system, so how can he be afraid of this evil demon? Zhou Xingdou's miraculous eyes were filled with thunderous shocks. He looked at Tian Zhou'er, who looked like a celestial immortal, and said with a hint of confidence at the corner of his mouth, "Just wait and serve me with senior sister." Tian Zhou'er was not annoyed, and just said calmly, "Then I'll wait for you to get the magic jade seal." After saying that, Tian Zhou'er closed his eyes again and meditated, and Zhou Xingdou also studied the innate luck that he had stripped away today. Looking at the golden light in the system warehouse, Zhou Xingdou shook his head. When the fate of the destined heroine was stripped from Luo Hani, the system once told him to find someone to release it as soon as possible, otherwise it might alarm the heavens. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou really wanted to try it on himself, but unfortunately he was an anomaly and couldn't integrate luck. And this luck also has certain limitations. For example, it seems that the destined heroine cannot be placed on a man, which makes Zhou Xingdou call it a pity. Otherwise, the love between a son of destiny and a middle-aged uncle who is greasy and sloppy and likes to pick up soap will definitely be passed down through the ages and attract the yearning of countless people. However, Zhou Xingdou was kind-hearted and finally decided to put his luck on Qiuyu. Because it is most suitable to place it on Qiuyu. After all, Qiuyu has already been planted with the slave mark of all transformations by himself, and his strength was extremely low when he was planted. The manhwa slave seal can directly and subtly influence other people's thoughts. The speed depends on the cultivation and state of mind of the person who planted it. Qiuyu is almost immortal. Now she has not experienced the 20 years in her previous life, so where does her state of mind come from? This also allowed her to transform into a very loyal slave dog under the influence of the manhwa slave seal. The manhwa slave seal can be rewarded alongside the divine elephant's prison suppressing power. How can it be a simple method? The thoughts affected by the manhwa slave seal are nailed to the mind. Even though the manhwa slave seal became invalid because of becoming the heroine of destiny, Zhou Xingdou is still Qiuyu's supreme master. Moreover, this kind of thought is so deep-rooted that it cannot be changed even if the memory is washed away. This is the horror of the manhwa slave seal. As long as it is assimilated, even if the caster is willing to lift the slave mark, the caster still cannot escape the fate of becoming a slave dog. Moreover, Qiuyu and Lin Fan were childhood sweethearts, and they were Lin Fan's closest friends. Even without training, Lin Fan still has deep feelings for Qiuyu. As for what to do with such deep feelings? Naturally, it was to let Lin Fan experience the feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted, and to let Lin Fan taste the feeling of having his heroine taken away by others. He was very curious about what kind of expression Lin Fan would have when the time came. That expression will definitely make Zhou Xingdou extremely happy. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou grabbed the sound transmission stone, and a message was transmitted to Lin Fan's residence not far away. After doing this, Zhou Xingdou stopped thinking and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Now his surge power is too powerful and has not been fully digested.
It will take some time to control it. Time flies so fast. At noon the next day, Zhou Xingdou has arrived alone outside Xian Heavenly Dao sect. A night of practice gave him a new understanding of his own power. Although the power of thousands of dragons contained in millions of giant elephant particles did not change qualitatively, it lifted his body to an unimaginable level. In the past, the king-grade treasure could only hurt him at all, but now it is difficult for the magic weapon to leave even a trace on his body. This is extremely terrifying, which means that under the Holy Realm, it is very difficult for others to defeat you, even if you want to hurt yourself. What's more, the punishing Thunder Emperor armor on his body has the faint power of a holy soldier. With his body protection and his unparalleled physical body, even if a saint attacks and kills him by surprise, he can't even think of killing him in a short time. This is also the reason why Zhou Xingdou dared to appear alone outside Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Even if the demons are attracted by the prison-suppressing Zhou in this Tianxian Shengzhou, as long as the opponent cannot kill with one blow, the strong men of the sect will immediately take action. What's more, right outside Xian Heavenly Dao sect, the evil demon is not brainless and will not be so reckless. Not long after Zhou Xingdou came here, Xiuyu's delicate figure came here in a hurry. The moment Xiuyu saw Zhou Xingdou, endless fanaticism suddenly filled her eyes. She knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowed to the ground and said, "It's too difficult for me to walk. I kept your master waiting for a long time. Please forgive me." Zhou Xingdou's eyes were extremely indifferent. He looked at Xiuyu and stared slightly. "I'm really tired from standing there." Hearing this, Xiuyu quickly used all four limbs to crawl behind Zhou Xingdou like a dog. She propped up her limbs and turned to look at Zhou Xingdou and said excitedly, "The slave serves as a stool for the master. Please sit on it." Looking at Xiuyu, who was so sensible, Zhou Xingdou raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not refuse and sat down on the jade back supported by Xiuyu. However, he also controlled the weight, otherwise with the density of his body now, the weight would be enough to crush Xiuyu into a meat pie. But even so, Xiuyu still groaned, but her eyes showed extreme joy, as if this was like a reward to her. Zhou Xingdou was very satisfied with Xiuyu's stool. He caressed Xiuyu's head and said calmly, "Very good, what's going on with Lin Fan recently?" After being praised by Zhou Xingdou, Xiuyu was ecstatic for a moment and quickly said, "I don't know what kind of evil magic Lin Fan used, but he suddenly had a breakthrough overnight." Speaking of this, Xiuyu turned to look at Zhou Xingdou, who was sitting upright, and said with a flattering face, "But compared with the master's divine power, that beast is just a pile of history. It will never be even half as good as the master, and it will never be as good as a hair on your head." Listening to Xiuyu scolding Lin Fan, Zhou Xingdou raised his brows slightly with great amusement in his heart. However, Lin Fan's sudden breakthrough overnight did not surprise him, and he immediately opened Lin Fan's panel. Name, Lin Fan. Chi number 4999. Favorability, Hatred, Toolman. Realm, Peak of Enlightenment State. Innate luck, Son of Destiny, 6 stars, turning danger into blessing, 5 stars, and the way to death, 4 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, the nobleman in jade, 4.5 stars, the 3-year agreement, 3 stars, the origin is damaged, -3 stars. System reminder, this child is protected by destiny. The host needs to clear its energy before killing it. After killing it, you can get massive rewards from the system. Damage to the origin, this child accidentally failed while practicing the secret method, causing damage to the origin. After the origin is damaged, all luck effects are greatly reduced. The duration is 29 days. Looking at Lin Fan's screen, Zhou Xingdou touched his chin. After confessing his love to his senior sister Luohani yesterday, Lin Fan's energy level dropped from 79.99 to 49.99. Lin Fan was finally suppressed due to the Jade Nobleman's rising spirit. But what Zhou Xingdou didn't expect was that Lin Fan would have an additional element of luck, damage to his origins. This luck is different from other luck. The stars behind other luck are golden, but behind this luck are 3 black stars. Immediately after seeing the effect of the original damage, Zhou Xingdou felt happy. All luck effects are greatly reduced. Doesn't that mean that during this period of time, Lin Fan was most easily plotted? Thinking of Xingdou closing Lin Fan's panel this week, a sneer appeared on his face, and then he looked at Qiu Yu who was sitting by him. If you are so obedient, master, I will give you a great opportunity. After speaking, Zhou Xingdou's hand caressing Qiu Yu's head slowly lit up at this moment, and the innate fate, destiny heroine in the system warehouse was released on Qiu Yu in an instant. After the light dissipated, the system prompt sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding, discover the destined heroine, Qiu Yu. Name, Qiu Yu. Qi number, 500. Favorable, the only main god. Realm, late stage of bone forging. Innate luck, destiny heroine, 5.5 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow, destiny butler, 2 stars. System reminder, the luck of this girl innate is a system transplant, and you cannot get rewards after killing her. Destiny heroine, 5.5 stars. The destined woman for Lin Fan, the son of destiny. Maid of destiny, 2 stars. Trusted by Lin Fan, the son of destiny, she becomes Lin Fan's personal maid. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised, but he did not expect that the transplanted lucky person would also be included in the panel of the system. But looking at Qiu Yu's system reminder, Zhou Xingdou also clicked his tongue. Sure enough, there was no way to get rewards for killing Qiu Yu's card bug, so he still needed to use her to plot against Lin Fan. But seeing Qiu Yu's favorable impression, Zhou Xingdou also breathed a sigh of relief. Because he had already felt the manhwa slave seal in Qiu Yu's body, which dissipated immediately after she was implanted with Qi luck. He originally thought that if there was a problem with his good feelings, he would kill Qiu Yu immediately to avoid not planning on Lin Fan and exposing himself instead. The only master god, that is to say, he is Qiu Yu's only master, the only god. Although his love is not unswerving, he is more loyal. Zhou Xingdou also stood up from Qiu Yu's back at this moment, but he was keenly aware that the moment he stood up, Qiu Yu's face showed a little loss. It seemed that Zhou Xingdou's getting up was an extremely unhappy thing for her. Looking at Qiu Yu who was still lying on the ground in despair, Zhou Xingdou drank lightly. Stand up. Qiu Yu suddenly trembled and stood up quickly. The white clothes that wrapped her beautiful figure were already dirty with dust. At this time, she was like a frightened little animal, looking at Zhou Xingdou's indifferent face, not daring to make any unnecessary moves. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were slightly focused, he was close to Qiu Yu's delicate face, he lifted her chin with his slender fingers and said, I want you to seduce Lin Fan, but you must not let him take advantage. Unexpectedly, Qiu Yu's expression suddenly changed, showing an expression of extreme disgust. Master, Lin Fan is so humble, this servant feels disgusted. Qiu Yu's disgust for Lin Fan made Zhou Xingdou very satisfied. He got close to Qiu Yu for a moment, his voice became low and full of magnetism, and said with a hint of guidance. He will take the initiative to fall in love with you, you just need to pretend that you are in love. Qiu Yu was approached by Zhou Xingdou, and her ears suddenly turned red. 2 blushes rose in the clouds, and the fanatical love and admiration in her eyes seemed to overflow from her eyes. At this moment, she was panting slightly and said in a high voice, For the master, the slave can do anything. A gentle smile appeared on Zhou Xingdou's face, which made people feel like a spring breeze. Very good. When you feel that Lin Fan can't stop wanting you, send me a message again. Then I will give you the reward you deserve. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou put his lips close to Qiu Yu's ear, kissed him gently, exhaled a breath of hot breath and continued. When the time comes, you no longer need to follow Lin Fan. I will make you my maid. Qiu Yu only felt that her ears were melting, and her muscles became weak at this moment, and she almost collapsed on the ground with her legs and feet. Her breathing became rapid, and a silly smile of longing for the future appeared on her face. I will definitely complete the master's mission. With Qiu Yu's appearance, what else could Zhou Xingdou have to worry about? Now that Qiu Yu's manhwa slave seal has disappeared, Zhou Xingdou can no longer beat or threaten her. Without the guarantee of manhwa slave seal, it would be safer to use words to guide and seduce Qiu Yu. Zhou Xingdou rubbed Qiu Yu's head, and then said warmly, Okay, you can't be out for too long, lest you arouse Lin Fan's suspicion. Qiu Yu was also very obedient and nodded obediently. Finally, she turned back 3 times and left the place reluctantly. After Qiu Yu left, Zhou Xingdou did not leave. After waiting for a while, Yu Ji's charming figure appeared here. But now she obeyed Zhou Xingdou's words and dressed much more appropriately,
but her round and delicate body, no matter how tightly she was wrapped, could not hide her natural charm. After experiencing Zhou Xingdou's torture, she behaved herself very well. When she came to Zhou Xingdou, she timidly called out "Master." Zhou Xingdou looked at Yuji's figure, moved his index fingers, and hugged her into his arms, but he did not take any action, but said lightly,
"Follow me to the Lu family in Lingwang City." He has not yet thought of doing such things in broad daylight at the door of Heavenly Tao sect.
Now that Lin Fan has achieved a breakthrough, he still needs to go to Lu's house to speed up Lu Yanran's growth.
Although the things he left behind were enough for Lu Yanran to break through the spiritual sea realm before the 3-year appointment.
But Lin Fan directly reached the peak of enlightenment overnight.
There is still some time left, and maybe one day he will break through again.
After all, the destiny of the Son of Destiny cannot be underestimated even if its origin is damaged now. If Lin Fanrua breaks through again, he will reach the realm of condensed consciousness, which is only one realm away from the spiritual sea. A huge gap in realm is as if there is no gap for the Son of Destiny who fights across borders as much as eating and drinking. Yuji was hugged by Zhou Xingdou, and her whole body trembled involuntarily. The fear of Zhou Xingdou had been engraved in her bones, and even the manhwa slave seal could not be smoothed away in a short time.
But Yuji also understood what Zhou Xingdou meant, and immediately activated the space movement, and the two of them appeared above the Lu family in Lingwang City.
But this time, Zhou Xingdou didn't feel as uncomfortable as the last time he moved in space.
Of course, it's not that I don't feel anything.
I can still feel the spinning sensation, but it's not as uncomfortable as last time.
This is also Yuji's credit.
She didn't dare to do what Yuan Tian did, just move to another place. She didn't dare to let Zhou Xingdou suffer a little bump. She devoted all her magic power to protecting Zhou Xingdou while he was moving. Only then did Zhou Xingdou no longer feel so uncomfortable. Everyone in the Lu family has been imprinted with the slave mark by Zhou Xingdou.
Now that their master has arrived, how can they not feel it?
Li Shouru's plump figure appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou in an instant, welcoming Zhou Xingdou's arrival with a look of ecstasy. The only remaining prince of the Lu family below took the lead, and all the Lu family members walked out of the room and knelt down in unison to Zhou Xingdou in the sky.
Welcome to the master. Zhou Xingdou was very satisfied with this scene. He looked down at the crowd below with a slight nod and lowered his eyebrows, and said in a voice as bright as the power of heaven, "Back off." He didn't have the time to waste time on this group of useless people, and the Lu family members also retreated one after another to go back to what they were supposed to be doing. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Li Shouru. This stinky-faced ant seemed to have become more beautiful since he left last time. The whole person is full of energy, the skin has become more delicate, and the body has become plump and plump. It seems to have a second spring.
Li Shouru was close to Zhou Xingdou at this moment, looking at Zhou Xingdou's beautiful eyes full of spring, licked the attractive mole at the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Master, I have missed you for many days." Zhou Xingdou's extremely masculine and strong body would make all women salivate over it. What's more, Li Shouru has already tasted it. Now that she has planted the slave mark, it will not stop her from lusting after Zhou Xingdou's body. Even Yuji had revealed it before, but Zhou Xingdou's wicker magic weapon left her with too much psychological trauma, making her dare not be as presumptuous as Li Shouru. Zhou Xingdou was not disgusted with Li Shouru's overstepping move. After all, no man could refuse such an overstepping act. But Zhou Xingdou knew better what he was doing here, and he could still distinguish between the important and the urgent.
Lu Yanran isn't here?
Zhou Xingdou looked around and saw that there was no Lu Yanran among the Lu family's children just now, and now he did not feel Lu Yanran's aura in the Lu family. Li Shouru also quickly explained. Yanran went to a demon cave to practice the extreme wind sword code. After hearing this, Zhou Xingdou frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Going alone?" Li Shouru shook her head, a little confused as to why Zhou Xingdou frowned, but still answered, "That's not true, he is accompanied by a powerful person." Zhou Xingdou had a bad feeling in his heart and asked again, "Where is the monster cave?" Li Shouru immediately replied, "Lingwang City is about 1,000 miles southeast." Having said that, Li Shouru also saw that Zhou Xingdou was worried about Lu Yanran's safety, so she explained again.
But the monsters in that monster cave are the most powerful and life-threatening. With Lu Xian by his side, the master doesn't need to worry about Yanran's safety. Zhou Xingdou ignored Li Xiaoru. At his current level, it was impossible for him to have a bad premonition in his heart for no reason. Lin Fan suffered so many twists and turns due to his own interference. As Lu Yanran is now Lin Fan's opponent, it is difficult to say what will happen to damage her cultivation. After all, no matter what Lin Fan is, he is still the son of destiny. As an anomaly, he has the system to be immune to its influence, but others may not be affected. Thinking of this week, Xingdou did not dare to hesitate, frowning and looking at Yuji aside. Look for that monster cave and take me there now. But before Yuji could make a move, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt a surge of excitement in the surrounding space. Click! A gap opened in the blue sky, revealing endless turbulence. The endless airflow poured in at this moment, alarming the people of Lingguang City. Suddenly, a red jade chariot drove out of the crack in space and towered over the Lu family. Li Xiaoru looked at the jade chariot and said in surprise, "There is actually a void chariot in Lingguang City." Zhou Xingdou also stared at the red jade chariot and saw that the jade chariot was covered with purple runes and exuded the power of space. The void chariot can open space and cross the void. The sacrificial techniques and materials are all extraordinary, and it requires going deep into the void to collect void jade to make it, which is extremely expensive. Those who call this chariot are either rich or noble. They are all descendants of aristocratic families and heirs of great sections. They are definitely owned by ordinary people. At this moment, there was no movement in the formation of Lingguang City. No one from the major aristocratic families in the city or the city lord's palace showed up to check. Yuji looked at the jade chariot at this moment and whispered to Zhou Xingdou, "Master, this chariot seems to be a special chariot for the royal family of the Dian dynasty." The Dian dynasty was located in the southern border of the absolute beginning Dao domain, occupying the land of 3 states in the southern border, and was considered a large force. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou showed doubts on his face. The royal family of the great Yin dynasty? Why did they appear in Tianqian Holy State? He had also heard of the great Yin dynasty, but not to mention the Chuyuan Realm. The absolute beginning Dao domain alone was so vast. Although he and Lin Fan caused quite a stir in the previous life, it still did not reach the point of covering the entire absolute beginning Dao domain. Degree. Therefore, he had no contact with the great Yin dynasty. However, Zhou Xingdou didn't plan to show up. After all, his identity was sensitive. As long as this person didn't come to cause trouble for him, he didn't bother to show up. But at this moment, the armored driver in front of the empty chariot looked down at the Lu family. In an instant, a loud and rough voice shouted from his air, shaking the whole city. "Lu family, hand over the secret sword code, and you will survive." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xingdou's silvery white pupils filled with purple energy felt a chill. The Lu family's sword cannon that could attract the attention of the great Yin dynasty was the Ji-foam sword cannon given by Zhou Xingdou a few days ago. The only people in the Lu family who are going out now are Lu Yanran and Dineng, who are accompanying her. Zhou Xingdou no longer needs to guess why the great Yin dynasty came to be. As soon as the driver finished speaking, he threw a corpse out of the chariot. The corpse was smashed into the courtyard of the Lu family, but it was seen that it was extremely rotten, as if it had been trampled to death by a huge force. Lu Xian. Li Xiaoru looked at the corpse, her liver and gallbladder bursting, and a flame erupted in her eyes. This is the powerful man who accompanied Lu Yanran out for training in the Lu family, but now he can only rely on his breath to tell the difference, and there is no trace of the pile of rotten meat. Li Xiaoru was now on the verge of madness. She rushed straight towards the jade chariot in the air. Her hair was soaked in anger and flew freely. She cursed at the jade chariot angrily. "Beast, what did you do to my daughter?" The driver of the car looked at Li Xiaoru, who was bursting with momentum from the Divine King, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. But he did not get angry, but said with a playful look like a cat chasing a mouse, "Don't worry, if you hand over the sword manual honestly, I guarantee that your daughter will appear in front of you intact." Speaking of this, the man in armor suddenly erupted with ferocious holy power. The power was extremely powerful and pressed in all directions. His rough face showed cruelty. "Of course, you don't have to hand over it. I'll look for you slowly after killing all of your clan." Facing the majestic holy power coming towards her, Li Xiuru suddenly felt a burst of pressure, but she still showed no fear and shouted angrily. "This is the territory of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. How dare you commit murder?" After hearing Li Xiuru's words, the man in armor laughed violently as if he had heard a big joke. The laughter was so loud that it filled the entire Lingwang city. "Ha ha ha, Xian Heavenly Dao Sect area, ha ha ha, look at the city lord sent by Xian Heavenly Dao Sect in this city, now he dares to come out and say anything more in front of someone? I'm not afraid to tell you that this is Wu Baizhan, the Qiyun general of the Great Yan dynasty. If you don't hand over the sword cannon today, your whole Lu family will be destroyed and no one dares to say a word." But this identity did not scare Li Xiuru in the slightest. The fierce and mean look on Li Xiuru's eyebrows was fully visible, and she yelled at Wu Baizhan. "Beast, aren't you afraid of this brilliant power?" As soon as he said this, Wu Baizhan lost his patience, a fierce light flashed on his face, and he shouted. "And you are so stubborn and will not shed tears until you see the coffin." As soon as he finished speaking, the magnificent holy power surged from the armored man's body. He stretched out a palm, and tens of thousands of flame runes flickered, forming a huge flame palm that grabbed Li Xiuru directly. But just when Wu Baizhan made a sudden move, the clear sky suddenly darkened. Boom! The brilliant power of heaven reverberated between heaven and earth at this time, and a thunder shook the 9 heavens. At the dome of the sky, endless calamity clouds condensed, and from the black calamity clouds, a huge thunder finger protruded. Then the shadow of the giant elephant covering the sky and the sun appeared, and with a roar, the mountains and rivers shook, and the sky and the earth lost color. At this moment, the giant thunder finger smashed directly into the big flame hand, and the Aura city lit up with bright thunder light. At this moment, the protective formation surrounding Lingwang city shattered. The city wall collapsed and shattered, the space exploded where the giant finger fell, and the cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Terrifying thunder and flames surged in all directions at this moment, covering the sky like a canopy, shaking the earth and making the sky devoid of life for thousands of miles. Wu Baizhan also quickly protected the jade chariot behind him, with a ferocious look on his face, and his voice was like a rolling flood. "Who is it you dare to compete with me, the Great Yan dynasty?" After the remaining power dissipated, Wu Baizhan saw a purple figure appearing in front of Li Xiuru. When he looked carefully, he found that he was an extremely handsome young man. The young man was wearing purple armor with flowing clouds and thunder patterns, a pair of silver pupils full of purple energy, as deep as an abyss, and a vertical line between his eyebrows that was extremely conspicuous, making people feel full of divinity. He stood there alone, exuding a noble aura that was supreme and indifferent to everything. Just like the incarnation of God, treating all living beings as stupid dogs. Wu Baizhan also saw how extraordinary Zhou Xingdou was. He had not seen the details of this person's skills when he had just dealt with him, but he also felt that this person was probably not an ordinary person. His tone became more dignified and polite, but there was still a hint of threat in his words. "My little friend, if you are going against the Great Yan dynasty, you should also think about whether your family can withstand it." Zhou Xingdou looked at Wu Baizhan, his deep eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling, making it difficult to see his emotions. But only he knew that he was already burning with anger, otherwise he would not have taken action personally and used the Thunder Emperor finger, the unique Sanso skill in the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. "Hand over Lu Yanran. If nothing happens to her, you can live." Zhou Xing's fighting sound was like thunder rolling down from the sky, and it was transmitted to the jade chariot behind Wu Baizhan like a heavenly order. In his eyes, Wu Baizhan was not worthy of talking to him, and looking at Wu Baizhan's posture when he took action just now, there must be someone in charge in the jade chariot. In the past, he might not have given her a chance to talk and would have asked Yu Ji to take action with him. But this time it was different. Lu Yanran was an important part of her own efforts to weaken Lin Fan, and she couldn't afford to lose it, at least for now. Without waiting for Wu Baizhan to say anything, a person walked out of the jade chariot. This person was wearing a red dragon gold robe, and his face had a slightly demonic beauty. He looked at Zhou Xingdou, chuckled twice and said, "Zhou Dao child, it's just a misunderstanding. Why get angry?
After the person said this, another beautiful figure was pulled out from the jade chariot.
It was indeed Lu Yanran.
Lu Yanran glanced at Zhou Xingdou, and then her dim eyes suddenly burst into surprise, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zhou Xingdou's divine eyes immediately looked at Lu Yanran, and when he saw that her Dao Foundation cultivation was not damaged and her body was still intact, he felt relieved. Then he looked at the strange man wearing a red dragon gold robe, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "I didn't expect that the prince of the great Yin dynasty would dare to come to my Xian heavenly Dao sect's territory to show off his power.
Huoling Tian, what do you think of this Dao child?"
Now that his identity has been exposed, Zhou Xingdou naturally no longer conceals his identity.
And the man in the jade chariot was none other than the prince of the Dian dynasty, Huoling Tian.
Although Zhou Xingdou was not familiar with the Great Yin dynasty, Zhou Xingdou still recognized the Emperor Yan and the crown prince of the Great Yin dynasty.
This is just like Huoling Tian knowing himself.
You may not understand the major forces in the absolute beginning Dao domain, but you still need to know the important figures among them. This is also to avoid big fights over trivial matters due to the inability of some powerful individuals to recognize each other. Huoling Tian smiled softly, his expression was neither humble nor arrogant, and he did not mention what happened just now.
He bowed slightly to Zhou Xingdou and said, "It's all just a misunderstanding."
Ling Tian thought that Zhou Dao child would not embarrass Ling Tian with such a trivial matter. At this moment, the Lord's mansion of Lingwang City, which had been silent for a long time, burst out with a stream of light and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. The light dissipated and revealed a middle-aged man in rich clothes. Cold sweat was pouring from his head, and big beads of sweat were dripping down.
He bowed down to Zhou Xingdou. This person's tone was trembling and full of panic.
"As the Lord of Lingwang City, I didn't know that Zhou Dao child was coming. I deserve to be punished by Dao child." Zhou Xingdou looked at the Lord of Lingwang City, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his voice was like the might of heaven, majestic like the sea, resounding throughout the city. "The people from outside the sect have conquered our land and oppressed our people.
As the city lord, you will not stop me, you will not show up. What's the use of you?" Boom!
As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, there was a roar above the dome. In an instant, a thunder column suddenly fell down, and the face of the Lord of Lingwang City changed drastically. His voice for mercy was drowned by the thunder before he even uttered his voice. In an instant, the true God City Lord turned into ashes. Seeing this, Huoling Tian's face, originally full of laughter and politeness, became a little stiff at this moment. Zhou Xingdou also looked at Huoling Tian again at this moment, a pair of eyes bursting with a coldness that swallowed up the sky and the earth. His figure continued to rise, and he said coldly with a look down, "Huoling Tian, this Dao child tells you one last time, hand over Lu Yanran, otherwise the Emperor Yan will not be able to save you today." Zhou Xingdou's words are like heaven's orders, leaving no room for doubt. It seems that the prince of a dynasty in front of him is also a subordinate in front of him and cannot disobey. When Huoling Tian heard this, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. A pair of strange eyes showed a little anger. "Zhou Dao child, I have no intention of fighting with you, this person is for you alone." Speaking of this, Huoling Tian raised his palm and pushed Lu Yanran beside him towards Zhou Xingdou, and then said in a cold voice,
"But this does not mean that I am afraid of you.
Please take back the words that insulted my father, the Emperor, Zhou Dao child." Zhou Xingdou took Lu Yanran, and Lu Yanran's soft and delicate body was pressed into his arms. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's beautiful eyes with tears, he said as if he was afraid that Zhou Xingdou would dislike him,
"Master, Yanran didn't say anything, and he didn't touch me. Yanran is still clean."
As she spoke, Lu Yanran burst into tears and said in a trembling voice, "In order to get me to tell the sword code, they tortured Uncle Xian to death in front of me. They also said that they would put me and the Lu family women into a military prostitute camp." Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows trembled, and his heart was slightly touched.
He looked at the pitiful Lu Yanran and said warmly, "I see."
But at this moment, the anger in his heart reached its peak.
The Lu family was already his, and the women of the Lu family, such as Lu Yanran and Li Xiuru, were all his belongings. No one else is allowed to dare to get a hold of his belongings.
While Ling Tian said this, even if he didn't put it into action, it had already touched Zhou Xingdou's reverse scale.
Zhou Xingdou's face was cold.
After handing Lu Yanran to Li Shouru, he looked at Huo Ling Tian with a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Huo Ling Tian was not afraid, standing on the red jade chariot, the red dragon's golden robe crackling due to the airflow. Those enchanting eyes looked directly at Zhou Xingdou, his eyes hard and unyielding, and a burning aura rising up from his body. He shouted with the might of an emperor in his tone.
Zhou Xingdou, you must give Gu an explanation today. Court death.
Zhou Xingdou lost his patience and let out a deep roar. Thousands of giant elephant particles rushed through his body, and the hell vortex true energy that belonged to the divine elephant's prison suppressing power suddenly burst out. Zumiji and Zhou Xingdou raised his hand and grabbed it, and the terrifying power rippled through the space. Suddenly, a black-purple spear condensed in the hand. The spear was burning with fierce underworld flames. The spear body flashed with the scene of hell, and the tip of the spear flashed with sharpness, as if it was going to penetrate everything in the world. Now that Lu Yanran was no longer in Huo Lingtian's hands, Zhou Xingdou no longer had any worries. He had long needed to vent his anger, so how could he talk to her anymore? This spear is the first layer of the current supreme power method in the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, the spear of Hades. It is also the strongest attack method among the divine elephant's prison suppressing power. Roar! A roar shook the sky and the earth. Zhou Xingdou's arm swayed with the strength of 1,000 dragons, and he threw the spear in his hand with all his strength. For a moment, the music of Hades was chanting like the sound of death, and the spear cut an extremely ferocious crack in the sky, heading straight for Huo Lingtian above the red jade chariot. Huo Lingtian never expected that Zhou Xingdou would actually fight against him directly for a group of ants, which also angered him. As the crown prince of the Great Yin dynasty, under one person and above billions of people in the Great Yin dynasty, he has always looked down on all living beings, but he has never been as kind as he is today. But he didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to be ungrateful, so he couldn't help but cursed angrily. I see you are toasting instead of drinking wine as a penalty, so I will ask for advice from you, Xian Heavenly Dao Sec Dao Child. In an instant, Huo Lingtian's aura burst out, and the surging Divine King's power pressed in all directions. A red fire dragon appeared and entangled itself from Huo Lingtian's body, and let out a loud roar as if it were lifelike. A divine fire that towered over thousands of flames soared into the sky at this moment. The ferocious power of the red fire dragon was fully displayed, as if it were real at this moment, with countless fiery red flame runes flashing around it. Huo Lingtian raised his palm to look at it. The red fire dragon was like arrows shot from a bow, carrying thousands of flames and rushing towards the incoming spear of Hades with great power. Whether it was Zhou Xingdou's attack or Huo Lingtian's counterattack, they were all completed in an instant, with extremely fast speed. Almost the next moment, the spear of Hades hit the heroic head of the red fire dragon. Boom! A powerful collision broke out, but there was no pull. The black and purple spear of Hades exuded a power that penetrated everything. The moment it collided, the fire dragon's head was opened, and it came straight out from the dragon's body. The moment the spear of Hades passed through, the red fire dragon began to expand, and the dark fire exploded, engulfing the entire dragon body. But the spear of Hades still continued unabated and rushed towards Huo Lingtian. Huo Lingtian suddenly looked shocked. He didn't expect that his full-strength attack would be disintegrated so easily. But when he looked at the spear of Hades, countless scenes of hell appeared in his mind, which made him stunned for a moment. But at this moment, it could kill him, because the spear of Hades had already reached his chest. But at this moment, Wu Baijian, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly took action. He could not get involved in the fight between Zhou Xingdou and Huo Lingtian. So after knowing that Zhou Xingdou is Xian Heavenly Dao Sec Dao Child, he has no words or actions. But he had a blow with Zhou Xingdou, and he understood how powerful Zhou Xingdou was, and he already had the power to attack the saint. But on this occasion, he couldn't tell the prince clearly, otherwise he would be suspected of inflating other people's ambitions and destroying his own prestige. So he had expected this moment, and almost instantly, he pushed Hui Lingtian away, and the holy power that had been condensed for a long time in his hand suddenly grabbed the spear of Hades. However, the overwhelming power of the spear of Hades still made it take several steps back. In the end, it took all its strength to communicate with the power of heaven and earth to destroy the spear of Hades. But even so, Wu Baijian's palm that grabbed the spear of Hades also left gurgling holy blood at this moment, which shocked him. How can you have such power without reaching the holy realm? Although it is extremely rare to be able to exchange blows with a saint in the holy realm, it is not uncommon. So at first Zhou Xingdou hit him with the Thunder Emperor finger, which didn't surprise him too much. After all, Wu Baijian didn't use all his strength at that time, he just wanted to teach Li Xiaoru a lesson. But now that he has taken over the spear of Hades, he actually needs to use all his power, even the power of heaven and earth, to wipe out the power of the spear of Hades. Under such circumstances, the spear of Hades still injured his saint's body. You can imagine Zhou Xingdou's fear. Below the saints are all ants, this is never just a saying. Not only is the difference in the origin of life between the two sides, but the saint can also mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth to attack, crushing the saint with almost no suspense. But Zhou Xingdou's performance even made Wu Baijian suspect that this person had entered the holy realm and was not like a saint. At this moment, when Zhou Xingdou saw that the spear of Hades was easily blocked by Wu Baijian, he narrowed his eyes and looked slightly condensed. The spear of Hades is known as the strongest attack method, and it is blessed with the power of 1,000 dragons. It can be said to be Zhou Xingdou's strongest attack. It also condensed his true strength. I originally thought that with my current achievements, I would be able to fight against the saint without losing, not to mention being able to cross 2 heavenly barriers and defeat the saint. But now the spear of Hades was blocked by Wu Baijian without much effort, which also made Zhou Xingdou understand the difference between saint and mortal. I am definitely no match for the saint now, and I still need to be cautious when facing the saint in the future. After all, saints can not only mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but also control the power of space. His spear of Hades might be able to injure Wu Baijian, but if Wu Baijian escaped into the void, he would not be able to do anything to him. If Wu Baijian goes all out and uses the space movement method to bless the power of heaven and earth, if he doesn't use the prison-suppressing sword contained in the divine treasure to reach the 9 states, I'm afraid that's a living target. But unfortunately, Wu Baijian's opponent was never himself. Zhou Xingdou looked displeased and shouted in the direction of Wu Baijian. Hi, Yuan Tian, why don't you take action? As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Wu Baijian's expression suddenly changed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Silently, a golden Zen staff emerged from the space quietly and appeared at Wu Baiwar's waist. The movement of this Zen staff was very small, like the breeze blowing by. When Wu Baijian discovered it, it suddenly burst out with supreme Buddha power. In an instant, the spiritual power here was completely gone. The mighty power of heaven and earth, Mahayana Dharma, was blessing at this moment, carrying an extremely violent power, and it really hit Wu Baijian. Wu Baijian immediately felt as if he had been hit hard, and let out a muffled groan before being thrown out of the jade chariot by the Zen staff like a kite with its string broken. At this moment, Fahai's figure also emerged from the void. He did not give Wu Baijian a chance to react. He retracted his Zen staff and pinched the Buddha's seal with a sound like a bell, and roared angrily. Even with a small skill, you dare to do the same thing. The mighty heavenly dragon, the world-honored Ksitigarbha, the Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Bang. In an instant, Fahai borrowed the power of the heavenly dragon Buddha, and the Buddha's sound resounded throughout the world. The shoulder-length dragon on his body lit up with the light of the lotus, and a golden heavenly dragon suddenly blasted out, directly towards Wu Baijian, who was still retreating. But at this moment, a flattering voice came from Zhou Xingdou's ears. Young master is really the great emperor of all heavens who descended to earth, and heavenly beings were born, but the saints who were beaten by the realm of true gods were unable to fight back. I am really impressed by my subordinates, and my respect for you is so. With this clumsy flattery, Zhou Xingdou knew who was next to him without having to guess. Immediately, Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian, who had appeared beside him at some point, and asked lightly, "Why not take action together with Fahai?" He did not bring Fahai and Yuan Tian out originally, and they were still cultivating in his palace when he left. But as his own battle slave, how could Fahai not feel Zhou Xingdou's fighting situation? Almost as soon as Zhou Xingdou made his move, the two of them arrived in the void here. However, Zhou Xingdou did not let them show up, but waited for the opportunity in the void. He did not choose to let Yuji take action because he and Yuji should not be too involved openly.
But Fahai and Yuan Tian are obviously their own people. How can they not be allowed to come out when the opponent's holy realm takes action? But when there was such a big commotion in Lingwang City, Fahai and Yuan Tian were not the only ones hiding there.
Yuan Tian bowed slightly and smiled flatteringly at Zhou Xingdou.
This is something that fellow Taoist Fahai has to deal with.
Compared with that saint, I feel that the safety of the young master is the most important. After hearing this, Zhou Xingdou stopped talking to Yuan Tian and looked at Huoling Tian, who now had an ugly look on his face.
Huoling Tian couldn't accept it at this moment.
He was defeated by Zhou Xingdou just now. If Wu Baijian hadn't taken action in time, he might have had the power of life. Huoling Tian didn't care about Wu Baijian's life and death, and looked at Zhou Xingdou Mo and asked in shock.
What state are you in?
He could actually feel the aura of the true God realm on Zhou Xingdou's body, but this was simply impossible in his eyes. It was reasonable to think that Zhou Xingdou had hidden his realm. Zhou Xingdou looked at Huoling Tian with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes.
Waste.
After the words fell, Zhou Xingdou suddenly took a step forward, clenched his right fist fiercely, and a roar shook the world, and the power of 1,000 dragons suddenly gathered with his 5 fingers. He suddenly arrived in front of Huoling Tian like thunder, and all the millions of giant elephant particles in his body exploded, and a terrifying fist mark hit Huoling Tian like an ancient divine mountain colliding. Facing this punch full of terrifying power, Huoling Tian's hair stood up in shock. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back anymore and suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, an extremely hot breath burst out from the sleeves of his red dragon gold robe. Endless divine fire will wrap around his body at this moment, and a bronze lamp will appear from his sleeve, which is constantly reviving. A power that burned the sky and boiled the sea burst out from the bronze lamp, pressing in all directions. It made countless people hear fear and tremble. Even Li Xiaoru, who had never faced the bronze lamp, could not help but feel weak at this moment, and was shaken down from the sky by the terrifying power. At the same time, the flames dancing on the lamp surged out with holy flames that incinerated everything at this moment, and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou who was attacking. But Zhou Xingdou didn't give in even an inch, and there was just a thunderous sound between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the thunder pattern between the eyebrows was activated, and thunder surged out like a sea and covered Zhou Xingdou's fists. His fists moved forward to fight against the incoming monstrous holy flames.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and endless power reverberated where the two sides met.
The monstrous holy flames overflowed, and thunder flew like the sea.
Huoling Tian and Zhou Xingdou were pushed back hundreds of feet at the same time, and their blows were evenly matched.
Zhou Xingdou, do you insist on being an enemy of Gu?
Huoling Tian stopped his violent retreat, holding a bronze lamp in his hand, like a god in fire, and shouted angrily.
The disdain in Zhou Xingdou's eyes became even stronger, and he sneered.
You rely on the holy soldier of resurrection to compete with this Tao child, and you are worthy of being alone in front of this Tao child. Huoling Tian's face darkened when he was ridiculed by Zhou Xingdou, but he said solemnly, I can compensate you for your losses, and I can also apologize to you.
We don't have a blood feud, so why would we both lose in a fight? He is no longer alone now.
At this time, Huoling Tian has understood that he has lost this round because he used the holy soldiers. Wu Baijian was also beaten to nowhere by the monk who suddenly appeared. Now he can activate the holy weapon in his hand 3 more times at most, and he will be exhausted after 3 times. Zhou Xingdou stood upright and realized that his fists had been burned by the holy flames. His skin, as clear as glass, was now a little charred, with several blood scabs cracked and blood dripping slowly.
Huoling Tian's bronze lamp is indeed extraordinary.
It was probably tailor-made for him by the Great Yin Dynasty, and it actually allowed Huoling Tian of the Divine King realm to restore 50% of the power of the holy soldiers. The holy flame is even more frightening, almost reaching the level of a melting chain divine weapon, which cannot be achieved by ordinary saint soldiers. Although Zhou Xingdou's physical body was strong, he could not withstand the bombardment of the holy soldiers. The punishing Thunder Emperor did not wrap his fists when he came, and could only protect his torso from the holy flames. But this does not mean that he agreed with Huoling Tian's words. Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned cold, he shook off the bloodstains on his fists and snorted.
Humph, both sides suffer? You deserve it too.
When Huo Lingtian saw that Zhou Xingdou disagreed, he was also afraid of him. Now that he is pretty good looking, it would be really embarrassing if he was stepped on. Thinking of this, Huo Lingtian immediately gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to compensate you with 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade, plus 100 precious medicines. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the words Tianling Yanyu.
Tianling flame jade is a rare object refined by the great Yan royal family using secret methods.
Although it is called Yanyu, it has nothing to do with yen. It is just because it was produced in the great Yan royal family, so it is named Yanyu. Its effect is to allow monks in the 4 realms of universal truth to directly open the divine treasure and enter the perfected being realm without any side effects. What's even more outrageous is that the heavenly spirit flame jade can be used repeatedly, which can cleanse the user's meridians and increase their qualifications. 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade are enough to enlighten a person and make him a divine king within 10 days.
Of course, this divine king realm is illusory and has a very unstable foundation.
But the half-baked divine king, that's also a divine king, may have a hard time fighting against fellow warriors and even true gods, but he can still crush the princes.
Lu Yanran is currently in the realm of condensing consciousness.
If she is given 10 heavenly spirit flame jade, then by the time of the 3-year appointment, Lin Fan will face the divine king in the universal truth realm interface.
There is absolutely no chance of winning.
The great Yan royal family relied on this heavenly spirit flame jade to make its fortune and achieve the great success of the great Yan dynasty today. However, the output of this item is not high, and it is only useful for people below the divine king. It has no effect if it reaches the divine king. Moreover, if the divine king achieved by taking Tianling flame jade cannot repair his foundation, he will be like that in this life. If he wants to break through to the holy realm, he can only rely on good fortune. Basically, they are used by people who have no hope of obtaining divine treasure. They are serious geniuses who disdain and will not do such self-destructive things. But even so, Tianling flame jade is already rare and valuable, and 10 pieces are indeed a lot. With the addition of hundreds of precious medicines, this apology can be considered extremely sincere.
Hand it over.
Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Lingtian, lowered his raised fist, and said coldly. When Huo Lingtian saw Zhou Xingdou's agreement, his face relaxed, and he immediately took out an exquisite ring from his sleeve and threw it towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou pinched the ring with his fingers, and then the power of his soul penetrated into it. Looking inside at the 10 fiery red rhombus-shaped gems in the ring, and the hundreds of elixirs exuding strong medicinal power, Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly. It was indeed the Tianling flame jade. Lin Fan had obtained this object in his previous life, and Zhou Xingdou was also present at the time, so he naturally recognized this heavenly spirit flame jade. Then Zhou Xingdou put the storage ring into his cuff, then raised his fist again and said coldly,
Not enough.
After hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Huo Lingtian's strange eyes glared angrily at this moment, and he cursed.
Zhou Xingdou, you are going too far. Zhou Xingdou looked indifferent.
So what if I bully you? And in this trance, the sky darkened at this moment, and the blue sky was stained red with faint blood. At this moment, thousands of miles of spiritual energy seemed to be mourning, and the heaven and earth were howling. Both Zhou Xingdou and Huo Lingtian were attracted by this strange phenomenon at this moment, but Zhou Xingdou had a smile on his lips, while Huo Lingtian's expression became even more ugly. Because this is the sign of the fall of a saint, it means that a saint has fallen nearby. The only saints fighting nearby now are Fahai and Wu Baizhan.
For Zhou Xingdou, the person who died could never be Fahai.
He was the reincarnation of the 8 heavenly dragons, and he had 9 Buddhist law weapons that were extraordinary.
He practiced Mahayana Buddhism, and he was extremely murderous.
In the battle with Wu Baizhan, Fahai had the upper hand.
Wu Baizhan withdrew the Qingtian Zen staff and struck him before the fight. Fahai had no chance of losing.
Therefore, one can imagine who caused the death of the saint. Just as Zhou Xingdou expected. Zumiji and Fahai stepped out of the void, holding a big head in his hand, and bowed to Zhou Xingdou, with a look of compassion on his face. Master, Fahai has saved this benefactor. Seeing the head in Fahai's hand, Huo Lingtian felt as if the power in his body had been drained, and he felt a little hasty for a moment, almost staggering a few steps in the air and falling to the ground. He was a little unbelievable, but his heart was even more mixed with anger and grief. How dare you kill my great flame saint general? No matter where the Holy Realm is, its combat power is extremely scarce. Nowadays, the Supreme in the Chuyuan Realm is like a nuclear weapon and will not take action easily. The Holy Realm is the main force of the sect's offensive. Every saint is almost extremely important, and even big forces cannot ignore the existence of the Holy Realm. Killing the saint of the opposing force is by no means a trivial matter. What's more, Wu Baijian, who was called the Great Flame Saint General by Huo Lingtian, was probably a talented person who was proficient in military formations. Moreover, the saint who can protect Huo Lingtian is definitely a saint trained by the great Yan dynasty himself and is absolutely loyal. This is far more valuable than other saints who joined the great Yan dynasty. So Huo Lingtian couldn't believe that Zhou Xingdou and others actually dared to kill Wu Baijian. In his eyes, there was just friction between him and Zhou Xingdou, and no one would be killed. After all, there are forces from all sides behind both sides, and the most a conflict will result in is being seriously injured and humiliated, extorted of some treasures, and losing some face. But now that Wu Baijian is dead, the situation is completely different. This is no longer a conflict between juniors, this is an insult to the Yan dynasty. Zhou Xingdou is confident. So what if I kill you, the great Yan Saint General? Could it be that your great Yan dynasty still dares to start a war with my Xin Heavenly Dao sect? I saw him bite the tip of his tongue and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood essence, spraying it on the bronze lamp. The lamp suddenly emitted a blazing red light, and the flames on it became extremely scarlet due to the infection of blood essence. Huo Lingtian's eyes showed extreme anger, and he also knew that Zhou Xingdou would not let him go easily, not to mention the death of Wu Baijian, which made him lose his mind. Huo Lingtian took a deep breath and waved the bronze lamp in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of scarlet holy flames spurted out, piercing the sky like shooting stars. This holy flame swept through, burning everything, and even the space was distorted and hissed by the intense heat. The violent scarlet holy flames gathered into a bloody fire dragon hundreds of feet long, covering the sky and the sun and filling the entire dome. It stretched across the heaven and earth like an absolute existence dominating the world. The bloody fire dragon raged across the sky, and the flames dyed the entire sky red. Its blazing power seemed to turn everything into ashes. The bloody fire dragon opened its huge mouth and spit out holy flames that were several times more terrifying than before. It instantly burned the surrounding air and distorted it. The sky was burned like ice and melted away, revealing a black void. Huo Lingtian's whole body was wrapped in holy flames, as if he were divine in the fire. He held a lamp and roared at Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou, I will make you pay the price today. The moment the words fell, the bloody fire dragon showed its fierce power and let out a frightening roar that moved thousands of miles, carrying endless power and pressing towards Zhou Xingdou. Fahai and Yuan Tian both intended to intercept it at this moment, because the bronze lamp had fully recovered, and its power had increased immensely with the blessing of Huo Lingtian's bloodline. Now the power of this bloody fire dragon is comparable to the life-threatening blow of a peak saint. Zhou Xingdou didn't take it seriously. He pushed away Fahai and Yuan Tian and sneered. Do you have the strength to fight with this Dao child? Let your dad do it. As he spoke, the divine treasure in Zhou Xingdou's body began to stir. Boom! Suddenly, a peerless power that suppressed the heaven and earth suddenly revived on Zhou Xingdou, and the compressed space exploded, causing the spiritual energy in this place to be emptied. When he raised his palm, a shrunken mountain peak as black as ink appeared in Zhou Xingdou's palm. Endless black light shimmered on the mountain, and an unparalleledly thick and terrifying aura of collapse pressed in all directions, making people tremble with fear. Even Fahai and Yuan Tian retreated away. This is the prison that he has cultivated for many years and now has been completely sublimated and completed. It is also the highest peak in Zhouzhou with the prison-suppressing sword peak. This is also the first time in this life that it shows its power. Zhou Xingdou has never been afraid of spelling magic weapons. Because until today, even he himself has never known how many treasures there are in the treasure house he brought out. Zhou Xingdou looked at the huge blood-red fire dragon, which covered the sky and the sun and pressed towards him with infinite ferocious power. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitated, and the divine power in his body poured into the prison-suppressing peak crazily. The prison-suppressing peak also trembled slightly at this moment, and the endless black light turned into a mysterious and ancient black halo at this moment, and a majestic power burst out from the mountain.
Zhou Xingdou shouted angrily. "Smash it for me!"
In an instant, his arms swayed, and the power of 1,000 dragons suddenly exploded, throwing the prison-suppressing peak towards the incoming blood-colored fire dragon. When the prison-suppressing peak was released, it began to expand rapidly and instantly turned into a majestic divine mountain. This majestic divine mountain exudes infinite black light. Wherever it passes, the heaven and earth are shattered and the space collapses. Xinhua flew across the sky, roaring in the sky and earth, carrying the turbulent flow of space, and crashed straight into the bloody dragon sweeping the world.
Bang!
The prison-suppressing peak slammed into the bloody fire dragon's head, making a collision that shook thousands of miles. The space here was shattered into pieces by the collision of the two terrifying forces. Countless space fragments exploded out like arrows in the violent squeeze, covering the world like a rain curtain. Fortunately, we are in the air now, and Lingguang City is protected by Yuji. It is inevitable that Lingguang City will be reduced to nothingness at this moment, and no living thing can survive. Roar! During the impact of the prison-suppressing peak, which suppressed everything, the bloody fire dragon let out a shrill dragon roar, and was suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into boundless holy flames that surged in all directions. But at this moment, the Jinyun Peak mountain was surrounded by an ancient halo. At this moment, when it encountered the scarlet holy flame, it was like a black hole, erupting with powerful suction, swallowing up the boundless holy flame. In a few breaths, not only was the bloody fire dragon shattered to pieces, but even the boundless holy flame was swallowed up. Even Zhou Xingdou had to sigh at the power of the prison suppression peak. It was simply crushing. The extremely ferocious and astonishing holy flame dragon was shattered by the simple impact of the prison suppression peak. But at the same time, Zhou Xingdou also paid a price. The divine power reserve that was originally as bottomless as an abyss was emptied at this moment. But fortunately, his physical body is extremely strong and he does not show weakness. But Huolingtian was not so lucky. The bronze lamp in his hand actually broke into a crack at this moment. The holy light was extinguished in an instant, and the power of the holy soldier suddenly disappeared. Huolingtian's face turned pale, and his breath was suddenly disordered. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, shaking and weak as if his soul had been drained. The remaining power dissipated, and the prison-suppressing peak shrank to its extreme size, finally turning into a black light and returning to Zhou Xingdou's divine treasure. Zhou Xingdou looked at the stupid Huolingtian and guessed that this fool had probably refined the bronze lamp into a magic weapon. Otherwise, I am afraid that with his divine king realm, even if he uses his essence and blood, this bronze lamp can exert such power. But this also connected him with the bronze lamp's energy. Once the bronze lamp was damaged, Huolingtian would also suffer great harm and backlash. It can only be said that it is a pity that he met Zhou Xingdou, otherwise even the early saint might not be able to catch the move just now. Huolingtian adjusted his breath for a few steps before he regained consciousness, but the condition of his body was already extremely bad, and the source of his life had even been damaged. Today, he has not only exhausted all his strength, but has also been severely injured. Even a monk in the fourth realm of the physical body can kill him. But just when he was about to take out some pills to suppress the bad condition of his body, Zhou Xingdou appeared in front of him without knowing it. Zhou Xingdou's face was full of sarcasm, and he sneered. "Prince Dian, that's it?" Huolingtian no longer had the energy to speak at this moment, but those strange pupils burst out with astonishing murderous rage. If looks could kill, I'm afraid Zhou Xingdou would have died 1,000 times by now. But it's a pity that if there is no if, Huolingtian is in such a state, even if he is replaced with supreme dual pupils, he has no strength to activate. Zhou Xingdou's eyes showed a look of amusement, and he slapped Huolingtian's bloodless face insultingly and said, "Actually, I'm quite curious as to why the crown prince of the Dian dynasty brought only one saint to the Tianqian holy state. As the crown prince of the great Yin dynasty, how could Huolingtian come to Tianqian holy state for no reason and only bring one saint with him? You must know that people like him who are the inheritors of a force rarely directly step into the territory of other forces, and they will never bring only one saint.
What's more, Ling Tian came to Lingguang City so arrogantly to snatch the Jifeng sword code that he had given to the Lu family. This was really unwise and not what a prince of the dynasty should do. Ling Tian stared at Zhou Xingdou, and suddenly another mouthful of blood spurted out, but this time he sprayed it deliberately towards Zhou Xingdou. Protected by the Thunder Emperor armor of punishment, the blood spurted out was annihilated by a bolt of lightning in an instant. But this also made Zhou Xingdou's face turn cold and his patience was worn away. Very good, do you think I dare not kill you? In fact, he didn't care at all why Ling Tian came, because the great Yan dynasty could not make Zhou Xingdou fearful. What's more, Ling Tian is not even a person of luck. Without the obstruction of luck, no one can stop him if he wants to kill him. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou slapped Ling Tian to the ground. Ling Tian stumbled and fell directly from the jade chariot, hitting the ground of Lingguang City from high altitude. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard, and countless flying dust was raised from the ground hit by the fire. Countless people from Lingguang City came to watch. They looked at the miserable Ling Tian, and most of them came to take pleasure in his misfortune. After all, Ling Tian's move to suppress Lingguang City just now aroused the anger of many people, but they did not dare to say anything because they were afraid of the power of the great Yan dynasty. But now that Ling Tian is in such a miserable state, everyone's fear of the great Yan dynasty has been reduced a lot, and many people even ridiculed. I would say that Prince Dian is nothing compared to our Dao child from Heavenly Dao sect. Even the people from his Dian dynasty dare to come to our Tianxian holy state to show off their power. Now they can be considered humiliated. I never expected that I would be able to see Prince Dian in such a miserable state when I came to Lingguang City today. It's worth my while. Countless ridicules fell into Ling Tian's ears, making him extremely angry. The red dragon golden robe on his body was also considered a magic weapon. Although it fell from a high altitude, it did not cause much damage to him. What made him angry was not just the ridicule. If Zhou Xingdou laughed at him, he could still accept it. After all, he did lose to him, and his skills were inferior to others, and his status was equal. But these people, who were like ants in his own eyes, and rubbish that could be wiped out in their heyday, dared to ridicule him, which made him extremely humiliated. For a moment, Ling Tian was so angry that blood spurted out from his mouth like a pillar, and he worked hard. At this time, a little girl in the crowd showed surprise and said to the old man next to her, "Grandpa, look, this big brother can spray red fountains. He's so awesome." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also landed in Lingguang City. When everyone saw Zhou Xingdou, they immediately knelt down and worshipped on the ground. Unlike Ling Tian, Zhou Xingdou is the child of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and Tianxian Holy State is the important place of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The people here can be said to be the people of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. They have an inexplicable belief in Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Looking at Zhou Xingdou is like looking at a god, and they dare not be disrespectful. What's more, the Dian dynasty may not be able to reach into the Tianxian Holy State, but offending Zhou Xingdou is equivalent to offending their heaven, and they cannot escape. Zhou Xingdou looked at the people who were kneeling and worshipping. He stood with his hands behind his back, like an emperor on earth, and said majestically and lowly, "Everyone, get up." He will not refuse the people's kneeling and worshipping. This is a world where the strong are respected, and there is no need for water to carry a boat or capsize it. And he is not a benevolent and righteous person, and he will not pretend to be equal to these ants and enjoy themselves with the people. The remaining power of his battle with Ling Tian just now could destroy the Aura City, but he did not go out of his way to protect it because Zhou Xingdou didn't care at all. If Yu Ji had not taken action to protect the Lu family and also protected Lingguang City, 99% of the people here would have been annihilated today. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stopped caring about the people of Lingguang City, walked slowly to Ling Tian who was lying in the pit, and stepped on him. The majestic dragon head on the golden robe of the red dragon, symbolizing the might of the great Yin Emperor, was stepped on by Zhou Xingdou. Ling Tian, you trespassed into Xian Heavenly Dao sect's territory and threatened the people of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Do you know your crime? Zhou Xingdou's voice was as cold as ice and as deafening as rolling thunder, revealing the majesty of the superior. He knew that Ling Tian could not speak, so this statement was just for the people of Lingguang City.
Although Zhou Xingdou didn't care about these ants, his relationship with the Lu family still couldn't be exposed, lest it spread to Lin Fan's ears and make him wary. Then he turned to look at the people watching, his voice full of inflammatory words. Everyone, while Ling Tian oppressed the people of our Tianshan holy state, massacred the Lu family monks in Lingguang City, and kidnapped weak women to interrogate their martial arts. At this point, the onlookers have begun to get angry, and the Lu family members among them are even more furious. Zhou Xingdou had a hint of cunning in his eyes, and then encouraged.
You are all the people of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Today, the life or death of Prince Dian is decided by you. You decide whether to kill Prince Dian or not.
As soon as these words came out, the crowd that was angry just now fell silent.
How dare they decide to kill Prince Dian?
They all looked at each other for a while, not daring to say anything more.
Because if this is not done well, the whole family will die.
But at this moment, people from the Lu family in the crowd shouted. Kill him, kill him. Man is a strange creature, and when alone, it is easy for him to weigh the pros and cons.
But when a group of people gathers, it is extremely easy to be incited.
As long as someone takes the lead, there will be others who will follow without thinking. After this call, someone immediately started shouting too.
With the second person joining, the whole crowd became excited again.
Kill him, kill him. Some people were even extremely angry and excited at this moment, as if Huo Ling Tian was his father-killing enemy and wanted to eat his flesh alive. But after all, there were still calm people. They didn't say anything, they just frowned and silently retreated behind the crowd. Zhou Xingdou looked at the crowd shouting in unison, with a smile in his eyes. He needs a reason to kill Huo Ling Tian. This reason does not need to be too sufficient, as long as it can block Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The will of the people is a very good excuse. Xian Heavenly Dao sect is a well-known and upright person after all, and the reason of public opinion is enough. As for whether these people will be retaliated by the great Yin dynasty in the future, that is not something Zhou Xingdou should consider. Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Ling Tian at this moment, looking at him with amusement, the corner of his mouth raised and said, Huo Ling Tian, this Dao child didn't want to kill you, but you have offended the public, so don't blame this Dao child. After saying this, all 360 orifices in Zhou Xingdou's body suddenly vomited, and the aura of Lingguang City was completely emptied. A spear of Hades was also condensed in his palm at this moment. The spear was pointed at Huo Ling Tian's throat and was about to stab him.
But in the midst of this electric light and flint, a deep voice sounded. Wait a minute.
The spear of Hades, which had been pressed against Huo Ling Tian's throat, paused at this moment, but the sharp edge of the spear tip had already caused blood to flow from Huo Ling Tian's neck. Listening to this familiar voice, Zhou Xingdou turned around and saw a strong young man appearing here. This man's appearance is ordinary, but he is extremely upright, with a bit of righteousness between his brows.
What attracted the most attention was the extremely powerful power around him.
His aura was as deep as the sea and as long as the rolling Yangtze River. Zhou Xingdou looked at this person, his eyes slightly condensed.
He naturally knew who this person was.
He was the chief disciple of Zhou Tianpeak who was once alongside him, and a half-commendable talent that Tian Zhouer said he was.
Fang Tianyang. Fang Tianyang, do you want to stop Dao Child?
Zhou Xingdou's noble eyes filled with purple energy and silvery white were as cold as a knife at this moment, and he asked coldly.
Fang Tianyang frowned, but still coaxed Zhou Xingdou.
Zhou Dao Child, Ling Tian came here at my invitation and asked Zhou Dao Child to give Fang Mao some face.
After hearing Fang Tianyang's words, Zhou Xingdou's mind turned and he said coldly. So, it was you who supported Huo Ling Tian when he killed the Lu family's powerful master and threatened the Lu family's sword code?
As soon as these words came out, the originally excited crowd burst into an uproar, and they all looked at Fang Tianyang in surprise. Although they did not dare to offend Fang Tianyang, it did not mean that they would not harbor malicious thoughts in their hearts.
Fang Tianyang was also shocked at this moment and quickly explained. There is absolutely no such thing. Fang just invited Ling Tian to discuss Taoism, and he doesn't know anything else.
A smile appeared on Zhou Xingdou's lips, but Fang Tianyang was still a little naive and fell directly into the passive situation of self-certification.
He naturally knew that Fall Tianyang couldn't do such a thing with his character, so I'm afraid this incident was indeed a coincidence. Thinking of this week, Xingdou's words contained a bit of yin and yang aura. Oh. So that's it. I thought you were coveting the Lu family sword code, but as the chief of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, it's hard to take action, so I asked Huo Lingtian to discuss the matter and let him seize the sword code for you. Being attacked by Zhou Xingdou's words, Fong Tianyang suddenly panicked. I don't even know if the Lu family has any sword cannon. How could I let Huo Lingtian snatch it away? The onlookers also unconsciously took Zhou Xingdou's words as fact, and began to discuss in low voices one by one, looking at Fong Tianyang with many eyes. After all, in their eyes, Zhou Xingdou suppressed Huo Lingtian and prevented foreign forces from oppressing the people of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. He must be a decent person. Fong Tianyang told the truth that many of them had only heard of his name and did not understand him at all. All kinds of speculations arose in everyone's minds. Lingguang City is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Once rumors arise, they can spread throughout the Tianqian Holy State and even the entire absolute beginning Dao domain within a few days. Don't underestimate these rumors. People's words are terrible. Whether they are true or false, spreading them will be a heavy blow to Fong Tianyang's reputation. Even Zhou Xingdou sometimes has to take his influence and reputation into consideration. A good reputation can bring you many invisible benefits, but a bad reputation can also bring you many invisible troubles. Fong Tianyang is a decent man and attaches great importance to reputation, which is why Zhou Xingdou did this. He and Fong Tianyang are not friends. They have a competitive relationship and have different personalities. They can't pee in the same pot. The two will definitely stand on opposite sides in the future. Now that he can easily tarnish his reputation, why not do it for Zhou Xingdou? Fong Tianyang's excited explanations and denials could not stop everyone's malicious speculation. No matter how hard he tried to prove it, it had no effect. Fong Tianyang couldn't force him anymore now, otherwise he would be more convinced that Zhou Xingdou's words were right. It actually made him shed several drops of cold sweat. At this moment, no matter how stupid Fong Tianyang was, he understood that Zhou Xingdou was targeting him. Zhou Xingdou, Fong Tianyang, have lived an upright life, how could I do such a thing? You are slandering me. Zhou Xingdou sneered and shouted coldly. Then you also lured the wolf into the house, you cannot absolve yourself of the blame. This sentence directly silenced Fong Tianyang. He was not a person who was good at verbal disputes, and his mind was quite upright. He was hesitant and speechless for a moment. After all, he was the one who asked Huo Lingtian to come here, and it seemed that he was indeed to blame for what happened now. Zhou Xingdou looked at the dumb Fong Tianyang, with a smile in his eyes. This Fong Tianyang spent the whole day either practicing or killing, and he had no scheming at all. He just jumped into the trap he dug with just a few words. Some things cannot be weighed even if they are not weighed by 3 ounces, and cannot be weighed by 1,000 caddies. For example, this is the case. To put it mildly, this is Huo Lingtian's own business, Fong Tianyang is just an invitation. At a more serious level, it could be luring wolves into the house, colluding with foreign forces, and betraying the sect. No matter how big or small, it's just a thought. But it was unwise for Fong Tianyang to fall directly into the self-certification trap, and he immediately lost the initiative. If it was Zhou Xingdou, if he could beat him, he would start fighting. If he couldn't beat him, he would start scolding him. The worst he could do was lift the table and kill everyone present. Let's muddy the water first. Explanations are always the palest language, without any power. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Fong Tianyang, showing an evil smile, and his voice sounded like a devil's whisper in Fong Tianyang's ears. Fong Tianyang, give you a chance to kill Huo Lingtian. Then I and countless other people in Lingguang City will believe that you are innocent. This statement was almost a conspiracy. Fong Tianyang was extremely angry and cursed. Zhou Xingdou, you are despicable and shameless Dao child. Zhou Xingdou didn't get angry when Fong Tianyang scolded him angrily. Looking at Fong Tianyang like a silly dog, he immediately lost interest in teasing him. Then the spear of the god of Hades in his hand was sent forward, and it was about to pierce Huo Lingtian's throat. But at this moment, the spear of Hades advanced an inch, but stopped again. This time it was not because Zhou Xingdou stopped, but because there seemed to be an indestructible wall in front of the spear of Hades, blocked by all the spear of Hades. Rumble. An imperial edict composed of flames rushed out of Huo Lingtian's body, and the power of the emperor burst out on it, making people want to kneel down and worship. The terrifying power reverberated across the heaven and earth, soaring into the sky to the point of astonishment. The law respects the will? Yuan Tian, who was watching the show with Fa Hai, suddenly exclaimed, and then appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou in a flash, protecting Zhou Xingdou behind him, looking at the powerful emperor as if facing a formidable enemy. Legal decree. Zhou Xingdou also frowned slightly at this moment. Laws and purposes are created by Supreme condensing its own laws. They are extremely precious. Condensing laws and purposes consumes a lot of money on Supreme. Generally, Supreme rarely condenses this thing. The decree contains the power of law, which allows the Supreme who condenses the decree to take action from an infinite distance of time and space, and can also protect the person who upholds the decree. It can be said to be an extremely precious life-saving thing. However, this law and order did not take action directly. A majestic voice sounded from the law. I am the Emperor Yan, how dare you act so arrogantly? Between the words, a huge and majestic flame emperor law manifestation emerged from the decree. This law manifestation was entwined with fiery red principles and wore an imperial crown. It exuded unimaginable power and tore the sky apart. As soon as the Yenuan law manifestation came out, except for Zhou Xingdou and his party, the rest of the people in the city suddenly became weak and knelt down to the law. Even Zhou Xingdou felt an extreme pressure. The pressure carried the ultimate imperial power and made him kneel down. The power of the Supreme overwhelms everything. Such an existence has transcended everything and cannot be resisted by pure strength. The Yenuan law manifestation's empty and ruthless eyes looked down at all living beings. The sacred and noble flames rolled in those eyes. He looked at Zhou Xingdou and his voice echoed in the boundless void. You are the one who wants to kill my prince? Thousands of giant elephant particles boiled in Zhou Xingdou's body, resisting the terrifying pressure. Looking at the law of fire forming the flame emperor's law manifestation, his face darkened and he said coldly, so what if it's me? The flame emperor law manifestation's body was filled with countless powerful divine flames rolling around, boiling with countless tongues of fire, and he slightly condensed his voice. You are very brave to call yourself me in front of me. There is a big difference between claiming to be this person and this Tao child. Zhou Xingdou calls himself this Tao child, which means that he is the successor of the power, and there is no problem in calling him the same as Huo Lingtian and other young people. But calling him Tao child in front of Yenuan, the leader of the dynasty, would invisibly make him shorter than Yenuan, which Zhou Xingdou did not want. Yenuan, I want to remind you that the person behind Yuan is the young master of the Zhou family. Yuan Tian, who was standing in front of Zhou Xingdou at this moment, had cold sweat covering his forehead, and held the divine martial seal tightly in his hands, as if facing a formidable enemy. In fact, he had no confidence in protecting Zhou Xingdou, because in front of him was Supreme's law manifestation. Even the power of Supreme's casual blow would be able to annihilate himself and Fa Hai. I know. The voice of the Flame Emperor's law manifestation was dull and indifferent, without any touch. Only a trace of divine flame floated from his body, which fell on Huo Lingtian, who was almost dying, and suddenly burst out with rich vitality, wrapping Huo Lingtian. Then, a majestic roar that shocked the endless space resounded between heaven and earth. But whoever insults the crown prince of the Dian dynasty, my son, will have to pay the price. The loud shouts set off a terrifying sound wave, which vibrated and blocked Yuan Tian Fa Hai in front of Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, he felt as if he had been hit hard and flew backwards like a kite with its string broken. Supreme was so angry that his corpse floated thousands of miles away. This was already reserved by Emperor Yan, otherwise there would be no life left in the area of thousands of miles at this moment. Zhou Xingdou also frowned. He really didn't expect Huo Lingtian to have such a skill. Whether it was the previous life or this life, Emperor Yan was definitely the strongest enemy he faced, if not one. Fang Tianyan looked at this situation and was panicked for a moment.
Although he did not get along with Zhou Xingdou and was slandered by Zhou Xingdou because of the Huo Lingtian incident, he was from the same faction after all, so how could he sit idly by and do nothing? Thinking of this, Fang Tianyang respectfully said to the law manifestation, "Uncle Yan, this is the realm of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, you have to think carefully."
Emperor Yan looked at Fang Tianyang and said coldly, "Tianyang, you are not qualified to represent Xian Heavenly Dao sect."
Zhou Xingdou was still a little surprised that Fang Tianyang spoke for him, but he had no fear when facing Emperor Yan. In an instant, the Heaven Punishment Emperor armor that was draped on his body erupted with the aura of Heaven Punishment. Zhou Xingdou activated the Punishment Heaven Dao body, and a brilliant force of heaven broke through the coercion, and countless thunderbolts enveloped him. In an instant, the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing power within his body was activated, the Ziwei Taihuang Sutra was running, and the shadows of the stars in the sky appeared behind him, and a giant elephant covering the sky looked up to the sky and roared among the stars. At this moment, a noble purple energy rose from Zhou Xingdou's feet, lifting him up in the air and looking straight at the Flame Emperor's law manifestation. The lightning flashed in his eyes, and the destructive power surged.
"Emperor Yan, you can't save Huo Lingtian today. If you don't believe it, you can try to attack me."
Today's Zhou Xingdou is like a divine being who carries out punishments and wields power on behalf of the sky. Even though his aura is far less powerful than that of Emperor Yan, he still makes no concessions on the scene. This was the first time that Zhou Xingdou showed his full power. His power in the true God realm alone could make a saint feel eclipsed, but at this moment, his power was just to support himself. It is impossible for him to defeat Yanhuang on his own, because Yanhuang is not an opponent on the same level as himself. Even if it is just a law manifestation, he cannot defeat him. But similarly, the opponent Yanhuang has to face is never himself.
The voice of the Emperor Yan's law manifestation became deeper. "You succeeded in irritating me."
In an instant, the Flame Emperor law manifestation raised his palm, and the boundless power spread out for a moment. The endless laws screamed in unison at this moment, and even the void trembled. But at this moment, a cold fairy voice sounded. "Emperor Yan, who gave you the courage to touch my disciples?" There was a fairy sound, but I could only hear its voice but not see its person. The fairy sound reverberates across the heaven and earth, solidifying time and space, making the heaven and earth still, smoothing out all phenomena and purifying mountains and rivers thousands of miles away.
The Flame Emperor's law manifestation suddenly stagnated, flickering on and off at this moment, as if it was about to collapse.
Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly when he heard this fairy sound. Now that he is in Tianxian holy state, how can those supreme beings in Xian Heavenly Dao sect not know what is going on here? It's just that I didn't think it was a big deal, so I didn't show up. Even if the Flame Emperor law manifestation appears now and wants to take action against him, it is still a small problem in the eyes of them. Even Tian Zhou only released a sound wave, and his true body did not come here. I don't know if he looked down on the law manifestation of Emperor Yan. Xian Heavenly Dao sect, after all, is the supreme power. Even if it is declining now, it is the decline of the younger generation.
Its profound foundation cannot be touched by the great Yan dynasty.
Even though Yanhuang said it nicely, it was still a matter of face.
Even if Tianjie didn't care just now, Yanhuang didn't dare to kill Zhou Xingdou. At most, it's just a lesson. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at the Yanhuang law manifestation that was flickering in and out of sight and disintegrating in front of him, and he couldn't help but be surprised by Tian Zhou's strength.
A fairy voice suppresses the supreme law manifestation.
This strength is unparalleled. At this moment, Zhuan Jizi's gentle ancient voice also echoed in the sky. "Young Master Yan, let the juniors resolve the matters between the juniors.
If you go overboard again, I do not recommend going to the great Yin Imperial City to see if your grandfather has been diligent recently." These words immediately drained the power of the Flame Emperor's law manifestation.
For a moment, it lost all its momentum.
The majestic law manifestation suddenly became mediocre and rickety, like the flame of a candle. Zhuan Jizi always appears at the most suitable time, and his words are gentle but hidden with threats. However, they usually have a red face and a white face. This time, although Xian Jizi's words were gentle, they were extremely threatening. I'm afraid he really looks down on the great Yin dynasty, otherwise he would never say these words.
Zhou Xingdou curled his lips, looked at the Yanhuan law manifestation and stared.
I said that you can't save Huoling Tian today.
Do you believe it now, Emperor Yan?
To be honest, Zhou Xingdou at this moment is a bit suspicious of a fox pretending to be a tiger, but what he said is indeed correct. Yun Jingi has already said that the junior's affairs will be resolved by the junior, which means that Huoling Tian's life and death will be decided by Zhou Xingdou.
Yanhuan's voice became a little low and depressed. Not only did he lose his face today, he also lost his dignity. He and Huoling Tian had completely embarrassed the Yin dynasty today.
But at this moment, he was helpless. Tian Zhou's fairy voice had already suppressed the laws and decrees. Now this law manifestation was rootless water.
Let alone taking action, it might disintegrate and dissipate in the next moment. Now being asked arrogantly by Zhou Xingdou, he was angry but couldn't do anything.
Even if he came in person, he probably wouldn't be able to regain his place and would only lose more face. But looking at his son, he couldn't bear it.
If he didn't care about his son, how could he make him a prince?
How could he condense the laws and decrees to protect his life? So at this moment he chose to negotiate terms with Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou, let my son go, as long as you want. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin at this moment. Now it seems that killing Huoling Tian is not cost-effective, but asking for compensation is more worthwhile.
As for whether letting Huoling Tian go is letting the tiger go?
It can only be said that in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, Huoling Tian is not a tiger, but can only be regarded as a bigger mouse. As for what kind of compensation he wanted, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed as his thoughts began to spin, and he raised an evil smile and said, I can let Huoling Tian go, but he hurt my maid.
I want you to compensate me with a maid.
Emperor Yan naturally knew the meaning of Zhou Xingdou's words, so he couldn't just pay it to a random woman.
Who do you want?
Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yanhuan law manifestation and said calmly, I heard that the new crown princess of the great Yin dynasty has the appearance of a divine maiden, so it would be appropriate for me to be my maid.
Weak.
There were 10 Ling Yen jade that day, which was enough for Lu Yanran to use.
No more would be of much use to her. If there is anything else that I can use, it can only be the crown princess.
I have heard of the reputation of this crown princess in my last life, and I can only say that she is much better than Huoling Tian. In fact, Zhou Xingdou originally wanted to ask Queen Yanhuang if he would give it to her, but when he thought that it was impossible, he had to retreat and ask for it. When the Flame Emperor Law Manifestation heard this, his whole body trembled with anger, and his fiery eyes were now full of cracks and disintegration, and tongues of fire were gushing out at this moment. This is not asking for compensation, it is clearly an insult to the Dian dynasty. But after a long silence, Emperor Yan finally lost his temper, and his words were mixed with anger.
It will be delivered within 3 days.
Zhou Xingdou bowed his hands to Yanhuan Law Manifestation, then laughed and said,
Then thank you Emperor Yan.
This condition is actually stuck on the Fire Emperor's bottom line. After all, Huoling Tian's so-called crown princess has not passed the test, and is not considered a real crown princess. It is too easy for an emperor like the Fire Emperor to choose between someone else's daughter and his favorite prince.
As for face and dignity?
You have already lost everything today, why do you still care about this? A force will not become strong because of face and dignity, nor will it completely decline because of this.
No trace can be erased by time.
The realm of absolute beginning and the Chuyuan realm are too vast, and there are too many things that happen every day. No matter how horrifying the rumor is, it can only spread for 100 years at most, and for a powerful person like Emperor Yan, 100 years is like a snap of the fingers. The Flame Emperor's law manifestation also fell apart at this moment, dissipating between heaven and earth, as if ashamed to stay here any longer. Huoling Tian was still lying on the ground and passed out, but because of Yanhuang's trace of life flame, his breathing was now stable.
This sudden turmoil is finally over for the time being.
When Zhou Xingdou saw the Fire King's law manifestation dissipated, he also lost all his power. After landing on the ground, Zhou Xingdou noticed that Fang Tianyan was staring at him, his brows furrowed into the Chinese character Chuan. Recalling that he had spoken out for him just now, Zhou Xingdou didn't bother to make things difficult for him anymore, and then said slowly,
Brother Tianyang, Hualing Tian will be left to you. Fong Tianyang frowned, his face a little cold.
Ling Tian is my friend, I can take care of him without Dao child caring. He didn't understand or agree with Zhou Xingdou's behavior, which was naturally mixed with a little anger. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Fong Tianyang, but he was unusually not angry. He just said with a bit of sarcasm in his words. Don't forget to tell your good friend that if he comes to see you, the protector will die and his wife will belong to someone else. How do you say that I lost my wife and lost my troops? After saying that, Zhou Xingdou laughed and left, leaving Fong Tianyang looking at Hualing Tian with a guilty look on his face.
Zhou Xingdou returned to the Lu family in an instant. Fahai and Yuan Tian were also shaken by Yenhuang. However, he was not worried. He could feel that Fahai was fine, and Yuan Tian was naturally not a big problem either. Seeing Zhou Xingdou come back, Li Xiuru twisted her plump body and hurriedly got close to Zhou Xingdou and said worriedly, Master, it's great that you're okay.
As she spoke, she licked the faint black mole at the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of madness and admiration. Yuji, who had been staying at the Lu family, also came to Zhou Xingdou's side at this moment. Her charming body was a little twitchy, she lowered her head and said with trembling, Dao child, I failed to come forward to protect you just now, please Dao child to punish me. Looking at the two beauties with completely different styles next to him, Zhou Xingdou also relieved his somewhat chaotic mood today. Zhou Xingdou hugged Li Xiuru into his arms, then turned to look at Yuji and said calmly, It's okay, your responsibility is not to protect me. And when Li Xiuru looked at Yuji, who was so charming, a bit of meanness rose in her eyebrows, and she felt a bit of hostility toward Yuji. Yuji didn't pay attention to Li Xiuru. She was now focusing on Zhou Xingdou and asked timidly, What is my slave's duty? Zhou Xingdou hugged Li Xiuru, sniffed the fragrance, raised the corners of his mouth, and said to Yuji, Please me. Today's events made Zhou Xingdou a little tired. These few hours were so long that it even made Zhou Xingdou feel that several days had passed. He originally planned to come here today, firstly to teach Lu Yenran, and secondly because Lu Ohani refused to live with him yesterday and felt a little aggrieved. Who knew that something like Hualing Tian would happen? However, it was not a loss for him. 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade, 100 precious medicines, and a princess were also given as a gift, which made up for the good time he wasted. The reason why he only brought Yuji here today and did not see Fei Hai and Yuan Tian was because he had some bad intentions. After all, the combination of the plump, stinky-faced aunt and the charming female elder is a bit interesting. Yuji was also trembling at this moment, but the joy in her eyes surpassed the instinctive fear. How could a smart woman like her not understand what Zhou Xingdou meant? But at this moment, Lu Yenran's youthful and beautiful figure broke the brewing atmosphere of Zhou Xingdou. Lu Yenran came running all the way, shouting with admiration on her face. Master, you are so powerful, that Hualing Tian has no power to fight back in front of you. Zhou Xingdou suddenly became a little irritable, raised his hand to signal her to stop, then threw Hualing Tian's apology ring to Lu Yenran and said, What you have to do now is to improve your cultivation. Don't waste time. Now go back and absorb the 10 heavenly spirit flame jade. To be honest, he had no feelings for little girls like Lu Yenran at all, and he felt that her appearance ruined the mature and charming scene at this moment. Being dismissed like this by Zhou Xingdou, the disappointment in Lu Yenran's eyes almost overflowed from her eyes, and a bit of grievance appeared on her face, which was extremely pitiful. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly and he said coldly, Lin Fan has already reached the realm of consciousness. You are not yet in the spiritual realm. Do you want to lose to him? He has already condensed it? How could it be so fast? Lu Yenran was also shocked by Zhou Xingdou's words, her pitiful look disappeared, and her face was full of shock. Zhou Xingdou looked at Lu Yenran and reminded. Don't forget what I said, beat him, I will give you what you want. Lu Yenran stopped talking at this moment, nodded seriously, clenched the storage ring in her hand, and said resolutely, I will definitely defeat him. Regarding Lin Fan, Lu Yenran was still full of hostility towards him even though her thoughts were affected by the Wanhua slave seal. Now that she knew Lin Fan's realm, she said no more, said goodbye to Zhou Xingdou and Li Xiuru, and hurried back to practice. Seeing Zhou Xingdou send Lu Yan ran away, he suddenly felt that his own body seemed to have softened. The old self would not be so mincing words, let alone be so polite to the slave.
However, he didn't pay too much attention to it.
It was his style to act as he pleased. There was no need to remain indifferent, and life also needed a little fun. Thinking of these, Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath of the two-level compound fragrance around him, and the corner of his mouth curved with a greedy arc. Looking at the stinky-faced aunt and the female elder, she moved her index finger and licked her lips.
Let's go, let me see the beauty of the world.
Then the three of them disappeared together, leaving only the lingering fragrance in place.
No one will sleep tonight. Not long after Zhou Xingdou left, Fa Hai and Yuan Tian appeared again in Lingguan City.
They looked at each other and saw blood on the corners of each other's mouths, but neither said a word. The Flame Emperor was so powerful that even if it didn't kill them, it still shook them hundreds of thousands of miles away.
They could only wait for the shaking force to dissipate before they could move back. Yuan Tian looked at Fa Hai and said with a gloomy expression, "I want to contact the old family master Zhou. The humiliation that the young master suffered today must not be let go like this."
Yuan Tian, who was in the Holy Realm, found out what happened after they left, and naturally knew that Zhou Xingdou was fine. But in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou suffered a big loss today, and he failed to protect Zhou Xingdou. He felt extremely guilty and naturally wanted to make a contribution. Although Fa Hai also hated his lack of strength, he still frowned and said, "You need to tell the young master about this matter, and the young master will decide."
Yuan Tian snorted coldly. "Go ahead and tell me.
If you don't plead guilty and make meritorious service, Yuan will have no shame in staying with the young master anymore.
What's more, this is related to the dignity of the Zhou family. For Yuan Tian, he now belongs to half of Zhou Xingdou's guardians."
Although Zhou Xingdou was fine in the end, it was someone from Xian Heavenly Dao sect who took action and had nothing to do with him, Yuan Tian. As an affiliated force of the Zhou family arranged to secretly protect people who were in direct contact with Zhou Xingdou. What happened now was not only his personal fault, but also the dereliction of duty of the entire Xinwu sect. If he fails to report in time today and performs meritorious service, if the Shenwuzong is expelled from the affiliated forces by the Zhou family in the future because of this matter, he will be the eternal sinner of the Shenwuzong. I will return to the Xinwu sect now and ask my ancestor to come out and join the great Yan dynasty."
Yuan Tian gritted his teeth. No one thought that this little thing would make him so angry.
Didn't he know that what made him even more angry was that when he revealed that Zhou Xingdou was the young master of the Zhou family, Emperor Yan didn't even have the slightest trace of scruple or fear. This made him feel extremely insulted and proved the uselessness of these affiliated forces.
The Zhou family is different from other families. There are extremely few members in the clan. Almost all the clan members are guarding outside the territory. Even the head of the family may be suppressing the ancestral land and cannot escape.
Basically, they rarely move in the Chuyuan world, so they are the subordinate forces that control everything in the Chuyuan world. Moreover, these affiliated forces were basically established by followers of the Zhou family who had retired from outside the territory. The Zhou family was their faith to them, and they all returned voluntarily. The Zhou family never asked them to pay tribute, and even gave them a large amount of resources every year, and even gave them rewards even if they were asked to do things. Sometimes it even feels like the Zhou family is a subsidiary of these subsidiary forces. This also makes the Zhou family's affiliated forces the most powerful and loyal of all the supreme forces. If not, how could Yuan Tian, who was only the great elder of the Xinwu sect and in the Holy Realm, let Zhou Xingdou call him around? Even when he was tricked and killed by Zhou Xingdou in his previous life, he didn't even fight back? Loyalty to the Zhou family is something engraved in the genes of every affiliated force of the Zhou family. In their eyes, the majesty of the Zhou family surpasses everything else, and the children of the Zhou family are their lords. Fa Hai was silent for a long time, his eyes flickering, and finally he sighed. "I'll go with you too." Yuan Tian frowned, shook his head and refused. No, the young master still needs someone to protect him. Without you by his side, that foxy Yuan will be worried. As he spoke, Yuan Tian looked at the Lu family with a slightly worried look.
He didn't know how powerful Zhou Xingdou's manhwa slave seal was, so he didn't trust Yu Ji. Fahai also felt that what Yuan Tian said was reasonable, but he still reminded.
But if the young master comes out of seclusion, I will still inform him of the matter. Both of them were in the Holy Realm. Although they did not dare to pry into Zhou Xingdou's privacy, it was obvious what they were doing as a ray of yang energy and two strands of yin energy were intersecting in the sky above the Lu family.
Going out of seclusion is just a euphemistic substitute. Yuan Tian couldn't help but smile when he heard this.
I think the young master will not leave the seclusion without 3 days and 3 nights. In 3 days, our Shinwu sect will be on the verge of the Great Flame. After saying goodbye, Yuan Tian said goodbye to Fahai, then moved and disappeared from the place.
When Fahai saw this, he didn't say anything more.
He immediately stepped into Lu's house and stood by the attic where Zhou Xingdou was. He sat cross-legged in mid-air, turning the Wu-Wu Buddha beads in his hand and chanting Buddhist scriptures to recover from his injuries.
And not long after, the Taisher Dao domain, the ancestral land of the Zhou family, was endlessly far away from the absolute beginning Dao domain.
A middle-aged man with an unfathomable aura walked quickly to an ancient purple pagoda that was endlessly solemn, endlessly sacred, could not be looked directly at, and was immeasurable. The middle-aged man knelt down on one knee in front of him, his face extremely respectful, his eyes full of reverence, and he said to the ancient purple pagoda,
"Master, the Shinwu sect has sent a letter about the young master." At this moment, the purple pagoda of the ancient Zhuangzhou purple pagoda trembled slightly, as if waking up from a deep sleep.
The power of the stars in the sky surged on the tower, and bright galaxies surrounded the purple pagoda. A boundless, indifferent, majestic and majestic sound sounded. Enter. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had already entered the top of the purple pagoda. But this place does not feel like being in a tower. Instead, it is as boundless as a universe, with endless bright stars flashing and the Milky Way falling and casting a faint light. But this middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head and prostrated himself in the center of the universe. At this moment, a figure as majestic as a great Tao appeared on the top of the tower that resembled the universe. As soon as it appeared, there was an overwhelming power that overwhelmed the endless universe and dominated the universe. No one could look directly at him at this moment. He seemed to be the master of this universe. The endless stars, essences, and laws in the universe were agitated by the appearance of this majestic figure. The stalwart figure appeared at this time. He was an old man with black hair and black eyes and a black robe. Billions of Tao were flowing around him, and the great Tao all around him was singing in unison. Just standing there, even the passing void trembled. His face is similar to Zhou Xingdou's, but he is more indifferent, majestic and cold than Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, the old man's eyes flashed, and he was incomparable and unfathomable, like the aura of the infinite ocean, emanating from it, shaking the world. As for the middle-aged man who was prostrate on the ground, even if Supreme sought his aura, his heart would tremble with fear. In front of this majestic existence, he only felt like a speck of dust in the desert. Dull and dull, not worth mentioning. The old man looked at the prostrate middle-aged man with dark eyes as deep as abyss. As the fairy light flashed in his eyes, a majestic and indifferent powerful voice sounded.
"Qin Ming, what happened to Xingdou?"
Qin Ming lay on the ground without daring to raise his head and said respectfully. Report to the family head. Shinwu sect reported that the young master had a conflict with Dian, and Emperor Yan insulted the young master.
The Shinwu sect wants to activate the Zhou family's heavenly order, gather the affiliated forces of the Zhou family, and defeat Yan. The Zhou family's heavenly order is an early warning for the Zhou family's affiliated forces.
Once other affiliated forces are mobilized, they must rush to help without any mistakes. When the stalwart old man heard this, his powerful voice brought out some doubts.
Great Yan? Is it a new imperial dynasty? Or is it the supreme sect?
Qin Ming's brows twitched and he replied in a somewhat unspeakable way. It's not an imperial dynasty, nor a supreme sect, it's just a powerful force in the absolute beginning Dao domain, called the Great Yin Dynasty. Qin Ming's words made this stalwart being silent for a long time. At this moment, it seemed as if all time and space had frozen. Suddenly, a sigh sounded faintly, shocking the whole world.
Is the Zhou family already so lonely?
Xin Ming was so surprised by this sigh that he broke into a cold sweat and said quickly, "Master, please calm down.
I will go and slaughter the great Yan dynasty to vent my anger on you." This stalwart old man is also Zhou Xingdou's grandfather, Zhou Wuji.
I saw him closing his eyes slightly, with endless great Dao runes flowing in his eyes, and his voice echoed in the universe. "Forget it, you still need to guard the passage. Let them take care of these small things." Xin Ming respectfully said.
"Yes, I understand, kid."
As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the top of the tower and reappeared outside the purple tower without any sound or feeling. Inside the tower, Zhou Wuji's eyes kept flickering, looking into the void as if he was looking at something. The great Dao runes in his eyes kept disappearing and being born again. His majestic figure looked slightly lonely at this moment, like an empty-nest old man in the mortal world, murmuring somewhat complicatedly,
"Grandson, I hope you won't let Grandpa down again in this life."
As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared, and everything fell into silence. 3 days later, Zhou Xingdou walked out of Li Xiuru's boudoir, feeling relaxed and all his negative emotions dissipated like smoke. He stretched his body and found that Fa Hai had appeared in front of him at some point.
But after scanning around, Yuan Tian was not found, and he couldn't help but ask Fa Hai. "Yuan Tian?" Fa Hai quickly spoke. Yuan Tian was extremely angry because the young master was humiliated.
He said that he would tell the master's grandfather about the incident and went back to the Shenwu sect to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion and fight into the Great Yan.
Insulted? Zhou Xingdou had a question mark on his face. When had he been humiliated? Isn't it the Dian dynasty that was humiliated?
He almost killed the crown prince of the Great Yan dynasty. He used the power of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect to pressure the Emperor Yan, and forcefully took the unborn crown prince of the Great Yan dynasty as a condition.
If this is called humiliation, how many things in the world are there to take advantage of?
Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou said helplessly,
"What a mess, I don't know if the princess has been delivered.
If the fight starts before she's delivered, I'll be in big trouble." Compared to the crown princess, he was not much affected by whether the old man knew about this or whether the Shenwu sect entered the Great Yan dynasty. After all, this move didn't mean much to him, and it didn't even have much impact on him, far less than the impact the princess sent had on him. Because he had a vague feeling that this princess was not an ordinary person, maybe a person with great luck, which was why he asked Emperor Yan for someone. Otherwise, how could he want nothing but Hua Lingtian's crown princess? Although one point is to satisfy Mengda's ambition, this point accounts for more reasons. When Fa Hai heard this, he also told what he had seen and heard during his free time these days.
It should have been delivered.
Several disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect came to Lingguang City before, so I used to investigate. From their words, I learned that yesterday, people from the Dian dynasty had already sent the unqualified princess to Jiushuan Peak, and it seemed that the female elder had picked her up. With the strength of Fa Hai Holy Realm, it is not difficult to know the affairs in Lingguang City, not to mention that he has been guarding the gate for Zhou Xingdou for the past 3 days, and he has nothing to do to explore the city for fun.
Although he is a monk, his ordinary mind is not much lower than that of ordinary people.
If Fa Hai was not the reincarnation of the Python god among the 8 heavenly dragons, I am afraid that with his state of mind, he would not be able to practice such profound Buddhism.
Weak.
At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also used the power of his soul to investigate Lu Yanran, who was practicing. Although I have some understanding of the effects of Tianling Flame Jade, I was still a little surprised to find out that Lu Yanran's aura has now stepped into the perfected being realm. And there is a faint momentum to break through the powerful realm, and it is estimated that the second heavenly spirit Flame Jade has begun to be digested.
However, its realm is also illusory and terrifying.
Zhou Xingdou feels that with such a perfected being, even he who was in the fate-critical realm in his previous life can easily fight. But this is just the beginning. After digesting the 10 heavenly spirit Flame Jade, Lu Yanran will reach the true God realm for the last time. If there are no accidents, the Divine King realm can also be stabilized. At that time, no matter how vain the Divine King is, he will be absolutely crushing and absolutely invincible to the monks in the 8 basic realms. Because even if Zhou Xingdou now has the Supreme Dao Foundation and the punishing Heaven Dao body to suppress the prison, he will never be able to defeat the true God in the realm of fate.
perfect being may not win immediately. Only by entering the realm of great power can one have a chance of winning, not to mention Lin Fan, who is still at the peak of enlightenment.
No matter how powerful the destiny is, without external force, Lin Fan will definitely lose.
But if external forces are used, can Lin Fan still beat this 3-year agreement?
Thinking about it, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but give Huo Lingtian a thumbs up. In order to give him these 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade, he did not hesitate to be seriously injured. The protector died, and even compensated his wife.
He really made me cry to death. It's so touching.
If there is an election for a good person in Absolute Beginning in the Absolute Beginning realm, Zhou Xingdou will definitely vote for Huo Lingtian. If Hua Shanrun hadn't appeared in time, he would probably have to find a way to improve Lu Yanran's cultivation, and he would never be able to achieve the level of heavenly spirit Yinyu. Thinking of this week, Xingdou took out the sound transmission stone with Yuan Tian and slowly transmitted a line of information. After doing this, Yu Ji has also walked out of the house. At this moment, her eyes are full of charm, her charming body is getting more and more beautiful, and her eyebrows are a bit lazy. At this moment, he is no longer as afraid of Zhou Xingdou as he once was. Instead, there is only strong and passionate love in his eyes.
Master, Sister Xiaoru is fine. She should be fine in a few days.
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Yuji to recover so quickly, but he was relieved when he thought that she was in the Holy Realm.
Then he said calmly, "That's good, it's time for us to return to our clan."
At the same time, a turmoil that shook the heaven and earth was taking place in the Great Yan Imperial City. Countless divine symbols were splashed here, and they were chaotically combined into endless terrifying secrets of divine ability. Thousands of great monks stood in mid-air outside the city, and the terrifying momentum they gathered made the heaven and earth colorless and trembling.
Above many monks stands a huge scarlet ancient character, Zhou. Thousands of monks were divided into 8 square formations and gathered at the rear.
Even the weakest breath could not fall below the realm of true gods. Each square formation has a flag, and on the flag is the name of their sect.
Xinhu Sect, Tianbei Sect, Gaiyang City, Shadow Secret Building, Fainyao Valley, Nine Swords Villa, Xinlian Pavilion, Jinhai Palace.
The names of these 8 sects placed in various Dao domains are all ancient sects of a major sect, or even the top sects that are weaker than the supreme power. But today, they were separated by endless distances and gathered in front of the imperial city of Dian Dynasty, all for one reason. That was the scarlet ancient character that stood above them. In front of the square formation of 8 great monks, a dozen supremes with unfathomable auras gathered together, but there was a weak aura mixed in them.
This weak aura is also emanating from Yuan Tianruo, who is in the Holy Realm.
In other places, his cultivation in the Holy Realm could be said to be all-powerful, but now that he is surrounded by supremes, he is as weak as a sheep in comparison. Dian Imperial City, the core place of the Dian dynasty, where the Dian royal family lived. It was also the place where the Dian dynasty had the strongest defense and the most masters. But at this moment, the entire Dian dynasty felt as if it was facing a formidable enemy, and the impregnable city defense formation guarding the city was now operating to the extreme. Countless army generals gathered in the city and looked out of the city in prepared formation. The royal family was in a state of gloom and mist, and everyone lost their former majesty. Above the glorious temple, there is no longer the peace and majesty of the past. The ministers are in a mess, and they are all quarreling with red faces.
If you ask me, surrender as soon as possible. There are 8 powerful families outside. These are not all affiliates of the Zhou family. Resistance will only increase casualties. Go to hell. The great Yan dynasty, have now surrendered. At worst, we will both be destroyed and fight to the death. I think it is better to kneel down and be a dog for the Zhou family. Not only will I be protected from harm, but I will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Zhou family in the future. What are you dreaming about? If the Zhou family could like us, Dian, they would not directly attack the city.
Some of the ministers, who were usually so arrogant, even started fighting like street gangsters. And sitting on the luxurious throne on the upper level, with a terrifying aura emitting from his whole body, and the majesty of an emperor is the current flame emperor, Huo Tianyan. A few days ago, his law manifestation fell into disgrace in Tianxian Holy State, and he gave his son's fiancée to Zhou Xingdou as a condition. This has aroused private rumors among the ministers. Now that the forces affiliated with the Zhou family outside the city are approaching the city, it makes him feel that he is being played even more. Now that majestic face is as dark as a black pot. What's more, before the battle started, the ministers below had already begun to propose surrender. Some even suggested that he, the Emperor Yan, should kneel down and confess his crime, kill his own prince and serve as a pawn for the Zhou family. This made Emperor Yan's originally extremely angry heart no longer able to suppress his anger, and he suddenly shouted, "Shut up, a bunch of losers!" This deep shout shook the temple, and all the ministers groaned, suffering serious internal injuries. This immediately woke them up from their fear, and they all knelt on the ground for a while, not daring to speak anymore. Emperor Yan was very angry. These ministers were not as smart as demons. They were all more skillful in making suggestions and were good at governing the country. But today, it was as if they had lost their minds, and they were just like a mob. The common people went to the temple and talked nonsense. At this moment, the queen, who was sitting on the second phoenix throne on the left and wearing a phoenix crown, sounded the lazy and noble loving voice generated by being in a high position all year round, and said comfortingly, "Your Majesty, they also lost their heads due to a moment of panic. I think that Your Majesty might as well show up to negotiate with the forces outside the city. Maybe it's not the end of the world. The worst thing is to make more compensation, cede territory, and seek peace." The ministers also cast grateful glances at the queen at this moment. If the Yan ministers feared the most, it was the Emperor Yan who was sitting on the throne. If anyone respects her the most, it must be Queen Dian, Yushu, who is kind and caring to everyone. Queen Dian was the first wife of Emperor Yan, and she was the crown princess since Emperor Yan had not succeeded to the throne. There are not many people in Great Yan who can persuade Emperor Yan, but Yushu is one of them, so naturally she is quite favored. She is also the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the first family in Dian. This Empress Dian looks to be in her 30s or 40s. Naturally, she is not as youthful, beautiful, and vigorous as a young woman, but she is at the most plump stage of a woman. Wearing a golden phoenix robe that shows nobility, her skin is as smooth and translucent as fat jade, her phoenix eyes are full of love and peace, and her figure has not lost its color with age like ordinary people. As a monk herself, and taking beauty supplements from time to time, she has not only never lost the sallowness of old age, but has accumulated a graceful and mature charm. What's more, as a country, she has a very contradictory spirit, compassionate but not angry. After listening to his queen's words, Emperor Yan's expression softened slightly. He really should do something at this moment, and he felt that his queen was right. He also knew that with the power of the Great Flame, he could not stop the attack of these 8 forces, so he had no choice but to say, "Then I will go there myself." In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yan came to the sky above the imperial city. Looking at the sky-high majesty on the opposite side, even if he had been in a high position for a long time, he could not help but feel frightened. But Emperor Yan was not ordinary after all. After calming down his mind, he bowed slightly and saluted the dozens of beings in front of him who were emitting monstrous flames. "Everyone, I, Dian, have no enmity with you, so why did I lead everyone to my great Yan imperial city?" Faced with others, Emperor Yan dared to call himself I, but these people were all powerful beings, which made Emperor Yan dare not use the word I anymore. But these powerful beings did not pay attention to the Yanhuan who was so polite. One of them, a seasoned supreme, and a supreme saint who looked familiar to Yanhuan were being scolded by several other supremes. One of them, a strong man with palms as big as cattail leaf fans and an unfathomably thick body, pointed at the old man's nose and cursed. "Have you, the Shenwu sect, gotten into trouble in the absolute beginning realm over the years? Only this dynasty that occupies 3 continents dares to ignore the Zhou family's Tianwei. If in the territory of our Tianbei sect, such a garbage force still needs to use the Zhou family's Tianling, I would have destroyed it single-handedly." Without exception, the other beings nodded in agreement and ridiculed Shen Wuzong together, making the old Taoist blush until his face turned red and his neck was thick, and there was no trace of Taoist immortality. The sage standing next to the old path is none other than Yuan Tian, the great elder of the Shenwu sect. Now he is like a quail, shrinking his head and not daring to say a word. Among the dozen supremes, an old man who carried a sword box on his back and exuded an extremely sharp aura that pierced the heaven and earth also spoke lightly, full of sarcasm.
I can't blame the other families for not coming. How can an enemy of this level show off for the Zhou family? It's more of a shame than anything else. Next to the old man who was carrying the sword box, a man in black robes who could not see his figure like a ghost spoke coldly at this moment.
I thought it was some new top power. There are only 3 or 4 low-level supremes in the entire imperial city. You, Master Tianhui, are so cautious. You still ask for help from such a small power, which humiliates the young master. I advise you Shen Wuzong to withdraw from the Zhou family's affiliated forces. The old Taoist was also annoyed by the scolding. He immediately grabbed Yuan Tian's feet next to him, blew his beard and glared. Useless things, didn't you say that Dian shouldn't take them lightly? Yuan Tianshang was kicked twice and said with an aggrieved look. How can I, a little saint, know the details of the great Yin dynasty? Emperor Yen was still standing there, listening to the sarcasm and disregard in these people's words, his face as gloomy as water.
But at this moment, Yuan Tian seemed to sense something.
After touching his chest, he felt like he was being pardoned. He quickly and respectfully said to the peerless figure next to him. Seniors, the young master has just sent news. He said that except for Queen Dian, who has spared one life to give to him, the rest can be anything you like. At this time, the eyes of everyone who had been ignoring Emperor Yen suddenly lit up. They no longer formed a group to ridicule Tianhui, and each of them looked at Yen Huan, who was originally ignored by them. Emperor Yen was immediately startled, because he felt that the eyes of these peerless powerful men did not show the slightest sense of importance, more like a cat seeing a mouse or a wolf seeing a fat sheep. The man with palms like cattail leaf fans burst out with a powerful momentum, shattering the space he was pressing directly, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, the young master has really good taste. It would be great for a queen of a country to be the young master's maid. The man carrying the sword box also had eyes as bright as a sword. The sword box behind him slowly opened, revealing the 9 world-shattering divine swords with their supreme cold light. Then let's see who can kill the great Yen Supreme first and grab the great Yen Queen. The old Taoist Tianhui, who had been scolded all the time, also found an outlet to vent his anger and looked at Emperor Yen with monstrous anger in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, Emperor Yen suddenly felt that the earth was shaking, but it was not directed at him, and the whole world was shaking violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking, and all living beings were in danger of hanging upside down. Click! The sound of shattering resounded thousands of miles away, and the indestructible top-level formation that shrouded the imperial city fell apart at this moment. But he saw a man with ferocious muscles and an extremely perfect body cultivator who was 9 feet tall and 9 feet tall. He had broken through the formation of the great Yen imperial city with his physical body, and his voice sounded like a torrent of thunder. There's so much nonsense, the first achievement this time must be from me, Guiyang City. On this day, the great Yen dynasty was destroyed, the past space and even the void were shattered, leaving only a black void in the entire imperial city. The power spread throughout the 9 states near the great Yen dynasty, plowing the entire great Yen. Countless forces were damaged by this remaining power, but no one force dared to say a word. Because the scarlet ancient characters hanging high in the sky are describing its horror. Zhou Xingdou also returned to Zhoushuan Peak and did not know about the great Yen dynasty. As soon as he stepped in, he happened to see Lin Fan with Xiuyu with a happy face, planning to leave Zhoushuan Peak. At this moment, Lin Fan also saw Zhou Xingdou, his face suddenly condensed, but then he smiled briefly, pretending to be very happy and said, Elder brother, you are finally back. I heard that you fought against the saints in Lingguang City, defeated Prince Yen, and threatened Emperor Yen. You are so majestic. Zhou Xingdou naturally knew that Lin Fan was pretending to be polite. He glanced at Xiuyu beside her, but saw that Xiuyu's plain clothes had now been replaced by a brocade dress, and her outfit was no longer related to that of a maid. Looking at Lin Fan again, he saw that he was glancing at Xiuyu, with some dissatisfaction in his eyes, and moved his body to block Xiuyu. Zhou Xingdou knew that Xiuyu had probably almost completed the task he had given him. Then Zhou Xingdou asked Lin Fan with an unknown smile on his lips. Junior brother, are you going to make your debut? Lin Fan cupped his fist slightly and said slowly. Take Zhou Yu out for a walk, senior brother, don't worry, Lin Fan has broken through universal truth and can reach the peak. Speaking of this, Lin Fan changed the subject and asked cautiously. Elder brother, I heard that you had a conflict with Prince Dian that day. Was it because of Lu Yanran? There is no airtight wall in the world. What Zhou Xingdou did in Lingguang City spread throughout the Tianqian holy state within a day. Although he had deliberately concealed his relationship with the Lu family, there were always people who could hear his conversation with Huo Lingtian. Lu Yanran was Lin Fan's date for 3 years. How could Lin Fan not care about this matter? For him, it would be detrimental to him if Zhou Xingdou got involved with Lu Yanran. Zhou Xingdou's mind was racing. He thought of an excuse in an instant, looked Lin Fan squarely in the face and said, No, to be precise, it's because of you. I know that Lu Yanran has a 3-year agreement with you. I felt that only by letting my junior brother defeat him personally can I relieve the hatred in your heart, so I saved her. Lin Fan suddenly looked moved. Senior brother treats me like a family member. I don't know how to repay him in the future. Zhou Xingdou sneered in his heart, those are not relatives, I am your stepfather, but he still showed a happy smile on his face. It's good that you can understand. We are all members of our family. It doesn't have to be like this. Just be busy as you should. After speaking, Zhou Xingdou solemnly patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and walked away. The moment Zhou Xingdou left, Lin Fan's expression darkened. It wasn't that he didn't believe Zhou Xingdou's words, but he still had doubts. But looking at Zhou Yu beside him, his eyes showed deep love. For some reason, he saw this personal maid who had grown up with him here, and he fell in love with her even more. He was even a little obsessed. Zhou Yu's every frown and smile aroused his mind, and he didn't want Zhou Yu to be a maid anymore. In the past few days, he either bought clothes for her or took Zhou Yu out for a walk. He always felt that Zhou Yu was the woman he was destined to be. What's more, with the deep feelings in the past as the foundation, Lin Fan didn't even feel anything abnormal. Thinking of this, Lin Fan swept away the gloom in his heart and said to Zhou Yu with a smile. Sister Zhou Yu, today we are going to Wushanju, Heavenly Origin City. I heard that the food there is excellent. I will take you to try it. But he didn't know that at this moment, Zhou Yu's heart was already filled with Zhou Xingdou, and she was still recalling Zhou Xingdou's appearance just now, showing a shy look. This also made Lin Fan think it was his words, which made Zhou Yu shy, and suddenly felt happy, pulling Zhou Yu away from Jiushuan Peak. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou also came to the Qingxin Palace area. The other disciples he met along the way naturally also learned that Princess Dian was placed with Elder Ning. But it makes sense to think about it. After all, although I have 2 residences now, one of them is in Jiushuan Hall. Jiushuan Hall is the important place of the sect. Naturally, Tian Zhouer's residence cannot be used for housing. As for his Qingxin Palace, no one else can enter without his permission, so he can only leave it to Elder Ning. The level where the Qingxin Hall is located is second only to the top of the peak, and is also where the elders live. Both Yu Ji and Ning Yueza are placed on this floor, but Jiushuan Hall is not too small, so they cannot be called neighbors, and their residences are not close to each other. After Zhou Xingdou asked Fa Hai to go back to Qingxin Hall, he walked to a courtyard. This courtyard is very small, almost the same as a farmyard for ordinary mortals. If it were not covered with formations and the rich spiritual energy revealed in it, it would really make people think that there are mortals living in Jiushuan Peak. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but raise his head slightly, looking at a green wooden plaque on the simple courtyard door. There is no paint on the green wood plaque, only hand-carved grooves that read, "The month is home." To be honest, this is not his first time here, but every time he comes to Ning Yueza's residence, he can't help but sigh at Ning Yueza's eccentricities. The reason why the residence is so simple is because Ning Yu likes to pretend to be a mortal and a village girl. That's right, Jiushuan Peak is in charge of affairs, a stern elder who would rather bend than bend, a strong woman in the Great Saint Realm, who likes to experience mortal life in her own home. Otherwise, with Ning Yueza's power and financial resources, how could he live in such a mud house and rotten wood courtyard? Before Zhou Xingdou could knock on the door, the courtyard door had already opened, and Ning Yueza's rare short hair and heroic appearance caught his eye, but now she changed out of her clothes and put on a pair of rough linen clothes. Moreover, the whole person's temperament is no longer sharp at this moment, but full of kindness. He is still holding a water ladle in his hand, as if he was watering just now. Ning Yueza also wiped away the non-existent sweat at this moment, saw Zhou Xingdou coming and smiled happily. Xingdou is here, come into the courtyard and sit down for a while. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. Although it was not the first time he felt this, he was still a little unaccustomed to it. He couldn't help but smile. Elder Ning, your habits are still the same as before. Ning Yu patted Zhou Xingdou's arm, showing a bit of blame. What is your name, Elder Ning? Aunt Ning. Zhou Xingdou was helpless and called Aunt Ning before stepping into the courtyard. No matter whether there is a courtyard or not, they are not much different from ordinary people. Some land is cultivated in the courtyard and fruits and vegetables are grown. In the center of the courtyard, there is a rough stone grinding table with several short stone piers placed next to it, which can be regarded as a tea house for welcoming guests. Zhou Xingdou sat helplessly on the stone pier, curling up his legs, which was completely contrary to his noble aura. Ning Yu also sat down on the stone pier, but her beautiful figure could not be blocked by her rough linen clothes. Now that she was sitting on this short pier, she looked even more upright. Zhou Xingdou can only be described as a peach. Zhou Xingdou sat on the stone pier, looking at the pastoral style, and said straight to the point. Aunt Ning, you should know why I'm here. Ning Yu laughed, took out a handful of melon seed shells from her pocket, and smiled like a village woman. Tell me about the crown princess. How dare I, a countrywoman, neglect me? But she seems to be a little uncomfortable and has not come out of the house. Zhou Xingdou was not polite and took some melon seeds from Ning Yuez's hand, knocking them and saying, most people really can't adapt to your place. Nowadays, the two of them are not as polite as they usually are outside. If people from Jiushuan Peak see such a scene, their jaws will probably drop. The stern and powerful elders and the noble Dao child are now like mortals in this scene, eating melon seeds and chatting without any pretense. It is difficult for them to believe it. Ning Yu was very carefree at the moment, not caring at all, and said loudly, what do you know? This is called returning to nature. Do you understand? It's about experiencing the tempering state of mind of a mortal. Zhou Xingdou curled his lips, gave Ning Yuze a blank look and said, I don't understand, but I know you must have looked at the drawing books outside. Zhou Xingdou never believed in the idea of returning to his original nature and experiencing the tempering state of mind of a mortal. The purpose of practicing to become stronger is to enjoy better things. If you let yourself suffer, then why practice? Zhou Xingdou's ultimate goal is to follow his heart. As long as he follows his heart, today he can be colder if he wants to be cold, be cruel if he wants to be cruel, kill if he wants to kill, take away the beauty if he wants, and be gentle if he wants to be gentle. For him, he is the gentle one, he is the cold one, he is the passionate one, and he is the one who kills without blinking an eye. These are all based on being free. He will not put himself in a dead box. He will laugh when he needs to laugh, relax when he needs to relax, sleep when he wants to sleep, and slap you when he wants to slap you. Humans have always been complex creatures. Without these messy emotions, everyone would be stuck on one point, indifferent people would have to be ruthless, bad people would not be good people, and the world would be really boring. 2 lifetimes of death and 3 lifetimes of life have made him experience so many things. Nothing is more valuable than living and truly existing at this moment. But this also makes him become a more complicated person. This complexity is caused by the interweaving of 3 generations of memories in 2 different worldviews. No one can really understand him or see through him. It's like a creature in a 2-dimensional world that cannot understand a 3-dimensional creature. More like a wild monkey in the mountains. I can't understand why people are in a hurry, leaving work early and coming back late like robots. Wouldn't it be nice to eat wild fruits and drink dew in the mountains every day? Ningyu was naturally unaware of Zhou Xingdou's mentality at the moment, and just said while eating melon seeds, "It's you who don't want resources but beauty. How come I didn't realize you were so lustful before?" As she spoke, Ningyu glanced at Zhou Xingdou with a hint of joking. Zhou Xingdou didn't care, he just said lightly, "It's just fighting spirit. Besides, I do need a maid."
I can be angry and find a maid, so why not?
Ningyu pursed her lips with a look of disbelief, but still reminded.
That woman is not simple. I guess you can't see through her and it's difficult to control her.
The corners of Zhou Xingdou's mouth slightly raised into a faint smile, and his silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at Ningyue's handsome face, and then said. Nowadays, there are only two women I see that I can't understand and find it difficult to control. Apart from these two, I don't think any woman can escape my grasp.
Ningyue also suddenly became interested and asked curiously. Which two people?
Zhou Xingdou said slowly.
One is my master.
I admit that I can't figure her out, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for her in the future.
Ningyu nodded in approval. Tianjor was indeed elusive. Even she, an elder who had followed him for many years, could not understand Tianjor's thoughts.
But then she looked at Zhou Xingdou and asked.
What about two?
Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed and he stared straight into Ningyue's eyes. He leaned forward and brought the distance between the two closer, and then his gentle but magnetic voice sounded like a spring breeze.
The second thing is Aunt Ning. To be honest, I really want to understand you, but I can't.
Ningyue, who was originally immersed in the mortal performance, suddenly felt his heart beat faster. The two faces were so close that Zhou Xingdou's warm breath hit his face as he spoke. This suddenly reminded her of meeting Zhou Xingdou a few days ago. Her ears felt hot and two red clouds rose on her cheeks. This made her breath tight. She quickly turned her face around, and said with a hint of panic and anger. You brat, you dare to tease even this elder now.
Zhou Xingdou also found it interesting, smiled slightly and continued to joke. I'm not teasing you, I'm just telling the truth.
But Ningyu looked at her with a beautiful look, and her tone was slightly impulsive.
That woman is in the side room, brat, please take her away quickly.
After saying that, I don't know if he was angry or not, he got up and went back to the room, slammed the door and ignored Zhou Xingdou.
Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Sometimes it was fun to tease the stern Aunt Ning.
But there is one thing to say, Ningyue is indeed not bad-looking, and she used to be good to herself, but she was too upright outside and didn't give herself face. If Ningyue is willing, Zhou Xingdou will never treat a woman who truly cares for him badly. Of course, those who are planted with the slave mark are not sincere. Zhou Xingdou no longer thought about it, got up and walked into the side room, pushed open the door, and saw a woman sitting on the wooden bed in the simple room. This woman has a delicate melon-seed face, tall clouds on her temples, a jade hairpin slanted on her temples, a cherry-red mouth that is alluring, and a pair of large, peach blossom eyes, which are very clear. Her nose is very straight, and her facial features are three-dimensional, delicate and beautiful, like a work of art. Wearing a green robe, her body is calm and graceful. She is not as stunning as that, but she has a sense of freshness. The feeling on this woman's body was very strange, making Zhou Xingdou feel as if he had gone back to his previous life when he was a young man on campus, when he first met her when he was in love. Simply put, it is the feeling of first love. But Zhou Xingdou's eyes darkened. It was not that this woman was not beautiful, nor was it that she bored him. It was just that this woman's figure could only be said to be a little weak. At that time, this was compared with the plump women around Zhou Xingdou. It can only be said that Yun Jingi and others are meat dishes, but this woman is a bit vegetarian.
And Zhou Xingdou likes to eat meat, otherwise he wouldn't resist Lu Yanran so much. So it is inevitable to be a little disappointed at this moment.
But at this moment, a long-lost system sound sounded in his ears.
Ding, the person who discovered great luck, Yu Yunlan. Name, Yu Yunlan. She number 8999.
Favorability, strange, curious. Realm, middle stage of perfected being. Innate luck, transmigrate guest from another world, 5.5 stars, divination divine body, 4 stars, able to pinch and calculate, 3 stars. Luck in the weather tomorrow, heavenly secrets, 3 stars.
System reminder, this woman has great luck to protect her.
The host needs to clear her energy before killing her. After killing her, she will receive massive rewards from the system. Transmigrate guest from another world, 5.5 stars. The soul from another world transmigrated to this world and took away the body of 10-year-old Yu Yunlan. She has thoughts and judgments that are different from ordinary people, and she is also protected by fate. Divine physique of divination. For stars, this physique can enhance the skill of divination and give people an advantage in everything. Ability to pinch and calculate. 3 stars. The soul that seizes the body from another world is proficient in fortune-telling.
Tenji Shushu. 3 stars. Obtain the secret method of ancient divination in Tenji Shushu.
Looking at the system panel in front of him, Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath.
The chi number is 8,999.
This is the person with the highest chi number he has ever seen, except Yun Fan, the son of destiny. Logically speaking, her innate luck of 5.5 stars, 4 stars and 3 stars would not allow her to have such a high chi number. Even Yun Jingi, who has 2 5-star fortunes, has only 6,000 initial fortunes.
Luohani originally had a 5.5 star, a 5-star, and a 4-star luck, but it was only 4,999.
What's more, this Yu Yunlan is no more than the crown princess of Dian. Although she was famous in her previous life, she didn't cause much turmoil.
How could she have such high aura? Then Zhou Xingdou looked at the entry below and discovered that this woman's luck was all about divination.
However, Zhou Xingdou didn't care much about this.
As an anomaly, not to mention her, even old man Tianji couldn't compare to him.
But the transmigrate guest from another world made him frown.
Another world, transmigrate, sees the body.
This is very similar to myself, but the only difference is that I am a reincarnation, not a transmigrate. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Yu Yunlan, and saw Yu Yunlan's big peach blossom eyes looking at him, full of curiosity and doubt, but without any fear.
This is not the reaction of a young girl who was forced to be sent to a strange environment. I am afraid that the transmigrated soul is already quite young. Zhou Xingdou closed the door and isolated the movement in the room, his eyes slightly focused, and he said, "Odd changes to even and doesn't change?" This statement immediately made Yu Yunlan look shocked in her big peach blossom eyes.
She stood up from the wooden bed and looked at Zhou Xingdou blankly for a moment before hurriedly replying.
Symbols. Look at the quadrants.
Zhou Xingdou was also shocked.
He took a step forward and asked again. Palace Yuye liquor?
At this moment, Yu Yunlan's face showed a look of surprise, and she immediately replied.
180 cups. Zhou Xingdou frowned.
He had almost determined that the soul in Yu Yunlan's body felt that it belonged to the same world as himself. But he was still a little surprised and asked,
"What should I wear with overalls?" "Basketball." "Chicken you?" "So beautiful." "What are you doing? Ouch."
"Little Heisey, your chicken feet are exposed. Do you know how hard our brother works?"
After a series of questions and answers, Yu Yunlan answered them all fluently.
At this moment, she was convinced that Zhou Xingdou came from the same hometown as her. She couldn't describe her feelings at this moment. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, who was also a little black boy, felt as warm as meeting a long-lost relative. Zhou Xingdou was also in a complicated mood at the moment. He was a little overwhelmed when he saw Yu Yunlan. He originally thought that he was the only person from a certain world in this world, but he did not expect that there was one in the absolute beginning realm. It is not surprising that this person has great luck. As the human race of that side of China, as long as he can transmigrate, he will definitely be extraordinary. Yu Yunlan looked excited and wanted to say something immediately, but Zhou Xingdou pulled him into his arms and covered his mouth.
"Go to my place with me first."
It's no wonder that Zhou Xingdou is cautious. These things are too shocking and should not be leaked out. Although he has isolated the movement here, his home in this month is definitely not as safe as his own Qingxin palace. After saying that, he took Yu Yunlan's hand and stepped out of the room, but Ningyu still didn't seem to come out. At this moment, he felt a little anxious, and without saying hello, he directly took Yu Yunlan back to the Qingxin palace, and operated all the formations in the Qingxin palace to the extreme, before he came back to his senses and looked at Yu Yunlan. I saw Yu Yunlan's face turn red due to being grabbed by her, her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and she had a silly smile on her face, which was really charming. Even Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt aroused, as if he had a cardiac arrest when he met the girl he had a crush on in his previous life at school.
But it only lasted a moment.
When Zhou Xingdou came to his senses, his slender hand that was holding Yu Yunlan suddenly let go, and like lightning, he grasped Yu Yunlan's white and tender swan neck. Zhou Xingdou's complexion suddenly turned cold, and his silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were now as cold as a knife.
Put away your tricks, or I'll kill you. Zhou Xingdou's tone was extremely cold, and his fingers as clear as white jade were like iron pliers, strangling Yu Yunlan's neck tightly, and his fingers sank into his flesh. Yu Yunlan never expected that Zhou Xingdou would suddenly take action. His eyes widened, and the blush and silly smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of panic. Zhou Xingdou actually didn't know what Yu Yunlan's methods were, but he had died twice in 3 lives, and it was absolutely impossible for this kind of youthful touch to appear in him. What's more, when I first met Yu Yunlan, she didn't look like an ignorant girl at all. She had no fear of the unknown fate. Such a woman would never smile shyly just because she held hands. Why?
Yu Yunlan's eyes were filled with tears at this moment, showing a pitiful look, but she was grabbed by the neck and her voice was hoarse.
Zhou Xingdou remained unmoved, his fingers still tightly holding Yu Yunlan's neck. Stop pretending.
You can seize a body without being discovered and become the future crown princess of Dian.
Why are you pretending to be pure and ignorant? Yu Yunlan is different from him. He is reincarnated.
His soul has not changed, but he has awakened the memory of his previous life. However, Yu Yunlan had indeed taken possession of his body, and his soul was completely different. Furthermore, he had taken possession of his body at the age of 10. It could be said that he was suddenly a completely different person. It was impossible not to be discovered by his original family without having something. After all, this Yu Yunlan was not from a mortal family. She was the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the first family in Dian. Otherwise, even if she had the means, she would not be able to become Huo Lingtian's future princess. In such a large family of monks, if the legitimate daughter was not found out, it can only be said that Yu Yunlan's thoughts were too careful and hidden too deeply, and he did not reveal any flaws for so many years. Yu Yunlan struggled to break away from Zhou Xingdou's hand, but it was of no use at all. What she got in return was Zhou Xingdou's increasing strength. At this moment, she panicked a little and struggled.
We are from the same world and can help each other. I'm not you, I don't need to help each other.
I have to say that the beauty swan neck feels very good when pinched. Zhou Xingdou wanted to give it a hard squeeze and break it into pieces. However, Yu Yunlan is quite powerful, so it is not easy to kill her like this. But at this moment, the crackling system voice sounded again. Ding! The Yu Yunlan family has deprived Yu Yunlan of his qi number, 2000 due to the destruction of the host. Ding! Due to the destruction of the host, the Great Yan dynasty has cut off Yu Yunlan's fate as the future queen of Great Yan, and deprived Yu Yunlan of her qi number, 3000. Ding! Due to the annihilation of the host's life in the Great Yan imperial city, all future subordinates of Yu Yunlan will be cut off and Yu Yunlan will be deprived of his qi number, 2000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Thunder Emperor Throne, Supreme Device. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Holy Realm War Slave 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 7000.
Total luck value, 23999.
This series of reward sounds exploded in Zhou Xingdou's mind, even making him stunned at this moment. These system voices not only received rewards, but also revealed the news to themselves that the Great Yan dynasty had been destroyed. In just this moment, because of the collapse of the Great Yan dynasty, Zhou Xingdou took away 7,000 of Yu Yunlan's luck, causing her luck value of 8,999 to fall directly below 2,000 at this moment. And Yu Yunlan is just a person with great luck, not a son of destiny, and has no protection from destiny. With his luck value now exceeding 20,000, killing Yu Yunlan does not require any consideration of luck.
All of this seemed like a dream.
For just a moment, the person with great luck who was originally unkillable was still thinking about how to deprive him of his life. However, due to a reason that he unintentionally contributed to, he fell into the mortal world and was left to his own devices.
It can only be said that fate is impermanent.
This also made Zhou Xingdou somewhat confused. When Zhou Xingdou came to his senses, he looked at Yu Yunlan, whose eyes were about to turn white.
This woman's ambition is indeed not small.
Judging from the voice of the system just now, this woman may eventually step on Huoling Tian and become the queen of the Great Yin dynasty.
Countless young people in the Great Yin imperial city have become her subordinates.
This also further supports Zhou Xingdou's judgment that the heartbeat just now was by no means a natural flow, but a method used by this woman. The ability to use perfected being realm cultivation to influence Zhou Xingdou, who is in the true god realm of punishing heaven Dao body, is evident from this method. This also made Zhou Xingdou curious. At this moment, he reluctantly loosened his grip on Bai Nan's throat and threw Yu Yunlan against the wall.
Boom! A loud noise echoed in the Qingxing Palace, and Yu Yunlanyu's back hit the wall.
He immediately let out a painful and delicate groan, and fell to the floor and rolled several times. Needless to say, Zhou Xingdou's strength was not something Yu Yunlan, a perfected being realm, could withstand even if he held back his strength. Dark red blood immediately overflowed from the corner of her mouth. As for fellow villagers and other things, Zhou Xingdou actually didn't care. He was just shocked that the souls of the previous life were reincarnated in this world. But think about it carefully, so what? He is in charge of the system in this life, and behind him are two giants, Zhou family and Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Although these two are not very reliable, he does not need to cooperate with other people.
What can Yu Yunlan, who also comes from that world, bring to him? News from that world in the past life?
In my previous life, I was alone, without a father or a mother, and had no worries. My biggest concern before my death at that time was that I had thousands of dollars in my account that had not been spent. There is nothing else that he misses, and it can even be said that he hates that world. Because in that place he was like a cow, a horse, a leek, and his life was like a machine, without any fun at all.
Can her current status help herself?
The Great Flame has been extinguished, and the entire Yu family is estimated to have died in the Imperial City, not to mention that Zhou Xingdou would not look down on him even if he was still alive. As for her divination skills, you must know that Zhou Xingdou has returned from rebirth and still has memories of the future, so why should others help her divination? Even if he wanted to divine, he would definitely be predicting those who had destiny and great luck.
But with the blessing of destiny and great luck, Yu Yunlan couldn't do it. As for women, neither Tian Zhouer nor Luo Hani is 10,000 times better than Yu Yunlan.
Yun Jingi, Li Xiuru, and Yu Ji are also much prettier than Yu Yunlan, and more feminine.
If he hadn't been a little curious, he would have killed Yu Yunlan's vitality without hesitation just now.
What method you just used can actually touch my state of mind. Zhou Xingdou slowly walked towards Yu Yunlan, who had fallen to the ground, his voice as cold as ice and with an undeniable force. Yu Yunlan struggled to prop up his body and leaned on the wall, his whole body full of panic and fear. Those big peach blossom eyes also left 2 lines of clear tears at this moment. They looked really pitiful and cried in a trembling voice.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhou Xingdou sneered. He didn't expect that Yu Yunlan could be so good at pretending. However, if he didn't pretend, how could he survive for so long?
However, his innocent eyes still have the ability to discern a perfected being. He could clearly see the hatred that flashed through Yu Yunlan's eyes just now. Zhou Xingdou didn't show mercy to her, he grabbed Yu Yunlan's hair and knocked her head against the wall.
Bang bang bang. Yu Yunlan's face was extremely delicate, resembling that of first love.
In Zhou Xingdou's hands, it was like a sledgehammer smashing into the wall, hitting the extremely hard body time and time again. A series of painful screams and cries were constantly accompanied by the sound of banging on the wall, making people's hair stand on end. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Xingdou finally stopped banging his head against the wall. He looked at Yu Yunlan, who was already as big as a pig's head, and said with no sadness or joy on his face,
"Why don't you tell me yet?"
At this moment, Yu Yunlan's straight nose bridge had been smashed, and countless blood mixed with tears and snot were smeared on the extremely swollen face, and her previous beauty was nowhere to be seen. Even her own mother might not recognize her now. But even so, Yu Yunlan still cried.
I really didn't lie. I really didn't use any means. Please spare me.
For the sake of being in the same world, please let me go. Zhou Xingdou frowned and lamented Yu Yunlan's harsh words. If it weren't for the fact that she was the soul of the previous life, he would have sacrificed the wicker magic weapon to let her know what pain is. However, looking at this pig-headed face, Zhou Xingdou felt a little disgusted, so he used a magic power to restore Yu Yunlan's face.
Yu Yunlan suddenly felt itchy in her facial features.
After a stream of warmth flowed through her, she regained her original beauty. This made her feel like she had received an amnesty. Just when she thought Zhou Xingdou believed her words and stopped torturing her, she felt her hair being grabbed again, and that cold and low voice sounded in her ears again.
Changing the question, what did you do in your previous life? Yu Yunlan suddenly trembled.
The feeling just now was not pleasant, so she hurriedly said.
I said, I was a model in my previous life. Zhou Xingdou sighed immediately.
Models, there were 10 unscrupulous women in the previous life, 7 of them wanted to be models, 2 wanted to be in medical beauty, and 1 was in the clothing business. He knew how to make excuses as soon as he heard this, and Zhou Xingdou immediately snorted coldly.
Model? Just talk about your skills. Models are awesome.
After saying that, he smashed Yu Yunlan's face against the wall again, but this time the force became heavier. Yu Yunlan's newly recovered face touched the hard wall, blood spattered everywhere, and he let out a shrill scream. Zhou Xingdou had been defrauded of money by these so-called models many times in his previous life. He had no good impression of such women, and the last trace of pity in his heart was extinguished at this moment. At this moment, he continued to recover from smashing Yu Yunlan's face, and then continued to smash the recovered face against the wall. The new skin and flesh and blood were more sensitive than the original ones, and the pain was even worse. This made Yu Yunlan tremble in pain, her legs kept kicking on the floor, and her clothes were worn to pieces, exposing a large area of white snow. Finally, after not knowing how many times he had recovered, Yu Yunlan couldn't hold on anymore, and the crying Liwa said with tears in the rain. I said, don't torture me, I will say everything.
Zhou Xingdou also let go of Yu Yunlan's hair again and looked at her indifferently, waiting for her answer.
Yu Yunlan took a few deep breaths, calmed down her body that was shaking from pain, and said timidly. I worked as a high-end publicist in my previous life. I was tortured to death at a party. When I woke up, I was transmigrated into Yu Yunlan's body. Zhou Xingdou raised his brows.
Women who work in high-end public relations are not simple.
At least when it comes to fishing, they are definitely the best among masters. In other words, it was herself she met today. If she were someone else, she would really like her. But these are not important to Zhou Xingdou. He is curious about more than this. Then what method did you use just now to stir up my emotions? Yu Yunlan slowly got up from the ground, wiped the tears on her face, and said with sobs. That is because. Speaking of this, Yu Yunlan's expression changed in an instant, from being extremely pitiful to resentful and angry, and a dark iron box suddenly appeared in his hand. The iron box opened suddenly as it appeared, without any breath bursting out, but countless silver needles shot out from it, rushing toward Zhou Xingdou's face. The silver needle flashed with a sharp cold light, revealing the terror and cruelty.
The extremely fast speed and the extremely close distance between Zhou Xingdou and Yu Yunlan gave Zhou Xingdou almost no chance to react.
Yu Yunlan also burst out with overwhelming hatred at this moment. His voice was no longer pleasant, but became extremely sharp and harsh.
Beast, go to hell. Ding ding ding.
Countless crisp sounds sounded on Zhou Xingdou's body, and all those terrifying and sinister silver needles pierced Zhou Xingdou's body. But there was a thunderclap again, and the punishing Thunder Emperor armor on Zhou Xingdou flashed with lightning, and the dense silver needles disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. But Zhou Xingdou felt a hint of satisfaction coming from punishing Thunder Emperor armor, as if all the disappearing silver needles had been swallowed by it, filling its stomach. Yu Yunlan also smiled and was stunned on the spot. How is that possible? This mysterious box rainstorm needle would make even the Divine King hate you. How can you, a true god, be fine? Zhou Xingdou stroked the punishing Heavenly Thunder Emperor armor, with a cruel smile on his lips. As expected of a fellow countryman, he is much more interesting than the people in this world. This mysterious box rainstorm needle is indeed not bad. With the terrifying and vicious silver needle just now, the Divine King would have died on the spot if he was not aware of it for a moment. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou is not an ordinary true god. Even fighting the Divine King with his physical body is like killing a chicken and a monkey. What's more, the rare object of heaven and earth on him, the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, has the power of the holy soldier. Not to mention it was the hidden weapon of the divine king. Even if it could hurt the saint, it might not be able to do anything to him. However, Yu Yunlan's move had already aroused Zhou Xingdou's anger, and what little patience he had had was worn away. I don't have time to play around with Yu Yunlan now. But before Zhou Xingdou could attack, Yu Yunlan was already confused and frantically begging for mercy.
Don't kill me. I can be your slave. I can divine secrets and will definitely be useful to you.
As she spoke, she crawled to Zhou Xingdou's feet, rubbed her delicate body against Zhou Xingdou's trouser legs, and stretched out her tongue to swirl on Zhou Xingdou's shoes.
Believe me, I can bring you different happiness. As long as you don't kill me, I can do whatever you want.
Yu Yunlan hurriedly explained while kneeling and licking. The reason why your state of mind was touched is because it was the change that occurred after I took the body, not a method, and this change will reach its peak at some point. Even though she had just used a hidden weapon to sneak attack Zhou Xingdou, she still had confidence. She relied on her own special skills to escape many fatal disasters. Even now, she was just panicking on the surface. With her beauty and expertise, plus the fact that she was from the same world as a transmigrate, there was no way Zhou Xingdou could kill her. At most, she could be imprisoned or become Zhou Xingdou's canary. As long as he doesn't die, Yu Yunlan feels that he can make a comeback with his own abilities. What's more, she understands men so well that as long as there is a chance, Zhou Xingdou will definitely become her subordinate like the wealthy young men of the Dian dynasty. Zhou Xingdou also squatted down at the right time, gently stroked the hair on the top of Yu Yunlan's head, and asked gently.
So it's not because of the method, but the ability you suddenly gained after transmigrating here, right?
Yes, I don't know the specific reason, but I should be the only one in the world who can do it. Yu Yunlan's beautiful eyes showed a slight smile. She was sure that Zhou Xingdou would never kill her now. Then she looked up at Zhou Xingdou, the smile in her eyes disappeared, and she raised her pitiful eyes. This kind of look immediately made Zhou Xingdou's mood waver again, and a trace of unbearability arose in his heart. But it was this trace of intolerance that made Zhou Xingdou make up his mind. He opened his palm on Yu Yunlan's head and covered her head with his slender fingers. Zhou Xingdou sighed, looked at Yu Yunlan and said softly, "You and I are fellow villagers, so I will naturally treat you preferentially." Joy appeared on Yu Yunlan's face. Just when she thought Zhou Xingdou was going to let her go and wanted to say flattering words again, Zhou Xingdou gave Yu Yunlan's hand a firm squeeze. Suddenly, the power of 1,000 dragons was activated, and countless red and white things splashed on Zhou Xingdou's cheeks, making his unusually handsome face look ferocious and monstrous. But the great head, which was like a creation of heaven, did not even scream, but was as pulpy as a crushed watermelon. At the same time, the power of Zhou Xingdou's soul was invisibly activated, shattering Yu Yunlan's soul and consciousness. A transmigrator of a generation, a person of great luck, and the future queen of Great Yen, suffered from this. She didn't even have any means to counterattack, and there was no deus ex machina to save her. Now she was just like thousands of ordinary people in this world, dying silently in Zhou Xingdou's hands. It was very easy, very quiet, without any obstruction, without causing huge turmoil, and without fierce fighting. Even Zhou Xingdou wiped the red and white stuff on his face in shock, but did not react for a moment. A transmigrator whose initial luck was second only to Lin Fan was killed by him so easily. It was indeed a bit magical. Looking at Yu Yunlan, who could no longer die, Zhou Xingdou could not help but feel a bit sad. Letting you go without pain is my last tenderness to my fellow villagers. I hope you can return to that peaceful world in the next life. However, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh when he thought that Yu Yunlan's soul had been destroyed by him and could not be reincarnated again. In fact, no matter what, when he learned that Yu Yunlan came from that world, it was impossible for Yu Yunlan to survive. Originally, I was just curious about the method that could shake my mind. Unfortunately, it was the transmigrate Goldfinger that belonged exclusively to Yu Yunlan and could not be copied. Goldfinger that belonged exclusively to Yu Yunlan and could not be copied. What's more, Zhou Xingdou will not be tempted by a skill from his previous life, and even this Yu Yunlan's body is no longer a virgin. Zhou Xingdou wouldn't be interested in a guy with a rotten crotch. Thinking of this week, Xingdou summoned a thunder from the sky, and the thunder light engulfed Yu